Chapter 1. This is the child the school beauty gave birth to for me. Yeah. Does this little slut love me? Her soft moans pierced my ears. The sounds inside the room grew louder and louder, with occasional sounds of a woman's panting, causing Jiang Ning, who was standing outside, to clench his fists involuntarily. Hearing the sounds coming from inside the room, Jiang Ning couldn't hold back any longer and kicked the door open, walking right in. As soon as I entered, I saw the adulterous couple inside. The sudden noise startled them, and they were stuck there, looking neither here nor there, which was quite amusing. Jiang Ning, what are you doing here? Weren't you at your graduation party? How did you end up here? Jiang Ning looked at the woman in front of him, his eyes filled with anger. He really didn't expect that the woman in front of him would treat him like this. He thought he had treated her well. She had everything that others had, but why would she cheat on him? This was something he couldn't understand. It was supposed to be a happy day, a graduation party, but Jiang Ning just couldn't feel happy no matter what. He had just received an anonymous message telling him to come to room 667 of the Golden Classic Hotel for a surprise. It just so happens that their graduation party was held at the Golden Classic Hotel. Jiang Ning only told his girlfriend about this. Therefore, Jiang Ning believed that the message was sent to him anonymously by his girlfriend because she wanted to give him a surprise since he had graduated. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't wait to rush to the room mentioned in the message. But to his surprise, the joy of arriving here turned into a shock. Jiang Jia, you haven't forgotten, have you? I told you that my graduation party was held at a hotel, specifically this one. Jiang Jia then realized that he seemed to have mentioned it to her. No wonder she felt the hotel's name was familiar when she heard it today. She hadn't expected it to be for this reason. So what? I've had my fill of playing around with you. You're just a poor loser. Do you really think I like you? If it weren't for your willingness to spend money on me without hesitation, do you think I would be with you? Don't dream. Jiang Ning's expression changed immediately upon hearing Jiang Jia's words. He hadn't expected that the girlfriend he had finally won over would be with someone else. So that's why you're with me. I thought you really liked me, but it turns out you were after my money. Jiang Jia burst into laughter and snuggled into the arms of the man next to her. That's right. Look at yourself, how can you compare to my boss, Mr. Wang? He treats me so well. Since you've already seen it, I don't need to tell you again. Let's break up. You're not good enough for me. Jiang Ning laughed immediately and looked at Jiang Jia in front of him. Jiang Jia, I should be the one breaking up with you. You're with this old man, be careful you don't catch a disease. Jiang Ning offended both of them with his words, but he didn't care at all. Women, he thought, are no big deal if they're gone. Jiang Ning, what are you doing here? There are some kids over there with your photo, looking for you. Go and see them quickly. The person who came up to him was his classmate, but what he said caught him off guard. What child? Where is he? Take me to see him. Jiang Ning was filled with doubt. Why did it feel so strange that a child was looking for him with his photo? When Jiang Ning actually saw several children holding photos and looking for him, he had no idea what was going on. Daddy, we've finally found you. Why haven't you come home? Mommy misses you and is waiting for you at home. Daddy, do you not want us anymore? Why didn't you come home to find us? Daddy, I'm hungry, I want to eat something. Jiang Ning looked at the three little bundles of joy in front of him, who kept calling him dad, and he was completely exasperated. Jiang Ning, not bad. You just graduated and already have such grown kids, and 3 of them at once, you're really amazing. Jiang Ning felt like crying when his classmate said that he had no idea what was going on with these 3 kids. No, I don't know these 3 children at all, they are not my children. Although Jiang Ning said this, no one believed him at all, mainly because the photos the children were holding were of Jiang Ning. Daddy, are you abandoning us? Mommy said you didn't want us, but we didn't believe her. We never thought you really didn't want us. The child's words made Jiang Ning's heart clench for some reason. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have been bound to the richest man's baby raising system. Complete the baby raising plan and work hard to raise the child to get what you want. What is that? As someone who frequently reads novels, Jiang Ning had seen the term baby raising system before, but what exactly was this baby raising system? Could it be that it would make him raise a child? Yes, host, you're right. It's about raising children. As long as you complete the mission, money, cars, houses, anything you want will be inexhaustible. It sounded incredibly tempting, and he couldn't help but be tempted. But I'm a perfectly healthy young man, I don't have any children at all. You're asking me to find a child to raise? Are you stupid? Isn't that your child right in front of you? My children? How could that be? I could never have given birth to children that big, and 3 at once. Isn't that a bit too many? If they were really my children, I couldn't afford to raise them. Thank goodness they aren't. The system remained silent after hearing his words, but to Jiang Ning's surprise, a display screen suddenly appeared in front of him. The content on the screen made him freeze in place. The main point is that the above is the content of a paternity test, and the result after that is 99.99%. You're not going to tell me this is between me and the child in front of me, are you? Yes, it's yours. The child in front of you is your and Yen Mashi's child. The system's words startled Jiang Ning so much that he almost bit off his tongue. Yen Mashi, you're not going to tell me this is the child that our school's most beautiful girl gave birth to for me, are you? How could that be? The main reason is that Jiang Ning really knows the name Yen Mashi. She is the school beauty of their school, so it is impossible for him not to have heard of her. Yes, that's her. Your task now is to take good care of the children in front of you and safely deliver them to their mother. You will receive a system reward of 20,000 yuan. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up when he heard that he could earn 20,000 yuan for such a simple task. Chapter 2, Becoming a Super Dad. Are you sure? It's that easy to get 20,000 yuan? What you're saying sounds like something a scammer would say. The system was also speechless. How could anyone doubt such a good thing? This is definitely true. The main reason for the higher reward is because it's the first mission. You can refuse if you don't want to take it. How could Jiang Ning possibly refuse? He was short of money right now. He had spent all his money on bags for that woman a while ago, and now he was completely broke. Of course I'll accept it. How could I possibly refuse such a great opportunity? Looking at the 3 little babies in front of him, Jiang Ning felt his heart melt at the thought that they were his children. Babies, where is your mom? Can you take Daddy to find her? Daddy has something he wants to ask your mom. When Jiang Ning mentioned their mother, the 3 little ones didn't dare to look Jiang Ning in the eye. The main reason was that they had sneaked out this time, and their mother didn't know. If she did know, she definitely wouldn't have let them out. Seeing that he couldn't get any answers from them, Jiang Ning decided to take them to get something to eat first. Let's go. Didn't you just say you were hungry? Dad will take you to get something to eat. Is there anything you'd like to eat? For kids, fried chicken and hamburgers are delicious foods, but Jiang Ning rejected them as soon as they mentioned it. Dad, we want to eat fried chicken. Dad, there are hamburgers too. Mom just took us out to eat them a few days ago. It's not good for children to have too many of these things. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning suddenly squatted down and asked the 3 people beside him. Kids, can you tell your dad if your mom often takes you to eat these things? The 3 little bundles of joy nodded in unison. They love these foods, so their mother often brings them to eat them. Yes, Daddy, Mommy is a silly mommy, I can't cook. My brother's food is not good, but his hamburgers are delicious. Perhaps because girls develop more slowly, the little girl in front of me didn't express herself very clearly when she spoke. It's okay, Dad will cook for you when he comes back. As soon as Jiang Ning said those words, he wanted to take them back, but once spoken, they were like spilled water, impossible to take back. The main problem is that he can't cook. You don't need to worry about this host. This system can help you and will definitely turn you into a super dad. Babies, can you tell Daddy who is the eldest brother and who is the second eldest brother? The 2 little boys in front of him looked so alike that he could hardly tell them apart. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the little girl next to him spoke first. Daddy, this baby knows this one, that one is the older brother has a mole. When the little girl said this, Jiang Ning noticed that one of the 2 boys had a mole in the middle of his forehead. Now he can clearly distinguish them. Babies, Daddy's telling you, it's okay to eat hamburgers occasionally, but not often. Eating too much of that stuff is bad for your health. Daddy's going to take you grocery shopping, and then we'll go find your mom. Daddy will cook you something delicious himself, okay? Although they couldn't get hamburgers, the children were thinking that if they went back and brought their father back with them, their mother wouldn't punish them. Dad, we'll take you back with us, but if Mom scolds us later, you'll have to protect us. Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. These were his children, and he would definitely not agree to it if they were insulted. Meanwhile, Yen Mashi, who was in class, was completely devastated when she received a call from the nanny. The babies are usually so well behaved, so why did they all suddenly disappear this time? Babies, are you sure you're here? If you're sure, Daddy will knock on the door. The little ones nodded. They wouldn't be mistaken, this was their home. Dad, this is it. Mom doesn't know if get out of class is over yet. If it is, Dad, you have to protect us. The little girl was a little worried when she thought about how her mother would be angry. Don't worry. You are all Daddy's precious babies. Daddy will definitely not let anyone touch you. Let's go inside. After knocking, the nanny opened the door. When she saw Jiang Ning, she was momentarily stunned. Ma'am, do these children live here? When the nanny saw the children behind Jiang Ning, her eyes widened immediately. Aren't these the children she had just lost? She never expected them to be brought back. The nanny was so grateful that she didn't know what to say. Thank you so much for bringing the child back to us. I'll call the mother right away and have her come back. While the nanny was on the phone, Jiang Ning received another task from the system. You can earn a reward for cooking a delicious meal for the children. Now that he heard about the reward, Jiang Ning felt that no matter what the reward was, just the thought of the 20,000 yuan he had already received made him feel confident. However, when Jiang Ning arrived in the kitchen and looked at the pots and pans in front of him, he was somewhat at a loss. He had never cooked before and didn't know how to start. System, this task is a bit too difficult for me. I can cook something to eat, but I can't cook a delicious meal. Can I refuse this task? Although there would be no reward if he didn't accept the task, and although he didn't know what the reward would be, he still felt a pang of regret. No, once a task starts, it cannot be ended. If you forcibly end it or fail to complete it within the time limit, the system will punish you. Hearing that there would be a punishment, Jiang Ning was somewhat shocked and couldn't help but ask. What is punishment, and how is it usually carried out? Compensation will be 3 times the amount of the task reward received. As soon as the system finished speaking, Jiang Ning picked up the spatula he had just put down and immediately put it back in his hand. Cooking is so easy, it's just a matter of learning, right? I can do it. Jiang Ning fiddled with his phone, intending to watch some videos. He had never cooked a single dish in his life, and asking him to cook now would be quite a challenge. But there was no way. Jiang Ning thought about how he hadn't earned any money yet and was about to have 3 times the amount deducted. Although he didn't know how much it would be, the thought made his flesh ache. So he was determined not to let this happen. Chapter 3, they already have 3 children. However, he didn't seem to understand the instructional video very well. He watched it several times, but still only vaguely understood it. Shishi, you're back? Where were the babies? I was so scared. I searched outside for ages but couldn't find them. It was that kind person who brought them back to us. I really have to thank them. Yen Mashi was truly grateful the child was her life, and she would go crazy if she lost the child. The nanny pointed towards the kitchen, indicating that Jiang Ning was inside. When she arrived at the kitchen door and saw the people inside busy at work, she immediately became anxious. Why are all these kind people starting to cook for them? Kind person, are you hungry? If you are, I can make it for you. You can help me take the children home. I should thank you. How can I trouble you? A woman's voice suddenly rang out, causing Jiang Ning to freeze in his tracks and turn to look. So this is the mother of his child. No wonder she was chosen as the school beauty, she's so beautiful. He had often heard her name before, but he had never seen her in person. But for some reason, Jiang Ning felt a sense of familiarity when looking at the woman in front of him this time, but he couldn't quite put his finger on why. Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, who had turned his head in front of her, and she exclaimed in disbelief. You, how could you possibly be here? Shouldn't you be at your graduation party right now? How could you possibly be here? They even knew he should be attending his graduation party at this time, so it seems they know him quite well. Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder if the school beauty liked him. Otherwise, why would she keep an eye on his movements? Because I met the babies, and the babies said they were my children. As soon as Jiang Ning said this, Yen Mashi's eyes widened in disbelief. She never intended to tell Jiang Ning about the child, she didn't want to hold him back. When she found out she was pregnant, her first thought was to leave immediately and not let Jiang Ning find out. No, they are not your children. They have absolutely nothing to do with you. Thank you for helping me bring the babies back. Congratulations, host, on completing the task and receiving a system reward of 20,000 yuan. Upon hearing the system notification, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. He hadn't expected to make money so quickly. If that's the case, Jiang Ning thinks that raising 3 children at once wouldn't be too expensive. System, can you tell me when these children were born? I have no recollection of it at all. Jiang Ning genuinely had no recollection of it. He had no idea when he had ever been with the school beauty. 3 years ago, at Hengtian Hotel. Just those few words reminded Jiang Ning of the day he finally finished revising his graduation thesis, which he had been working on for a long time. Overjoyed, he couldn't resist wanting to have a good meal. So I went to this hotel with the people in my dorm, and I don't know if I drank myself into oblivion. When he woke up again, it was the next morning. He was still a little groggy when he woke up. When he saw the bloodstains on the blanket, he searched for a long time, thinking that he had been injured and was bleeding. But he couldn't find it after searching around. In the end, he gave up. He had no choice. He wanted to find the wound, but he simply couldn't. Now that he thinks about it, he seems to understand what that thing was in an instant. Have you forgotten about Hengtian Hotel 3 years ago? Upon hearing the name, Yan Mashi's eyes widened in disbelief. How could she possibly forget this place? It was where she lost her innocence. But in this situation, how could she possibly admit it? No, I've never been to that place. Don't talk nonsense, no one will believe you. Even at this point, Yan Mashi still wanted to argue, fearing that Jiang Ning would try to take the child from her. You haven't been to that place? Then may I ask what happened to these children? Did you give birth to them all by yourself? Jiang Ning's words made Yan Mashi want to refute them, but for a moment she didn't know how to refute them. Okay, stop arguing. I know you're afraid I'll take the children from you, but you also know that I'm the children's father. I want to take care of the children with you and I won't take them away without your permission. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that he wouldn't take them away without her permission, she breathed a sigh of relief. She was indeed afraid that the children would be taken away, which was why she hadn't planned to tell Jiang Ning. Are you sure you won't take the child away? Jiang Ning nodded. He didn't actually take many children with him. His plan was to take the children and their mother with him. That was what he wanted. I promise I won't take the children away. If I were to take them, I would take you both with me. You are the most important people to me right now, and I will take on the responsibility of caring for you. Jiang Ning's words touched Yan Mashi somewhat, but she ultimately shook her head. No need. I will take good care of the child. If you help me take care of the child, it will take up your time. Jiang Ning didn't want to hear what Yan Mashi said, so he walked up to her and said to her earnestly, "This is my child. I'm not afraid of being delayed. If you don't believe me, we can get our marriage certificate right now. That way, you'll believe me." Yan Mashi's face turned red instantly, and her bright red appearance was extremely beautiful. Jiang Ning was somewhat stunned, mainly because Yan Mashi looked absolutely stunning. Daddy, I'm hungry. The child's voice immediately saved Yan Mashi. She had been quite flustered by Jiang Ning's gaze, but thankfully the child suddenly spoke. Jiang Ning also came to his senses at this moment, looking at Yan Mashi in front of him with an extremely serious expression in his eyes. With Jiang Ning in this state, no one would doubt the truthfulness of his statement. Who wants to marry you? I don't want to. The children are hungry, aren't you going to get them ready? Jiang Ning looked at the 3 children staring at him expectantly, feeling a bit overwhelmed. He then remembered that he had just been preparing to cook something. Okay, if you don't want to marry me, I'll wait for you. I'll definitely work hard until you agree to marry me. We already have 3 children, so you have to give me a proper status. Chapter 4 gives you an early reward. Yan Mashi rolled her eyes at Jiang Ning. She felt that the man in front of her was a bit shameless. Hurry up and cook. Since you want to raise these kids with me, you'd better show me what you're capable of. If you can't do anything, how can you help me take care of the children? Although Jiang Ning didn't like hearing Yan Mashi's words, he had to admit that what Yan Mashi said made a lot of sense. Don't worry. Cici, I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Hearing Jiang Ning call her that, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed, as this was the first time someone had ever called her that. Don't call me that, it's so cheesy. Since Yan Mashi doesn't like this way of addressing her, Jiang Ning doesn't mind changing it. What should I call you, Yan Yan, wife? Yen Mashi's cheeks turned even redder, her already flushed face turning into a bright red apple, and her snow-white chest heaving violently. We're not even together yet, how can you call me that? Jiang Ning didn't know why, but looking at Yen Mashi like this, he felt a little itchy inside. He suddenly felt that the mother of his child was really too beautiful, especially now that she was shy, she looked even more beautiful. Okay, I'm not kidding anymore. I'm serious. I know I'm being a bit hasty in saying this, but please believe me, I'm really serious. Yen Mashi didn't know why, but she inexplicably believed him when she heard him say that. Seeing that Jiang Ning had already turned around and gone back to the kitchen to cook, Yen Mashi walked up to the children, wanting to ask them what had happened today. Da Bao, Bao, Xiao Bao, tell mommy what happened today, why did you suddenly disappear? Did you see something in mommy's notebook, which is why you took the photos to look for me? Yen Mashi has a habit of jotting things down in a notebook, so her notebook contains notes about who the children's father is, what his name is, and a photo she secretly took before. After all, he was the child's father, and she still hoped to leave behind some things about him so that when the children grew up, they could decide for themselves whether or not to look for their father. Unexpectedly, the child went to find his father ahead of time and brought him back. Mom, my brothers didn't do it on purpose. It was me. Xiao Bao missed dad too much. Other babies have dads, but I don't, so Xiao Bao asked my brothers to take me to find dad. It was definitely Xiao Bao's suggestion that led them to this. The two older brothers felt they couldn't let their younger sister down, so they took her to look for it, and to their surprise, they actually found it. Yen Mashi wasn't angry, she just felt guilty. She felt guilty that she couldn't give her child a better life and couldn't even fulfill her child's wish for a father. Yen Mashi suddenly realized that if Jiang Ning raised the children with her, the children would definitely be very happy. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning was still trying to cook, but he had no idea how to do it. For someone who has never done this before, it's completely baffling, and they have no idea where to start. Host, I can give you a reward in advance so you can complete this task. When Jiang Ning heard about the advance reward, his eyes were full of doubt. Yes, it means giving the reward in advance. The main reason is that the reward is closely related to what you are doing now, so it can be given to you in advance. Jiang Ning had no way of refusing, so he immediately nodded. Okay, tell me what the reward is first. You're not going to say you'll reward me with a cooking manual, are you? Jiang Ning guessed correctly. The system spoke up as soon as he finished speaking. The reward for this mission is a 5-star chef's cooking manual. As soon as the system finished speaking, Jiang Ning noticed that the screen that had just been refreshed had reappeared. What are you doing? Enter what you want to do, and a screen will appear shortly. The screen is connected to you, and it will automatically transmit the video content to your mind. This way, you can do whatever you want. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. What he was about to do was simply make scrambled eggs with tomatoes, mainly because he didn't see any food left, so he had to make a little something first. When Jiang Ning typed in the name of the dish he wanted to make, the steps to make that dish actually appeared in his mind in no time. This struck Jiang Ning as incredibly amazing. System, this is quite advanced. If we complete the task this way, will we really get what we're supposed to get? Yes, host, I have no reason to lie to you. As long as you raise your child diligently, you will be the richest person in the world when the child grows up. This is incredibly tempting. Just hearing it fills Jiang Ning with motivation. Finally, based on the system's instructions, Jiang Ning completed 3 dishes and a soup. Looking at the food in front of him, Jiang Ning could hardly believe that he had made it. It smells so good. The nanny came in and was full of surprise when she saw what Jiang Ning had made. Did you make all of this? It looks delicious. Jiang Ning nodded, then carried the dishes outside. Poop, poop. The children were very happy to see Jiang Ning, especially Xiao Bao. For some reason, Xiao Bao seemed to like Jiang Ning very much. When Yen Mashi saw the dishes placed in front of her, her eyes widened immediately. You didn't do these, did you? Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow and then nodded to Yen Mashi in front of him. Try it and see if you can put it in your mouth. These dishes look so delicious, how could anyone not want to eat them? That was Yen Mashi's first reaction, but looking at Jiang Ning, who was looking at her expectantly, she didn't know what to say for a moment. I'll give it a try. When Yen Mashi tasted the dishes Jiang Ning had prepared, her eyes widened immediately. The main reason was that the dishes were so delicious, even better than the food she had eaten at restaurants before. Yen, is it delicious? Yen Mashi didn't plan to correct Jiang Ning's way of addressing her. Jiang Ning could call her whatever he wanted. It's delicious. Come and eat. Yen Mashi also had to feed the children, and the nanny was also there to feed them. There were quite a few children, so she looked extremely busy. Please feed the children yourself. You will receive a reward after you have finished feeding them. Chapter 5 Space Mall. You can get a reward just by feeding the baby yourself. This task is really too easy. Jiang Ning thought, it's just feeding them, right? It must be super simple. Yen, go eat, I'll feed the baby. Jiang Ning reached out and grabbed Yen Mashi. The moment he did, Yen Mashi's face stiffened. Jiang Ning didn't react much, but he almost couldn't resist squeezing her smooth little hand a few more times. However, he was still afraid of making the person in front of him angry, and he had no experience in coaxing people. Jiang Ning, let go of me. I'll feed the baby myself. You can't do it. Jiang Ning knew he couldn't do it, but that was no excuse. If you don't know something, you can learn it. As long as you want to learn, there's nothing you can't do. If I don't know how, you can teach me. Right, Yen? Looking at the beautiful woman in front of him, Jiang Ning felt his heart warm. The thought of this beautiful woman who had given birth to 3 children for him made him even more excited. Are you sure you really want to feed the children? It's not that easy. Jiang Ning thought it was just feeding someone. How difficult could it be? I'm sure you should eat first. Don't go hungry, or I'll feel bad for you later. Yen Mashi's face flushed again. She didn't know why Jiang Ning's casual remark could make her cheeks burn. She's already a mother of 3, she shouldn't be so shy, but when she's with Jiang Ning, she just doesn't know what's wrong with her. Are you sure you can do it? Yen Mashi was still a little worried as she watched the man feeding the child with a small spoon. Sure, don't worry. Besides, isn't Sister Zhang right here? If I do anything wrong, Sister Zhang will remind me. Although that's what he said, when Jiang Ning scooped up rice and came to the children's side, he fed them with the spoon, but not a single child opened their mouth. In this situation, Jiang Ning had no idea what to do next. Having no other option, he could only ask Sister Zhang, who was standing next to him, for advice. Sister Zhang, why aren't the babies saying anything? Is the food not tasty? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Sister Zhang immediately walked up to Jiang Ning and spoke to him. Young man, the children are still young. If you want them to eat, you have to coax them. Jiang Ning was truly puzzled that he had to coax the child to eat. If he had to coax him, how was he supposed to do it? Look at me, look at how I coaxed her. I just made her feel that you weren't feeding her, but playing with her. Jiang Ning knew what it meant. It was simply a distraction tactic to divert the children's attention. After Sister Zhang said that, Jiang Ning seemed to understand something, so he nodded. Thank you, Sister Zhang. Once Jiang Ning knew how to feed the child, she got to work. Baby, look what this is. Jiang Ning played with the babies while feeding them. To Yen Mashi's surprise, Jiang Ning finished feeding the children in less than an hour today. Normally, it would take her and Sister Zhang about 2 hours to feed them. Not just one, but all 3 children were fed. Did you finish feeding so quickly? Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with some doubt, her eyes full of curiosity about him. How did he manage to do that? Her children usually seem well behaved, but they're especially restless during mealtimes. But to my surprise, these children were so well behaved when they were facing Jiang Ning. Okay, Yen, don't worry. I'll take care of all the little things for the children from now on. You can go to school with peace of mind. I'll take care of things at home. Jiang Ning's words truly moved Yen Mashi, but she still kept reminding herself not to trust him too easily. Otherwise, what if Jiang Ning secretly takes all the children away when she goes to school? Seeing Yen Mashi's expression, Jiang Ning didn't even need to ask to know what she was thinking. If you don't trust me at all, what do I have to do to earn your trust? Yen Mashi shook her head. She didn't know either, but she was still a little worried about letting Jiang Ning take care of the child while she went to class. Ding! Task completed. You have received a space item as a system reward. Jiang Ning was filled with questions about the space mall. He had no idea what it was. A shopping mall, is it just a place where you can buy things? Yes, host. It's just that the things in the mall are especially cheap, and you can't use them all. If you like, you can go in and buy things. Just based on the fact that it's relatively cheap, Jiang Ning felt he would definitely buy it. Can I just go in whenever I want? How cheap is it? When the host wants to go in, they only need to think about it in their mind. The vegetables and fruits inside are 10 times cheaper than outside. A pound of cherries costs 43 yuan outside, but only 4.3 yuan inside. The prices inside are adjusted according to the prices outside. Upon hearing that it was so cheap, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. I was worried about not having enough money, but now I'm saving every penny I can. He used to be a spendthrift, spending whatever his parents gave him without ever having anything left. Now, all he has left is the 20,000 yuan reward from the system. Looking at the 3 hungry children in front of him, Jiang Ning felt that he should work hard to earn money. If he didn't earn money, his children would starve. Jiang Ning wanted to go into the space mall to take a look, but the current situation didn't allow it. He decided to wait and find another place to sneak in later. Yan, you have to believe me. I'm really serious. Besides, you have to teach classes. You wouldn't feel comfortable leaving the children with anyone else. I'm their father. Don't you trust me with them? Yan Mashi was indeed a little worried, but there was nothing she could do now. She was looking after the children, and they had finally grown up a bit before she came back to prepare to start school again. But she felt she had overestimated herself with several children in tow. It seemed impossible for her to study properly. She had only been back for a week, but she was already exhausted because she often received calls from Sister Zhang while she was teaching. The calls were always about the children, and she was worried about them, so she often called back home. This meant that she couldn't understand anything being taught in class, making the lessons seem pointless. Chapter 6 I Am Your Man. Yan Mashi didn't know what to say for a moment. She was genuinely worried about the children, but looking at the sincere face of the man in front of her, for some reason, Yan Mashi finally nodded. However, for some reason, Yan Mashi suddenly raised her head and asked Jiang Ning. But if you're taking care of the children, you won't be able to go to work, since you have so many children. Jiang Ning nodded indifferently. Yan, you don't need to worry about this. I'm your man, I can do anything. You and the children won't go hungry. As soon as Jiang Ning said that, Yan Mashi ran away, shouting at Jiang Ning behind her as she ran. Jiang Ning, have you no shame? You're my man so quickly. Seeing Yan Mashi run away shyly, Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly. The more he looked at his wife, the more beautiful she seemed to him. Mr. Jiang. The nanny suddenly called out to Jiang Ning, which puzzled Jiang Ning. He couldn't help but look at the woman in front of him with some confusion. Mr. Jiang, are these children yours and Xiao Yan's children? Xiao Yan has had such a hard life. She didn't dare tell her family about her pregnancy, so she was still working outside while she was pregnant, just so she would have money to buy milk powder for the children when they were born. Miss Yan has really worked incredibly hard, so... The nanny was halfway through her sentence when she hesitated, unsure whether she should continue. After all, she was just a nanny, and it wouldn't be appropriate for her to say too much. However, Jiang Ning didn't mind any of that. He looked at Sister Zhang, who had just been talking excitedly, and couldn't help but ask her. Sister Zhang, just say what you want to say. I will treat Yan well. I didn't know they existed before, but now that I know, I will definitely treat them well. Sister Zhang hesitated for a moment, but finally spoke up. Mr. Jiang, although it's not appropriate for me, as a nanny, to say these things, I hesitated for a moment but felt I should still say it. Miss Yan has worked so hard, so I hope you will treat her well. Jiang Ning nodded, saying that even without the nanny's words, she would still treat Yan Mashi and the child well. Don't worry. Yan is the woman I consider my wife, and I will definitely treat her well. Sister Zhang was finally satisfied. She had been really worried that this was not the right thing to do, but in the end she decided to speak up anyway. If it really comes to worst, I'll just quit this job. She genuinely felt sorry for Miss Yan, who had worked so hard, and wanted someone to love and help her. Jiang Ning felt a pang of sadness when he thought about the suffering Yan Mashi had endured, which only strengthened his resolve to work hard and become the world's richest man. Daddy, give me a hug. The little girl was a bit unsteady on her feet and wobbled as she ran towards him. Jiang Ning was startled when he saw her like this, and quickly reached out to pick up the child. Xiaobao, why are you running so fast? Be careful. Poop, I have poop. Children's thoughts are simple. She came specifically to see if her father was still there, because she was worried that he might suddenly run away. Little Bao, don't worry, Dad will always be with you from now on. Dad will raise you. Xiaobao didn't understand what Jiang Ning said later, but she understood what he said earlier. Her father would always be with her, which put her at ease. Daddy, brother. When Jiang Ning heard Xiaobao say that, he was a little confused. He seemed unable to understand what Xiao Bao meant. Yan Mashi, standing next to Jiang Ning who was holding the child and looking completely bewildered, couldn't help but burst into laughter. Her laughter was so sweet that Jiang Ning immediately looked in her direction. Jiang Ning discovered that his wife's smile was truly beautiful, so beautiful that it almost dazzled him. Yan Yan, come here quickly and teach me what Xiao Bao is doing right now. Don't laugh at me. There was nothing he could do. It was Jiang Ning's first time taking care of a child, so he couldn't understand some of the child's physical expressions, mainly because he couldn't comprehend them. Children don't know how to express themselves yet, so the most important thing is to look at their expressions and actions. You can tell what they want to do from that. Yan Mashi's words were particularly surprising to Jiang Ning. He was stunned for a moment, and then looked at Yan Mashi in front of him and asked. Yan Yan, look at Xiao Bao's expression, what is he trying to express? The baby in Jiang Ning's arms was still calling out brother and daddy at the same time as before. Jiang Ning really couldn't understand it. She means she wants you to take her to her brother's place. After Yan Mashi's explanation, Jiang Ning seemed to understand immediately. Looking at Xiao Bao, it seemed that this was the meaning. Jiang Ning couldn't help but pat his head, inexplicably feeling that he seemed a bit stupid. Come on, little one, daddy will take you to see your brothers. This house was rented by Yan Mashi. Although it was a bit run down, it was still within Yan Mashi's acceptable range, mainly because she was out of money. She never dared to let her family know about giving birth, and she hadn't been home for 3 years. If her family asked, she could only say that she was busy. Fortunately, her parents didn't say anything when she didn't go home in the previous 2 years because of the virus outbreak. But this year is different. No matter what, she has to go home this year. Xiao Bao was indeed very happy to see her older brothers. However, next to her 2 older brothers, Xiao Bao didn't look like a child of the same age because she was half the size of them. Poop. When De Bao and Xiao Bao saw Jiang Ning, they were quite happy, since they had found their father themselves. De Bao, Bao, what are you playing? Jiang Ning tried to keep her voice gentle so as not to frighten the babies. Dad, we're playing with building blocks. It looks so fun. Dad, do you want to play with us? Jiang Ning shook his head and spoke to the 3 babies on the ground. You guys play by yourselves. Dad is taking Mom to discuss something. We'll be back in a bit. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he pulled Yan Mashi outside, leaving Yan Mashi somewhat puzzled. Jiang Ming, what are you doing? Once outside, Yan Mashi couldn't help but look at him and ask, mainly because she really didn't know what Jiang Ning was trying to do. Yan, haven't the children been named yet? We should start naming them. Chapter 7 Your hands are fun. When Jiang Ning said that, Yan Mashi realized that the children were already 3 years old, and she hadn't even named them yet. If Jiang Ning hadn't said that, she wouldn't have known at all. You're the father of the children, so I'm leaving this to you. I hope you can help the babies come up with some artistic names. Yan Mashi mainly felt that if she were to name the children, they might hate her when they grew up. Jiang Ning was stunned. He didn't know how to name things either, so when he heard Yan Mashi say that, he became a little anxious. Yan, how about we help the babies come up with names together? That way we'll have someone to discuss things with. Since Jiang Ning had said so, Yan Mashi wouldn't refuse and immediately nodded. The 2 of them spent an afternoon discussing it, and the name they finally came up with didn't seem like a very good one. Yan, these names just don't quite feel right. What should we do now? Yan Mashi looked at the words they had just come up with, and the more she looked at them, the more she felt that they didn't seem suitable for their baby. Forget it, thinking of names is too difficult. Let the babies choose their own names. Whichever one they pick will be their name. What do you think of this? Yan Mashi nodded. This was indeed a good idea, saving them a lot of trouble. After all, if they are allowed to choose their own names, then when they grow up and are not satisfied with their names, they can tell their children that they chose these names themselves. Jiang Ning, you're amazing. You even thought of this. I'll go prepare now and let the babies pick the names we've come up with. Whichever name they pick will be their name. Jiang Ning nodded. It was indeed better this way. The children chose their own names, and whatever they drew would be theirs. Just as Yan Mashi went to prepare, Jiang Ning, taking advantage of the fact that no one was paying attention to him, suddenly asked the system. System, regarding that space mall, if I want to enter now, can I go in? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's question, the system spoke up. Yes, if you want to go in now, just silently say go in your mind, and if you want to come out, just say it out loud. Jiang Ning understood immediately. He silently said go in his heart. When he opened his eyes again, he was shocked by the scene in front of him. I've never been to a mall bigger than this one before. It's really huge, and there's a huge variety of things inside. Host, these items all have prices listed. See if you have what you need. Jiang Ning nodded and looked around. After looking at everything, he couldn't help but sigh that the items in this space shop were much cheaper than outside. Looking at these items, Jiang Ning suddenly felt like he had found a way to make money. Since everything here is so cheap, if he takes everything out of the space mall and buys it at the original price, there will definitely be people who like it. Jiang Ning immediately sensed the business opportunity and realized he needed to find a suitable time to make proper arrangements. Jiang Ning originally planned to explore the entire space mall, but there was no way he could finish. The space mall was simply too big for him to explore completely. Hearing someone calling him from outside, Jiang Ning immediately said he was going out. By the time he realized what was happening, he was already outside. Yan, what's wrong? Seeing Yan Mashi looking around as if she was searching for him, Jiang Ning immediately walked to her side and took her hand. Before Yan Mashi could react, Jiang Ning had already grabbed her hand and was playing with it. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Let go of me, don't hold my hand. Yan Mashi was a little shy. If Jiang Ning had just pulled her, she might have been able to accept it, but Jiang Ning kept pinching and touching her hand, which she found hard to accept. Seeing Yan Mashi's thick face and somewhat evasive eyes, Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing. His wife is so cute, looking so shy. If he wasn't afraid of scaring her, Jiang Ning felt he would want to kiss Yan Mashi's little hand. Yan, why are you so easily embarrassed? Okay, I won't pinch you anymore. Is everything ready? Yan Mashi looked at her hand that had been released, immediately put it back, and took the opportunity to glare at Jiang Ning a few more times. Seeing Yan Mashi like this, Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated. Perhaps because she had given birth to his child, Jiang Ning now found Yan Mashi incredibly adorable no matter how he looked at her. Here's everything, go ahead and let the babies grab it. See what names they can pick. It has to be said that parents these days are really quite carefree. They even take such an important matter as naming their children very casually. Okay, let's go see what names the children chose themselves. Yan Mashi didn't refute it, mainly because she also wanted to know what kind of name the children would choose. Ding! A task has been triggered. Help the children choose good names, and you will receive a bag of rice as a system reward. Upon hearing that it was just a bag of rice, Jiang Ning subconsciously said to the system, "It's just a big bag of rice, how did you become so stingy?" The system was immediately dissatisfied with his words and offered an explanation. We arrange rewards according to the host's needs, so please don't worry. Jiang Ning then remembered that he seemed to have run out of rice when he was cooking. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning didn't say much, but simply took the cardboard box and went to the children's side. Babies, Daddy wants to play a game with you. Do you want to play? Playing games is something kids love, no question about it. So when the three children heard Jiang Ning say that, their eyes lit up immediately. Daddy, what game do you want to play? Little Bao wants to play. Yan Mashi was a little surprised to see Xiao Bao speak first. Xiao Bao rarely spoke. At that time, Yan Mashi thought there was something wrong with Xiao Bao, so she took him to the hospital to see a pediatrician. She was relieved when the doctor said there was nothing wrong, but after returning home, her child didn't talk much, which worried her a lot. Unexpectedly, her child was the first to speak. Little princess, do you want to play? Little princess, reach inside and grab a slip of paper, then see what name is on it. Chapter 8 provided excellent service, very thorough. Jiang Ning's tone was exceptionally gentle. If someone had told him before that he could speak gently, he would have thought that person was crazy. But now he wished he could lower his voice even further so as not to frighten his precious daughter. Daddy, it's done. Xiao Bao's chubby little hands were holding a piece of paper. Jiang Ning was a little excited and immediately hugged Xiao Bao in her arms. Xiao Bao, you're amazing. Daddy, look what you caught. Jiang Ning took the note from Xiao Bao's hand and glanced at the name on it. Yan Mashi, who was standing next to her, was also a little anxious. She also wanted to know what kind of name the baby had chosen. Jiang Yan, these are names our little one chose himself, and they really sound nice. Our little one is amazing. Upon hearing the name, Yan Mashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. She had been a little worried that if the baby picked out an unpleasant name, she might have to back out. De Bao, Air Bao, it's your turn. You grab one and see what your names look like. The two little bundles of joy, only 3 years old, knew nothing. They did whatever Jiang Ning told them to do. After they were caught, Yan Mashi couldn't wait to open the paper. Jiang Ning, who was standing next to him, was also a little anxious. He also wanted to know the children's names as soon as possible. One character is you, and the other is Rong. Hearing Yan Mashi say that, Jiang Ning thought about it for a moment and felt that the two names were not bad. Our babies are all so amazing, they can all choose their own names, right, Yan Yan? Yan Mashi nodded. She knew that Jiang Ning was just trying to appease the children and make them happy, so she didn't say anything more. Ding! Task completed. System reward will be automatically distributed. Upon hearing the sound, Jiang Ning immediately stood up and rushed outside, heading straight for the kitchen. Yan Mashi looked at him with a puzzled expression. Babies, what's wrong with Daddy? Why is he suddenly in such a hurry? Yan Mashi wanted to go and see, but the children were here unattended, so she couldn't leave. Jiang Ning, who had just run into the kitchen, was somewhat anxious and spoke to the system. In the future, could you please tell me in advance when you're giving out rewards? Don't be in such a rush. Wait until I'm ready before giving them out. If a bag of rice had just appeared out of nowhere, wouldn't it have scared my wife to death? Jiang Ning was genuinely scared. He was so nervous that he broke out in a cold sweat. The system was also somewhat innocent. It hadn't expected this either. However, it felt that Jiang Ning's worries were unnecessary. He was just scaring himself. Here's what you have to offer. Host, the items have been automatically stored in your rice box, so your worries are unnecessary and the things you're concerned about will not happen at all. Jiang Ning immediately ran to the rice bucket, opened it, and stared in surprise when he saw that it was full of rice. Your service is excellent, I really like it, it's very attentive. Jiang Ning glanced at it a few more times, then walked outside. He still needed to explain to Yan Mashi, otherwise she would definitely be very confused if he suddenly ran out. Yan Mashi was extremely busy and overwhelmed, mainly because the children had been crying non-stop ever since they ran away from Jiang Ning. Even Sister Zhang, who was tidying up outside, rushed in to help take care of the children, but for some reason, all three children were crying uncontrollably today. Seeing the babies like this, Yan Mashi felt heartbroken. Babies, what's wrong? Don't cry. Are you hungry or what? Yan Mashi really didn't understand why the children would suddenly cry like this, since they were usually quite well behaved. When Jiang Ning came in, he saw the children crying like this, and he immediately became anxious and rushed in. Babies, why are you crying? Come here, Daddy will hold you. Jiang Ning picked up both children at once. He wanted to hold the third one too, but he didn't have an extra hand, so he could only comfort the two little ones in his arms first. Baby, don't cry. Daddy will take you out to play, okay? Upon hearing that they could go out to play, the three babies immediately stopped crying. Seeing this, Yan Mashi was both amused and exasperated. She hadn't expected Jiang Ning to be so good at coaxing children, even better than she was. Yan, let's take the babies out to play. We don't have anything to do right now. Do you have classes this afternoon? At times like this, even if Yan Mashi has classes, she will say she doesn't, because she doesn't feel comfortable letting Jiang Ning take the babies out alone. I don't have any classes this afternoon, I'll go with you guys. Jiang Ning was very happy to have Yan Mashi accompany him. After all, they were now family. Let's get ready. We'll take the babies out to play in a bit and buy some things while we're at it. I just checked, and it seems we don't have much left. If we don't buy some soon, we won't have enough. Even without Jiang Ning saying it, Yan Mashi knew it herself. She felt a little embarrassed. She should find a part-time job as soon as possible, otherwise she wouldn't be able to afford the baby formula and diapers. There are still some of these left, which can last for a while, but there's no need to buy them now. Jiang Ning didn't say much after Yan Mashi said that. He could tell that Yan Mashi was a little embarrassed, so he didn't say anything more. What a foolish woman. Now that he's here, how could he possibly let her spend money on things? The children are his, so he has to raise them. Yan Mashi is also his, and he has to raise her too. Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Ning's gaze, so she stood up abruptly and stammered. I'm going to help the babies change their clothes. Jiang Ning followed closely behind and said to Yan Mashi. I'll help you. He said he would help, but his hands wouldn't allow it, mainly because Jiang Ning had no idea how to dress a child, so he was a bit flustered for a while. Hold his head to keep him still, and then dress him as you would dress yourself. After hearing Yan Mashi's instructions, Jiang Ning finally helped the child get dressed. Daddy, is it pretty? Xiao Bao is still a vain child. As soon as he put on his clothes, he immediately asked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. No matter how he looked at it, his baby was exceptionally beautiful. Baby, you look so cute. Daddy will help you tie your hair up, okay? Chapter 9, Taking the Kids to Play. Xiao Bao nodded immediately, but she was still a little confused and couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and ask, Daddy, do you know how to tie hair? When Xiao Bao asked him that question, Jiang Ning immediately nodded with a proud look on his face. He couldn't help but feel secretly pleased. Back when he was at home, his older brother's daughter loved having him tie her hair. After tying his hair for a while, he unknowingly became better and better at it. Thinking of his family, Jiang Ning's face immediately turned somber. His brother had accidentally injured his leg a few years ago, and since then he had been unable to do any heavy work, only simple tasks, which didn't earn him much money, and they lived a very frugal life. His sister-in-law also ran away because his brother broke his leg and he couldn't provide her with a better life. Now only his brother and niece are left in the countryside. His parents died when he was young, and his brother raised him. He didn't understand before, but now he finally does. He needs to work hard. He has children to raise and an older brother to take care of, so he needs to work even harder to earn money. Seeing that her father didn't react, Xiao Bao couldn't help but call out a few times. Poop, poop. Hearing Xiao Bao's voice, Jiang Ning finally came to his senses. Daddy will definitely do it. Baby, sit still, Daddy will help you tie your hair. Yan Mashi initially thought Jiang Ning was just trying to coax the child, but she was surprised when he actually tied Xiao Bao's hair. He did a better job than she did. After everything was ready, Jiang Ning took Yan Mashi and the babies out. Jiang Ning had just stepped out the door, holding the hands of two children. He had wanted to carry them, but Yan Mashi disagreed. Yan Mashi felt that the children were already so big, and they should be allowed to walk on their own instead of always being carried. Trigger the mission to take the children to the zoo. After completing the mission, you will receive a corresponding reward. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. When he first came out, he was still wondering where to take the children to play, but the system had already made the choice for him. Moreover, it was an option with a reward, which made Jiang Ning quite happy. Yen, how about we take the babies to the zoo? Yan Mashi hesitated when she heard about going to the zoo. The main reason was that the zoo was very crowded, and her 3-year-old child was at a mischievous age. Yan Mashi was worried that if the child became naughty, the two of them wouldn't be able to handle him. Let's not do it. If the kids start making a fuss, we won't be able to handle them. When Yan Mashi finished speaking, she looked down and saw the children's expectant eyes, which made her feel a little guilty. She seems to have never taken her children anywhere to play, mainly because she can't manage on her own, and more importantly, she doesn't have the money. Having children and raising them has already cost her a lot of money, almost all of her savings. She really doesn't have any money left now. That's why she felt a little embarrassed when Jiang Ning said she wanted to buy something. She had to hurry up and get a part-time job, otherwise, she wouldn't even be able to afford milk powder for the children. But you see, the children all want to go, so let's give them a try. Yan Mashi hesitated for a moment, but when she saw the children looking at her longingly, she softened. Let's take the babies to see it. The babies were overjoyed when they heard Yan Mashi agree. Yay! Mom is the best, De Bao loves Mom the most. Xiao Bao likes it too. Oh also likes it. Yan Mashi didn't expect that they would be so happy just because she was going to take them to the zoo. Actually, there was something else she didn't mention. She was going to take the children to see the outer areas, since the zoo tickets were quite expensive. Babies, don't get excited. Since your mom has agreed, Daddy will take you. There's a zoo nearby, let's go now. The children were very excited. They were going to the zoo for the first time. When Yan Mashi arrived at the zoo entrance and saw the ticket price, she couldn't help but gasp. Why are the zoo tickets so expensive? Even the half-price tickets for children are ridiculously expensive. You might as well use that money to buy something else. Hearing Yan Mashi say this, the little babies were a bit disappointed. It seemed that their mother wasn't planning to take them inside. However, the babies were very sensible and knew that their mother worked hard to earn money, so they didn't make a fuss. Jiang Ning, where are you going? Yan Mashi watched as Jiang Ning walked straight towards the ticket office and tried to stop him, but Jiang Ning was too fast and didn't hear what she said at all. When Jiang Ning returned, he already had the tickets he had bought. We're off. The tickets are all bought, so we can go in and see the animals now, kids. Aren't you excited? The babies must be happy, since they've never been before, but their mothers don't seem so happy. Yen, the most important thing is that the babies are happy. I can earn money, don't worry. Before long, I will make sure you live a good life. Seeing how happy the babies were, Yen Mashi didn't say anything more. She immediately smiled and nodded to Jiang Ning. Babies, let's go inside and play. The babies' eyes lit up immediately. It was clear they were genuinely happy. Looking at the three little guys hopping around in front of her, Yen Mashi couldn't help but call out. Debao, Erbao, Xiaobao, be careful, slow down, don't run too fast. Jiang Ning looked at the woman beside him and the two people rubbing their hands together, and hesitated. However, he hesitated for only a moment before quickly enveloping Yen Mashi's small hand in his large hand. Jiang Ning's actions startled Yen Mashi. She struggled a little, but seeing that she couldn't break free, she had no choice but to give up. However, her cheeks flushed again, this time more red than ever before, and she felt a little embarrassed. Yen, thank you for giving me 3 such lovely children. I am truly grateful to you. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi felt a little disappointed for some reason. She felt that this was not what she wanted to hear. You're welcome. Giving birth to these children was my own choice. Chapter 10 Children shouldn't eat junk food. Jiang Ning was truly grateful to Yen Mashi, because without her, he wouldn't have had 3 such adorable children. Let's go. Let's hurry and catch up, lest the child run off. Yen Mashi nodded, but she was also a little worried as she looked at the children running around wildly ahead. Babies, come back, don't run too fast. The babies in front were obedient when they heard Jiang Ning say that. They immediately ran back. Daddy, there's a bear up ahead, Debao wants to see it. I don't know who came up with the idea, but the first animal we saw when we entered the zoo was a big brown bear that kept growling. The children were very interested and kept trying to get closer to see it. To Jiang Ning's surprise, Yen Mashi was actually scared. The moment she saw the big brown bear, she immediately hid in Jiang Ning's arms, and Jiang Ning instinctively hugged her. Yen, what's wrong? Are you scared? Yen Mashi was a little unsure how to put it. The children weren't afraid at all. It was she, as the mother, who was scared. No, I'm not scared, I just suddenly feel a little unsteady on my feet. When Jiang Ning heard her say that, he might have believed her if he hadn't felt the delicate body in his arms trembling slightly. He put his arm around the woman and walked forward. When they passed the large brown bear, he subconsciously tightened his grip on her. Yen, don't be afraid, I'll protect you. For some reason, Yen Mashi's heart trembled slightly, and she felt a sensation she couldn't quite describe. It has to be said that the children really enjoy going out to play. Seeing how happy the children are now, Yen Mashi is also quite happy. Indeed, she never had time to take the children out to play before. The children never had the opportunity to go out and play even if they wanted to. Daddy, there's an elephant in front of us. The 3 children were having a blast, running around here and there, making Jiang Ning a little worried. Come here, there are too many people here, don't wander around, come to Daddy's side. Jiang Ning was a little worried that the children were running around and might get bumped into by someone if there were too many people around. After visiting the zoo, Jiang Ning told Yen Mashi and the children to wait for him while he went to buy some water and would be right back. Yen Mashi immediately grabbed Jiang Ning and said to him, Jiangning is a zoo, and everything sold there is extremely expensive. Otherwise, we'd better not buy anything. Yen Mashi was thinking that since she had already spent so much money in Jiangning, it would be better to spend less. If she could spend less, she should spend less. Jiang Ning glanced at the children and then asked them a question. Babies, are you thirsty? Do you want some water? The babies nodded in agreement. After playing for so long, they were indeed tired and thirsty. Yen, look, the babies are thirsty too. I'll go buy some water right now and be right back. You wait here for Daddy, Daddy will be back soon. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he walked to a place where there was no one and entered the space mall. I found the beverage section, grabbed 3 drinks, and checked the prices. Sure enough, they were cheap, 10 times cheaper than outside. The system really didn't lie to me. After buying the drinks, Jiang Ning bought some snacks and other things that the children liked to eat before leaving. The children were overjoyed when they saw that Jiang Ning had brought back so much food. Daddy, why did you buy so many delicious things? Seeing the children happy, Jiang Ning felt very satisfied and smiled as he spoke to them. Dad thinks you'll like these things, so I bought them. Drink some water first. You're too young to drink beverages, so Dad bought water instead. When they saw it was water, the babies didn't fuss. Besides, their dad had bought them lots of delicious snacks, so they were already very happy. Dabao, you need to watch over your younger siblings and not let them eat too much. You are all children, and you can only eat a little bit of these. There was nothing that could be done. Perhaps because he was born earlier, Dabao had always been more obedient and sensible than the other two. He seemed to understand the reasons behind everything. Hearing Yen Mashi say this, Dabao immediately nodded. It's unclear whether he understood or not, but that's what Yen Mashi told him. Yen, it's okay. There weren't many of these, so I just bought a little for them to try. Yen Mashi usually refuses to let the babies eat these things because she thinks they are junk food and shouldn't be eaten too much. No, these things are all high in calories, and children shouldn't eat too much of them. If they eat too much, it will cause problems. Hearing Yen Mashi say this, Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, not quite understanding. He didn't know that children couldn't eat these things. Jiang Ning immediately put away the snacks the children were holding, and then said to the little ones, "Babies, you can't eat too much of these things. Daddy will take you to eat something else, okay?" Perhaps because Yen Mashi taught them well, the children didn't cry or make a fuss when Jiang Ning took the things from them. "Babies, is there anything you want to eat?" Yen, what do you want to eat?" Yen Mashi thought for a moment, then looked at Jiang Ning and said earnestly, "Jiang Ning, I think it's better for us to go back home and eat. It's more hygienic that way." There was another point Yen Mashi didn't mention: eating at home is much cheaper than eating out. They have to raise a child now, so they don't have that much money and can't afford to spend it recklessly. Yen, now that we're out, we definitely have to eat out. We still have things to buy later, and if we go back now, we'll have to come out again later, which is a hassle. Yen Mashi really wanted to tell Jiang Ning that eating out once or twice was fine, but they couldn't always rely on eating out. If they ate out every time, they simply wouldn't be able to support these children. "Jiang Ning, there's something I want to tell you. Please listen carefully." Seeing how serious Yen Mashi was, Jiang Ning nodded. He was a little confused and didn't know what Yen Mashi was trying to say. Yen, just tell me what's wrong, I'm listening." Yen Mashi wanted to say something, but she hesitated. Finally, she gritted her teeth and spoke. "Life after Chapter 11 needs planning. Jiang Ning, my life is different now than before, and your life is different too. We have to raise children now, so we can't spend money as recklessly as before. We need to learn to plan and not be too casual. We are raising 3 children, not 1. With 1 child, we could be more flexible, but we have 3. Upon hearing Yen Mashi say this, Jiang Ning immediately realized that this was what Yen Mashi was worried about. Yen, you don't need to worry about money. I've already found a way to make money, so don't worry, you'll definitely be able to make money eventually. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yen Mashi was a little taken aback. She couldn't quite understand what Jiang Ning meant. Have you found a way to make money? What is it? Didn't you say you wanted to stay home and take care of the kids? Jiang Ning did say he wanted to stay home and take care of the children, but nothing could stop him from raising them and making money at the same time. I will still take care of the child, but the most important thing now is to make money. I will work hard to earn money, because we can't let our family be without money. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say this, she spoke up somewhat hesitantly. I can work part-time to earn money and take good care of my baby. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mo say this, she was reluctant to expose her, but she eventually told her anyway. Jiang Ning hesitated for a moment before speaking to her. Does your part-time job pay well? How much can you earn in a month? Although Jiang Ning didn't know what Yen Mashi's part-time job was, he figured that part-time jobs usually didn't earn much money. When Jiang Ning asked her that question, Yen Mashi felt a little embarrassed for some reason. However, in the end, she still looked at Jiang Ning and said, "Not much. I still have to study. A month's salary is only about 4,000 yuan. If it weren't for the money we saved together, I probably wouldn't have been able to raise the children." Yen Mashi's words caused Jiang Ning's heart to clench, a dull ache and a general discomfort. Yen, quit your part-time job. Trust me, I can earn enough to support you and the babies. You still need to study, so you don't need to work so hard. Yen Mashi was somewhat touched by Jiang Ning's words, but she still found it hard to believe. She thought it was impossible. She knew Jiang Ning quite well. He had just graduated and his family wasn't wealthy. How could he possibly have so much money to raise a child? So she felt she had to work harder on her own. So Yen Mashi didn't take Jiang Ning's suggestion that she quit her job to heart. Jiang Ning knew that he had nothing to prove to Yan Mo right now, but he assured her that it wouldn't be long before Yan Mashi would believe that what he said was true. Let's not talk about that anymore. Let's think about where to eat. What do you like to eat? Jiang Ning asked Yan Mashi's opinion first this time. Yan Mashi didn't actually want to eat anything. What she wanted most was to eat at home. However, seeing the children's enthusiasm, she didn't want to dampen their spirits, so she could only look at Jiang Ning and say something. You can decide, I'm fine with whatever you want to eat. Since Yan Mashi had said so, Jiang Ning did not refuse and led them to a large restaurant. At first, Yan Mashi was focused on the child, so she didn't pay much attention to the baby. When Yan Mashi saw where Jiang Ning had brought them, she was dumbfounded. Before her stood a magnificent, large restaurant. Looking at its decor, Yan Mashi felt that this place was far beyond her means. But she hadn't noticed that she was now inside the innermost part of someone else's restaurant, and there was a waiter watching her, as if asking her to order. Yan Mashi was at a loss for what to do. Seeing Yan Mashi looking somewhat at a loss, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to her. Yan, it's time to order. Don't keep people waiting too long. Yan Mashi stiffly accepted the menu. Looking at the waiter who had been standing in front of her waiting for her to place her order, Yan Mashi couldn't help but move closer to Jiang Ning and asked him through gritted teeth. Jiang Ning, do you know what kind of place this is? Do you know how much a meal costs here? How dare you come to a place like this? Jiang Ning was well aware of the cost of living in this area. He was particularly surprised by the system reward he had just received 100,000 yuan. He planned to transfer 50,000 yuan to his older brother after dinner, and keep the rest for his own business, striving to make money work for him. Seeing Yan Mashi lower her voice, Jiang Ning also lowered his voice and spoke to her in her ear. Yan, don't worry. I have money, you don't need to worry. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yan Mashi was still a little worried. She glanced at Jiang Ning, and when she saw him nod affirmatively at her, Yan Mashi felt relieved. Then we'll just order a few dishes, we don't need to order too many, otherwise we won't be able to eat them all. Yan Mashi meant exactly what she ordered. When she finished ordering and stopped, Jiang Ning glanced at the menu and saw that she had only ordered 3 dishes. Yan, bring it to me so I can order 2 more of my favorite dishes. Jiang Ning knew that Yan Mashi wouldn't agree if he didn't say it this way, so he had no choice but to say it this way. After receiving the menu, Jiang Ning ordered 3 more dishes and a children's meal for each of the babies, so that the children would have something suitable to eat later. Okay, that's all for now. If it's not enough, we'll get some more. Seeing that the waiter had already left, Yan Mashi immediately asked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, if you order so much, will you be able to finish it all? We can't waste it. Jiang Ning felt that there weren't many of these things, so he nodded without hesitation. Yan, don't worry. In these large restaurants, the portions are not very large, so we will definitely be able to finish it later. Yan Mashi felt that she had eaten at such large restaurants before, and every dish in these restaurants was very expensive and the portions were small, so Yan Mashi didn't really like eating at those large restaurants. Chapter 12, I'll definitely win you over. This time she didn't notice, but next time she definitely wouldn't let Jiang Ning come to a place like this again. It's a complete waste of money, they ordered too much and might not even get enough to eat. After waiting for a while, the group finally saw the waiter bring over their food. Babies, this is for you, you eat first. The first thing served was the children's meal, and Jiang Ning immediately let the children eat first, since they must be hungry after playing for so long. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Feed the child yourself to receive a corresponding reward. Feeding the child was a piece of cake for Jiang Ning. He sat down next to Debao, picked up the spoon, and started feeding him. Debao truly lives up to his role as the older brother, he's incredibly sensible. Jiang Ning feeds him a bite, and he eats a bite, without needing to say anything more. He finishes feeding him in no time. The next 2, however, are the most difficult to feed. Jiang Ning, I'll feed Xiaobao, you feed Erbo. Xiaobao is harder to feed, he's a bit disobedient. Jiang Ning didn't refuse and started feeding Erbo with the bowl in hand. Erbo is indeed a bit difficult to feed. Erbo likes to play with things and his hands are never still. When Jiang Ning talks to him, Erbo ignores him and keeps playing with what he is holding. Erbo, do you really like these things? The main reason I was really interested was because my second child seemed to be having a lot of fun. Erbo still ignored Jiang Ning and continued playing with what he was doing. Meanwhile, Yan Mashi, looking at the disobedient child beside her, almost jumped up. She didn't know why her children, who were all her offspring, had such different personalities. Her eldest child was the epitome of a good kid, while the other two were truly mischievous troublemakers, completely disobedient, and each one more disobedient than the last. Baby, if you behave well, Daddy will give you a surprise later, okay? Upon hearing the news of a surprise, Erbao's eyes lit up immediately, sparkling brightly. Even Xiaobao next to him turned to look at him. It seems they are quite looking forward to the surprise Jiang Ning mentioned. Daddy, what a surprise! Xiaobao spoke first, but Jiang Ning kept them in suspense. If you behave well and eat properly, like your eldest brother, everyone will have a surprise later. But if you don't behave, Dad's surprise will only be for your eldest brother. Both Erbao and Xiaobao are still children, and when they heard about the surprise, they couldn't wait to know what it was. So now they've suddenly become obedient, and they no longer misbehave when being fed. Daddy, when can we give the babies the surprise? Seeing the children's expectant expressions, Jiang Ning smiled and said to them, Don't worry, you'll see it when you get home. After the waiter brought out the last dishes and saw that the children had finished eating, he suggested taking them to their children's playground. This children's playground is specially designed for children. The reason is that some people come here to eat with their children and then the children make a fuss so that they don't have time to eat at all. So generally speaking, if customers come here to eat and have children, they will ask if the children need to be taken to the children's play area so that customers can eat with peace of mind. Sir, please don't worry. We will supervise the child the whole time if he wants to play in the playground, and we guarantee there won't be any major problems. Even though the waiter said that, Jiang Ning was still a little uneasy. Yan, wait here for me, I'll go over and take a look. Yan Mashi nodded. It would be fine if Jiang Ning went along to take a look that way, she could feel more at ease. Then I'll go with you to take the child over there, and we'll bring the child back after we've finished eating. The little babies were overjoyed when they saw the children's playground in front of them. They had never played there before. Daddy, can we play here? Jiang Ning nodded, and then said to Dabao. Dabao, Dad and Mom are eating over there. You and your younger siblings can play here. We'll come pick you up to go home in a little while. Jiang Ning left after speaking, not knowing whether Dabao understood or not, but he saw Dabao nod. Seeing Jiang Ning return, Yan Mashi looked at him eagerly and asked, Jiang Ning, how are things? Have the babies been fussing? When Jiang Ning heard her ask that question, he shook his head at her. Don't worry, the babies are having a lot of fun. Let's eat quickly. After we finish eating, we'll go pick them up to go home. Seeing the shrimp on the table, Jiang Ning immediately got to work, took a small bowl, and soon peeled a small bowlful of shrimp. Then he presented the bowl of shrimp to Yan Mashi. Yan Mashi raised her head, her eyes full of confusion. Eat up. These are all peeled, making them easier to eat. In that instant, Yan Mashi felt a surge of emotion. No one had ever peeled shrimp for her before. This was the first time. Jiang Ning felt that he had to pamper his woman, especially since she was the mother of his child. He should pamper her even more. Peeling shrimp was such an easy thing to do, and he would definitely do it for his child's mother. Jiang Ning, I can handle this myself. Why are you being so nice to me? Shouldn't you hate me? I've caused you so much trouble, and your life has suddenly taken a completely different turn. Jiang Ning frowned upon hearing Yan Mashi's words, looked at her, and said earnestly, Yan, how could I possibly hate you? I am so grateful to you. It is because of you and the child that I feel this world is so colorful. Jiang Ning's words made Yan Mashi instantly stop, fearing that Jiang Ning would blame her. Okay, Yan, stop saying these things. If you say them again next time, I'll get angry. Having you all is the happiest thing for me. We'll be family from now on. Once I win you over, you'll be my wife. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning still intended to pursue her, Yan Mashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you still going to pursue me? Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. Isn't that a given? Even though you're a mother, I think we still need to have some proper rituals. Once you agree to date me, we can start dating. Chapter 13 The Diaper Incident 1. Jiang Ning's words touched Yan Mashi. She hadn't expected this man to value her so much. She had always thought that after having a child, no one would ever pursue her again, so she was quite surprised when the man in front of her said he wanted to pursue her. Yan, hurry up and eat. After you finish eating, we'll go bring the babies back. We still need to go shopping. We haven't bought the things the babies need yet. Ding. Congratulations, host, for completing the feeding task and receiving a children's bicycle as a system reward. Jiang Ning was just thinking about how to prepare the surprise he had promised the children, but the system had already prepared it for him. No wonder the system said last time that it would arrange things according to his needs. The reward he received was indeed exactly what he needed. However, one children's bicycle is not enough. He has 3 children, and based on his past experience of fighting with his brother over things, the kids will definitely fight over it if there's only one. So, he still needs to buy 2 more. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning immediately asked the system. System, don't take out the bicycle you rewarded yet, lest it scare people. Also, I wanted to ask if the bicycles you reward are sold in the Space Mall. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, a display screen appeared in front of him. Host, check it yourself. If it's there, it will tell you exactly where it is. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up as he looked at the search interface on the screen. He hadn't expected the system to be so technologically advanced. Looking at these, Jiang Ning felt quite pleased with them until he entered children's bicycle into the search bar. He found it right away, and seeing a children's bicycle that cost about 50 yuan, Jiang Ning immediately placed an order for 2. The 2 bicycles cost less than 100 yuan, which made Jiang Ning marvel once again at the benefits of this space. After the 2 finished their meal and picked up the child, Jiang Ning led them into the largest children's goods store in the area. As soon as I entered, the staff inside immediately came to greet me. Hey handsome, what do you need? Wow, are these triplets? They're so cute. Can I touch them? Yan Mashi nodded immediately when she saw that someone liked her child. The woman's exclamation attracted the attention of other staff members. Triplets are a rare sight, which is why the staff were so surprised when they saw them. Yes, they're triplets. If you want to touch them, touch one of them, the other 2 have bad tempers. De Bao is known for his good temper, so if Yan Mashi wants to touch a woman, she can touch De Bao, but as for Xiao Bao and Air Bao, she can forget about it. You can touch them as long as you want. The staff doesn't discriminate. Anyway, all these children look exactly the same. Touching one is equivalent to touching all the others. Baby, you're so cute. De Bao didn't react much when people touched his face or hands. Yan Mashi looked at him happily and felt that De Bao seemed to quite like being touched. Seeing that the staff had finished playing with De Bao, Jiang Ning finally spoke. Please recommend some of the better diapers and baby formula in your store. That's what I'm thinking. The staff member immediately nodded. This person had brought 3 children with him. If there was anything he liked later, he would definitely buy 3 of them at once. Thinking about this, the staff became even more enthusiastic when introducing the product. If they could sell it, they would get a huge commission. Handsome, these are some of the better formulas we have in our store. The first one is nutritionally complete, which is perfect for your baby at this age, but... The woman hesitated for a moment when she said this. She glanced at Jiang Ning, then turned to look at Yan Mashi, and finally spoke to Jiang Ning. However, this one is a bit more expensive, so most people don't buy it and choose the other one, which is more cost-effective and cheaper. Yan Mashi nodded in agreement. It was true. The store where she bought baby formula wasn't in this area, but it did carry the brand. However, last time she tried to take a look, the staff seemed impatient with her, and she ended up not getting a chance. Yan, you've bought baby formula before, so you know a bit about it. Is the one mentioned earlier the better one? Yan Mashi nodded, and then she immediately grabbed Jiang Ning and said to him. Jiang Ning, it's better for us to buy the latter one. The former one is too expensive, costing around 1,000 yuan per bottle. The latter one is more cost-effective, costing a few hundred yuan per bottle. We can buy 2 bottles. The babies have grown a lot now, so their need for formula is not that much. 2 bottles will be enough. Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning did not hesitate and pointed to the milk powder at the front, saying to the staff. Let's take this one. We need 10 cans. Please prepare them for us first, and then we'll look at the diapers. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the staff member immediately beamed with joy, her eyes filled with disbelief. In the end, she decided to confirm with Jiang Ning, so she couldn't help but ask him. Handsome, are you sure? I might not have told you the price yet. One can costs 12.88. 10 cans would cost over 10,000. Jiang Ning knew this, of course, so he nodded without hesitation. I know that. You can prepare it first, and then introduce the diapers to us. The baby still needs them. When the staff saw that Jiang Ning was really going to buy, they couldn't stop smiling. The staff around her looked at her with envy and jealousy. It was a big order of more than 10,000 yuan. The commission she would receive later would be around 3,000 yuan. They were extremely envious. Yan Mashi tugged at Jiang Ning. Although she hadn't said anything yet, Jiang Ning immediately understood what Yan Mashi meant and couldn't help but reach out and pat her hand reassuringly, telling her not to worry. As for diapers, we also have them here. You can take a look and see which product you usually use, and then continue to buy that product. Otherwise, children's skin is quite delicate, and suddenly changing them might have some impact on the child. Chapter 14: The Diaper Incident Part 2. Since the staff had said that, Jiang Ning immediately looked at Yan Mashi and asked her a question. Yan, what brand of diapers does our child usually use? When Yan Mashi was asked this question, she immediately named a brand, but the staff shook their heads when they heard the brand name. Hey handsome, we don't have this brand here. It's a no-name brand, but it was in the news a while ago. Didn't you guys see it? Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed when asked that question, because she really didn't know. Seeing Yan Mashi and the others' expressions, the staff knew they didn't know, so they immediately picked up their phones and showed them news from a while ago. Take a look, is this the one your child uses? They say that during the production process, an additive was added to it. You can check the news for details, but I forgot what it is. Another staff member nearby chimed in. Yes, and some babies who used this product developed redness on their bottoms and red bumps. I don't know if your baby will experience the same thing. Hearing the staff say that, Yan Mashi immediately felt guilty. She couldn't believe that her child's bottom really did have red bumps if he used these diapers. However, she didn't think much of it and assumed that her child had been bitten by something. She applied some medicine to her child and thought that it would get better after a while, so she didn't pay much attention to it. Yan Mashi really didn't expect it to be because of the diapers. She had always thought it was just from being bitten by mosquitoes or something. Yan Mashi really hadn't expected this reason. After figuring it out, her expression changed immediately. I didn't expect that to be the reason. The kids did have some red bumps on their bottoms a while ago, but I thought it was nothing serious. We still have some of that brand of diapers at home, and I'll throw them all away when I get home. Yan Mashi was frightened by what the staff said. She hadn't expected that the diapers wouldn't work. No wonder the staff at the baby store had been so insistent on recommending those diapers to her when she went to buy them. I also told her that these diapers were cheap and easy to use. She didn't have much money at the time, and she was persuaded by my words. She bought several bags and went home. They've almost run out now, since we have 3 babies, so they go through them pretty quickly. If you buy these products from a maternity and baby store, it would be best to report them to prevent these people from buying these substandard products, as these products will only harm more children. Yan Mashi thought what the staff members said made a lot of sense, and she wanted to go to that baby store later to see if they were still selling the product. Okay, then please recommend a size for us. Our child is already 3 years old, so the size should be a bit larger. The staff member nodded and finally recommended a diaper that looked pretty good. Many other parents seem to be buying this one. Why don't you try it? The ingredients are all good, so you can rest assured. If you have any questions, you can come directly to me here. You can trust our products. Finally, Jiang Ning bought several bags of diapers and some nutritional supplements for the child. Seeing that they bought so much at once, the staff member immediately said to Yan Mashi, "Beautiful lady, you bought so much? You must be one of our big customers. I just heard you say that your child has developed some red bumps because of the diapers you've been using. I'll give you some medicine, it can effectively treat red bumps." Hearing her say that, Yan Mashi was quite pleased and nodded quickly. However, Jiang Ning, who was standing next to Yan Mashi, shook his head when he saw Yan Mashi like this. She really was a confused mother. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Take your child to see a pediatrician. After the visit, you will receive a reward. With so many children, I wonder how she managed to live before. Thinking about how this woman had suffered for the past 3 years because of the child, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel sorry for her and looked at Yan Mashi and said, Yan, you've worked so hard these past 3 years. Jiang Ning's sudden words startled Yan Mashi. She was puzzled and wondered why Jiang Ning would speak to her like that. However, Yan Mashi shook her head and said to Jiang Ning, "It wasn't hard at all. Even without your help, I had a very fulfilling 3 years. Although there were many things to do, it was truly fulfilling. Upon hearing what Yen Mashi said, Jiang Ning was at a loss for words. He simply walked up to her and hugged her tightly, refusing any resistance. Don't worry, I'll be there for you from now on. I'll take good care of you. Yen Mashi nodded. She used to think that she could live a good life without a man. But now, after spending these past few days with Jiang Ning, she suddenly feels that having a man around makes things much easier for her. Jiang Ning, thank you. You didn't blame me for having your child on my own initiative, and you even took the initiative to take care of the child. I am really grateful to you. Jiang Ning burst out laughing and looked at Yen Mashi. The main reason is that the mother is a good person, and I like her. I am truly willing to take on this responsibility. Yen Mashi's face immediately turned red. She could feel it herself, her whole face burning. Okay, let's stop talking now, we should go back. Jiang Ning knew she was embarrassed, so he didn't say anything more to tease her. Jiang Ning was afraid that if he continued talking, he would lose his wife before he even won her over. That would be a huge loss for him, and that wouldn't do. Yen, we can't go home yet. There's something important we haven't done. Yen Mashi was a little confused. What else did they have to do? How come she didn't know? There was nothing she could do. She didn't know what it was about, so she could only keep looking up at Jiang Ning, waiting to see what he would say. Didn't you just say that the baby got red bumps because of wearing diapers? Let's go to that store to take a look. Hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yen Mashi finally remembered. She had originally planned to go to that baby store to see if they still sold that brand of diapers. Chapter 15 Intentional. However, she didn't expect that she would forget about it in the blink of an eye. Yen, do you remember which store it was? Let's go take a look now. Yen Mashi nodded. Of course she remembered. She always buys things from that store. She's a regular customer. However, Yen Mashi did not expect that their family would even cheat their regular customers, which was something Yen Mashi really could not accept. I remember which store it is. I'll take you there now. Jiang Ning nodded and followed Yen Mashi with the child toward the shop. The shop was nearby, and Yen Mashi and Jiang Ning arrived not long after they left. Jiang Ning, this is the store. Everyone inside knows me. When I go in later, I'll ask them if they still have this brand of diapers. I'll take a picture with my phone as evidence later. Jiang Ning gave Yen Mashi a look of approval. He hadn't expected that Yen Mashi, who sometimes seemed confused, would be so clear-headed at crucial moments. Yen, I understand what you mean. Don't worry, I will do as you say. After hearing that Jiang Ning understood what she meant, Yen Mashi took the child and walked ahead, while Jiang Ning followed behind, holding his phone and fiddling with his hair. As soon as Yen Mashi entered, the staff immediately came to greet her. When they saw that it was Yen Mashi, their eyes lit up. This maternity and baby store only had 2 employees. When one of them saw Yen Mashi, he winked at the other employee. Seeing their expressions, Yen Mashi suddenly realized that she had never noticed these 2 people doing something under her nose before. Beautiful lady, you're here again. What do you need this time? The staff at the baby store were very welcoming, which is probably why Yen Mashi likes to come to this store. She used to never consider any other store when buying things for her child. This was always the first place she would come to. She would only consider looking elsewhere if this store didn't have it. Do you still have that brand of diapers you recommended to me last time? I remember you told me it was on sale and that it was that cheap. We've already run out of them at home, so I was just wondering if you still have that sale going on. The 2 women exchanged a glance and nodded to Yen Mashi without hesitation. The diapers you wanted were already past their promotional period, but since you still want them, I'll definitely give you the promotional price. As they were talking, one of the staff members went inside, seemingly to retrieve something. Sure enough, a short while later, Yen Mashi saw her come out with several bags of diapers, the same brand she had bought last time. The staff member holding the diapers spoke to Yen Mashi. These are the only few bags left in our store. If you like them, you can take them all home. Yen Mashi gave Jiang Ning a look behind her, and Jiang Ning immediately understood what she meant. Yen Mashi took the diaper from the staff member and immediately showed the brand name on it so that Jiang Ning's camera could capture it clearly. The staff then realized that something seemed amiss. Are you filming a video? Why are you filming a video? Yen Mashi didn't answer her. She just wanted to see if these staff members knew about the diapers. If they had known all along, they would have been very anxious when they saw them filming. As expected, Yen Mashi guessed correctly when she saw that Jiang Ning was indeed filming a video. The staff at the baby store immediately became anxious, and one of them walked up to Jiang Ning and said something to him. "Sir, photography is not allowed in our store. Please delete the content you have taken." Jiang Ning completely ignored what the staff said, and instead, in front of them, shoved his phone into his pocket. "Are you feeling guilty? It seems you're not unaware of the dangers of disposable diapers, but I never imagined you'd sell such a harmful product just to make a quick buck." Upon hearing Yan Mashi say that, the staff immediately became anxious. What she was thinking was, she wondered where this woman had found this man. He didn't seem like someone who could be easily fooled. If it were just the woman alone, she could be a little easier to fool, but now, it seemed there was no way to do it and she could only deny it. "Beautiful lady, what are you saying? What diapers? What harm? We don't know anything about them. You need to delete the video you filmed in our store right now, or I can sue you." Upon hearing that she was going to sue them, Yan Mashi burst into laughter. "You've done something wrong, yet you're still thinking of accusing others. Don't wait until the authorities come and arrest you." Seeing that Yan Mashi and the others absolutely refused to delete the video, the staff had no choice but to resort to force. They were prepared to forcibly take it from them. The two women exchanged a glance, and one of them immediately lunged at Jiang Ning, a staff member. However, these were two women who posed no threat to Jiang Ning at all. Even at this point, Yan Mashi never expected that the staff would still have ways to argue and even try to rob her. "Since you don't acknowledge it, then I'll hand this over to the relevant departments and let them handle it." Upon hearing Yan Mashi say this, the staff member in front of her immediately became anxious. If this video actually reaches the relevant authorities, her shop might really have to close down. "Beautiful lady, let's talk this out. It's all my fault. I shouldn't have sold this kind of product. I promise I won't do it again. Please, have mercy and don't send the video to the relevant authorities." Yan Mashi was waiting for this admission from her. As long as they admitted it themselves, that would be fine. Did you already know that these diapers had quality issues? Although they didn't want to admit it, the staff member nodded when they saw the serious-looking Yan Mashi in front of them. However, she finally said to Yan Mashi, "This wasn't our idea. Before this incident happened, our boss stocked a lot of these diapers because they were relatively cheap. After this incident, nobody bought them anymore, our boss told us. If someone comes in to sell diapers, you can observe their attitude. If they don't know much about diaper brands, you can recommend this one. But if they come in looking for a specific brand right away, you can't recommend one." Chapter 16, Legal Liability. Judging from the staff's tone, they are implying that the current situation is entirely their boss's decision and has nothing to do with them. "Since you're saying this, it means you knew about it. If you knew, then buying this product is wrong of you. You're breaking the law and should bear legal responsibility." Upon hearing Yan Mashi's words, the staff members in front of them immediately turned pale, their faces pale with fear. They were afraid that they too would be held legally responsible for such a thing. They genuinely didn't expect that they would have to bear legal responsibility for such a thing. "We're just employees, we do what our boss tells us to do. Please, don't spread this around. This kind of thing must be severely punished, otherwise they will not learn their lesson." So when she heard the staff say this, Yan Mashi didn't say anything and left with Jiang Ning. The staff saw that Yan Mashi and the others left without saying anything, and didn't pay much attention to the matter, mainly because someone had caused trouble here a while ago. The woman was fooled by their words and given some money, so she happily went back. They assumed Yan Mashi would do the same, even though they didn't give her any money. They just felt that Yan Mashi wouldn't report them. So they didn't take it to heart at all, but what they didn't expect was that they would encounter different people this time. Yan Mashi has always been extremely serious about children's affairs, so how could she allow such a bad product to continue circulating? Who knows how many children this product will harm in the future, so she must report it. Jiang Ning found Yan Mashi's angry expression adorable. "Jiang Ning, you should quickly report this video to the relevant departments and ask them to send someone to investigate. This kind of person should definitely be severely punished." At this moment, Yan Mashi suddenly realized that Jiang Ning had clearly seen her jumping up and down in a panic, and Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed when she thought about it. She kept her head down, somewhat afraid to look up at Jiang Ning, mainly because she felt awkward. She was afraid that Jiang Ning would think she was petty if he saw her like this. Those people had already apologized to her and promised not to sell to her again, but she still wanted to report them. This made her seem a bit petty. Yan Mashi glanced up at Jiang Ning, but immediately lowered her head as soon as she saw him. She hesitated, unsure whether to speak or not. After a long pause, Yan Mashi finally decided to speak to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, do you think I'm being petty, that I should forgive them for things like this? But listen to me. Yan Mashi was a little anxious and wanted to explain to Jiang Ning, but before she could finish speaking, Jiang Ning interrupted her. Yan, you did the right thing. People like this should be severely punished. You did nothing wrong. For some reason, Yan Mashi felt a sense of relief when she heard Jiang Ning say that. She was genuinely worried that Jiang Ning would blame her, but now she wasn't worried at all. Yan, wait for me a moment. I'll send the video to the relevant departments right now and let them handle it. As for how they handle it, that's up to them. Yan Mashi nodded. What happened next was indeed no longer their concern. The relevant departments would handle it. After the matter was resolved, Jiang Ning said to Yan Mashi, Yan, we're home now. The children must be tired after being out for so long. Upon hearing that they were going home, the children immediately looked at Jiang Ning with expectant eyes. Seeing their reactions, Jiang Ning was somewhat taken aback. Babies, what's wrong? Is there anything you still want to play? If you want to play, you can tell Daddy, and Daddy will take you sometime. It's getting late, we should go home now. The little babies stared at Jiang Ning with longing eyes. Perhaps because Jiang Ning hadn't spent much time with them, he couldn't understand what the children were trying to say. Jiang Ning was at a loss for what to do and could only stare blankly at the children. Yan Mashi, who was standing next to her, almost burst out laughing at the scene before her. Jiang Ning, didn't you just promise to give the kids a surprise? That's probably why they didn't want to leave, right, babies? The babies immediately nodded, looking at Jiang Ning with pleading eyes, which made Jiang Ning both amused and exasperated. Babies, Daddy's surprise for you is at home. I'll give it to you when we get home, okay? Hearing that they were at home, the children were all eager to go home. Daddy, let's definitely go home. Let's go home and see the surprises. Seeing the children so happy, Jiang Ning was also very happy. Yan Mashi walked to Jiang Ning's side, leaned close to his ear, and whispered to him. The warm breath sprayed on his ear, making him feel a little uncomfortable. My ears feel itchy. Jiang Ning, have you really prepared a surprise for the babies? Don't let them go back empty-handed, or they'll throw a tantrum. If not, you can take the babies and walk back slowly while I go buy 3 small cakes. Then I'll go back first, so they'll think the cakes are the surprise, and they'll be very happy. Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning and asked with some concern, because she felt that Jiang Ning had been with them the whole time, so how could he possibly have time to prepare a surprise? Therefore, the reason she said that just now was just joking with the children. However, since the words had already been spoken and the children had kept them in mind, Yan Mashi felt that Jiang Ning was too embarrassed to say that he was joking, so she could only bite the bullet and say yes. The most important thing now is to prepare a surprise for the children before they go back. Seeing Yan Mashi's flustered appearance, Jiang Ning immediately laughed and said to her, Yan, don't worry, I'm all ready. When we get home, you take the kids and let me go in first so I can get ready. I promise the kids will be very happy. Jiang Ning's words surprised Yan Mashi. She really hadn't seen Jiang Ning prepare anything, but now seeing Jiang Ning like this, it seemed as if he had prepared it in advance. Jiang Ning, are you ready? Jiang Ning gave Yan Mashi a look, and Yan Mashi understood. Since Jiang Ning had already made preparations, then she didn't need to rush to prepare anymore. When they got back to their doorstep, the children were eager to rush inside, but Yan Mashi held them back. Chapter 17, Preparing a Surprise for the Child. The moment the 3 children were pulled, they immediately looked up and stared at Yan Mashi with pleading eyes. Xiaobao pouted and reached out to grab Yan Mashi's hand. Mom, Xiaobao wants to see Dad's surprise. Yan Mashi knew, of course, that they wanted to see a surprise. She didn't actually want to stop them, but Jiang Ning had just given her a wink. Considering how much he bought for the child, she decided to reluctantly help him out. Honey, let's wait a minute, let your dad get ready first, and then we'll go in, okay? As long as there's a surprise, the little ones are okay with finding out a little later, so they nodded without hesitation. We'll wait outside for Daddy, Mommy, please tell Daddy to hurry up. Yan Mashi nodded and followed him inside. She wanted to see what surprise Jiang Ning had prepared for the children. She knows what the children like, and if she sees something that isn't what the children like, she can tell Jiang Ning in advance so that he can be mentally prepared. Meanwhile, Jiang Ning had already installed the 3 children's strollers, and the children could play with them as soon as they arrived. When Yan Mashi went inside and saw what was inside, her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ning, did you buy all these things? Although he didn't know why Yen Mashi was here at this time, he still nodded to her affirmatively. Seeing Yen Mashi's expression change suddenly, Jiang Ning was puzzled and couldn't help but walk to Yen Mashi's side and gently hug her. Yen, what's wrong? Are you unhappy because we bought children's cars? If you like them, I'll buy you one too after a while, okay? I'll buy you a sports car, that way it'll match Yan's style. Jiang Ning knew that women needed to be coaxed. He used to disdain coaxing women, but this one was different. She was the mother of his child, and he was truly willing to coax her. Jiang Ning's words made Yen Mashi blush instantly, feeling somewhat embarrassed. However, she couldn't help but glare at Jiang Ning and ask him a question. Jiang Ning, these cars are very expensive. The kids wanted to buy them before, but I didn't agree. Now you've bought 3. Yen Mashi didn't finish her sentence, but Jiang Ning immediately understood what she meant. Yen, I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. I promise I won't waste money like this again. If the kids like it, we'll buy it for them. We can't let the children suffer, especially since it didn't cost much. I'll work hard to earn money, so don't worry. Yen Mashi didn't take Jiang Ning's offer to buy her a sports car seriously at all. She thought it was just male vanity that made Jiang Ning say that. But when Jiang Ning actually bought her a sports car not long after, Yen Mashi would never forget that scene for the rest of her life, but that's another story. Now that the items are bought, there's no way to return them, so there's nothing I can do. The little ones are waiting at the door for a surprise, so I'll just have to put these things aside for now. Yen, no need to say anything more. Just call the babies in for me. They'll be so happy when they see these strollers. Even without Jiang Ning saying anything, Yen Mashi could imagine how happy they would be when they saw the children's stroller. Babies, come in. Your dad has prepared a surprise for you inside. Come on in and take a look. When the children heard this, they were very happy and ran into the room. When they saw the 3 children's cars inside, their eyes lit up. Daddy, is this little car for the baby? Xiao Bao spoke first, while the other 2 remained silent. However, their eyes conveyed a similar message, because Jiang Ning was sitting there, she was blocking the view of the other 2 strollers behind them, so the children hadn't seen the other strollers. They thought Jiang Ning had only bought 1 car, so when they saw their younger sister liked it, they didn't go up with her. Their mother had always told them to cherish their younger sister and let her play first if she liked something. Jiang Ning looked at Xiaobao running over, somewhat puzzled, and said to the other 2 little bundles of joy. Dabao, Bao, aren't you coming over? Come over here quickly. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Dabao looked at Jiang Ning very sensibly and spoke up. Dad, if your little sister likes it, let her play first. We'll play later. The little girl's words were so reasonable that Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned. Once she realized what was happening, she immediately stood up, went to the children's side, and hugged them. Dabao, Bao, if you want to play, come play with your little sister. She can't play with all 3 toy cars by herself. Jiang Ning's words made the baby's eyes light up immediately, filled with disbelief. Dad, 3 cars? Did Dad buy so many? Seeing the children's disbelieving expressions, Jiang Ning immediately turned to the side so they could see the 3 small children's cars lined up behind them. Come on, babies, Daddy will play with you. Daddy will hold you up, so hurry up and try riding it. The children had a good learning ability. After Jiang Ning taught them a bit, the children were able to ride on their own. Fortunately, the bike had 2 other wheels for support so it wouldn't fall over, so Jiang Ning felt at ease letting them ride and play on their own. Looking at the children having so much fun and the Mo felt a momentary pang in her heart, but it was only for a fleeting instant, and she didn't think much of it. Jiang Ning, I'm going to make some food. You stay with the kids and have fun. Upon hearing that Yen Mo was going to cook, Jiang Ning immediately stood up. Yen, how can I let you do the cooking? I can do it. You play with the kids and I'll do the cooking. Jiang Ning's words touched Yen Mashi. She didn't really like cooking, and her cooking wasn't very good either. However, she couldn't order takeout every time she ate, so she could only make do with whatever she had. Now that someone can help with the cooking, Yen Mashi couldn't be happier. Then I'll trouble you. When Jiang Ning heard her say that, he immediately laughed. It has to be said that Jiang Ning looks quite handsome when he laughs. Chapter 18, Other People's Parents All Sleep Together. For a moment, Yen Mashi was so dazzled by Jiang Ning that she almost couldn't come back to her senses. Yen, I'm so happy to be able to cook for you. How could I find it troublesome? You can tell me what you like to eat, and I can make anything. With the cooking recipes provided by the system, Jiang Ning felt that even 5-star hotel food would be no problem for him. I'm not a picky eater, I can eat anything, just make it however you like. I'm going to take the kids to play now. Feeling embarrassed by Jiang Ning's constant stare, Yan Mashi immediately wanted to find an excuse to leave. Fortunately, Jiang Ning didn't try to stop her. Jiang Ning's biggest wish right now is to cook a reassuring meal for his child's mother and win her heart as soon as possible, so that he can get her registered in his household sooner. Since Yan Mashi didn't have any particular favorite foods, Jiang Ning decided to make his own arrangements. He first opened the display screen in the system to see what food was available. The first thing Jiang Ning looked for was food that the child could eat. Jiang Ning searched for a long time, mainly because there were too many different kinds of dishes, and he didn't know which one to make. Finally, Jiang Ning decided to make a seaweed, dried shrimp and tofu soup for the children. He and Yan Mashi planned to make a pork belly rice bowl and a corn and pork rib soup. They couldn't eat too much in the evening, as it would cause indigestion. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning took action. He took the money, went inside the mall, and bought all the ingredients he needed. He bought a lot of ingredients and only spent less than 10 yuan. Jiang Ning instantly felt the benefits of having this spatial mall. If I bought all these things outside, they would definitely cost more than 100 yuan, but buying them in this shopping mall really saved me 10 times the money. After preparing all the ingredients, Jiang Ning found a cooking video and started cooking according to the steps. Before long, an enticing aroma wafted from the kitchen, making everyone's mouth water. When Yan Mashi smelled the aroma of food outside, she couldn't resist it and suddenly felt hungry. "Mom, it smells good." Hearing De Bao say that, Yan Mashi immediately stopped them. "Baby, Daddy's cooking, let's go see if we want some." Several children probably smelled the fragrance too, and immediately nodded, riding their little toy cars towards Yan Mashi's direction. "Baby, let's not ride the car anymore. Let's leave it here and come back to play with it later, okay?" They finally got a car, and when they told them not to take it with them, the children were a little reluctant. Just as Yan Mashi was about to give them another pep talk, she saw Jiang walk in from outside. Yan, leave the children to me. I'll talk to them and ask if they're hungry. If they are, they can go eat first. I'm all ready, so you can go eat first." Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yan Mashi shook her head. She decided to wait for him to go eat together. Jiang Ning was very patient when it came to the children. He immediately squatted down in front of them and spoke to them. "De Bao, Er Bao, and Xiao Bao, let's go eat now. We'll leave the car here, it won't get lost. We'll come back to play later, okay? Daddy made something delicious, I'm sure you'll like it." Hearing that there was something delicious, and combined with the smell they had just caught, their little eyes lit up immediately, and their stomachs rumbled at the perfect moment. "The babies are hungry, let's go eat now. Daddy will hold you." Despite his slender build, Jiang Ning was surprisingly strong, easily lifting all 3 children into his arms. Yan Mashi, standing nearby, was startled by the sight. "Jiang Ning, let me hug you. You'll get tired easily if you keep doing this." Although Yan Mashi was already outstretched her arms, intending to help carry one, Jiang Ning still didn't give it to her. "No need, Yan, let's go. It's just a short walk, and the children are still small and not heavy, so don't worry." Seeing that Jiang Ning insisted, Yan Mashi did not insist any further. She glanced at Jiang Ning and saw that he did not seem to be able to lift the child, so she did not say anything more. If he wanted to hold the child, then let him hold him. When Yan Mashi arrived at the dining table, her eyes widened in surprise, almost overflowing. "Jiang Ning, did you do all of this?" Seeing Yan Mashi's surprise, Jiang Ning smiled and added a bowl of soup for her. Yan, try it and see if it tastes good. If there's anything wrong with it, just tell me and I'll pay attention next time." Looking at these dishes, Yan Mashi felt they looked delicious even though she hadn't eaten them yet. These dishes look so good, they must taste delicious. I'll eat them later and feed the children. Jiang Ning had already fed the child once before and was quite skilled at it, so he immediately asked Yan Mashi. Yan, you must be hungry after being out for so long. You should eat first, I can take care of the baby." Yan Mashi felt that Jiang Ning couldn't always be the one feeding the children, she had to help too. Otherwise, if Jiang Ning did everything, he would get tired. "Let me help feed them. There are 3 kids, it won't be quick to feed them all. Let's eat together after we're done feeding them." When feeding the children, Jiang Ning said they were very well behaved and didn't make a fuss at all. This surprised Yan Mashi, who was standing next to her. Usually, she had to coax the children for a long time before they would eat. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, and the children all ate obediently, which really surprised her. Babies, is it delicious? The three little dumplings nodded at the same time. Jiang Ning's heart almost melted as she watched the three little dumplings, who looked almost the same, making the same movements. Yan Yan, look how cute our baby is. Seeing how much Jiang Ning liked the babies, Yan Mashi felt a sense of relief for some reason. She had been a little worried that Jiang Ning was only being so good to the children because of a sense of responsibility, but she hadn't expected that he genuinely liked them. Seeing Jiang Ning playing so harmoniously with the children, Yan Mashi was also very happy. When it was time to go to bed that night, a big problem arose. Jiang Ning was about to go back, but the children absolutely refused to let him leave. Other people's parents sleep together. Dad, don't go. Chapter 19, is our progress a little too fast? Dabao has always known more than the other two children. As soon as he said it, Yan Mashi knew that Dabao must have seen it on TV, otherwise he wouldn't have said it like that. Hearing what Dabao said, Yan Mashi decided that she would no longer let Dabao watch those kinds of random TV dramas. Mom, we don't want Dad to leave either, we want Dad to stay with us. The children all started crying and fussing, which Yan Mashi found hard to bear. She had never realized that children could be so difficult to take care of. Dad has to go home too. If he doesn't go home, there's nowhere for him to sleep here. Upon hearing this, Xiaobao and Bao immediately stood up, grabbed Jiang Ning's arm, and said to him, Dad, don't go. Jiang Ning was also somewhat helpless. This was the first time he had experienced the joy of being a father. He looked at the children in front of him with longing eyes, reluctant to let him leave. Jiang Ning was also reluctant to leave. He wanted to stay with the children. However, Jiang Ning looked at the house. Yan Mashi's house is indeed a bit small, and it's rented. Jiang Ning has decided to work hard to earn money so that he can buy a bigger house as soon as possible. Yan Yan, since the babies are so reluctant to see me go, then. Before Jiang Ning could finish speaking, Yan Mashi suddenly clutched her chest and backed away. Otherwise what? Let me tell you, there's nowhere for you to sleep here. You should go back to your own house. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Mashi, who was so easily startled, and couldn't help but shake his head and laugh. He couldn't help but think to himself, this woman is going to be his wife, she's so adorable. Yan Yan, don't worry. I won't do anything to you. I just wanted to tell you that since the babies don't want me to go back, why don't I stay here? It will be more convenient for me to take care of the babies. Ding! A task has been triggered. Try to stay and tell the babies a bedtime story to receive a reward. Jiang Ning's words immediately changed Yan Mashi's expression, and she said coldly, No need, I can manage on my own tonight. You don't need to help take care of me. You can go home now. Jiang Ning didn't know why Yan Mashi's expression changed so suddenly, but he knew that opportunities could only be seized by himself. Yan Yan, look at how the babies are. You don't want them to be sad, right? Please let me stay. I'll sleep on the sofa. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say he wanted to sleep on the sofa, she was stunned for a moment and didn't react. She had initially thought Jiang Ning meant he wanted to sleep with her, but it turned out she had been delusional. Once she realized this, Yan Mashi's face flushed bright red. It seemed a little awkward. She had misunderstood. Are you sure? This sofa is so small, it will be very uncomfortable for you to sleep on it. Jiang Ning didn't hesitate at all and immediately nodded. Don't worry. I've slept on even smaller sofas before, and I woke up the next day feeling perfectly comfortable. It didn't have any negative effects. Since Jiang Ning had already said that, Yan Mashi didn't say anything more. She simply went back to her room and took out the spare blankets and other things she had put away. Dad, are you staying? Bao looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief, his big, dark eyes widening as he stared at Jiang Ning with unwavering anticipation. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Ning understood Bao's meaning immediately, for some reason. Yes. Dad stayed. Aren't the dads happy? You can tell at a glance whether a child is happy or not. The children's eyes were all sparkling, and they were clearly very happy. How about Dad tells you a bedtime story? Jiang Ning's biggest wish right now is to complete the task quickly, and then see what the system's reward is, and whether it's something he needs. Jiang Ning isn't good at storytelling, but these things are simple. He can learn them by just looking at any story. Yan Yan, go to sleep. I can take care of the children. Yan Mashi didn't refuse and walked away immediately. Although she looked like she had left, she was still a little worried. The main concern was that this was Jiang Ning's first time taking care of the children alone, so Yan Mashi was a little worried. The children were a bit naughty, and she was afraid that Jiang Ning wouldn't be able to handle them. However, Yan Mashi was stunned when she saw what Jiang Ning did next. "Babies, do you want to hear Daddy tell you a story?" The little ones nodded without hesitation. They really wanted to hear their father tell a story. "Then you should all go up to bed and lie down obediently, cover yourselves with the blankets, and let Daddy see who did the best. Daddy will make something delicious for them tomorrow." Jiang Ning felt that these children shouldn't be spoiled too much. The more they were spoiled, the worse their tempers would become. Therefore, when it comes to educating children, Jiang Ning places more emphasis on their practical skills. When the children heard Jiang Ning say that, they all scrambled to climb onto the bed. However, the children were too small to climb onto such a high bed, so Jiang Ning carried the 3 children onto the bed one by one. Seeing that they had all obediently covered themselves with the blankets, Jiang Ning nodded in satisfaction. "Babies, you did a great job. Daddy will definitely make you something delicious tomorrow. Now close your eyes, Daddy is going to tell you a story." Jiang Ning thought storytelling was very simple. If you didn't know how, you could just learn. As Jiang Ning's deep voice rang out, not only the babies, but even Yan Mashi outside felt a little sleepy. After finally getting the children to sleep, Jiang Ning carefully emerged from the room. The way they tiptoed around was quite funny. "Yan Yan, what are you doing here? The babies are already asleep, you don't need to worry." Yan Mashi had already seen what had just happened, and she really admired Jiang Ning. She hadn't expected Jiang Ning to have such a way of coaxing children. She seems to be able to soothe him better than the mother herself. "Jiang Ning, this sofa is a bit small, why don't you sleep in my room?" Yan Mashi's words made Jiang Ning's eyes widen in disbelief. It shouldn't be what he thinks, right? Although he didn't believe it, Jiang Ning still looked at Yan Mashi and asked again. "Yan Yan, are we moving a little too fast? I haven't even properly pursued you yet, and this is already." Chapter 20. You sleep in the bed, I'll sleep on the sofa. Jiang Ning's words stunned Yan Mashi, leaving her momentarily speechless. After she realized what was happening, she immediately reached out and slapped Jiang Ning, her eyes wide with disbelief. "Jiang Ning, what are you saying? That's not what I meant at all. You're overthinking it. I meant for you to sleep in my room on the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa." As soon as Yan Mashi finished speaking, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel disappointed. He hadn't expected that he had misunderstood. However, he thought so too. If Yan Mashi asked him to sleep together now, he wouldn't dare. Although the two of them already have a child, Jiang Ning still hasn't caught up with Yan Mashi, so he won't do anything to her. "Yan Yan, no need, I can sleep on the sofa. You're used to sleeping in your own bed, you won't be able to sleep if you suddenly switch." Jiang Ning's words make sense. Yan Mashi is indeed sensitive to different beds, and she simply cannot sleep if she sleeps in a different bed outside. Unexpectedly, Jiang Ning knew about her difficulty sleeping in unfamiliar beds. "I'm going to sleep now. You should get some rest too. If you're really feeling unwell, remember to tell me and I'll switch with you." Jiang Ning nodded, but even if he didn't sleep well, he wouldn't tell Yan Mashi. Seeing Yan Mashi run away, Jiang Ning burst into laughter. "Ding! Congratulations on completing the storytelling task. You have won a large bungalow." Upon hearing about the system's reward, Jiang Ning's eyes widened immediately. "Just when I was about to doze off, someone brought me a pillow. That was so nice. Where is this big bungalow?" "It's right next door, you can go take a look, I'll give you directions." Even so, Jiang Ning shook his head. He would go and check on the house tomorrow. Right now, sleeping was the most important thing for Jiang Ning. After a busy day, he was exhausted. The next morning, when Jiang Ning woke up, he looked at the blanket covering him and knew that Yan Mashi must have covered him with it while he was sleeping the night before. Jiang Ning thought he had gotten up quite early, but to his surprise, Yan Mashi had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for him there. "Yan Yan, why are you awake so early?" Yan Mashi immediately smiled at Jiang Ning and said to him, "I have to go to class today, so I got up early. I'll leave the children to you. But are you sure you can handle taking care of 3 children by yourself? Sister Zhang called to say her child is sick and she might not be able to help take care of the children for a while." If Sister Zhang had come, the two of them could have taken care of the 3 children together. But now that Sister Zhang has something to do and can't come, it means that Jiang Ning will have to take care of the 3 children by herself. Thinking about this, Yen Mashi became a little worried. She thought she should call her advisor and decide not to go to school today. But the thought that she hadn't been to school for several days made her realize that her advisor would definitely scold her. I can do it, Yen, don't worry, go to class with peace of mind. I'll keep you updated on what the child is doing. Jiang Ning checked her phone. She was almost late and needed to get to school quickly. Jiang Ning, please take good care of the children. Remember to send me photos of them. I have to go now, or it will be too late. Indeed, Jiang Ning would be late if she didn't leave soon. Although she was still a little worried, there was nothing she could do. Fortunately, the school wasn't too far from her rented apartment, so she could come back to check on things during the break between classes. We rented this house so that it would be convenient for her to come back and visit. Don't worry. I will take good care of the children. Seeing that Yen Mashi had already left, Jiang Ning thought for a moment and decided to go and check out the large house that the system had rewarded him with yesterday, to see how big it was. However, looking at the 3 children in front of him, Jiang Ning was at a loss for what to do. If they were to be taken along, Jiang Ning was worried that the children would run around, but if they weren't taken along, they certainly couldn't just keep the children locked up at home. At this moment, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up as if he had just thought of something. He remembered seeing a baby stroller in the space mall last time, and it was even a double stroller. He could go in and see if they had any, or even better, a 3-seater. Seeing that the children were still sleeping, Jiang Ning decided to go into the space first to take a look. Jiang Ning searched inside for a long time but still couldn't find what he needed. He did find a 2-seater, but since he had 3 children, he decided to buy a single-seater as well. He would see if he could reassemble them when they went out. After buying the car at the shopping mall, Jiang Ning left immediately without delay, mainly because she was worried that if the child woke up and saw that no one was in the house, he would be scared. With his newly purchased car in hand, Jiang Ning immediately got to work. Fortunately, he wasn't from the city. He was a country bumpkin before going to university, so he knew a thing or two about manual labor. Assembling these cars together doesn't seem that difficult. Jiang Ning fiddled with it for a moment and then knew where to start disassembling and where to start tying it up. After he finished, the children woke up and were overjoyed to see Jiang Ning. Poop. The unanimous, childlike voices made Jiang Ning, who was working hard, immediately look up. Babies, you're awake. Daddy will take you to wash up. After the children had finished washing up, he followed Yen Mashi's instructions and made a bottle of milk powder for each of them to drink first. He then prepared to make a crepe for the children. After searching high and low, Jiang Ning finally found a rolled pancake called milk egg roll, which seemed simple and easy to make. Jiang Ning decided to do this. All he had to do was mix the necessary materials together. He bought all the materials from the space mall. Jiang Ning really felt that having this shopping mall made things much more convenient, and he really had struck it lucky. After he finished, looking at the children in front of him, he felt a strange feeling that he couldn't quite describe. Babies, come here and try the wraps Daddy made for you. See if they're good. If they are, Daddy will make them for you again next time. After you finish eating, Daddy will take you out to play. After all, they are all children, and they were very happy to hear that they could go play. They cheered up immediately. Chapter 21. Taking 3 little cuddles out. Even though they usually need to be coaxed to eat, Jiang Ning barely said a word today, and the children all obediently started eating. Jiang Ning watched them from the side, and the more he looked, the more he felt that he had just gotten incredibly lucky. Otherwise, how could he have such good fortune to suddenly have such big children, and 3 of them at once? Just thinking about this made Jiang Ning feel very happy. Daddy, we've finished eating. Where are you going to take us to play? Jiang Ning planned to first take the children to see the house that the system rewarded them with, and then go to some usually lively places to see if there were any ways to make money from it. Dad will go check on some things first, and then we'll go for a walk outside, okay? The little ones are still small and don't ask to go anywhere to play. For them, going out is enough to play. So when they heard Jiang Ning say that, they all nodded their little heads happily. Come here, this is a new stroller that Daddy bought. It's just the right size for 1 person. Come here, Daddy will carry you up. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Help the children change their clothes. After they're dressed, you'll receive a reward. Just as Jiang Ning was about to carry the children into the car, the system suddenly spoke. Jiang Ning then realized that the children were still wearing the pajamas that Yen Mashi had helped them change into the night before. If it weren't for the system reminder, he wouldn't have noticed that if he were to take the children out now, he definitely couldn't let them go out in their pajamas. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and realized that if they were really going to go out, they should help the children change their clothes first. However, when it came to changing clothes, Jiang Ning forgot to ask Yen Mashi where the children's clothes were. He had no choice but to look for the children's room, but he couldn't find them. Perhaps because the children's room is small, if there are 3 small beds, there is not much room to put clothes. So Jiang Ning looked at the only remaining room and figured the children's clothes must be in Yen Mashi's room. When Jiang Ning walked in, Yen Mashi immediately saw a large cabinet. He went over and opened a smaller cabinet. What came into view made Jiang Ning close it as quickly as possible. He didn't expect to be so lucky. As soon as he opened the cabinet, he saw Yen Mashi's private things, which made him hesitate to open the next cabinet. But there was no other way. The children still needed to change their clothes, so he had to open the closet again to see where all the children's clothes were. However, what he had just seen kept lingering in his mind. Jiang Ning couldn't help but admire his wife's figure. Even her things were so big. However, as soon as he thought of this, Jiang Ning immediately shook his head, patted his head, and told himself that he couldn't think about it anymore, or he wouldn't be able to leave the house in a moment. Jiang Ning searched around again and finally found the place where the children's clothes were kept. Seeing that there were only a few clothes inside, Jiang Ning immediately decided that when he had to take the children out later, he would definitely take them to buy some clothes. Jiang Ning finally selected a few clothes that didn't look too worn out, intending to take them out for the children to wear. As soon as I went outside, I saw several children still waiting there obediently. Babies, come here, Daddy will help you change your clothes, and then we'll go out. Changing the children's clothes was supposed to be a very easy task for Jiang Ning, but when he was about to start, he realized that he had overestimated himself. Helping children get dressed isn't actually that easy. He searched for a while but still couldn't figure out how to put on the clothes he had picked up. The main thing was the clothes he was carrying, and it seemed like he was also carrying pants, but he noticed that the children were wearing pants now. He can't possibly take all the children's pants off and then help them put them back on. Jiang Ning spent a long time trying to figure out how to dress. Finally, having no other choice, he picked up his phone. He was going to call and ask Yen Mashi, but then he thought that Yen Mashi was in class and that if he called now, she might still be in class. Jiang Ning thought about it for a moment, but in the end, he didn't call Yen Mashi. He suddenly had an idea. He took a picture of the clothes he had just taken out, and then went to Taobao to find the same style and watched some tutorial videos posted by other people. After looking at it, he finally understood. It turned out that he still had to wear the pants underneath the clothes. It was a bodysuit. How come he hadn't thought of that before? With the video guidance, Jiang Ning finally helped the 3 little ones get dressed. As soon as he finished dressing, the system's voice appeared in his mind. After spending the past few days with the system, Jiang Ning was no longer as surprised by its sudden appearance as he had been at the beginning. At first, he would be startled from time to time when he heard about the system, but now he doesn't react at all. Ding! Mission complete. You have received a bag of peanut seeds. Jiang Ning could hardly believe his ears when the system rewarded him this time. System, are you kidding me? A bag of peanut seeds? I feel like you might have made a mistake. How could the system make a mistake? When Jiang Ning asked it like that, the system felt that if it were to make a mistake, it couldn't be it. It's definitely correct. This system has never made a mistake. You'll definitely need this later, but if you don't need it now, you can put it away for now. Jiang Ning knew that no matter what he said to the system, it wouldn't change its mind, so he can only decide to leave it at that for now. As for what the system said about how he would use it in the future, Jiang Ning felt that the system was just making empty promises and there was no way to believe it. After finding a place to store the peanut seeds, Jiang Ning carried the children one by one into the stroller and pushed them out. Pushing so many children around at once caused quite a stir in Jiangning, creating a huge commotion. The main reason for their curiosity was that they had never seen a man with triplets in their neighborhood before. Jiang Ning didn't expect that as soon as he came out with the babies, so many people would stare at him. He felt uncomfortable being stared at, as if they were looking at human traffickers. Hey ladies, what are you doing? Is something wrong? Chapter 22. Thank you, I really felt it. Jiang Ning found it strange that so many people were surrounding him. Finally, seeing that none of them seemed to be leaving, he couldn't help but speak to them. When Jiang Ning asked her that question, an older woman stood up abruptly, looked at the child Jiang Ning was pushing, and asked him with some curiosity. Young man, are these all your children? We've never seen triplets before, and this is the first time we've seen them. We couldn't help but take a few more glances. Upon hearing this reason, Jiang Ning was taken aback. Looking at the sincere faces in front of him, Jiang Ning realized that he had been overthinking things. He had just thought that so many people were there to snatch his child. Luckily, he was just overthinking it. These are all my children, they're 3 years old this year. My darlings, say hello to your grandmas. De Bao has an exceptionally good comprehension ability. When he heard Jiang Ning say something, he spoke up without Jiang Ning having to teach him. Hello, Grandma. That sweet, childlike voice is so endearing even though the other two little ones didn't speak, it was enough that the eldest child was speaking. Wow, young man, you're so lucky. You don't look that big, but you already have several grown children. Our rascal is already 30 years old and still thinking about playing around. He doesn't even have a wife yet. The older woman was a little angry about this. Jiang Ning didn't want to ask too much about other people's business, so he nodded to them and then pushed the babies away. Jiang Ning didn't know if it was because she was pushing 3 little ones at once, but she found it inexplicably difficult to push the stroller. But you get used to it. After pushing them for a while, Jiang Ning felt it was acceptable. He could still manage to push several children. System, where is the big bungalow you mentioned? Please give me directions. I can't find my way without your help. Just as the Jiangning dialect was finished, a display screen suddenly appeared in front of them. The display screen showed a clear route, and Jiang Ning memorized it instantly. Okay, I understand. I have a general idea of where this place is now. I'll go there now. When he arrived at his destination, he was filled with surprise and delight as he looked at the row of large bungalows in front of him. System, you're not going to tell me these are all mine, are you? Yes, host, all of these are yours. They are the 4 rooms in front of you. Considering you have a lot of children, our daddy system provides very good benefits so you can feel our kindness. Jiang Ning, thank you, I really felt that. These houses are so big. If they were built, they would definitely look beautiful, and the space would be enormous. If he has a lot of children, he definitely needs a larger house. However, these large bungalows are not habitable now, they need to be rebuilt. When Jiang Ning decides to go back, he will carefully plan how to renovate the house. He will definitely renovate it into a style he likes, and he will also ask Yan Mashi what kind of style she likes, since he will be living with her in the future. Babies, shall daddy take you shopping for clothes? I'll buy you some pretty clothes. Besides playing, kids definitely also like new clothes and such. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, she took the children straight to the mall. It was a large mall, and the children's area was on the 3rd floor. Without thinking about anything, Jiang Ning took the children directly to the children's area. However, Jiang Ning was overwhelmed by the sheer number of clothes available. Babies, do you like this outfit? Is it too flashy? The little bundles of joy certainly wouldn't disagree with him, so Jiang Ning wandered around for a long time but still couldn't find a single piece of clothing suitable for the children. Just as Jiang Ning was about to ask someone, his phone suddenly rang. When Jiang Ning saw the 3 words Yan Mashi on the screen, he felt as if he had seen a savior and immediately answered the phone. What Jiang Ning didn't know was that Yan Mashi, on the other side, breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that he had answered her call. She didn't see any messages from Jiang Ning during class, and she felt something was wrong. She finally made it to the end of get out of class and rushed home, but to her surprise, no one was home. The only possibility Yan Mashi could think of was that Jiang Ning had run away with the child, which she simply couldn't accept. She couldn't help but pick up her phone and call Jiang Ning, her mind racing with thoughts of whether she should call the police if Jiang Ning didn't answer. Fortunately, Jiang Ning finally answered the phone. Yan, what's wrong? Are you done with get out of class yet? Why are you calling me all of a sudden? Yan Mashi took a deep breath and asked Jiang Ning on the other end of the phone. Jiang Ning, where did you take the children? I didn't see you when I got home. Upon hearing that Yan Mashi had already returned home, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately, and he promptly spoke to Yan Mashi on the other end of the phone. Yan, I'm at Fuxing Shopping Mall with the babies right now. Can you come over? I noticed the babies didn't have many clothes, so I brought them here to buy some, but I'm finding that I don't know how to choose. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yan Mashi almost burst out laughing, and a smile immediately spread across her face. Judging from Jiang Ning's level of care for the children, it seems that she is quite good, no less than her mother. When she sees that the children have no clothes to wear, she will think of buying them for them. She had already decided that if Jiang Ning didn't like the children, she wouldn't force him. At worst, she would stop going to school and earn money to support the children. Wait for me where you are, I'm coming right now. While Yan Mashi was there, Jiang Ning decided to take the children to the toy section downstairs. It has to be said, this mall is huge, it has everything imaginable. Babies, look around and see if there are any toys you like. Daddy will buy them for you. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the little dumplings immediately shook their heads. Dad, we can just look at it. Mom said she'll buy it for us when she earns money in the future. She'll bring us over to see it whenever she has time now. Hearing Xiaobao say that, Jiang Ning felt a pang of sadness and, for some reason, a strange discomfort welled up inside her. Babies, tell Daddy what you like, and your mom said Daddy will buy it for you. Chapter 23, Taking the Kids Shopping for Clothes. Jiang Ning noticed that after he said those words, the children seemed to cheer up at a visible speed. Although they are still children, they can express their joy and anger, so they must like these things too. Is it really okay to buy poop? Jiang Ning squatted down in front of the little dumplings, looked at them, and said earnestly. Of course you can. Babies, you can tell Daddy what you like, and Daddy will buy it for you. In the end, each of the children bought a toy they liked and they were all very happy. Thank you, Daddy. Daddy is so good. Upon hearing the words have a child, Jiang Ning instantly felt a warm glow throughout her body, and her whole being was filled with energy. Just then, the phone rang again. Jiang Ning knew that Yan Mashi must have arrived, so he immediately answered the phone. Hey, Yan, have you arrived yet? I'm already at the place you mentioned. Where are you? I've looked all around but still can't find you. Yan, stay where you are and don't move. I'm coming to find you right now. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning led the children toward the elevator. There was no way he could take the stairs with the children. As soon as Jiang Ning went up, he saw Yan Mashi. The little ones also saw her and immediately waved their little hands at her. Mom, Mom. Upon hearing the sound, Yan Mashi immediately ran over. When she saw the toys in the children's hands, she couldn't help but look up at Jiang Ning and ask him a question. You bought toys for the children, but these things are so expensive. Buying them is a waste of money, it would have been better not to buy them at all. Wait. Jiang Ning knew that Yan Mashi was only saying that to save some money, so he immediately interrupted her, looked at her, and said earnestly. Yan, as long as it's not too excessive, we should try our best to satisfy the children's desires. It's just a toy, right? They've liked it for a long time, so let's buy it for them to make them happy. When the children are happy, we're happy too. Although that made sense, Yan Mashi still felt it was a waste. The toys alone cost over 200 yuan, which she couldn't accept. However, seeing how much the children liked them, Yan Mashi didn't say anything more. Yan, come and take a look. Which of these clothes are suitable for the babies? I've been picking for ages, and every single one seems right, but there's something about them that doesn't quite fit. I don't know what to buy. Seeing Jiang Ning's conflicted expression, Yan Mashi burst out laughing and then started picking at the objects. Yan Mashi was picking through the clothes, and she had already taken 3 pieces of clothing that she found suitable, while Jiang Ning followed behind pushing a shopping cart. Yan Mashi picked out 2 pieces of clothing and felt that was enough. The main reason was that if they usually bought 2 pieces of clothing, they would have to pay 3 times the price. The clothes here were not cheap, so there was no need to buy so many at once. Jiang Ning saw that Yan Mashi was already pushing the cart and preparing to leave, and he was a little confused. He couldn't help but look at her and ask. Yan, are you only buying this little? Why don't you buy more? Yan Mashi knew Jiang Ning didn't understand, so she could only explain it to him. Clothes are very expensive in Jiangning, so it's best if we don't buy so many. Also, the children are still young and growing very fast, so these 2 pieces of clothing are just for them to wear for now. After a while, they may not be able to wear them anymore, so there's no need for us to buy so many. Alright, after Yan Mashi's explanation, Jiang Ning immediately understood. Seeing Yan Mashi about to pay for the clothes, Jiang Ning immediately stopped her. Yan, what are you doing? I can handle these things, you don't need to worry about it. Looking at Jiang Ning like this, for some reason, Yan Mashi felt a flutter in her heart, and she couldn't quite control herself. Yan, let's go down to the next floor. Hearing what Jiang Ning said, Yan Mashi was a little confused. She couldn't help but look up at Jiang Ning and ask him a question. Jiang Ning, this is the women's area. You won't be able to buy the clothes you want down here. If you want to buy them, we have to go upstairs. Jiang Ning certainly knew what area was below. He had looked at the mall's guidebook. Jiang Ning didn't know if it was because of the system, but he felt that he could remember things faster, and they were all clear in his mind. Yen, I wasn't planning on buying anything myself. We went downstairs to buy you clothes. Upon hearing that it was for buying clothes for her, Jiang Ning was stunned and immediately shook her head. I don't need to. I have plenty of clothes, so I don't need to buy any. But Jiang Ning ignored Yen Mashi's advice and walked straight into the women's area. Yen, girls can never have too many clothes. Since we're here, we definitely have to buy you a few outfits to take home and make you look beautiful. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yen Mashi still felt that she didn't need it. She would never have come in to buy clothes here before. A single piece of clothing costs either several hundred or over 1,000 yuan, and some might even cost tens of thousands. It's really beyond her means to buy. If she didn't have children before, she might have come over, but now, the children are the priority. Jiang Ning, really, that's not necessary. Seeing that Jiang Ning was still unmoved, Yen Mashi leaned close to his ear and whispered something to him. The clothes in Jiangning are so expensive, let's just leave. We should save this money to buy the kids a can of formula, that would be so much better. The warm breath sprayed on Jiang Ning's ear, making it feel a little itchy. He couldn't help but reach out and rub his ear, his eyes shining with a different kind of light as he looked at Yen Mashi. Yen, don't worry about that. Look at that dress over there, isn't it beautiful? I think it suits you perfectly. Jiang Ning isn't good at picking out children's clothes, but when it comes to women's clothes, he's the best at it. Following Jiang Ning's pointing finger, they saw a white dress with white tulle overlays, the tulle adorned with sequins that sparkled and looked absolutely gorgeous. When Yen Mashi saw this dress, she had to admit that Jiang Ning had good taste, because she was immediately drawn to it because it was so beautiful. Chapter 24: An unexpected encounter with his ex-girlfriend. Isn't this dress especially beautiful? Yen Mashi nodded. She had to admit that the dress was indeed very beautiful, but she could only look at it. Yen Mashi knew that the dress must be very expensive to be displayed here, and she wouldn't buy it, nor could she afford it. Jiang Ning, this dress is indeed beautiful, but let's just look at it. It definitely won't be cheap. Let's go. Yen Mashi thought it was better to leave quickly, since they wouldn't buy anything anyway. But Jiang Ning's next move really startled Yen Mashi. She actually saw Jiang Ning take out a card, and it seemed like he wanted to buy something. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? You're not thinking of buying it, are you? Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. He felt that since he had finally found a piece of clothing that Yen Mashi liked, he definitely had to satisfy her. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yen Mashi immediately grabbed his hand. Jiang Ning, I don't want this outfit. It must be too expensive. I don't like these kinds of things. Wouldn't it be better to save the money to buy things for the babies? Despite saying that, Jiang Ning ultimately decided to buy it for Yen Mashi. He looked at Yen Mashi with a serious expression and said to her, Yen, we'll buy you anything you like. I think this outfit will look really good on you. We'll buy it, and then you can wear it for me, okay? Hearing what Jiang Ning said, Yen Mashi suddenly felt a little shy for some reason. Looking at Jiang Ning like this, Yen Mashi felt that she couldn't convince Jiang Ning. Because she saw Jiang Ning walk towards the sales counter, and just as Jiang Ning was about to pay, a mocking laugh rang out. Hey, isn't this our young master Jiang? What brings your new girlfriend here to buy clothes? Do you even have the money to buy them? Don't just look and then not buy anything. Jiang Ning would never forget the voice in front of him. It was none other than his ex-girlfriend's voice. He had spent all his money on a bag he bought for the woman in front of him when they went shopping at a brand store. When they went shopping for clothes later, Jiang Jia took a fancy to a dress that cost more than 20,000 yuan. Jiang Ning couldn't afford that, so he told her to just look at it and that he would buy it when he had the money. Unexpectedly, this woman still remembers this incident. He was just a primary school student at the time. Where would he get so much money? He had to scrape together the money to buy the bag. In the end, it turned out that he was just deluding himself. Whether we can afford it or not is none of your business. You're talking as if you can afford it yourself. Jiang Jia dislikes being looked down upon the most. The more people criticize her, the more she wants to argue with them. How do you know we can't afford it? Do I look like someone who can't afford it? With our CEO Wang here, I can have as many of these things as I want. There's no need to buy them at all. After saying that, Jiang Jia gave Jiang Ning a provocative look, the kind of look that made you want to punch her. After Jiang Jia finished speaking, she turned to the sales clerk next to her. Come here and wrap this up for me. I want this dress. Jiang Jia's words surprised the saleswoman for a moment, and then she beamed with joy. Excuse me, are you sure you want to buy this dress? This dress is a limited edition, so it's a bit pricey. Are you sure you still want it? Jiang Jia nodded. At this moment, how could she allow herself to be looked down upon? She immediately spoke to President Wang next to her. Mr. Wang, someone has taken a liking to a piece of clothing. Would it be alright if you bought it for them? This Mr. Wang is a lecherous old man. Anyway, Jiang Ning can tell that this Mr. Wang is not the one he caught cheating with someone else. This is the father of that other man. The man called Mr. Wang didn't say much, but simply took out a card and looked at Jiang Jia with an arrogant expression. Take it, buy whatever you like, don't be shy with me. I'll show you that being with me is so much better than being with this man in front of you. This man is a penniless bastard and can't satisfy you at all. If you were with him, you'd probably be like this now. Jiang Jia immediately nodded in agreement, as she thought the same thing. Swipe your card. Jiang Ning watched from the side without any reaction. The system had already told him that the man in front of him didn't have enough money in his card to buy a single piece of clothing. So he waited to see the show begin. Yen, don't worry. This dress will definitely be yours later. They won't be able to buy it. Although she didn't know why Jiang Ning said that, it immediately piqued Yen Mashi's curiosity, so she kept staring at Jiang Jia. When the sales clerk took Jiang Jia's card to swipe, the card reader unexpectedly beeped. Insufficient balance. Insufficient balance. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Jia was somewhat incredulous and her eyes widened immediately. Mr. Wang, what's going on? Why is my balance insufficient? The man called Mr. Wang's expression changed instantly. He walked over to the saleswoman and snatched the card from her hand. What shabby clothes! How much does a piece of clothing cost? Upon hearing this, the sales clerk immediately spoke to him. This outfit is a limited edition, so the price is relatively high, as I told you before. The price is 3,888 yuan per piece. If you can accept that, I'll get it for you to try on. When Jiang Jia heard the saleswoman say that, her eyes widened in disbelief. She looked at the man next to her and asked him. Wang Jia, it turns out you don't have any money at all. You can't even come up with 4,000 yuan in one card. Aren't you lying to me? Seeing Jiang Jia's dismayed expression, Wang Jia immediately comforted her. Jia, it's not like that. It's just that I didn't bring enough money with me this time. Besides, who would have thought that a piece of clothing would cost more than 3,000? This was something Jiang Jia hadn't expected. She thought the dress would cost at most a few hundred yuan, but she didn't expect it to be so expensive. After glancing at the people next to her, Jiang Jia immediately said to them with a hint of schadenfreude. Jiang Ning, today when our boss Wang came out, he didn't bring enough money. Although I really like this dress, I'll just have to reluctantly give it to you, since we're not meant to be. Chapter 25, Making his ex-girlfriend feel embarrassed. Upon hearing her say that, Yen Mashi immediately grabbed Jiang Ning's hand. She felt that spending several thousand yuan on a piece of clothing was simply not worth it. So she subconsciously grabbed Jiang Ning, glanced at him, and although she didn't say anything, her expression made it all clear. What, you guys don't have the money to buy it? Weren't you just making such a confident promise? How come you suddenly don't have the money? That's hilarious. Our CEO Wang is so much better. She is indeed a good person and gentle, just a bit old. Jiang Ning heard what she said and replied disdainfully. Do you think everyone is like you, pretending to be something they're not? You have no money but you still dare to steal from others. You're simply shameless. The saleswoman next to her almost nodded in agreement. This kind of person is shameless. She had encountered them several times before. Every time, they would come in, try on the clothes, take a picture, and leave. The sales clerk assumed they were there to try on clothes, and if they liked them, they would take a picture and then find similar items online. Thinking of this, the saleswoman's face turned sour. She looked at Jiang Jia and said in a particularly unpleasant tone. Do you like it or not? Do you want to buy it? If no one wants to buy it, then you don't need to stay here. I won't take it down for you to try on casually. The main reason is the price of this dress. I'm afraid I can't afford to pay for it if I damage it. Although Jiang Jia couldn't afford it, she liked the dress at first sight, so she was thinking that if she could try it on, she definitely wanted to see how it looked. She was about to speak when the salesperson said something that left her unsure whether she should say anything or not. Before she could speak, Jiang Ning spoke up, addressing the sales clerk in front of him. I'll take this dress down and let my wife try it on, she'll definitely look stunning in it. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that she was his wife, her face turned red immediately, but she did not refute it. She felt that now was not the time to refute it. Before the sales clerk could even speak, Jiang Jieja burst into laughter, her eyes filled with mockery towards Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, are you still asleep? Didn't you hear what they just said? This dress can't be tried on if you can't afford it. Judging from your appearance, you obviously can't afford it. Do you think they'll let you try it on? But to her surprise, she was immediately proven wrong as soon as she finished speaking. She saw the saleswoman who had just looked at her with disdain nod suddenly and take the clothes off. It seemed she really intended for her to try them on, which she couldn't believe. What do you mean? I just wanted to try it out, and you disagreed, but why did you agree when they wanted to try it out? The saleswoman ignored her completely, took the dress off, and then spoke to Yan Mashi. Beautiful lady, this was specially picked out for you by your husband. Why don't you go in and try it on? Yan Mashi felt relieved when she saw Jiang Ning nod firmly to her. I picked up the clothes and went into the fitting room. Seeing what was happening in front of her, Jiang Jieja found it even harder to accept. She immediately started yelling, but Jiang Ning yelled at her and she immediately quieted down. Can you please stop making so much noise? You're acting like a mad dog. If you wake my child, don't blame me for being rude. When Jiang Jieja heard Jiang Ning say this, her eyes widened in disbelief. She couldn't believe that Jiang Ning already had a child. They had only been separated for less than a month. How could Jiang Ning have a child so quickly? Jiang Jieja really couldn't accept it and didn't want to believe it, but when she saw the stroller next to Jiang Ning, she had no choice but to believe it. Jiang Ning, you. Jiang Jieja was so excited that she could hardly speak, and just kept staring at Jiang Ning. Just then, Yan Mashi, who was trying on clothes inside, also came out. That dress was practically tailor-made for her, she looked absolutely stunning in it. Jiang Ning couldn't take his eyes off Yan Mashi, who looked so shy, while Yan Mashi seemed a little embarrassed. Jiang Ning, what do you think? Is it beautiful? Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. His woman was definitely the most beautiful. Perhaps because of the commotion, the little kittens who were sleeping woke up, and when they saw Yan Mashi's clothes, they immediately started talking. Mom, you're beautiful and pretty. Yan Mashi was also quite happy. She really liked the dress, she was just trying it on to have some fun. Babies, you're awake. Does mommy really look good in this outfit? The little ones nodded without hesitation, they genuinely thought their mother looked especially beautiful in the outfit. Yan, do you like it? Jiang Ning walked up to Yan Mashi, took her hand, and praised her. Yan, you look so beautiful right now, I can't take my eyes off you. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed, but she still had to take off her clothes now so that she wouldn't accidentally get them dirty later. Jiang Ning, I've already put on the clothes and tried them on. Now I'm going to take them off so they don't get dirty later. Seeing Yan Mashi hurriedly trying to run into the dressing room again, Jiang Ning immediately grabbed her. Yan, you don't need to go in. I've already bought this dress, so it's yours now. You can get it dirty, no one will care. Yan Mashi was somewhat incredulous, her eyes widening in surprise. Jiang Ning, you mean you've already bought this dress? But it's so expensive, why did you still buy it? In Jiang Ning's view, he would do his best to help Yan Mashi and the children achieve whatever they liked. It's just a few dollars, as long as you like it, I'm happy. Looking at the scene before her, Jiang Jieja felt extremely regretful. If she had known Jiang Ning was so rich, she shouldn't have left Jiang Ning to be with the man's son. If she had, everything in front of her would be hers now. Beautiful lady, are you going to wear it, or take it off and I'll help you put it away? Yan Mashi hesitated for a moment, but decided to put it away first, so as not to get it dirty later. This dress was so expensive, and she would feel bad if it got dirty. Chapter 26. The first time I've seen such a shameless person. I'll put it away for now. I'll wear it when there's a special program. Right now I have to take care of the kids, and I don't want to get it dirty by accident. Upon hearing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning immediately stepped forward, reached out to straighten Yan Mashi's skirt, and then spoke to her earnestly. Yan, this dress looks especially good on you, wear it now. As for the child, I can take care of you. We'll buy you whatever you like, no need to save money. Jiang Ning's words immediately brought tears to the eyes of the saleswoman next to him. Although she had seen many men bring their wives to buy clothes, this was the first time she had ever seen a man so willing to spend money on a woman. Looking at the scene before her, she was so envious that her eyes welled up with tears. Jiang Jieja, standing next to her, couldn't stand seeing others doing well. When she saw Jiang Ning living such a good life, with a wife and 3 children, she felt really unbalanced. She couldn't accept that Jiang Ning wasn't with her and was living a better life instead. She wanted to see Jiang Ning dejected after losing her, not the way he was now, so devotedly serving another woman. Jiang Ning, you didn't send this woman to fool me, did you? Just to make me jealous so I'd come back to you? Let me tell you, it's impossible. I already have Chairman Wang, and there's no way I'll be with you again. It has to be said that Jiang Jieja is far too confident. She always thought that everyone belonged to her and that no one could live a normal life without her. Jiang Ning doesn't even bother talking to her now. Whatever she wants to say or what she thinks is true is her own opinion. Jiang Ning's biggest wish right now is to continue taking his daughter Yin Yin shopping for clothes. It seemed like he had suddenly found something he enjoyed doing, buying clothes for Yen Mashi. Seeing Yen Mashi smiling so happily in her beautiful clothes made Jiang Ning very happy too. Jiang Jieja was surprised that Jiang Ning still ignored her after she had been talking for so long, which made her feel uncomfortable. She rushed over to Jiang Ning, intending to separate Jiang Ning and Yen Mashi's hands. Looking at their clasped hands, she felt annoyed for some reason. However, just as she rushed forward, Jiang Ning seized the opportunity and quickly pulled Yen Mashi and the children away. Jiang Jieja, who was about to crash into them, was sent flying straight into the exhibits behind them by Jiang Ning and the others suddenly dodging. Her bump caused all the display items behind her to fall to the ground. Upon seeing what happened, the sales clerk's eyes lit up. Looking at the items that had fallen to the ground, the salesperson's eyes narrowed with laughter. When she saw Jiang Jieja get up from the ground and was about to leave, she immediately stopped her. Miss, you can't leave. You've knocked all these things over. We need to check if there's any damage. If there is, please compensate us for the full price. How could Jiang Jieja possibly agree to pay compensation? She immediately pushed away the saleswoman, ran over, grabbed the man's hand, and prepared to leave. However, the salesperson wouldn't give her a chance to leave. You guys, stop them from leaving. After I calculate the losses and make them pay, we won't stop them from leaving anymore. Jiang Ning had been watching from the sidelines with Yen Mashi and the children the whole time. He wouldn't admit that he had done that on purpose. He had already spotted the exhibits behind him. When he saw Jiang Jieja bump into him, he didn't dodge immediately. Instead, he waited until she was about to hit him, then suddenly dodged, ensuring she would crash into something behind her. Why should we compensate? These things just fell on the ground, we can just pick them up, right? At this point, Jiang Jieja was still somewhat dismissive, thinking they were just some exhibits and not worth much money at all. When the saleswoman heard her say that, she almost cursed it out loud, but adhering to the principle that the customer is always right, she didn't utter a curse. She immediately picked up the display items on the ground to check if anything was damaged. After tidying everything up, she looked at the 2 damaged items in front of her and immediately spoke to Jiang Jieja. Miss, you just damaged our display items. I've tidied up the rest of the items, and they're all fine, but these 2 are broken. You need to pay for them. Upon hearing that she was to be asked to pay compensation, Jiang Jieja was not happy at all. She looked at Jiang Ning, who had been watching the show with a smile, and immediately spoke up. Jiang Ning, it was all your fault just now. If you hadn't dodged, I wouldn't have bumped into the exhibit behind me. So if anyone has to pay for it, it's you. This was the first time Yen Mashi had ever seen such a shameless person. She was a little curious and couldn't help but stare wide-eyed. She had never seen anyone with such a thick skin before. It was simply shameless. Seeing her say that, Jiang Ning immediately burst out laughing. I've seen shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as you. Who do you think you are? Why should I pay for the things you broke? Jiang Ning's words left Jiang Jieja somewhat incredulous. She remembered that Jiang Ning would never have treated her like this before. Whenever she made a mistake, Jiang Ning would immediately help her admit it. But why was this time different? Looking at Jiang Ning, who was standing there unmoved, Jiang Jieja felt a little uncomfortable for some reason, but it was more important to deal with the matter at hand right now. Seeing that Jiang Ning had no intention of helping her, Jiang Jieja had no choice but to ask the sales clerk herself. You mean it? How much do these 2 things cost? I don't believe I can't afford to pay for these 2 little things. If I can't, I still have my darling. My darling will definitely help me, right? Darling. The man she was holding nodded and immediately began to speak arrogantly. Just 2 small items, how much could it cost? Tell me, and I'll transfer the money to you right now. The sales clerk immediately took out the payment code and spoke to the man in front of her. Okay, sir, the total is 19,999 yuan. How would you like to pay? Chapter 27. Going to stay at the police station. As soon as the salesperson announced the price, the man's eyes widened in disbelief. You're robbing me. You want 20,000 yuan for just these 2 little things? You might as well just rob someone. The sales clerk had already anticipated the man's reaction, so she wasn't surprised. She simply handed him A certificate was issued. Upon seeing the proof, the man's face instantly turned grim. He hadn't expected that these 2 little things would actually cost 20,000 yuan. He immediately pulled Zhang Jiejia's hand off his arm and then said to her, You broke these things yourself, so you'll have to pay for them yourself. I don't have that much money, so I'll be leaving now. Zhang Jiejia stared in disbelief as the man ran straight to the door. She never expected that the wealthy man she had finally found would abandon her like this, all because of the small sum of 20,000 yuan. Judging from this man is not as good as Jiang Ning used to be. Jiang Ning would never have done this, no matter what. Thinking of this, Zhang Jiejia immediately looked over at Jiang Ning beside her, only to see that Jiang Ning wasn't even looking at her, and was busy playing with the child in the car. Jiang Ning wanted to speak, but for a moment he didn't know how to start. She didn't know if Jiang Ning would help her again if she asked, but she had no choice but to ask now. She was penniless and it was impossible for her to come up with 20,000 yuan. Having no other choice, Zhang Jiejia glanced at Jiang Ning, gritted her teeth, and called out to him. Jiang Ning, could you please? She was about to say something, but before she could finish, Jiang Ning interrupted her. No, I need to go shopping for clothes with my wife and kids. Please make way. Jiang Ning led Yan Mashi past Zhang Jiejia in a flash, leaving Zhang Jiejia momentarily at a loss. She didn't know what to do after Jiang Ning left, but judging from Jiang Ning's attitude, he really didn't intend to take care of her anymore. The thought that if Jiang Ning left, she would have no one left to help her, made Zhang Jiejia immediately stand in front of Jiang Ning and say something to him. Jiang Ning, I know I was wrong. Everything that happened before was my fault. I beg you, please help me one more time. Just this once. If you don't help me, and they call the police, I'll have to stay at the police station tonight. Zhang Jiejia looked at Jiang Ning pitifully, hoping that he would agree, but in the end she disappointed him. Jiang Ning wasn't listening to her at all. He was picking out clothes, and for some reason, he felt that every single one of them suited Yan Mashi perfectly. If Yan Mashi hadn't been there to stop him, he probably would have bought them all for her. Jiang Ning has always understood one principle: one must pamper one's own woman. Don't buy any more from Jiang Ning, there's already plenty. Yan Mashi was genuinely worried as she watched Jiang Ning spend money so lavishly, even though she was happy when he bought her clothes. But this might just be a woman's contradictory mindset. She was thinking that she wasn't working part-time yet, and Jiang Ning had just graduated and probably didn't have much money, so she couldn't let Jiang Ning continue to spend so lavishly. If things continued like this, they might end up starving. So Yan Mashi immediately grabbed Jiang Ning's hand. Although she didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately understood what she meant. Yan, let's go back. The babies have been out for so long, they must be sleepy. Upon hearing that Jiang Ning was finally going back, Yan Mashi immediately nodded. She had just been thinking about how to persuade Jiang Ning if he didn't agree to go back, but before she could even open her mouth, Jiang Ning understood what she meant. Yan, what do you want to eat? Let's buy some groceries and I'll cook for you when we get home, okay? Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed, because it seemed that since Jiang Ning came these past few days, Jiang Ning had been the one cooking, and she hadn't cooked even once. There are still some groceries at home, right? I'll cook them in a bit, you play with the babies. Since Yan Mashi had said so, Jiang Ning didn't refuse and nodded. But when Jiang Ning got home, he couldn't rest easy watching Yan Mashi cook, so he decided it would be better for him to do it himself. Yan, I'll do the cooking. You watch the babies. Yan Mashi looked at the kitchen she had made a mess of and didn't say anything more to refuse. Cooking was probably not really her thing. After Jiang Ning finished cooking, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed, as she felt that she really couldn't do anything right. Jiang Ning, I'm sorry, it's all my fault. I can't do anything right, and I have to make you do everything. When she said this, Yan Mashi felt a little guilty and didn't even dare to look at Jiang Ning, for fear that Jiang Ning thought the same way. What Yen Mashi didn't expect was that Jiang Ning actually pulled her up and said to her with a serious expression, Yen, why are you saying that? I did all these things willingly. When I was around, you didn't need to do them at all. Before, you only learned these things because you had no other choice. Now that I'm here, you don't need to learn them at all, you know? Jiang Ning's words truly moved Yen Mashi. She never expected to meet such a wonderful person. She was so excited that she was almost incoherent and didn't know what to say. Yen Mashi didn't speak, and Jiang Ning didn't say much either. He picked up a spoon and started feeding the children. Seeing Jiang Ning feeding the child, Yen Mashi finally came to her senses and started feeding the child as well. After the children were all fed, the two of them had time to eat their own food while the three children went off to play. Jiang Ning, holding a small plate, started peeling shrimp with gloves on before even beginning to eat. Jiang Ning stopped after peeling about a dozen. He placed the peeled shrimp in front of Yen Mashi and said to her, Yen, eat this. I've already peeled it for you, so you don't have to get your hands dirty. When Yen Mo heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately looked up at him, her eyes filled with disbelief. You can peel them yourself and eat them, I don't need to. If I want to eat them, I can peel them myself later. It's too much trouble for you. Chapter 28, Is he with another woman? Yen Mashi felt a little embarrassed. She hadn't expected Jiang Ning to peel the shrimp for her. She was genuinely embarrassed. Yen, these are things I should do, and besides, there's nothing wrong with them. Have you forgotten that I said I wanted to pursue you? If you reject me like this, does it mean you don't agree to me pursuing you? Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, who seemed a little sad, and was momentarily at a loss for what to do. In the end, she had no choice but to eat all the shrimp that Jiang Ning had peeled for her. Yen, let's go. I'll take you to class. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi was quite happy. Although the school was nearby, it felt different to have someone take her there. What about the babies? Before Jiang Ning could even speak, the system had already given her a reward. Ding! Take your child to escort the school beauty to class and you'll receive a reward. Hearing the system say that, it seems that the children can't be left at home. Jiang Ning was just about to put the children to sleep and leave them at home. Yen, of course we'll bring the babies along to see you off. I'll go get ready for the babies now, and you get ready too. We'll leave in a bit. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi nodded, her eyes filled with anticipation for Jiang Ning taking the baby to school later. After Jiang Ning finished preparing the children and brought them out, Yen Mashi was not ready yet, which puzzled Jiang Ning, so he couldn't help but look at her and ask. Yen, are you done yet? Is there anything you haven't prepared? When Jiang Ning asked her that, Yen Mashi shook her head. She just needed to apply a little more saliva. That's how she usually does it. She doesn't apply anything else, just a little lipstick. Yen, you're so beautiful. Looking at Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh in his heart. No wonder Yen Mashi was chosen as the school beauty when she first entered school. She really is very beautiful. The thought that such a beautiful school beauty had borne him 3 children filled Jiang Ning with an indescribable feeling. It was incredibly sweet, a feeling he couldn't quite put his finger on. After being praised by Jiang Ning, Yen Mashi became shy again. Jiang Ning discovered that Yen Mashi was really easy to blush. As long as he teased her a little, her delicate little face would turn bright red. Jiang Ning, you shouldn't praise me anymore, let's hurry up and go. If we don't leave now, I'll be late. Jiang Ning nodded immediately, pushed the children outside, and waited for Yen Mashi to come out. Although she was going to be late, Yen Mashi remained unhurried. Although it wasn't far from here to the school, it would still take more than 10 minutes to walk there. When Jiang Ning dropped Yen Mashi off at the school gate, he was surprised to see that there were people waiting for her there, and among them were men. As Jiang Ning watched Yen Mashi wave to him and then watched the group of people walk away, he felt a little uncomfortable for some reason, though he didn't know why. But he didn't know what to do, so he could only watch as Yen Mashi ran into the group of people and was pushed away by them. Jiang Ning watched until Yen Mashi was no longer in sight before he prepared to push the babies away. Ding! Mission complete. You have received the corresponding reward, a car. Upon hearing about the reward, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately, filled with disbelief. What man doesn't like cars? Jiang Ning is a man, so it's no surprise that he likes cars. When Jiang Ning heard that the reward was a car, his eyes lit up immediately. Eager to see what kind of car it was, Jiang Ning was about to leave with her child when she was suddenly stopped. Confused, she was puzzled. When Jiang Ning looked up, he realized that he recognized the person who had stopped him. They were classmates in college, but the man in front of him had graduated without further education. This man was different after graduating from college, he had stayed on to pursue a master's degree. However, this man's relationship with Jiang Ning soured when they were in school because he liked Jiang Jieja, and he always thought that he was just as good looking as Jiang Ning and that his family background was much better than Jiang Ning's. But he just couldn't understand why Jiang Jieja would rather choose Jiang Ning, this poor boy, than him. He doesn't even consider that although he's a little richer, he's stingy, and not just ordinary stingy. How could anyone like such a stingy man? A normal person wouldn't be so foolish as to choose someone who is rich but keeps hoarding their money and won't let you spend it, or someone who, even if they don't have much money, would be willing to spend 90 cents on you even if they only have $1. I believe there's no need to say more. Any normal person would definitely choose the second option, and even someone as money-loving as Jiang Jieja would make that choice. I heard you broke up with Jieja. Did you do something to offend her? Otherwise, why did you suddenly break up? Jiang Ning didn't want to say anything more about Jiang Jieja's matter. He wasn't in the mood to talk to the person in front of him anymore. All he could think about was the reward the system had just given him, and he was eager to see what kind of car it was. But the man in front of him got angry when Jiang Ning didn't respond. The woman he loved most had now been abandoned. The man felt a surge of anger welling up inside him, which he couldn't suppress. Jiang Ning, don't stay silent. Tell me quickly, what exactly happened? You're still with so many children. I just saw you dropping another woman off at school. Are you with this woman now, and have you abandoned Jieja? The man became more and more agitated as he spoke, and suddenly rushed towards Jiang Ning's side, looking as if he wanted to do something to her. Just as he was about to reach Jiang Ning suddenly pulled the babies back a step. What a joke! The man in front of her was really aggressive. Jiang Ning was afraid that he might accidentally hurt Xiao Luoyi if he didn't notice. Chapter 29, Seeing her in another man's bed. You can ask Jiang Jieja about her own situation. I have no obligation to answer your questions, and you have no right to ask me questions either. Whether or not I answer your questions is my own choice and has nothing to do with you. Seeing that Jiang Ning really had no intention of telling him, the man suddenly became a little anxious. He was genuinely worried about Jiang Jieja, so he really wanted to know what was going on with her. When the man saw Jiang Ning pushing the child and preparing to leave, he stopped her again. Jiang Ning, just tell me what happened. Why did you two suddenly break up? Didn't you used to really like Jieja? Now that you're abandoning her and being with another woman, don't you feel guilty? When Jiang Ning was asked this question, he shook his head without hesitation. This matter was not his fault at all, so why should he feel guilty? There was nothing for him to feel guilty about. Since you want to know, I'll tell you. On the night of graduation, I found her in another man's bed. Is that it? Do you understand? Jiang Ning's words were truly shocking. Upon hearing them, the man instinctively took a few steps back, his eyes filled with disbelief. No way. Jieja is such a good child, she wouldn't do that. There must be some misunderstanding. Why did you treat her like that? She will definitely be very sad if you do that. Okay, when the man said that, Jiang Ning was certain that the man in front of her was pretty much love-struck no matter what she said, he wouldn't believe her. So in the end, Jiang Ning felt it was better not to say anything at all. He felt that saying so much was just a waste of his breath. Whether you believe it or not is up to you. I've already told you everything I needed to say. After saying this, Jiang Ning pushed the babies away, leaving the man standing there in a daze. Jiang Ning didn't pay him any attention. Anyway, that man wasn't anyone to her. If he liked to stand, then he could stand. She wouldn't stop him. Babies, Daddy's taking you to see the big truck, do you want to go? 3-year-old children are at a stage where they are curious about everything, so when Jiang Ning said there was a big truck, they all nodded without hesitation. Look, Daddy, let's go see it together. Baby likes it. Seeing how happy the little ones were, Jiang Ning felt relieved and quickly pushed them home. The system had said that the car was currently parked in front of the house Yan Mashi rented, and he was now curious about what kind of car it was. When Jiang Ning pushed the baby to the door and saw the stroller there, he was momentarily speechless with excitement. The main thing was that this car was exactly his type. Jiang Ning looked at the car, couldn't help but walk over, and patted it a few times, feeling extremely happy. System, you really know how to send gifts. The car you sent is the model I like. I'm so happy. When the system heard Jiang Ning say this, it was also pleased and immediately spoke to Jiang Ning. We're all very humane, we know what you like, so the rewards will all be things you like and need. Host, you need to work hard. That way, you can get more rewards, otherwise, you won't get anything. Jiang Ning knew this, and since he had nothing else to do, he thought he could take the new car out for a test drive and see how it felt. Daddy, is this the big truck? It's so big. Baby likes it, can baby go inside and take a look? Erbo looked at Jiang Ning and spoke cautiously. Judging from his expression, it seemed that he was worried that Jiang Ning would not agree. So when he heard that Jiang Ning agreed, Erbo's eyes lit up and were full of anticipation. Let's go. Let's get in the car and see if the babies like it. If they do, Daddy will drive you around from now on. How could anyone not like such a nice car? As soon as Jiang Ning sat inside, he felt a surge of joy. He was already very excited when he was looking at the car from the outside, and now that he was inside and saw the interior, he was even happier. Babies, are you all seated? I'm going to take you for a ride. Jiang Ning opened the window a crack to let in some fresh air, so the car wouldn't feel so stuffy. As soon as Jiang Ning started the car, before the little ones in the back could react, the car had already driven off. They weren't prepared at all, and suddenly, the three little ones fell off their seats. Seeing the children like this, Jiang Ning immediately stopped the car, got out, and went to the back to help them fasten their seatbelts. Only then could he feel a little more at ease. However, this seatbelt isn't very safe, mainly because the children are too small and it seems difficult to fasten it. The rope was already adjusted to its smallest setting, but Jiang Ning still felt it was a bit loose. At this moment, Jiang Ning suddenly realized that children usually need to be equipped with car seats when riding in a car in order to ensure their safety. With this in mind, Jiang Ning immediately decided to install a child safety seat. When he arrived at the car center, before he even got out of his car, he saw that several people were already gathered around his vehicle. Jiang Ning didn't know what they were doing, so he didn't pay attention. He got out of the car and took out chairs for the babies from the trunk. After unpacking them, he prepared to take the babies out. When the people at the car center saw Jiang Ning carrying one child after another out of the car, their eyes widened in disbelief. Sir, what are you planning to do, and how can we help you? The person from the car center immediately walked up to Jiang Ning and asked him what he planned to do. However, although he was asking Jiang Ning, his eyes were fixed on the children. Who doesn't love little babies, especially three babies who look exactly alike? Looking at these three babies, the large group of men at the car center felt their hearts melt. Please help me install a car seat, one that's just the right size for the kids. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the people at the automotive center immediately nodded, indicating that they understood. Chapter 30, they even have a child. We have three types here, handsome, see which one you need. Jiang Ning, of course, did not hesitate and immediately chose the best option. Handsome guy, are these all your children? They're so cute. When Jiang Ning heard someone praising the child, he immediately smiled. Who doesn't like their child to be praised? They're all mine, they're triplets, and they are indeed quite cute. Jiang Ninghao is not modest at all when others praise the babies, he just goes along with what they say. Fortunately, Yan Mashi wasn't here at that moment, otherwise, people might have said that Jiang Ning was shameless. After the car seats were installed, Jiang Ning decided to take the babies to the market to see what kinds of products were popular at this time of year and what the market was like. Jiang Ning has now found a way to make money, take the items from the space mall and sell them outside. Because the prices outside this shopping mall are 10 times higher than those inside, if he makes money off the price difference, he can earn a lot. Jiang Ning didn't know what to sell for the time being, so he decided to go and take a look first. First, observe what others are selling. See which ones are making more money and have more customers. Observe the foot traffic and other factors before deciding what to do. Jiang Ning plans to take the children to the nearest large shopping mall. Handsome, your car seat is installed. Please come over and see if it fits. Upon hearing that it was installed, Jiang Ning immediately stood up and went to the car. When he saw three child safety seats neatly arranged inside, Jiang Ning nodded. He was very satisfied with the child safety seats. I let the children go in and try it out, to see if there was anything that wasn't right. The people at the car center immediately nodded. They agreed that they definitely needed to try it out to see if it was suitable. Let's try putting the child up there. If there's anything that's not suitable, we can fix it all at once. After Jiang Ning lifted the three children up and fastened their safety buckles, looking at the three children sitting side by side, Jiang Ning felt nothing but tenderness in her heart. Babies, are you feeling comfortable? Is there anything that's uncomfortable? If there's anything that's uncomfortable, be sure to tell Daddy, and Daddy will ask the uncles to reinstall it for you. The little bundles of joy all shook their heads at the same time. They felt that the chair was very comfortable and there was nothing that bothered them. Daddy, this chair is so comfortable, baby loves it. This time, Xiaobao spoke first. When she said this, she showed her two front teeth, which looked really cute. If you like it, then you don't need to ask your uncle to change it. Dabao, Bao, what do you think? Do you want it changed? The two children shook their heads, indicating that it was unnecessary. Since the children felt that no changes were needed, Jiang Ning gave them the money and left with them. Daddy, where are we going? The children looked at Jiang Ning with some confusion and asked. Jiang Ning looked at the car seat in the back and realized a problem. While driving, he couldn't keep an eye on the children in the back. So he decided to install a camera in the back, which could be connected to the tablet in the front, so he could monitor the children's situation at all times. Jiang Ning has always been the kind of person who acts on his thoughts, so as soon as he had this idea, he immediately put it into action. He knew there was a place nearby where he could install surveillance cameras on cars, and he was about to go there. Dad will take you to pack another thing, and then we'll go to the shopping mall to buy things. If you see anything you like, be sure to tell Dad, and Dad will buy it for you. The younger children were very happy. They felt that it was good to have their dad. He would buy them lots of delicious food and fun things. They really loved their dad. Daddy, you're so good to me. Daddy is my second favorite person. Jiang Ning's car gradually came to a stop because they had arrived at their destination. After stopping, he walked to the back to help the babies unbuckle their seatbelts. When Jiang Ning came to Xiaobao's side, he couldn't help but ask Xiaobao a question. Xiaobao, if Dad is your second favorite person, then who is your first favorite person? Actually, Jiang Ning could have guessed the answer even if he hadn't asked, but he just wanted to tease Xiaobao. The baby's favorite person is their mother. The mother is the baby's favorite person. Hearing Xiaobao say that, Jiang Ning pretended to look at Xiaobao with a sad face. Baby, I never imagined that Daddy wasn't your favorite person. Daddy is so heartbroken. Jiang Ning did it on purpose. He wanted to see what Xiaobao would do. To his surprise, Xiao Luai immediately reached out and grabbed him, saying something to him. Daddy, you are also the baby's favorite person, so don't worry. Xiaobao's words brought Jiang Ning some comfort, but he knew that in the children's hearts, their mother was definitely the most important person. After all, their mother had been with them since they were little, so it was normal for their mother to be their favorite person. Babies, do you want to come down and go inside with Daddy to find someone to help us install a security camera? The three children nodded without hesitation. If they could go down with their father, they definitely wanted to. Since the children all wanted to get down, Jiang Ning didn't say much. He helped the children fix what needed to be changed, and then carried them down one by one. Babies, come here, Daddy will hold your hands, let's go inside together. And so, Jiang Ning held Xiaobao in his arms, while the other two children stood beside him, each holding onto his clothes on either side. As soon as Jiang Ning entered, the people inside immediately came to greet him. Xiao Jiang, what brings you here? Is there something you need from me? Just tell me, and I'll do my best to help you with whatever it is. Upon hearing the owner say this, Jiang Ning immediately nodded. Old Zhu, you're still as generous as ever. I'm here because I want you to help me install a surveillance camera in my car so I can see what the kids are doing in the back when I'm driving. When old Zhu heard Jiang Ning say that, his eyes widened in surprise. I'm not even married yet, and you already have a child. Chapter 31 My Real Child. Seeing his surprise, Jiang Ning burst out laughing and said to the child beside her. Come on, babies, call him uncle. This is a friend that Daddy knew from his school days. He was actually a senior from the same year as Jiang Ning. He wasn't particularly good looking, but he was very generous and had been very kind to Jiang Ning when they were in school. So Jiang Ning usually comes here to help out when he doesn't have anything else to do. However, he hasn't been here for a long time since graduating. Uncle. The children's sweet, childlike voices made you want to play with them. Old Zhu was no exception. He hadn't noticed the two children beside Jiang Ning, but he had seen the little girl in Jiang Ning's arms. He thought she might be Jiang Ning's older brother's child, but judging from Jiang Ning's appearance, it didn't seem so. Jiang Ning, you're not going to tell me this is your child, are you? Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. The babies were indeed his children. Yes, Lao Zhu, these 3 children are all mine, they are truly my children. Old Zhu's eyes widened in disbelief. No way. I've never even heard that you have a girlfriend. How could you suddenly have 3 kids this big all of the time? Are you sure you're not lying to me? Jiang Ning also found it hard to believe, but he nodded in the end. Old Zhu, I know this is hard for you to accept. Actually, at first, I felt the same way as you. But looking at such a lovely group of babies, I experienced for the first time what it feels like to have my heart melt. I don't know how to describe that feeling to you. Seeing Jiang Ning so happy, old Zhu was genuinely happy for him too, but it would be best to say something to him directly. Jiang Ning, you need to be more careful. Don't be as carefree as before, or you'll get scammed without even realizing it. Jiang Ning knew that Lao Zhu was concerned about him, which was why he said those things, so he didn't say anything more. Wait, I remember now, weren't you with that Jiang Jejia before? These children, could they be the ones Jiang Jejia bore for you? When Jiang Ning heard him ask that question, she immediately shook her head and looked at him and said, Old Zhu, I have nothing to do with Jiang Jejia anymore. She's no longer mine, and these children weren't born to her. As for who gave birth to them, I don't know how to tell you. When I have time, I'll bring her to see you. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, old Zhu nodded in satisfaction and asked his men to help Jiang Ning install surveillance cameras, while he played with the child. Jiang Ning waited quite a while before the surveillance cameras were finally installed. Old Zhu, how much is it? I can transfer it directly to your phone. By the way, can this surveillance camera connect to a phone or tablet? The main issue is that this is the first time Jiang Ning has used something like this, so he doesn't really understand it. It's not much money, so you don't need to give any. The link is very simple, you can understand it yourself by looking at it. When you have time, remember to bring your child and that other child's mother whom I haven't seen before, to come and play. Since he had already said that, Jiang Ning knew that if he continued to ask, old Zhu would definitely get angry again. So, to avoid upsetting him, Jiang Ning decided to transfer the money to him via a certain platform later, so that he wouldn't have to receive it and it would go directly into his account. I understand, Lao Zhu. We'll be going now. I'll definitely bring the kids over when I have time. Jiang Ning and the children talked with Lao Zhu for a while longer before leaving. It has to be said that having surveillance cameras makes a difference. While Jiang Ning was driving, he could keep an eye on the children's movements at all times, which made him feel much more at ease. Babies, don't fight. Daddy will buy you candy later. Dads take care of kids in a simple and straightforward way. Jiang Ning's principle for raising kids is that as long as the children don't cry, don't fight, and behave well, that's enough. Jiang Ning discovered through surveillance footage that Bao had been patting Bao, which is why she said that. When Jiang Ning brought the children to the large shopping mall he had mentioned, it was clear that the children were very happy. Ding! Buy each child a gift they like, and you'll receive a reward. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sigh. Daddy system, no wonder it's called daddy system, so that's what it is. At first, he didn't quite understand what the daddy system was, but now he does. It's a system specifically designed to serve children. Although it was designed for children, Jiang Ning found himself extremely fond of the system. Upon hearing that there was another mission, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. His favorite thing to do now was to do missions, mainly because the rewards after completing them were quite tempting. Jiang Ning really loves doing missions. If he could, he'd want to assign him a few more every day. Jiang Ning brought the children to the large shopping mall. There were so many people there. Even before entering, Jiang Ning could tell that it was packed with people. Babies, there are a lot of people in here. When we go in later, you must hold on to Daddy, okay? The 3 children nodded without hesitation. They knew that their father was definitely doing this for their own good, which was why he said it to them like that. After Jiang Ning took the children inside, he kept an eye out to see what items were selling well so he could try them out later. Daddy, baby. Bao suddenly spoke up while lifting something not far away. Jiang Ning didn't react at first, but when Bao spoke again, he realized what was going on. Bao, do you like the things in front of you? Daddy will take you over to see which one it is. Jiang Ning noticed that Bao kept pointing in one direction, so he must have something he liked. When Jiang Ning carried Lue to the stall, Bao pointed at the biggest Barbie doll on the stall and stared longingly at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked at what she was pointing to and was about to take out his money when another child from another family arrived. Mom, I want this too. I want this big Barbie doll, the one she's holding. The boy immediately pointed to what Xiaobao was holding in her arms and spoke to her parents. Chapter 32 The Mischievous Furry Child. Seeing that the person was staring at the doll in her arms, Xiaobao subconsciously hugged the Barbie doll a little tighter, as if afraid that someone would snatch it away. Okay, baby, wait a minute, mommy will buy it for you now. However, even if she wanted to buy it, she might not be able to, mainly because there wasn't another one like the one Xiaobao was holding at this stall. Honey, the one you like is no longer available. Otherwise, see if you can find another one. If you do, mommy will buy it for you. Watching the mother and son interact like this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but frown. He had never met a mother who was so humble in coaxing her child. The problem is that even after all this coaxing, the child remains unmoved. I don't care, I just want that one. If you don't buy it for me, I'll hit you. The boy suddenly swung his hand and hit his mother beside him. Jiang Ning was dumbfounded at what was happening. He never expected that there would still be such a mischievous child. If we don't teach them now, it will be too late when they grow up and we want to teach them later. Hearing the boy say that, the woman felt helpless and could only speak to Jiang Ning beside her. Hey handsome, could you please choose another one and let us have this one? Our child really loves it, look. Before the woman could finish speaking, Jiang Ning immediately shook his head. He would never agree no matter what. I'm sorry, your child likes it, but my child likes it even more, so we can't give it to you. When Jiang Ning said that they couldn't let him pass, the woman's son immediately collapsed and lay on the roadside, making a huge fuss. I don't care, I just like this. Hurry up and make her leave the toy behind. If she doesn't, I'm not getting up. Seeing her son like this, the woman was worried and squatted down to help him up. But the child didn't want to get up and just stayed on the ground. Hey handsome, could you ask your kid to give this up? I think your kid is pretty sensible, he'll definitely agree. The woman thought that Jiang Ning would definitely agree after he said that, but to her surprise, she saw Jiang Ning shake his head. Does shaking your head mean disagreement? Handsome guy, I'm begging you, please just do me a favor. My child really likes it, and he definitely wouldn't get up without it. Please just do a good deed, okay? Even though she said that, Jiang Ning still shook her head and looked down at Xiaobao at her feet, asking him a question. Xiaobao, do you like this? Would you be willing to give it to someone else? Xiaobao really liked this toy, so when Jiang Ning asked her that question, Xiaobao immediately shook her head. She didn't want to, even though she liked the toy herself. Daddy, baby likes it, won't give it to anyone else. Upon hearing Xiaobao say this, Jiang Ning immediately nodded. Then he reached out and patted Xiaobao's head, and said to Xiaobao, since my child likes it too, then we can't give it to you. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he asked the stall owner. How much is this toy? I'll buy it. When the stall owner heard Jiang Ning ask this question, he didn't hesitate and immediately replied to Jiang Ning. It's 288. See how you plan to pay. Before Jiang Ning could even say anything, the woman next to him jumped up. 288? You're charging 288 for a piece of junk? You might as well rob people. Who would want to buy something this expensive? The woman immediately pulled the child, who was still making a fuss on the ground, up and slapped him across the face. What's all the fuss about? Didn't you hear them say how much that toy cost? We can't afford it at all. If you keep making a scene, you can stay here by yourself. We're leaving now. As soon as the woman finished speaking, she walked away. The boy hadn't planned to leave yet and wanted to continue making a fuss, but seeing that his mother had already walked a distance away, the boy became anxious and chased after her. No one made any more noise in front of them, and Jiang Ning paid the money in one go. Xiaobao, bring your toys here, daddy will hold them for you. Seeing that her father had already returned the money, Xiaobao was relieved that the item wouldn't be taken away again. She handed the item to Jiang Ning and asked him to hold it for her. Let's go, let's continue shopping and see if De Bao and Air Bao have anything they like. If they do, be sure to tell Dad, and Dad will definitely buy it for you. Jiang Ning's words made the children very happy. Their father was so kind to them, even buying them the toys they liked. After walking around for a long time, Jiang Ning still couldn't find anything the other two children liked, so he couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, they were all a bit tired from walking around, so Jiang Ning could only take the children to find a place to drink some water and rest for a while before continuing to walk around. After resting, Jiang Ning decided to take the children to the children's playground at the top, where there would surely be things the children would like. Sure enough, not long after they went upstairs, Erbao found something he liked, a complete set of Superman toys. However, after looking at it, Erbao ultimately didn't ask Jiang Ning to buy it for him. Seeing Erbao like this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but speak up. Erbao, don't you like this? If you like it, we'll buy it. Although Jiang Ning said that, Erbao still shook his head. His mother had told them before that she would buy them these toys when she earned money, and that she couldn't buy them now. No, Daddy, Mom said we can't waste money. I've already bought what my little sister likes, so we don't need to. Perhaps because Xiaobao is still young, he can't pronounce some words clearly when he speaks. After hearing him say that, Jiang Ning finally understood why he didn't want to buy it. He was afraid of wasting money. Second baby, don't worry, Daddy has money and can buy you lots and lots of toys. You don't need to worry. If you like them, we'll buy them without hesitation. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he looked up at Erbao and told him to take what he liked. Second baby, if you like it, take it without hesitation. Chapter 33 10 Acres of Spiritual Fields. Although Erbao was still a little hesitant, he finally took it after seeing Jiang Ning's encouraging look. Both babies have received gifts, only the older one hasn't. Jiang Ning decided to ask Dabao what he liked first, which would make it easier to find out. Dabao, tell Daddy what you like, and Daddy will take you to buy it. Before Dabao could even speak, Erbao immediately chimed in when Jiang Ning asked that question. Daddy, my brother likes Mumu, the fun Mumu. Hearing Erbao say this, Jiang Ning was filled with doubt, not knowing what this was. Seeing Jiang Ning's puzzled look, Xiaobao finally spoke up. Daddy, Mommy said that thing is called Lego. Upon hearing Xiaobao say Lego, Jiang Ning's eyes widened in disbelief. Who would imagine that a 3-year-old child would like to play with Lego? Looking at Dabao's serious face, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think to himself that when he was 3 years old, he was still playing with mud. His son was much better. He could play with Lego at the age of 3. Jiang Ning was still somewhat incredulous, so he looked at Dabao in front of him and asked again. Baby, are you sure what you like to play with is really called Lego? Seeing Dabao nod, Jiang Ning took the child to the Lego area and let him see what he liked. Dabao, there are so many Lego sets here, take a look and see which one you like. The main problem is that there are just so many Lego sets here. It took Dabao quite a while to pick out what he liked. After Jiang Ning paid the money, the system's reward also arrived. Ding! Congratulations on completing the mission. You have obtained 10 acres of spirit fields. The area of the spirit fields will increase depending on the extent of your mission completion. We hope you will complete the mission well and become the owner of 1,000 acres of spirit fields as soon as possible. Upon hearing the reward from the system, Jiang Ning frowned. What was the use of this reward? He seemed to think it was useless. Although Jiang Ning didn't say anything, the system knew that he didn't seem to like it very much. He immediately explained to Jiang Ning. Host, don't underestimate this spirit field. You can try planting something in it. Its growth rate is super fast. As long as you plant it today, you can harvest it when you wake up tomorrow. Hearing how amazing it was, Jiang Ning immediately became interested. No wonder the space had rewarded him with some peanut seeds a while ago. He was puzzled at the time, wondering why the system would suddenly give him these seeds. It seems that this is why. Since you put it that way, I'll go back and give it a try. I happen to need some fruit to make money, so I'll go buy some fruit seedlings now. I hope you're not lying to me. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the system immediately retorted. You are my most respected host, how could I possibly lie to you? However, some things that are difficult to ripen do take about 2 days to succeed. This has nothing to do with me, it's a problem with the plant itself. When you encounter this problem, you can't blame me, just wait a little longer. Jiang Ning nodded when he heard him say that, indicating that he already knew. The most important thing now is to find what he wants to buy. He was originally planning to buy a watermelon at the Space Mall when he went back, because he had just figured out what to do to make money. Now that the weather is so hot, wouldn't a cool and delicious watermelon make people feel instantly cool? Jiang Ning felt that selling watermelons at this time would definitely be a good idea. Now that he heard the system say this, he planned to buy some watermelon seedlings and try planting them in the spirit field to see if it would be successful. If it really succeeds, then he will save a lot of money. Jiang Ning felt a surge of joy at the thought. Babies, let's go over there and see if there's anything Daddy likes. Now that we've bought what you babies like, the rest is up to Mommy and Daddy. Let's buy Daddy's favorite things first, and then Mommy's favorite things, okay? The little ones nodded without hesitation, each clutching their favorite toy and smiling genuinely happily. Jiang Ning was very happy to see them so happy. He loved seeing the babies happy every day. Jiang Ning searched everywhere, but he couldn't find any watermelon seedlings, let alone watermelon sellers. Jiang Ning didn't know what was going on either. How come there wasn't a single person to be seen? Logically speaking, this should be the season for watermelons, and there should be people selling watermelons at this time of year. But he searched almost every place that sold fruit in the area, and there really wasn't a single watermelon. Seeing this, Jiang Ning was really puzzled and didn't know what was going on. Just when Jiang Ning was about to give up the search, he finally saw watermelons. Although there weren't many, at least he saw some watermelons. Jiang Ning immediately walked up to the person and asked him, "Hello, could you please tell me how I bought the watermelon?" For some reason, Jiang Ning felt that when he went over, the uncle who was selling watermelons seemed to have his eyes light up. "Watermelon is 38 yuan a pound, handsome, how many do you want?" When Jiang Ning heard him say 38 yuan per jean, his eyes widened in surprise. He really hadn't expected it to be so expensive. No wonder I searched for so long and couldn't find anyone selling watermelons. Under normal circumstances, no one would buy such expensive items. "Uncle, normally watermelons cost a few dollars per pound, right? Why are they so expensive per pound now?" When the uncle heard Jiang Ning ask that question, he immediately replied, "Young man, you may not have heard, but this year's watermelons were all bitten by some kind of insect that came from who knows where, causing huge losses. There weren't many watermelons left, so the price gradually went up, and that's how it ended up like this. Luckily, I didn't buy too many, otherwise I would have lost a fortune." The old man who bought the melon was just telling the truth. He didn't say anything deceiving. It was simply the truth. "Young man, would you like to buy one and try it? It's a bit pricey, but I guarantee it'll be sweet. If it's not sweet, you can come back to me, I'll always be here." Hearing him say that, Jiang Ning nodded and spent over 200 yuan to buy a watermelon that didn't look that big. "Baby, let's go, we're going to buy mommy a present." Jiang Ning was carrying 3 children and some things in her hands. She felt it was a bit of a hassle and decided to put the things in the car first. Chapter 34 Spirit Spring Water. This is the most expensive melon Jiang Ning has ever bought. No matter how expensive other melons were before, Jiang Ning would never buy them. Jiang Ning put the things in the car, then took the children for a little more walk before heading back. Anyway, he roughly knew everything Jiang Ning wanted to know, and there was nothing else he needed to do. When they returned to Yan Mashi's rented apartment, Jiang Ning took out all the toys he had just bought for the children to play with, while he went to prepare a meal. After dinner, he has something important to do. He bought so many watermelon seedlings just to try them out, so Jiang Ning will have to go plant some after dinner. After settling the children in, Jiang Ning went to the kitchen, glanced through the recipes, and started cooking a simple one. When Jiang Ning cooks, she usually considers whether the children can eat it first. If they can't, she has to cook it for them again. This time, Jiang Ning plans to make a tofu, shrimp, and egg drop soup. Just hearing the name makes it sound delicious. After he finished cooking, he fed the children little by little. When he saw that the children liked the drink, Jiang Ning felt much more at ease. When he was cooking, Jiang Ning was a little worried that the children might not want to drink it. But now he wasn't worried anymore. Seeing how happily the little ones were eating, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask them a question. "Kids, what do you think of this dish? If you like it, Daddy will make it for you again next time." The children nodded without hesitation. Jiang Ning's cooking was indeed very delicious. "The rice cake tastes good, even better than Mom's." The other 2 little ones nodded in agreement, and it seemed they really liked it. After settling the children in, Jiang Ning found a place and went straight to the spatial spirit field. Seeing such a large 10-acre field, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up. He quickly planted the watermelon seedlings he had bought that day, as well as the peanuts that the system had given him as a reward last time. It took Jiang Ning quite a while to plant everything that needed to be planted. Looking at the 10 acres of land planted with watermelons and peanuts, Jiang Ning felt a great sense of accomplishment. "System, does this mean we can harvest tomorrow?" Jiang Ning remembered that the system had told him the same thing last time. If he planted now, he could get fruit tomorrow. Jiang Ning thought that if that was the case, he needed to make preparations first and then rent a relatively large vehicle so that he could use it to store the watermelons when he harvested them. Otherwise, there would be nowhere to put the watermelons. However, to Jiang Ning's surprise, he was interrupted by the system as soon as he appeared. "Host, this watermelon will take about 3 days to ripen." Upon hearing the system say this, Jiang Ning's eyes widened immediately, and he asked the system in a somewhat strange manner. Didn't you say that under normal circumstances, you can harvest a watermelon the day after you plant it? Why is this watermelon different? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's question, the system immediately spoke up. Host, the main problem is that you planted it at night now, so it can't be considered a day anymore. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Ning suddenly realized what was going on. He had thought the system was deceiving him, but he hadn't expected it to be true. Jiang Ning thought 3 days was fine, not too rushed, so he immediately nodded without hesitation. Alright, 3 days it is. It's not that long. System, I've already planted the stuff. Is there anything else I need to do? This was Jiang Ning's first time farming, and he knew nothing about it, so he could only ask the system for help. Water it frequently. Behind this plot of land, there is a spring that is very beneficial for growing things. You can come in and water them a little every day, and the melons will definitely grow big and sweet. Upon hearing that there was a large area of spiritual spring water, Jiang Ning was eager to go and see it. When he got to the back, he really saw a water source. The water was different from the water he usually saw. It was exceptionally clear and looked delicious. Jiang Ning walked over immediately, scooped up a little bit, and put it in his mouth. The moment Jiang Ning drank the spiritual spring water, he immediately closed his eyes. For some reason, he suddenly felt relaxed all over, as if a strange thing was flowing through his body, making him feel extremely comfortable. System, this spiritual spring water is quite effective. I just drank a little bit and instantly felt relaxed all over. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the system immediately smiled at him. Jiang Ning couldn't see its physical form, and when he suddenly heard it laughing like that, he was startled. System, stop laughing. Your laughter is really terrifying, it's going to scare someone to death. Since Jiang Ning wouldn't let it laugh, the system immediately stopped laughing and looked at Jiang Ning with a serious expression. Host, if you drink too much of this spiritual spring water, it will have a very large impact on your appearance. So I think it's best if you don't drink too much at once. Hearing the system say this, Jiang Ning nodded. He knew this, after all, he had just felt how powerful the spiritual spring was. Okay, I understand now. I'll come back to you if I have any questions. I'll go out now. There are no adults at home, it's just the 3 kids playing by themselves. Jiang Ning became anxious upon thinking about this. He knew the children would cry if they couldn't find him. So Jiang Ning immediately went out of the space, and as soon as he came out, he really heard the child crying. Hearing Xiao Bao crying, Jiang Ning's heart almost melted. He immediately went outside to see what was wrong with Xiao Bao and why he had suddenly started crying. Xiao Bao's crying continued outside. Hearing Xiao Bao crying so pitifully and showing no signs of stopping, Jiang Ning immediately ran outside. When he came outside, Xiao Bao saw him and immediately stopped crying. She opened her arms to Jiang Ning and looked at him, saying, "Daddy, hug me." Jiang Ning's heart melted at the sight of Xiao Bao. He rushed to her side, picked her up, and gently wiped away her tears. He then looked at Xiao Bao and asked her a question. "Xiao Bao, what's wrong? Why are you crying all of a sudden?" Chapter 35, Taking the Children to Find Their Mother. When Jiang Ning asked him that question, Xiao Bao immediately sniffed and looked at Jiang Ning somewhat embarrassedly. "Where did Daddy go? Baby can't find Daddy." Hearing Xiao Bao say this, Jiang Ning was stunned. It seemed that Xiao Bao was crying because he couldn't find him. Ding! A new task has been assigned. Take the children to pick up their mother and build a relationship with her to earn a reward. Upon hearing that there was another mission, Jiang Ning's eyes narrowed immediately. He really enjoyed doing missions these days. These tasks were very simple, but the rewards were quite substantial, so Jiang Ning really liked them. He looked at Xiao Bao, who was still sobbing in front of him, and couldn't help but say something to her. "Little Bao, Daddy just went to the kitchen to tidy up. You probably didn't go to the kitchen, so you didn't see Daddy. Little Bao, don't cry. Let's go to school and pick Mommy up, okay?" When she heard that she could pick up her mother from school, Xiao Bao's eyes lit up immediately. She had never picked up her mother from school before, and she liked this opportunity and wanted to go. Just after speaking to Xiao Bao, Jiang Ning looked down and immediately met 2 pairs of eyes staring at him expectantly. Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated by their expressions. Before he could even speak, the 2 children below spoke up first. "Daddy, Bao also wants to pick Mom up from school, is that okay?" Bao, who was standing next to him, nodded hurriedly. Although he didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately understood what they meant. Jiang Ning pretended to hesitate for a moment, reached out and patted De Bao's little head, just about to speak. De Bao spoke first once again. If Daddy can't, we'll just stay home and wait for you to bring Mommy back. Don't worry, Daddy. We'll be good. These children are really exceptionally sensible, so sensible that Jiang Ning feels a little sorry for them. 3-year-old children don't actually need to be this sensible. Jiang Ning walked up to the children in an instant, hugged them both tightly, and said to them, "Of course the babies have to go with Daddy. How could Daddy feel comfortable leaving you all locked up at home? If he's going out, he'll definitely take you all with him." Hearing Jiang Ning say that, De Bao and Bao's eyes lit up immediately. They thought Dad was just planning to take the baby with him to pick up Mom, but they didn't expect that Dad also planned to take them along. The hearts of De Bao and Bao instantly brightened with joy at a speed visible to the naked eye. Seeing them happy made Jiang Ning very happy too. "Babies, Daddy will help you change into new clothes. We'll all wear matching outfits, and then we'll go to Mommy's school to pick her up. What do you think?" The kids were all very happy that they could go to school with their dad to pick up their mom. Now, whatever Jiang Ning says, they all agree. "We'll all listen to Daddy. Daddy, let's hurry up and change our clothes. After we're dressed, we can go to school to pick up Mommy." When Jiang Ning heard Xiao Bao ask this, he nodded. They could have set off right now, but Jiang Ning felt that their clothes had been worn all day and must have a bit of a sweaty smell, so it would be better to change them. "Yes, after we change our clothes, we can go find Mom." Jiang Ning helped the children change their clothes and then set off with them. The main reason was that Yen Mashi still had to attend evening self-study sessions, otherwise she wouldn't be home so late. Jiang Ning had already told her that he would pick her up and take her home when she went to evening self-study. At first, Yen Mashi disagreed, mainly because she felt it wasn't safe to leave the children at home alone, which is why she rejected Jiang Ning's offer. What Jiang Ning didn't know was how scared she was walking home after evening self-study. The main problem was that there wasn't a single streetlight on that stretch of road, and she felt genuinely scared walking there at night. For a while, she had been feeling like someone was following her, which made her feel scared. Fortunately, she managed to run home with all her might, and nothing bad happened. Now, when she finishes her evening self-study session, she runs home. Although it's tiring, Yen Mashi feels that it's safer that way. Although Yen Mashi refused to come and pick him up, Jiang Ning knew that Yen Mashi was worried about what might happen to the children if they were left alone at home. However, Jiang Ning felt that now that he had brought the children with him, Yen Mashi would definitely not have any objections. "Babies, get in the car first, and Daddy will help you fasten your seatbelts. Then we can head out to pick up Mommy." The children were very obedient. When they heard Jiang Ning say that, they immediately nodded and climbed onto the car. Seeing how clumsy he still looked, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. "Babies, wait a minute. It's all because Daddy didn't think it through. Daddy will carry you upstairs right now." Jiang Ning lifted each child into their car seat and, after getting them all ready, spoke to them. "Babies, wait a moment, Daddy's going upstairs to get something, I'll be right down." The little bundles of milk nodded and kept looking in the direction where Jiang Ning disappeared. As soon as Jiang Ning entered the stairwell, seeing that there was no one inside and no surveillance cameras, he quickly slipped into the spatial shopping mall, bought 3 baby bottles and some milk powder, went to the spatial spiritual spring, cleaned the baby bottles, and then put 2 drops of spiritual spring water into each bottle. A drop or 2 of the spiritual spring water can strengthen the body, and Jiang Ning was thinking of making a little bit for the children to drink every day, so that the children would definitely be in great health. Jiang Ning heated up the water, prepared the formula for the babies, and then eagerly ran downstairs. As soon as Jiang Ning got out of the car and opened the door, she saw 3 well-behaved children sitting there, and she felt very content at that moment. "Babies, each of you has a bottle. Remember to wait a bit before drinking. This one is still a bit hot, so you can't drink it now, okay?" Others would never say these things to their children, but Jiang Ning is different. In Jiang Ning's mind, these kinds of things are things that can be taught to children gradually. "Babies, are you all seated? We're about to leave to find Mommy." Jiang Ning drove very steadily. By the time he arrived at Yen Mashi's school, the children were asleep in the back. Chapter 36 School Beauty in Danger. Jiang Ning didn't notice at first, but after he stopped the car, he didn't hear the babies talking in the back, and he immediately felt something was strange. When he looked back and saw the sleeping children, he couldn't help but laugh. Fortunately, these car seats are adjustable. Jiang Ning slowly adjusted them for the children so they could sleep more comfortably. Just then, Jiang Ning saw people coming out of the door one after another, and he realized that he hadn't called Yen Mashi to tell her that he was coming to pick her up. So Jiang Ning picked up his phone and called Yen Mashi. Yen Mashi was still a little annoyed. A boy from the class next to theirs had been pestering her for days, asking her to be his girlfriend. But how could she possibly agree? The boy was standing right next to her, talking to her. She wanted to run away, but she felt it would be impolite to do so. She was really torn and didn't know what to do. Jiang Ning's phone call truly saved her from dire straits. Yen Mashi answered the phone immediately and spoke to the person on the other end. "Hey, honey, are you coming to pick me up?" Jiang Ning, on the other end of the phone, was completely stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief, not knowing what had happened. He couldn't help but wonder, was it just because he came to pick up Yen Mashi that she was so moved? However, Jiang Ning had only thought about it for a short while when he suddenly realized what was going on. Yen, have you encountered any danger? Tell me, where are you now?" Jiang Ning sounded a little anxious. He felt that Yen Mashi's behavior just now seemed a bit off. Normally, Yen Mashi would never call him darling, so Jiang Ning felt that something must have happened to Yen Mashi. "I'm near the library, do you want to come over?" Before Yen Mashi could say anything more, her phone was snatched away. The people who snatched her phone were stunned when they saw that Yen Mashi was actually making a call. They had thought she was just pretending, but they didn't expect her to actually be on the phone. But even if they were really on the phone, so what? They had nothing to be afraid of. "I said, Yen, the school beauty, if our brother Biao likes you, it's your good fortune. If you don't agree, then you're ungrateful. In that case, we can't guarantee we won't do anything to you." As they were talking, they reached out to pull Yen Mashi, but she dodged them. "I already have a boyfriend, and I'm not good enough for brother Biao. Can you please leave me alone? We're really not a good match." The man called brother Biao walked up to Yen Mashi and said something to her. "No, I've got my eye on you. Your boyfriend is no match for me. Dump him and be with me. I promise you'll live the high life." The man called brother Biao immediately reached out to touch Yen Mashi. This time, Yen Mashi had no way to dodge, mainly because there were too many of them and she had nowhere to hide. Standing behind her was the same guy called brother Biao. In that instant, Yen Mashi felt a sense of despair. Almost everyone else had finished their evening self-study and was preparing to go home. Even if she wanted to call for help, there was no one there. "No. Don't do this. I don't like you. You can't do this. It's illegal to do this." Yen Mashi was genuinely frightened that Bodyguard had already started to grope her, and she had no way to stop him. Yen Mashi really didn't know what to do. She couldn't run away even if she wanted to. Was she really going to be defiled by the man in front of her? Yen Mashi gritted her teeth and made a decision in her heart: if this man really did something to her later, she would bite her tongue and commit suicide, even if it would be a tragedy for Jiang Ning and the children. At this moment, Yen Mashi suddenly thought of Jiang Ning. If she died, Jiang Ning would have to take care of the child alone, which would be very difficult for him. The sound of clothes tearing rang out, accompanied by shouts from other men nearby. Yen Mashi was truly in despair. Just as her clothes were about to be taken off, Jiang Ning appeared. He kicked away the man who was holding Yen Mashi and pulled Yen Mashi into his arms. Yen Mashi's eyes lit up when she saw Jiang Ning suddenly appear. However, looking at the large group of people in front of her, she suddenly felt that if Jiang Ning came at this time, something bad would definitely happen to him. "Jiang Ning, there are so many of them, we have no chance of winning. Otherwise, let's run. If we run, we might have a chance to escape." Although Yen Mashi said that, Jiang Ning shook his head. There were so many of them. If they wanted to escape, there was simply no way for them to do so. Yen, are you alright?" Yen Mashi shook her head. She was fine. She had just been startled. "So this is the boyfriend you were talking about? He's not even that good looking, not as good looking as me. I don't know what you saw in him. Listen to me, if you come with me, I promise you I'll let him go and won't do anything to him." Hearing him say that, Yen Mashi couldn't help but feel anxious. She grabbed Jiang Ning and tried to run away, but looking at the people surrounding them, Yen Mashi's eyes were filled with despair. With so many people, it seems they have no way to break through. Not that they have no way, but they have absolutely no chance. Looking at the scene before her, Yen Mashi slowly spoke to Jiang Ning beside her, looking at him and saying, "Jiang Ning, you should leave. I'll stay." It took Yen Mo a lot of courage to say those words. As soon as she finished speaking, she suddenly went limp. Fortunately, Jiang Ning was by her side. He immediately helped Yen Mashi up. Looking at the large group of men in front of him, Jiang Ning's expression was somewhat cold. What kind of skill is it for a whole family of men to bully a girl? If you're so capable, come at me and make her leave. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say this, she immediately became anxious. Letting him deal with such a large group of people by himself would definitely not end well. Jiang Ning, no. There are so many of them, you can't beat them, you'll die soon. Yen Mashi felt that if Jiang Ning were really beaten by so many people, something bad would definitely happen. The main problem was that she knew these people, they fought like madmen. Chapter 37, Obtaining the Power Pill. So when Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning speak like that, she instinctively wanted to stop him. But looking at Jiang Ning, who kept giving her meaningful glances, Yen Mashi was a little confused. Seeing Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning had no choice but to lean close to her ear and whisper something to her. Yen, trust me. You go first. The babies are in the car outside. Go out now and go to them, understand? Hearing Jiang Ning say this, and seeing the determination in his eyes, Yen Mashi didn't know why, but she trusted him completely, so she nodded to Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning saw Yen Mashi nod, he immediately felt relieved. He looked up and spoke to the bodyguard in front of him. So, are you a man or not? If you are, then don't make things difficult for women. I'll fight you, but once we've fought, you have to promise not to touch my woman again. When Brother Biao heard Jiang Ning say that, he burst out laughing, and even the people next to him joined in without hesitation. With your small frame, you mean you're planning to take on everyone here by yourself? Do you even know how many people are here? Why don't you count them yourself? Hearing him say that, Jiang Ning shook his head, his eyes full of determination. No need. I know how many people are here. As long as you release her first, I'll fight you until you submit. Release them. Hearing what Brother Biao said, his group of underlings were somewhat incredulous and immediately asked him a question. Biao. Brother Biao, are you sure you didn't say something wrong? You said to release them? One of Biao Ji's henchmen walked up to him in an instant, looking at him with disbelief in his eyes. What, don't you understand what I mean? I told you to release the man. Release him. This is the first time I've met a man with such audacity. I want to see what he's capable of to dare make such a big boast. Since their elder brother had said so, the person in front of him could only nod and then speak to the person blocking Jiang Ning's back. Release them. The person who received the instruction immediately moved aside to allow Yen Mashi to leave. Yen Mashi was reluctant to leave. She was genuinely worried about Jiang Ning. However, seeing her like this, Jiang Ning immediately pushed her hard and then spoke to Yen Mashi. Yen, go outside and wait for me. Don't worry, I'll go find you right away, okay? Jiang Ning kept gesturing to Yen Mashi with his eyes. With no other option, Yen Mashi could only stand up and run outside. She knew that she couldn't stay any longer. If she did, Jiang Ning would have even less chance to escape. When Jiang Ning saw Yen Mashi run away, he breathed a sigh of relief. He didn't really have any other ideas, but he thought that as a grown man, he couldn't let a woman suffer. So he thought of using reverse psychology to get the group to release Yen Mashi first, and he would see if he could come up with a solution. Kid, your courage is commendable, I admire you. But you're in for a rough time. There are so many of us. If we beat you to death, your woman will end up being mine, ha ha. Brother Biao's tone was arrogant, which made people feel particularly uncomfortable. All of you, get him. Show him what it's like to look down on us. His woman won't be able to run for long. We'll go out and bring her back later. Hearing his brother say that, his underlings immediately burst into laughter. Brother Biao, so that's what you were planning. I was wondering why you were suddenly being so kind today. The man called Brother Biao burst out laughing when he heard what his underlings said. This shows you don't understand me. Am I that kind of person? I enjoy watching others suffer. Seeing others in pain makes me happy. What are you standing there for? Take action. Show them what you're capable of. At this moment, Jiang Ning was talking to the system. Host, don't worry, I can help you. With so many people eyeing him menacingly, Jiang Ning simply couldn't bring himself to tell him not to worry. Tell me quickly, what exactly do you want? Don't just say you can help but do nothing. You're not planning to help me when I'm half dead, are you? If that's the case, you might as well just let me get beaten to death. That would be much simpler. When the system heard Jiang Ning say that, it immediately retorted. How could that be? It's just that your child and the child's mother haven't met yet, so the reward can't be issued. You can only persevere a little longer. Jiang Ning was stunned when he heard the system say that, and couldn't help but ask the system a question. How much longer? At the current rate, I might only be able to hold on for a second. After that, I might be gone. Fortunately, there was no one around when Jiang Ning said that, otherwise, everyone who heard him would have laughed themselves to death. Almost there, 3 seconds left. Wait a moment longer. 3, 2, 1. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a power pill as a system reward. Would you like to accept it? At this point, Jiang Ning definitely had to accept it, otherwise, he would be killed. Take over. As soon as Jiang finished speaking, he suddenly felt something round in his hand. Jiang Ning didn't have time to think and immediately stuffed it into his mouth. In fact, there was no time for him to think. If he hadn't been faster, he would have been gone. As soon as he finished eating, Jiang Ning felt a surge of energy throughout his body, and more energy was surging up continuously. He couldn't take it anymore and just wanted to release it quickly, otherwise he wouldn't be able to endure it. Just then, someone walked up to him and was about to attack Jiang Ningdong when Jiang Ningdong punched him. The force of that punch was really great, almost unbearable. The man in front of him was sent flying by Jiang Ning's punch, crashing heavily next to a large tree not far away. Hey bro, something seems off. This guy seems really strong, he can send someone flying with one punch. He looks kind of scary. Did they give them money in chapter 38? What are you afraid of? He looks so weak, he's obviously not the type to fight. All of you come at him together, I don't believe you can't beat him. It was probably just an accident. Hurry up and attack. Hearing what Brother Biao said, the group was still a little hesitant, but they also felt that it made a lot of sense. What could such a skinny kid possibly do to them? After figuring it out, the group exchanged glances and then walked towards Jiang Ning at the same time. Now that Jiang Ning has the power pill, he's fearless. When he saw several strong men walking towards him, he didn't even flinch, he wasn't afraid at all. Aren't you afraid? There are so many of us. As the group approached Jiang Ning, seeing that he still showed no intention of running away, they couldn't help but speak to him. In the past, they had only encountered cowards who would have run away immediately if they were scared like this. Although he was eventually caught and beaten, they felt that this was the normal way to behave, and the fact that the man in front of them didn't move at all was really strange. Stop talking nonsense and bring it on. I was planning to go out and be with my girlfriend after this game, so don't hold me up. Jiang Ning's tone was really irritating to the group of people, and they couldn't stand it anymore. They rushed towards Jiang Ning. They originally thought they would definitely make Jiang Ning suffer, but to their surprise, it was Jiang Ning who made them suffer. Jiang Ning fought back, hitting each of the people who rushed at him. Jiang Ning had taken down all 20-odd men without missing a single one. Then, looking at the last man, he grinned coldly. He approached the man step by step. The man, also known as Brother Biao, trembled as he looked at Jiang Ning. It was the first time he had ever met such a terrifying person. What are you going to do? Let me tell you, murder is illegal. If you kill me, you won't escape either. Brother Biao was genuinely frightened. He now knew what it was like for those he had threatened before. They were practically begging for death. I don't intend to kill you, don't worry. I just want to have a good talk with you. Jiang Ning walked up to Biao Guo in an instant, grabbed his arm, and soon, in the quiet of the night, screams echoed one after another. When Yan Mashi heard the sound outside, she was stunned. The scream was so pitiful that she couldn't tell if it was Jiang Ning's voice. However, based on what had just happened, Yan Mashi subconsciously assumed that the person screaming in agony was Jiang Ning. Baby, your dad will be alright, right? Your dad just asked me to take you away first, but mommy doesn't want to leave. We'll wait here for your dad to come out. Mommy believes in your dad, he'll definitely be alright. Yan Mashi was probably too nervous. When she first came back, she hadn't quite realized what was happening. So when she did, she immediately picked up the phone and called the police. Jiang Ning had already come out before the police arrived. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning, who was completely unharmed, she was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. At first, she thought she was seeing things, but as she watched the person walking towards her step by step, Yan Mashi realized that what she was seeing was real. Yen, I'm back. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yen Mashi could no longer control herself and pounced on him. With a soft, fragrant body in his arms, Jiang Ningxue instantly felt his whole body go limp. Jiang Ning, are you alright? Is anything bothering you? If so, let's go see a doctor. I just called the police, it was terrifying. There were so many of them. What did you say to them? Why did they let you go? Hearing Yen Mashi ask that question, Jiang Ning burst out laughing. Yen, I beat them all down, so they can't say a word anymore. Looking at Jiang Ning, who was still smiling, Yen Mashi still couldn't quite believe it. She knew firsthand how many people were inside, and she didn't think Jiang Ning could possibly have beaten so many people down. He must have had some kind of conflict with them, otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have let him go. Jiang Ning, did you agree to give them the money? How much did you promise? Don't worry, I'm not going to study anymore. I'll go to work. I believe that with our efforts, we can pay it back. Yen Mashi thought of a whole bunch of reasons, but finally decided that this one was the most suitable. Those people were all ruthless, they must have gotten something from Jiang Ning to spare Jiang Ning. Yen, don't you believe I really beat them all down? Didn't you just say you called the police? We're waiting for the police to come here. They'll definitely let us go inside to see for ourselves. Once we're inside, you'll know if what I said is true. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yen Mashi was still somewhat skeptical, unsure if it was true. Yen, have you seen the babies? How are they doing now? When Jiang Ning was inside, besides worrying about Yen Mashi, his biggest concern was for the children. When he realized that Yen Mashi might be in danger, he didn't dare to bring the children in with him. He could only let the children wait for him outside. He gave the children the key and opened the window a little so that the children could wait inside. He was afraid that something might happen to the children. Hearing Jiang Ning ask that question, Yen Mashi shook her head. It's all right, the children are all right. When I first came over, I didn't see them. It was only when they saw me and called out that I realized they were here. Hearing that the children were safe and sound, Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as the children were all right, that was all that mattered. The two waited for a while before the police arrived. When he asked who had called the police, Jiang Ning stepped forward before Yen Mashi could even stand up. I called the police. The people inside were fighting and they're all lying in there now. I was worried something might happen, so I called the police. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the police officer nodded and immediately walked in the direction Jiang Ning pointed. Chapter 39 is just ordinary fighting and brawling. When they went inside, they saw a large group of people lying haphazardly next to the library, and their eyes widened in disbelief. They initially thought it was just a regular fight, but they didn't expect there to be so many people involved. Jiang Ning followed him in, and when he saw the people inside, his face turned cold. No one else saw it, but Yen Mashi, who was standing next to him, did. Yen Mashi was also somewhat surprised. She had initially thought that Jiang Ning's story about beating someone to death was false, but after she came in, she realized that what Jiang Ning had said was actually true. He really knocked down so many people inside. Yen Mashi turned to look at Jiang Ning, her eyes filled with disbelief. Get up, tell me what happened. Why are all of you lying here? Was it really because of a fight? When the police saw this large group of people lying there, they still couldn't quite believe it. It seemed like they had really been fighting. The main problem is that there are just too many people. If I told them it was just one or two, they might believe me, but there are at least 20 people here. Seeing the people lying on the ground groaning, the police couldn't help but ask them a question. The person he woke up happened to be Brother Biao. He was probably the last person Jiang Ning dealt with, so when the police came in, he was the first person they saw. When Biao was woken up by the police, he subconsciously glanced at Jiang Ning next to the police. When he saw the look in Jiang Ning's eyes, he couldn't help but tremble all over. He immediately nodded to the police officer in front of him, then looked at the officer with some fear and said, "We're going to fight, that's right, we're going to fight." He simply dared not admit that the reason he acted this way was because he had his eye on someone else's woman and was planning to steal her away, but he didn't expect to lose and end up getting beaten up instead. "Officers, we're fine. We were just bored and playing around. It's nothing serious enough to warrant police attention. We'll handle it ourselves." Even though he said that, the police still felt that things weren't so simple when they saw so many people in front of them. So in the end, this whole group of people were taken to the police station for questioning, but because they all gave the same story, the police had no choice but to let them go. Seeing that the police had taken everyone away, Jiang Ning and his group had already been questioned by the police, and there was nothing more for them to do now, so they could leave. They're no longer needed for taking statements. Seeing that the police were no longer in sight, Yan Mashi immediately looked at Jiang Ning and asked him with some curiosity. Jiang Ning, you just said how you did it. There were so many people, how could you take them all down in one go? You're really amazing. Hearing Yan Mashi's praise, Jiang Ning was very happy. However, he couldn't tell Yan Mashi how he did it. It was one thing for her not to believe him, but more importantly, he couldn't say it. Jiang Ning felt that if he told Yan Mashi about this, she might think he was crazy. Because so many things have happened to him, they all seem like things a madman would come up with. Yan, I don't know how to tell you about this. Just assume that they were fighting and that's why things turned out this way. Yan Mashi nodded. Since Jiang Ning had said that, there must be a reason for it, so she didn't ask any more questions. Okay, since you don't want to talk about it, I won't ask any more questions. Let's hurry up and go out. The babies are still waiting for us outside. Let's go out quickly so they don't have to wait too long. Jiang Ning felt anxious when he thought about the babies. Although he had installed surveillance cameras in the car, it was still not safe. When Jiang Ning arrived at the car and saw that the 3 children were asleep inside again, he realized what was happening. Yan Mashi looked at the car in front of her, somewhat puzzled. She looked at Jiang Ning, but before she could speak, Jiang Ning spoke to her first. As for Yan, I bought this car for business purposes, so you don't need to worry. Yan Mashi was stunned for a moment when she heard Jiang Ning say that, and then looked at Jiang Ning with a serious expression. Jiang Ning, are you sure you have enough money to spend? Don't wait until it's all gone. Jiang Ning knew what Yan Mashi was worried about. He nodded and looked at Yan Mashi as he spoke. Don't worry, Yan. I have enough money to last for a while. I've also found a way to make money. When I start making money, I'll have money, and then we won't have to worry about money anymore. When Jiang Ning told Yan Mashi about what she was planning to do, Yan Mashi was still a little worried. After all, Jiang Ning was also worried because the price of that thing was quite high. If it were her, she wouldn't buy something so expensive. Jiang Ning, although your plan is good, are you sure anyone will actually buy such expensive things? Don't end up buying watermelons at high prices and not being able to sell them. Yan Mashi's concerns were not unfounded, but Jiang Ning was confident otherwise, she wouldn't have wanted to do it. He's already planted the watermelon seeds, he's just waiting to see how the watermelons grow in 2 days. Anyway, the system said it would take 3 days, so he would check the situation again after 3 days. If he can successfully grow watermelons, it means he can get a lot of watermelons without spending a penny. If he then sells these watermelons at half the price others pay, he can still make a lot of money. Yan, I know what you're worried about, but don't worry. Since I've decided to do this, I'm confident. I have a friend who happens to grow this kind of melon, so if I buy it from him, it will definitely be much cheaper. That way, as long as we lower our price, we can sell it. Watermelons are very appealing in the summer. If the price is right, many people will buy one to try, since they can cool you down and relieve the heat. Seeing that Jiang Ning was so certain, Yan Mashi didn't say anything more and nodded to him. After returning to the rented house, Jiang Ning looked at the children who were still sleeping and immediately spoke to Yan Mashi. Yan, you watch the children first. I'll take Dabao back first, and then I'll come back to take the other children. When Yan Mashi heard him say that, she immediately nodded. The children were asleep now, so it was better to keep an eye on them. I understand. I'll stay here and watch over things. You can take Dabao back first. After carrying the children back, Jiang Ning immediately took out the melon he had bought that day, placed it in front of Yan Mashi, and said to her, Yan, this watermelon is one I bought today. Try it and see if it tastes good. The watermelons we grow should be even bigger than this one. Although Jiang Ning said it that way, things that haven't been seen with one's own eyes are still somewhat unimaginable. Jiang Ning, this melon is so big, let's wait until the kids wake up tomorrow before we open it. There's definitely not enough room for just the 2 of us to finish it. Although Yan Mashi looked at the melon and wanted to eat it, she resisted the urge. Yan, if you want to eat it, we'll eat it first. If we can't finish it, we'll put it in the refrigerator so it won't spoil. Seeing that Yan Mashi was still hesitant, Jiang Ning immediately stood up, took a knife, and cut the melon in half. Yan, here's the first one for you. This melon looks so sweet, you should try it. As soon as this melon was opened, the flesh inside was incredibly red, making it look so tempting to eat. After finishing the watermelon, Jiang Ning tidied up all his things and prepared to go to sleep, since it was already quite late. The children fell asleep early today, probably because they were tired from spending the whole day with Jiang Ning. Normally, the children need bedtime stories and coaxing before bed, but today Jiang Ning doesn't have to do anything all day, which makes her feel a little uneasy. There was no other way, she was just too unaccustomed to it. Jiang Ning had to find things to do, otherwise she wouldn't be able to sleep. Finally, because she really couldn't sleep, Jiang Ning got up and took a shower. When she went back, she finally fell asleep. When Jiang Ning woke up the next day, he was startled, mainly because he saw that Yan Mashi was already up. Usually, when he woke up, Yan Mashi was still asleep. Why was she up today? Jiang Ning's first thought upon seeing Yan Mashi was that he had slept in late. He subconsciously glanced at his watch and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when he saw the time on it. It's still early. It's not that late, so why did Yan Mashi wake up so early today? Jiang Ning looked at the person who was constantly busy and couldn't help but ask. Yan, why did you wake up so early today? Why didn't you sleep a little longer? Yan Mashi felt embarrassed to sleep in every day now that she was a mother, so she woke up early today. No, I just couldn't sleep today, so I thought I'd get up and make breakfast. Hurry up and get up, I've already made breakfast. Get up and try it. There's one last dish. After you've washed up, go check on the babies and see if they're awake. Jiang Ning nodded when he heard Yan Mashi say that. Even if Yan Mashi hadn't said anything, he was already planning to go and check on her later. Yan, take your time. I'll go wash up first, and then I'll come over and help you cook. After washing up, Jiang Ning went to check on the children. When she saw that they were still asleep, she went back to the kitchen. She originally wanted to help Yan Mashi with the cooking, but seeing Yan Mashi's condition, she couldn't bear to watch. Perhaps Yan Mashi is really not suited to cooking. She made a complete mess of the kitchen and only managed to cook one dish. When she saw Jiang Ning coming over, she felt a little embarrassed and immediately said something to him. Jiang Ning, don't come in yet. I'll be done in a bit, then you can come in. Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning felt that it would be more reliable to do it himself. Yan, let me do it. I want to make a dish for the babies, but you've never made it before, so I'd better let you do it. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed. Cooking really wasn't her forte, studying was more suitable for her. Chapter 40, The People from Last Night. Since Jiang Ning had said that, she immediately stepped aside, giving up her seat to Jiang Ning, and then watched him from the side to see what he would do. There are many ingredients in the kitchen. Jiang Ning bought a lot from the Space Mall last time, so we're going to buy more from the Space Mall again. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Why are you making meatballs? It looks like a lot of trouble. What was troublesome for Yan Mashi was too easy for Jiang Ning. First, the system kept playing videos for him so he could see what to do next, so he didn't find it difficult at all. I'm going to make a winter melon, mushroom, and meatball soup, so I need to prepare the meatballs first, otherwise it will be too rushed later. The name sounds delicious, and when Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately asked him. Jiang Ning, is there anything I can help you with? I'd like to cook with you. Seeing Yan Mashi looking at him expectantly, Jiang Ning thought for a moment and then said to her. Yan, how about you go and take the shiitake mushrooms out of the refrigerator and chop them up? You know how to do that, right? Jiang Ning was certain she could do something so simple, so she nodded without hesitation. The two people in the kitchen were busy with their own things. Jiang Ning did his work, and Yan Mashi did what Jiang asked her to do. At this moment, the kitchen was exceptionally quiet, with only the sound of chopping vegetables remaining. Ah! The sudden sound startled Jiang Ning, who immediately looked toward the source of the sound. As soon as I looked over, I saw Yan Mashi pinching her fingers. Judging from her expression, she had cut herself. Yan, what's wrong? Did you cut yourself? Let me see. Jiang walked up to Yan Mashi in an instant. Seeing Yan Mashi's appearance, he immediately reached out and took her hand, then looked at her. Fortunately, the problem wasn't too serious. It was just a small cut from an accident. Yan, does it hurt? Yan Mashi shook her head. It was just a small wound, it wouldn't hurt too much. It was just that she was scared when she was cut, which is why she couldn't help but scream. Jiang Ning, don't worry, it's just a small wound, it'll be fine in a bit. Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning still took her outside, disinfected her wound, and then put a band-aid on it. Seeing that Yan Mashi wanted to follow her into the kitchen, Jiang Ning immediately said, Yan, the children should be awake by now, go check on them. I can manage here. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yan Mashi could only nod. She knew that if someone who couldn't cook went into the kitchen, they would only make things worse. After Jiang Ning returned to the kitchen and finishing the dish, he secretly added a few drops of spiritual spring water to the soup when no one was looking. Jiang Ning felt that the children were still quite young and needed more nourishment. Although the children shouldn't drink too much of this spiritual spring water, a drop or two would be fine. So Jiang Ning didn't add much, just 1 or 2 drops, so no one could taste the difference. When Jiang Ning finished cooking and brought out the dishes, Yan Mashi also got up with the children. The children's eyes lit up when they saw the food Jiang Ning was carrying. Good morning, Daddy. The 3 little bundles of joy immediately spoke to Jiang Ning in unison the moment they saw him. Looking at the 3 children, Jiang Ning felt his heart soften. He felt incredibly lucky and happy. He was lucky to have these 3 children all at once, and he was happy because they were all so sensible and obedient. Babies, you're all awake. Come and eat, and after you finish, we'll take mommy to school together. When Yan Mashi heard that Jiang Ning was going to take her to the present, she was stunned, her eyes filled with disbelief. Jiang Ning, no need. I can go to school by myself. The school isn't far from here, I'll be there in no time. Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning did not agree. After what happened last night, he still felt that it would be better to see Yan Mashi off. He could only feel more at ease if he personally escorted Yan Mashi away. Otherwise, what would he do if Yan Mashi ran into that large group of people from yesterday again? Jiang Ning knew that if there was no real evidence to prove that the large group of people had done anything wrong, they would probably just go to the police station to make a statement about the fight and then be released. That's what Jiang Ning was worried about. He was afraid that these people would not repent and would continue to harass Yan Mashi. Therefore, Jiang Ning felt it was better to personally take Yan Mashi to school, so that he could feel more at ease. Yan, let me take you there. Otherwise, I'm worried. Since Jiang Ning had said so, Yan Mashi didn't say anything more and nodded to Jiang Ning. After feeding the children, Jiang Ning helped them tidy up, dress them, and change their clothes. Jiang Ning is now much more adept at doing these things. Yan Mashi was dumbfounded as she watched from the side. Jiang Ning, you're doing this kind of thing much more smoothly than I am now, and it's only been a few days. You're really amazing, I'm even a little ashamed of myself. Jiang Ning prepared more milk powder so the children could drink it on the way and wouldn't get thirsty later. Yan, this is all I should do. They are my children, and I will definitely try my best to give them a better life. When Jiang Ning dropped Yan Mashi off at school, he grinned as he saw the several burly men standing at the school gate. Yan Mashi, who was standing next to her, was startled when she saw the group of people at the school gate. Jiang Ning, aren't these the people from last night? Why are they standing here? Are they planning something again? Looking at these people, Yan Mashi was genuinely a little scared, but Jiang Ning didn't seem to feel anything. He drove right up to the school gate, and before he could even stop, someone knocked on his window. The person outside was the same big guy who had just been standing there. When Yan Mashi saw who was knocking on the window, she was stunned. Her eyes were filled with disbelief. When she saw Jiang Ning reach out to open the window, Yan Mashi was startled and immediately grabbed him. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Can't you see the people outside? What if he goes crazy again? Chapter 41 Playing Games with Kids. Jiang Ning laughed when he saw how nervous Yan Mashi looked. Based on his manly intuition, Jiang Ning felt that this person probably didn't intend to do anything to him, so he immediately spoke to Yan Mashi. Yan, don't worry, he just has something to say, he won't do anything. Although Yan Mashi didn't know how Jiang Ning knew, for some reason, after Jiang Ning said that, she suddenly felt less scared than when she first saw that big guy. Jiang Ning slowly opened the window. When the people outside saw Jiang Ning open the window, they were very grateful and immediately brought up what they were carrying. Then they spoke to Jiang Ning. Young Master Jiang, our Biaoge said that from now on you are our boss. We have more than 200 people under us, and we are ready to follow your orders at any time. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, but he didn't take the things from his hands either, and then he spoke. He spoke to the person in front of him. I'm not interested in your gang, but if you dare to do anything to my woman again, it won't be as simple as yesterday. Remember to tell your courier brother this, so he'll remember it. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the people outside the window immediately nodded without hesitation, indicating that they understood. Jiang Ning, don't worry. We will definitely pass on what you asked for, those things. Jiang Ning definitely wouldn't accept these things. He didn't say anything, he just closed the window. Seeing Jiang Ning's actions, they understood what he meant without needing to say anything more. Yen Yen, we've arrived. Study hard. If anyone dares to do anything to you, remember to tell me. I definitely won't let them get away with it. Yen Mashi nodded, then got out of the car and went to the back. She kissed the children's cheeks before reluctantly leaving. Looking at the children's cheeks being kissed, Jiang Ning couldn't help but think to himself, when will I ever receive such treatment? However, he could only think about these things and that was enough. He didn't know when he could truly be with Yen Mashi. Baby, we're home. Seeing that nothing was wrong, Jiang Ning decided to go home. After arriving home, he planned to check on the spirit field to see how it was doing and whether any watermelons had grown. However, as soon as he parked the car, the system's voice came into his mind. Ding encourages children to play more brain training games to improve their intelligence and reaction skills, and they can receive corresponding rewards. Jiang Ning was puzzled. He seemed to have no idea what a puzzle game was. There's no other way. If you don't know something, you definitely have to ask someone for advice on how to do it. So Jiang Ning immediately spoke to the system. What are puzzle games? The main problem was that Jiang Ning had never heard of this game before. This was the first time he had ever heard of it, and he was filled with questions. He had no idea how to play it or where to begin. Jiang Ning was now filled with doubts. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, the system kindly gave him an idea and immediately spoke to him. You can search online, there are many resources available. Having children play one educational game every day can greatly benefit their intellectual development. Although the system said that, Jiang Ning still didn't quite understand. However, he nodded in the end and decided to check it out when he got home. There was no way to play any games on the bus right now. Once he got home, Jiang Ning immediately took out his phone and looked for some educational games. After watching them, he finally understood what kind of games the system was talking about. It turned out to be some games to develop children's intelligence. He thought it was something serious, but he happened to see a game that required tools that he already had at home, so Jiang Ning decided to make it. Kids, how about Daddy plays a game with you? Do you want to play? Playing games by themselves might be boring for children, so when Jiang Ning said that, the children nodded eagerly and came to Jiang Ning's side to see what game he was talking about. This game is called the paper cup game. It looks quite simple and is specifically designed to train children's concentration. The children already know the numbers 1 to 10. This wasn't taught by Jiang Ning, but by Yen Mashi whenever she has time. She teaches the children to recognize characters, one by one, and eventually they will recognize more and more characters. After Jiang Ning took out the paper cups, she wrote the numbers 1 through 6 on them and then let the children look at them to see if they recognized them. Yen Mashi taught very successfully. These children are very familiar with these numbers, and they recognize each one. Since that's the case, Jiang Ning can continue the game. Jiang Ning shuffled the paper cups in his hand one by one and then spoke to Dabao. Dabao, when Daddy says a number, you bring up the paper cup that corresponds to that number, okay? After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he couldn't help but ask Dabao, who was standing next to him, for fear that Dabao wouldn't understand. Fortunately, Dabao nodded in the end. 645213. As soon as Jiang Ning uttered the numbers, Dabao immediately sprang into action. His chubby little hands picked up the paper cups one by one and handed them to Jiang Ning in the order Jiang Ning had indicated. Every single one is correct, Jiang Ning said, praising Dabao as he did. Dabao, you're amazing. You knew exactly what to do right away. Here, this cheese stick is a reward for you. Now let your younger siblings try it out. Seeing that there were still rewards, Dabao and Xiaobao next to them couldn't wait. When Jiang Ning asked what the next game was, the remaining 2 little dumplings were shown in the picture, which is a hand that time stretched out. Daddy, the second child wants to play. Although Xiaobao didn't say anything, you could tell from her expression that she also wanted to play, but she was just a step too late. Seeing how much the children enjoyed the game, Jiang Ning was very happy and immediately spoke to them. Babies, don't rush, we'll take it one at a time, your turn will be soon. Little one, wait a minute, let your brother go first. Chapter 42, 100,000 yuan received via Alipay. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Xiaobao immediately nodded. As long as she wasn't told not to come or that she should just wait, Xiaobao had no objections. The next game that the second child played was a little different from the game the older brother had just played. This time, the game was called pouring small balls from paper cups. It wasn't very difficult. As long as you were attentive and focused, you would definitely succeed. The paper cup tossball game, as the name suggests, involves placing a ball on paper cups and then pouring it from one cup to another, and so on. The game is complete when the ball reaches the last cup. Jiang Ning carefully explained the rules of the game to Erbao, and only after Erbao understood did he prepare to start the game. The ball, making its first appearance, seemed a little reluctant and immediately fell to the ground. Looking at the ball that had fallen to the ground, Erbao was a little at a loss. Jiang Ning immediately spoke to Erbao. Erbao, it's okay, this is normal. Just pick it up and try again. As long as you succeed once, it'll be fine. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Erbao immediately nodded. He had been a little scared just now, wondering if he would miss out on his older brother's candy if he hadn't succeeded. But his dad said there was still a chance. When Erbao passed the last ball, Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. This was Erbao's fifth attempt, and he hadn't been able to get past the previous attempts because of his lack of concentration. Now that things have finally gotten through this difficult time, Erbao was very happy. Daddy, it's done. Does that mean it's successful? Hearing Erbao ask this, Jiang Ning nodded. Before he could react, he saw Erbao staring at him expectantly. Jiang Ning was a little confused and didn't know what Erbao meant by acting like this. When he turned around and saw what Debao was holding, Jiang Ning realized that he hadn't given Erbao the cheese stick yet. No wonder Erbao had been staring at him longingly. Our second child is also wonderful. This is for you, take it. Next up is our little one. Jiang Ning drew a picture on a piece of paper, layer upon layer, to create a sense of space. Then he wrote numbers inside the picture, so that the children could use cups to stack the things he drew on the paper. This was to train the children's spatial thinking ability. Xiao Bao is very clever. This last game was a bit difficult to understand, but Jiang Ning explained it once, and Xiao Bao understood what Jiang Ning meant. Following Jiang Ning's instructions, Xiao Bao got to work and finished in no time. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised to see Xiao Bao like this. Xiao Bao's reaction ability was better than that of her two older brothers. Okay, next up are these games. You can take turns playing them. Daddy will go do some other things. Here are a few more cheese sticks. Each of you take 2 more, and Daddy will put the rest away. The children didn't ask for more. They had all taught Yan Mashi very well, and Jiang Ning was truly grateful to Yan Mashi for giving him such a big surprise. Seeing that the children were playing quite well on their own and there were no problems, Jiang Ning walked away a little. As soon as he walked away, he heard the system's voice. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. Considering that you need money for many things recently, the system has decided to transfer the money to you directly this time. How about that? Jiang Ning certainly wouldn't refuse such a good thing, and he nodded without hesitation. Of course you can, however much you want. Ding! 100,000 yuan has been deposited into your Alipay account. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. Although the amount of money wasn't quite what he had expected, he was still satisfied. This money was enough to fund his startup. Seeing that the children's attention wasn't on him, Jiang Ning decided to go check on the spirit field in his space to see how the watermelons he planted last night were doing and if he could take them to buy some tomorrow. When Jiang Ning entered the space, he was immediately taken aback by the scene before him. The watermelons he planted last night were now completely covered with vines, some of which still had watermelons on them. They looked densely packed, and it seemed that there would be a lot of watermelons to pick when the time came. However, looking at so many melons, Jiang Ning was a little conflicted. How could he possibly harvest them all by himself tomorrow? With this question in mind, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to the system. System, if things are like this, with so many melons, it'll take me forever to harvest them all by myself. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the system immediately spoke up. Host, we are the most advanced system. You don't need to do any of these things yourself. When it's fully developed, there will be a one-click harvesting function. You can just click it then. Hearing the system say that, Jiang Ning was instantly satisfied. He liked it most that he didn't have to do anything himself. The main problem is that there are so many melons that it's impossible for him to pick them all by himself. In that case, I don't need to worry anymore. I was worried about what to do, but now there's nothing to worry about at all. Since someone can help, he certainly won't refuse. However, host, you need to find a suitable place to store the melons. Otherwise, with so many melons, you won't have anywhere to put them. You can't just put them in your spatial storage, can you? Although you could, if you suddenly take them out without a proper way, it would arouse suspicion. Jiang Ning thought about what the system said carefully and felt that it made a lot of sense. It was indeed the case that if he suddenly took a truckload of melons out to sell, people would definitely be suspicious. The most important thing now is to rent a venue and then explain the origin of these melons. Jiang Ning hasn't come up with a solution yet. He can only think about it again after he gets out, so he can have a way to deal with any questions that might arise. Jiang Ning decided to go out and check on the child. Maybe she'd come up with a solution while looking at him. When he went out, the children were still playing the game they had just played. Jiang Ning immediately went to their side and joined them in playing. Baby, was it fun? Next time, Daddy will think of some other fun games to play with you all. The children were happy. They loved to play, and they would be even happier if their father could play with them. Chapter 43, Taking the Child to School to Pick Up Mom. These games were actually quite fun. Jiang Ning played with the children for a while, and then, seeing that it was almost time, he prepared to take the children to pick up Yan Mashi. He doesn't have anything to do right now, so he has more free time each day. He plans to pick up Yan Mashi and then have her take care of the child while he goes out. Babies, we're going to pick up Mommy. Mommy should be finishing get out of class soon. When Jiang Ning stands with the children at the school gate, they are a beautiful sight. Almost everyone around him was looking at him, but Jiang Ning didn't notice. It's not that he didn't notice, it's that he simply didn't pay attention. Daddy, why hasn't Mommy come out yet? The main reason they were puzzled was that they watched one person after another come out, but still couldn't see their mother. Let's wait a little longer. Mom should come out soon. Maybe something happened, which is why she didn't come out immediately. Jiang Ning and the children waited outside for a while longer, but still didn't see Yan Mashi. At this point, he started to get anxious. He couldn't help but wonder if Yan Mashi had encountered some danger again. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little anxious. Baby, let's go in and take a look. It's been so long, and your mom still hasn't come out. Let's go in and check. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he pulled the children inside. He remembered that Yan Mashi had told him that their classroom was in that place, but after searching for a while, Jiang still couldn't find it. What he didn't know was the huge commotion his bringing his child in caused. People around him saw him and started talking about it. Look at those kids, they're so cute, they're practically bursting with energy. Yeah. They're so cute. I wonder what they do at home. They look like they came in looking for someone, but they can't find them. Should I help them? I'd love to help. If I did, I could at least touch the child and play with them. It sounds wonderful. Indeed, thinking about it this way, it's really quite nice. The three of them exchanged a glance and then walked over to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning looked at the group of people who had come to their side and was puzzled for a moment, wondering what they were here for. What are you doing? Seeing Jiang Ning's expression, the group burst into laughter and then spoke up. Don't worry, we mean no harm. We just saw you wandering around here and wondered if you were looking for someone. We wanted to see if we could help you. These are your children, they're so cute. Hearing her ask that, Jiang Ning nodded. Indeed, if he had been wandering around looking for it on his own, it might not have been so easy to find it. He had already called Yan Mashi several times, but she hadn't answered, which made him even more anxious. He was really afraid that something like yesterday would happen again, so he had to find Yan Mashi as soon as possible. Yes, I'm looking for Yan Mashi from your college. Do you know where she is now? When Jiang Ning mentioned this person, the person in front of him widened his eyes, and disbelief was seen in both of their eyes. They didn't say anything, they just nodded. Yan, the school beauty. She's so famous, of course we know where she is. The school is organizing a performance, and they probably specifically chose her. Everyone else should be training right now. I'll take you there. Hearing the person in front of him say this, Jiang Ning immediately nodded. Although he didn't know if Yan Mashi was really there, it would be better to go and check. When Jiang Ning arrived here with her child, looking at the densely packed crowd in front of her, she suddenly realized that finding someone wasn't so easy. Hey handsome, you and the kids wait here for a bit. Leave the finding to us. I know where he is right now, I'll go get him for you. When the woman said that, Jiang Ning nodded gratefully to her. He watched as she quickly led her friends into the crowd. He was also with 3 children, and with so many people, he certainly couldn't all squeeze in at once. So Jiang Ning had no choice but to wait outside and see how things went. The woman who ran in with her friends was somewhat incomprehensible to her friends. Do you know where Yan, the school beauty, is? She rushed in right away. If you can't find her later, I'd like to see how you explain yourself. How could you not find it? Look over there, isn't that one? Following the direction the woman was looking, they saw that the person over there was none other than the school beauty they had been searching for. The woman's eyes lit up immediately, and she couldn't wait to go that way. You know, that's amazing. How did you find it so quickly? The woman felt a little embarrassed when she heard someone praising her, but she still explained to her friend. We all know which department Yen, the school beauty, belongs to, and I also happen to know which major she's in. Isn't that a perfect match? Upon hearing the woman's words, the other two suddenly realized that what she said did indeed make some sense. Oh, I see. Let's hurry back. We shouldn't keep the people outside waiting too long. Yen Mashi was performing when she suddenly felt someone tug at her, which made her feel a little strange. When she saw the person pulling her, her eyes were full of confusion. Do you need something from me? If so, please tell me. The main reason was that these people kept pulling her along, and Yen Mashi felt that something must be wrong, otherwise they definitely wouldn't be doing this. There's a man outside with 3 children looking for you. We noticed he wasn't feeling well, so we came in to call you on his behalf. Hearing them say that, Yen Mashi immediately realized what they meant. She seemed to recall hearing Jiang Ning say he was coming to pick her up when she left home today. Thinking of this, Yen Mashi couldn't help but pat her head. She had been so busy that she had completely forgotten. Where are they now? I'll go out with you right now. Yen Mashi couldn't wait any longer when she thought about Jiang Ning waiting for her outside with the children. They're waiting outside, we'll take you out. As soon as she stepped outside, Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning and the children standing there, looking around anxiously. The children's eyes lit up when they saw Yen Mashi. Chapter 44, Buying a Warehouse. Mommy, Daddy and Mommy are out. Xiao Bao was the first to see Yen Mashi and immediately started shouting. When the 3 people following Yen Mashi heard Xiao Bao call Yen Mashi mom, they all widened their eyes in disbelief. Jiang Ning saw it too, and immediately went to Yen Mashi's side to take the things from her hands. Then he spoke to the person behind her. Thank you all. Without you, Yen might not have been able to come out. The group exchanged glances, all of them seeing the same amused look in each other's eyes, though none of them showed it. No problem, you're welcome. We just happened to know about it, and the babies were so cute, so we helped out. Yen, the school beauty, may I ask you something? Are these children all your children? Your biological children. Yen Mashi saw nothing to hide, so she nodded. Yes, all 3 of them are my children. At this moment, one of them suddenly spoke to Yen Mashi. School beauty Yen, I'd like to take a picture with you and your adorable babies, okay? The babies are just too cute. Since she had said that, Jiang Ning nodded and did not refuse. After taking the photos with them, she agreed. The person who was happily leaving with their phone in hand suddenly turned back and looked at them, saying, Hey Campus Belle Yen, the sight of you 5 standing together is just so beautiful. Do you want to give me your phone so I can take a picture of you? Just as Yen Mashi was about to wave her hand in refusal, Jiang Ning handed her his own phone and took a lot of pictures. Looking at the photos on his phone, Jiang Ning was very satisfied and immediately smiled and said to Yen Mashi next to him. Yen, look, isn't it beautiful? Yen Mashi glanced at the photos on Jiang Ning's phone without thinking, and was surprised to see her smiling so happily. Why are you here? Didn't I tell you not to pick me up? Next time you come, remember to call me in advance so you don't have to wait outside. Upon hearing what she said, Jiang Ning immediately smiled and replied. I called Yen many times, but I couldn't find out what she was busy with and she didn't answer. I had no choice but to come here myself to look for her. When Yen Mashi heard him say that, she subconsciously glanced at her phone. When she saw that it showed 5 missed calls, her face immediately turned red. She remembered that she probably hadn't brought her phone with her during training, which was why she hadn't heard Jiang Ning call her. Jiang Ning, so you called me. I'm sorry, I didn't have my phone with me during training, so I didn't hear it. Let's go back. Seeing that so many people hadn't gone back yet, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask Yen Mashi. Yen, none of them have gone back yet. Do you want to go back and train some more? If so, go back. We'll find a place to wait for you. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi shook her head. No need, I've already spoken to my advisor, I can go back now. Since Yen Mashi had said so, Jiang Ning nodded and followed Yen Mashi, leading the children out of the school. Yen, I'll take you and the children back, cook you a meal, and then I have some things to take care of. Can you manage on your own? When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask this question, she immediately nodded. If it were daytime, she might not be able to take care of 3 children by herself. However, it was almost evening now, and she only needed to take care of the children for about 2 hours before they would be ready to sleep, so she felt that she could definitely manage. Don't worry. Go ahead and do what you need to do. You don't need to come up and cook for us. We can just eat whatever we have. With Jiang Ning there, how could he let them eat just a little bit? He immediately shook his head and looked at Yen Mashi. Yen, you can't be too casual about eating, especially since cooking doesn't take much time. I'll cook for you later before I leave. Seeing Jiang Ning's insistence, Yen Mashi didn't say anything more and simply nodded. When Jiang Ning got home, he started preparing a meal. He now has to cook 2 meals a day, different types of dishes. One meal is for the adults, and the other meal for the children needs to be prepared separately. Jiang Ning believes that more attention should be paid to what children eat to ensure that they receive adequate nutrition. After Jiang Ning finished cooking, he spoke with Yen Mashi and then left. He was going to find a large warehouse outside so that there would be a place to store the watermelons when they ripen tomorrow. Moreover, they can't just rent anywhere. Jiang Ning has already decided that if they're going to rent, they need to find a place that isn't usually crowded. That way, you won't attract other people's attention. The main reason is that he's doing these things is better to be on the safe side, otherwise, if he's accidentally discovered, things could get out of hand. Jiang Ning looked at several places, but none of them seemed quite right. The main reason was that those places were all in areas with high foot traffic, and he didn't need too much foot traffic, so he felt none of them were suitable. He was looking for a secluded place. The person renting the warehouse had already shown Jiang Ning several places, but Jiang Ning still hadn't found one he was satisfied with, and he was getting impatient. He looked at Jiang Ning and asked in a somewhat unpleasant tone. Mr. Jiang, can you tell me what kind you need? If you tell me, I can know which one is more suitable for you. If you don't tell me, I have no way to find one. Hearing him ask that, Jiang Ning thought for a moment and then spoke to him. I'm looking for a warehouse with relatively low foot traffic and that's somewhat secluded. I don't need one in a high traffic area. When Jiang Ning said that, he immediately understood what Jiang Ning wanted. After thinking about it for a moment, his eyes lit up. Mr. Jiang, if that's your requirement, I do have a place that perfectly meets your needs. However, it is a bit remote. Are you sure you want it? Whether it's true or not, we'll have to see the place to decide, Jiang Ning said, looking at him. Take me to see it first. Only after you've seen it can I decide whether I want it or not. I can't make a decision without seeing it first. Chapter 45. Are you able to handle it all? The man nodded. Although he had shown Jiang Ning so much, he was actually a little reluctant, but there was nothing he could do. The customer is always right. He has to do whatever God says. Although it's still uncertain whether the customer will actually rent it, what if you do? If the customer actually rents it, then he will have the money. Moreover, it was a warehouse that had been abandoned for a long time. If someone actually wanted to rent it, then he would make a profit. Alright, since Boss Jiang has said so, I'll take you to see it. Let's see what that warehouse is like. As Jiang Ning watched the car drive further and further away into remote areas, he became very satisfied with the road. When he actually saw the warehouse, he was even more satisfied. Although he didn't necessarily have to put all the melons there, he could still use it as an excuse for others to ask. If anyone asked him where the melons came from, he would have another way to answer. Looking at the vast expanse of land outside, Jiang Ning asked the person next to him. Was this piece of land also part of the warehouse? When he saw the person in front of him nod, Jiang Ning was truly satisfied. If he made a few minor modifications to this large area outside, he could also grow watermelons here, and then they would be genuine, not something he was lying to people about. However, the ones planted outside were just for show. What he saw in the spirit field were the main ones. Okay, in that case, I'll buy this place. When Jiang Ning said he had bought it, the person in front of him was momentarily stunned, his eyes filled with disbelief. He even wondered if he had misheard. Mr. Jiang, did I hear that right? You said buy, not rent. When he saw Jiang Ning nod, the man couldn't think of a suitable adjective to describe the excitement he felt. He originally thought it would be good enough if Jiang Ning would rent it, but he didn't expect Jiang Ning to ask to buy it right away, which really excited him. However, he still couldn't quite believe it, mainly because the place was so remote. When he introduced it to others before, not a single person was willing to rent it, and over time, no one rented it anymore. Mr. Jiang, are you sure you want to buy this place? If you are, let's go sign the contract. Once the contract is signed, it can't be changed. Jiang Ning nodded. He felt that this place was perfect and exactly what he needed. Renting would be too much trouble, so Jiang Ning didn't think about it for long before deciding to buy it. Once he bought it, it would be his own, and he could do whatever he wanted with it. It's settled. If we go back now, we can sign the contract. Once the contract is signed, you can rest assured. Having a contract does make people feel more at ease, and men are immediately happy when they hear they can sign a contract first. After signing the contract, Jiang Ning took advantage of a moment when no one was around to go into his spatial dimension. The first thing he did was check on the watermelons, which were his source of income, so his first priority was to see how they were doing. Jiang Ning's eyes lit up as he looked at the ripe watermelons. He hadn't expected this spiritual field to be so amazing in just 2 days. The watermelons had already ripened to this extent. Although the system kept explaining, it still wasn't as shocking as seeing it with my own eyes. Jiang Ning was just about to pick one when he suddenly remembered that he hadn't eaten the watermelon he bought yet. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ning still picked it, so he could try it out later and see what the difference was between the two watermelons, one from his space and the one he bought. Jiang Ning went to the space mall and bought a lot of things, which she can take back later. Seeing that it was already so late, Jiang Ning felt it was time to go back. However, before he went back, there was one more thing he needed to do: prepare the melons he would need for tomorrow so that he wouldn't be in such a rush tomorrow. After Jiang Ning harvested the melons with a single click, he looked at the melons that were still being harvested and decided it would be best to go back first, since he didn't know when he would finish harvesting all these melons. Jiang Ning decided to borrow a truck from his friend again tomorrow. He didn't have enough money left to buy a truck, so he would have to wait a while longer. Let's talk about it after he makes money selling watermelons. When Jiang Ning returned, Yan Mashi was surprised to see so many things he brought back. She was even more surprised when she saw that there were watermelons among them. Jiang Ning, why did you buy so much stuff all at once? I thought you were going somewhere else, but I didn't expect you to just go shopping. Hearing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning nodded, then took out the watermelon and said to Yan Mashi, Yan, this watermelon. Before Jiang Ning could finish speaking, Yan Mashi immediately asked him a question. Jiang Ning, aren't watermelons very expensive these days? Why did you buy so many? I just saw there was another watermelon in the fridge. Why did you buy another one? Hearing Yan Mashi say that, Jiang Ning immediately laughed and looked at Yan Mashi. Yan, this watermelon is free, and even if it were free, it wouldn't be that expensive. My friend grows watermelons, and they're much cheaper per kilogram than they are outside here. Jiang Ning's words surprised Yan Mashi. She didn't expect such a good thing. In fact, what Jiang Ning didn't know was that Yan Mashi's favorite fruit was watermelon. A while ago, when watermelons first came out, she went to inquire about them. To her surprise, this year's watermelons were ridiculously expensive, far beyond her means, so she didn't buy any in the end. When she heard Jiang Ning say it was free, she was genuinely surprised. Not only that, Yan, he also asked me to help him sell watermelons. I'm all set, we'll start tomorrow. If they're cheaper than here, I'm sure a lot of people will want to buy them. After all, watermelons are great for cooling off in the summer. If they weren't so expensive, I'm sure a lot of people would want to buy them. Jiang Ning's words made sense to Yan Mashi. Indeed, if she were to go shopping, she would definitely go to the store with the cheaper prices. Jiang Ning, do you mean you're going to start selling watermelons tomorrow? Jiang Ning nodded, then looked at Yan Mashi and spoke. Yan, don't worry. I'll bring the kids along so they can experience it too. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yan Mashi was still a little worried. But, are you able to manage all that? Chapter 46, Preparing to set up a stall. Yan Mashi was worried that Jiang Ning would be too busy selling watermelons and taking care of the children. Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. It was just a small matter, how could he not be able to handle it? Yan, you don't need to worry about that. The children are very well behaved. If I take them over tomorrow, I'll let them play by themselves and I'll keep an eye on them. After Jiang Ning said that, Yan Mashi thought about it and felt that what he said made some sense. The main thing was that the child was obedient, so there was nothing to worry about. I'll come and help you tomorrow once I feel at ease. Where do you want to set it up? Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with some confusion. When Jiang Ning heard her ask that question, he immediately spoke to her. Yan, I'm going to set up a shop at a large shopping mall near us. If you want to go there after class, just call me and I'll come pick you up. Yan Mashi nodded. By this time, Jiang Ning had already cut the watermelon and even peeled off the skin for Yan Mashi. Looking at the watermelon that had been cleaned up, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but say something to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, there's no need to go to so much trouble. I can do it myself. It's really too much trouble for you. Jiang Ning was immediately displeased when he heard what Yan Mashi said, and couldn't help but speak up to her. Yan, you don't need to be so polite with me. I'm the father of your child, and I don't think anything I do for you is a bother. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he looked at Yan Mashi with a serious expression, which made Yan Mashi a little embarrassed, and her face turned red. For a moment, neither of them spoke. Finally, Jiang Ning broke the deadlock by handing over the sliced watermelon to Yan Mashi and saying to her, Yan, don't be shy. Try it and see if it tastes good. I've prepared everything for you. Although she felt a little embarrassed, seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yan Mashi still reached out and took the melon he had cut, took a bite, and felt a sweet warmth in her heart. Yan, how is it? Is it delicious? The watermelon Jiang Ning just handed to Yan Mashi was produced in the spiritual field of his space. He wondered if these watermelons were any good, and if they were any different from the ordinary watermelons outside. The moment Yan Mashi took a bite of the watermelon, her eyes widened in disbelief. Delicious. Jiang Ning, the watermelons your friend grew are absolutely amazing. I've never tasted such a delicious watermelon in my entire life. They're sweet with a refreshing touch. I don't know if I'm just imagining things, but that's how it is. Hearing what Yan Mashi said, Jiang Ning nodded, and then couldn't wait to take a piece and put it in his mouth. As soon as it was inserted, his eyes lit up, filled with disbelief. The main reason is that this melon is just so delicious. Jiang Ning couldn't help but eat another piece after finishing one. He simply couldn't control himself. When he finally realized what had happened, Jiang Ning looked at the watermelon rinds on the table and couldn't believe that he had eaten so many of them. Yan, isn't it delicious? This is the first time I've ever tasted such a delicious watermelon. I'll organize a tasting event so others can try it. If they think it's good, they'll definitely buy it. Jiang Ning's words made sense, and Yan Mashi supported them, so she nodded without hesitation. Jiang Ning, what you said makes sense. Generally, if I'm out shopping and happen to see something I want to buy that's too expensive, and I'm hesitant, having a free sample might change that. Yes. Usually, if there's a free sample, people will definitely stop and try it. If it's good, they'll buy it later. Okay, that's settled then. I'll get ready and we'll set off tomorrow. I already asked around yesterday, and there aren't many places selling melons right now. I searched the whole market and only found one place, and it's already 38 yuan per gene 500G. That price is ridiculously expensive. I don't know if the price has gone up today. I saw it was the same price the day before yesterday. Upon hearing Jiang Ning say this, Yan Mashi's eyes widened immediately, filled with disbelief. It's gone up a few dollars again. I asked about it a while ago and it was still $32. Now it's already $28, is that outrageous? When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she could hardly believe it was true. It was ridiculously expensive. If it was like that, she would rather not eat it. She really couldn't afford such expensive food. Are prices in Jiangning already this high? How should we price our fruit then? Jiang Ning thought for a moment, then looked at Yan Mashi and said, Yan, I think our price should be around 30 yuan, which is almost 10 yuan cheaper than others. I'm sure people will buy it. Jiang Ning was also quite confident, hoping not to be discouraged tomorrow. Yes, it's settled then. You can try it out tomorrow. It's getting late, go to sleep. Don't think too much about it. Jiang Ning nodded when Yan Mashi said that. He knew he couldn't think too much about it now, or he wouldn't be able to sleep tonight. Okay, Yan, you should go to sleep early too. I'll go check on the child and then go to sleep. The next day, Jiang Ning got up very early because he needed to borrow a truck. All those melons would need a large truck to haul them all away, otherwise, they simply couldn't be transported. So before dawn, Jiang Ning had already gotten up. The first thing he did was prepare breakfast and put it in a thermal incubator to keep it warm so that Yan Mashi could eat it later when she woke up. After preparing everything, Jiang Ning left, somewhat impatiently. He was going to see old Zhu, the man he had previously installed surveillance on. As he approached, Jiang Ning took out 2 watermelons from his spatial storage, intending to give them to old Zhu later to make borrowing things easier. When old Zhu saw Jiang Ning coming over, his face was full of surprise, and he couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and ask, "Jiang Ning, what brings you here? Is the surveillance camera you installed last time not working properly? If it really isn't working, I'll have someone reinstall it for you." Jiang Ning shook his head, looking at the person in front of him, unsure of how to begin. Chapter 47: Borrowing a car to transport goods. Jiang Ning hesitated for a long time, still unsure of what to say. Finally, old Zhu, seeing his expression, asked him, "Jiang Ning, just tell me what's wrong. You seem hesitant and like you don't want to talk to me. Is it because you're under a lot of pressure with 3 kids and you want to borrow money? Tell me. How much do you need?" Old Zhu is truly very generous. In his view, his brothers must be in trouble to ask him for help, so as long as they ask, he will definitely help them if he can. Fortunately, the people he met were all good people, and the money he lent out was always returned, otherwise, he might have regretted it terribly. "No. I don't want to borrow money. I just want to borrow your truck to transport some things. I need it for a while, but I don't know how to ask." Hearing Jiang Ning say this, old Zhu was stunned. He had thought that Jiang Ning had hesitated for so long because something important had happened, or because he wanted to borrow a lot of money from him. He didn't expect it to be for this reason. For a moment, he was both amused and exasperated. "Jiang Ning, it's such a small matter, yet you hesitated for so long. Do you think I won't lend it to you, or what? You could have just asked directly for something this small." When Jiang Ning heard him say that, he shook his head. That wasn't what he thought. "No, Lao Zhu, that's not what I was thinking. I was just thinking that you might need it yourself, and I need to borrow it for a while, so I didn't know how to bring it up." No sooner had Jiang Ning finished speaking than a large fist came crashing down on him, startling him so much that he didn't even realize what was happening. "Old Zhu, what are you doing? I don't think I did anything wrong, why are you hitting me?" Jiang Ning was genuinely puzzled. He had no idea what he had done that made old Zhu so angry he was about to hit him. "It's such a small thing, and you don't even know how to ask. If you need it, just drive it." "I don't need it right now, but what do you want to do with this car?" Old Zhu was a little puzzled. His truck was quite large, and he wondered what Jiang Ning needed such a big truck for. "I recently found a small business that involves transporting goods, but I don't have much spare cash. I don't have enough money to buy a car, so I plan to buy one when I've earned more money." Jiang Ning said this, and old Zhu nodded and went into the house. When he came out, he had a key in his hand. "Here, these are the car keys. You don't need to be so polite with me." Jiang Ning took the key and spoke to old Zhu in front of him. "Old Zhu, I've transferred 1,500 yuan to you. Rent it for half a month first, and I'll see after that whether I need to continue." Hearing that Jiang Ning had transferred money to him, old Zhu was stunned. After realizing what was happening, he raised his hand again, ready to hit Jiang Ning. This time, Jiang Ning reacted quickly and dodged. "Old Zhu, why are you hitting me again? That's how it's supposed to be. I rent your car, so I have to pay you. If you don't accept the money, I'm not driving your car anymore, I'm serious." Hearing Jiang Ning say this, old Zhu knew him well and knew that if he said it, he would definitely do it. There was nothing he could do but nod. However, in the end, old Zhu still looked at Jiang Ning and said, "You've given too much money, half would have been enough. You don't need to give so much." Although he said that, Jiang Ning felt it wasn't much at all. He grabbed the keys and ran off, saying to old Zhu as he ran, "Old Zhu, this money isn't much at all. Please keep it safe so I can use your car with peace of mind. Otherwise, I'll feel a little embarrassed." Watching Jiang Ning run off into the distance, old Zhu shook his head with a wry smile. He wondered why Jiang Ning, now a father of several children, was still so childish. Jiang Ning drove Lao Zhu's car and headed straight for a secluded spot. He planned to find a quiet place to load the watermelons into the car. Now is not a good time, there are too many people outside. He still needs to find a place where there are no people. After Jiang Ning's car drove to a very remote place, he got out of the car, looked around for a long time, and only felt relieved after confirming that there was no one around. He immediately went into the space and divided the watermelons into about 100, then moved those 100 to the truck outside. After finishing all these things, Jiang Ning got back into the car and drove back. He had to go home to take care of the child. Yen Mashi had to go to class and couldn't take care of the child, so he had to take care of the child himself. When he got home, it was still early. As he went in, he saw Yen Mashi wake up and come out. When Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning, she was a little surprised. She remembered that Jiang Ning had told her yesterday that he was going to transport watermelons early this morning, so why was he still here at this time? Seeing him like this, Yen Mashi couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ning, didn't you say you were going out this morning? Why are you still here? Don't you need to go out anymore? Seeing Yen Mashi's puzzled expression, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to her. Yen, I'm back now. Have you had breakfast? I've prepared it and put it in a thermal container. Have you seen it? Hearing him ask that, Yen Mashi shook her head. She had just woken up, so how could she possibly see what was inside the insulated box? Seeing Yen Mashi shake her head, Jiang Ning immediately went into the kitchen and brought out the food so that Yen Mashi could eat later. Yen, I've already brought everything back. It's downstairs. It filled a whole truck. Do you want to go take a look? When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately became interested. She really wanted to go and see, so she nodded without hesitation. Once I've washed up, you can take me to see it. When Yen Mashi saw the huge truckload of watermelons, she was shocked. She hadn't expected Jiang Ning to bring in so many watermelons all at once. There were some things she wanted to say to Jiang Ning, but she didn't know whether she should or not. After hesitating for a while, Yen Mashi finally decided to speak to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you've brought so much all at once, aren't you worried about what will happen later? Although Yen Mashi didn't finish her sentence, Jiang Ning knew what she wanted to say. Seeing how worried Yen Mashi looked, Jiang Ning suddenly laughed. Chapter 48, Starting to Set Up a Stall. Yen, don't worry about that. I've already talked to the owner there, and if they can't sell them later, we can still return them. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi immediately felt relieved. She had been quite worried, but now that Jiang Ning said she could get a refund, she couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. After arranging things, Jiang Ning prepared to send Yen Mashi to school. He had gotten used to it and took Yen Mashi to school every day. This time, however, when he tried to give it to her, Yen Mashi refused. Jiang Ning, I don't need you to take me. I can go by myself. It's not far anyway. You should prepare for your things. You still have to take care of the babies. I don't have many classes today. I'll come over to help you after I finish my classes. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi say that, he immediately spoke to her. Yen, don't worry too much. I can manage on my own. If I get too busy, I'll let you know. Since Jiang Ning had said so, Yen Mashi nodded. She decided to finish her class quickly and then come over to help. If it were just one child, Yen Mashi felt Jiang Ning might not be so tired, but she has 3 children, so it's bound to be more tiring. After watching Yen Mashi leave, Jiang Ning began to prepare. The children should be getting up soon, so he planned to go into his space to buy some things to use to soothe them. Ding! A new task has been triggered, showing the children the hardships of earning money, and you can receive a corresponding reward. Upon hearing this mission, Jiang Ning was somewhat puzzled, mainly because he didn't seem to understand what it meant. I don't quite understand how the system reflects hardship. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's question, the system immediately responded to him. It's just about taking the kids to sell watermelons, letting them do some work, and that's all. Hearing that it was so simple, Jiang Ning nodded immediately. He thought he would have to take the babies to do something, but he didn't expect it to be like this. After understanding, Jiang Ning went to the space mall and bought some things. Then he took those things out of the space. As soon as he came out, he heard the children screaming. Jiang Ning was startled and didn't know what had happened, so he immediately shouted to the children. Babies, Daddy's here, don't worry. Daddy's coming right now. Hearing the sound coming from inside the room, Jiang Ning immediately went inside. When he saw the Bao lying on the ground, he became frightened, fearing that the Bao had been hurt. After all, they were still children, with delicate skin and tender flesh. Although the bed wasn't high, Jiang Ning was still a little worried. He immediately ran to Bao, picked him up in one go, looked at Bao with some concern, and asked Bao, are you alright? Did you fall anywhere? Why did you suddenly fall to the ground? Jiang Ning was genuinely worried about Bao. After being comforted by Jiang Ning, Bao immediately shook his head at her. Daddy, baby's okay, I just accidentally fell. Seeing that Bao seemed to be alright, Jiang Ning was finally relieved. It's good that you're alright. It's good that you're alright. Let's go out for breakfast now, and after we finish, Dad will take you to sell watermelons, okay? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the three children immediately nodded. Daddy, where are we going to buy watermelons? Can we leave after we finish eating? The three children were quite interested in what Jiang Ning was saying, so they couldn't help but ask him questions. Daddy, where should we go to sell watermelons? If we go there to sell them, will anyone buy them? The children chattered away, and Jiang Ning explained to them with a smile. Let's go to that big shopping mall that Dad took you to last time, do you remember? The children thought for a moment and nodded to Jiang Ning. Last time their father took them there, he bought each of them a gift. How could they forget? After Jiang Ning helped the children change their clothes and got them ready, he drove them to their destination. After Jiang Ning put the watermelons up, he waited for a long time, but no one came to buy them. It wasn't that no one came, not even a single person came to ask about them. Jiang Ning even had some doubts. Was there something he had missed doing? Why hadn't anyone come to ask him about it? Jiang Ning let the children sit in the car, mainly because he felt it was a bit hot outside. He didn't want the children to get out, fearing they might get heat stroke. Seeing that no one came to his stall, Jiang Ning couldn't help but start thinking of a solution. He couldn't help but ask the system. System, why is there no one here? Logically speaking, in this hot summer, doesn't everyone like to buy a watermelon to eat? Even if it's a bit expensive, it's not outrageously expensive. Jiang Ning was genuinely confused. Upon hearing his question, the system immediately spoke to him. Host, you haven't prepared anything, not even a sign with the price. How can anyone come and ask? Maybe they're afraid to come and ask because it's too expensive and they don't want to buy. But if they ask, they'll feel embarrassed not to buy, so they simply don't come and ask. When Jiang Ning heard the system ask this question, he immediately understood. He turned slightly over, and in a short while, he quietly took out a small notebook and a pen from his spatial storage. Having obtained what he needed, Jiang Ning immediately wrote down some relevant information on a piece of paper. Fresh watermelon, 30 yuan per pound, samples available. Just as Jiang Ning wrote this down, someone finally came over to inquire. Is this watermelon really 30 yuan per gene? It's selling for 40 yuan per gene over there. Can I still try some? The visitor was somewhat suspicious. He thought that what Jiang Ning wrote might be fake, mainly because it was 10 yuan cheaper than the price of a watermelon from the other side. A watermelon usually weighs 8 or 9 gene 4.5-6.5 catties, so buying a watermelon that weight could save him almost 100 yuan. I'm pretty sure you want to give it a try. If you do, I can open one for you. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't seem to be joking, the person who was about to buy a watermelon nodded at Jiang Ning. If I could try it, I definitely would, since it costs so much per pound. I'd like to see if it tastes good. If it doesn't, I won't waste my money. Chapter 49 The Troublesome Guest. Upon hearing him say this, Jiang Ning immediately nodded at him and then looked at him and said, Don't worry. Our watermelons are definitely delicious. If they're not good, you can pick one for free. Seeing Jiang Ning's confident demeanor, the melon buyer nodded. Okay, in that case, cut me a slice so I can try it. If it's good, I'll definitely buy one. This summer, none of my family members have had a watermelon yet, mainly because they're too expensive. This is the cheapest watermelon I've ever seen. I hope you'll be satisfied with it. Hearing him say that, Jiang Ning nodded and then started cutting a melon. After he finished cutting the melon, Jiang Ning handed the cut melon to the person in front of him and said to him, You should try it. This melon is delicious. The person in front of Jiang Ning took the melon from his hand, ate it, and then couldn't help but purse his lips, as if he wanted to eat more. This melon is really delicious, it's really good. I feel like I want to eat it again and again. Can I have one? How much is it? Seeing that the first business had come and the money was about to be in hand, Jiang Ning was also quite happy. He immediately helped the person weigh the melons and calculate the money. After watching the guests leave, Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The children in the car were delighted to see Jiang Ning sell a watermelon and immediately asked him a question. Daddy, does this mean we've made money? When Jiang Ning heard the children ask him that question, he immediately nodded and looked at them as he spoke. Babies, isn't it amazing? Want to try it yourself? The children were indeed curious, so when Jiang Ning said that, they immediately nodded and couldn't wait to run off the car. Daddy, Debao wants to give it a try. Debao also wants to help Daddy. Jiang Ning's heart softened a bit when she saw how sensible the child was, and she immediately said to Debao, Debao, if you want to try, Daddy will lift you down and let you try. Let's wait a bit and see if any guests come over. If they do, you can help, okay? Debao nodded without hesitation. The other two children remained in the car, perhaps wanting to wait and see. Although Jiang Ning wanted the children to come out and help as soon as possible so he could finish the task faster, he thought that since there was still plenty of time, he wasn't in a hurry. The children can come out to help whenever they want. Now that the eldest child has volunteered to help, Jiang Ning thinks that the other two children will definitely be interested and come out to help later. Just as Jiang Ning was teaching Debao what to do, another guest arrived. This time, the guest was an older woman. As soon as the older woman arrived, she immediately spoke to Jiang Ning. It's just a watermelon, why is it so expensive? If you give me a 10 yuan discount, I'll buy you 2 right away, how about that? Jiang Ning shook his head. This was the first time he had ever met someone like this, who had chopped off more than half of the body right away. The older woman hadn't done anything drastic at first, but when she saw Jiang Ning shake his head, she immediately tried to take action. Jiang Ning wasn't paying attention and ended up getting a melon from her. Looking at such a big watermelon, the old lady's eyes were full of excitement. Now she could get a big watermelon without spending any money. Just thinking about it made her happy. But she took Jiang Ning's things without paying him back. How could Jiang Ning just let her go like that? Jiang Ning immediately blocked the old woman's path and said to her, Auntie, in your current state, you can either leave the melon here and go, or come with me to weigh the melon and pay me. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, the older woman was somewhat disdainful. Anyway, the melon was in her hands now, so she could do whatever she wanted. If she didn't want to pay, she felt that Jiang Ning couldn't do anything about it. What can I do if I just don't want to give it to you? Now that I have the melon, who knows whose melon it is? Now that I have the melon, if I say it's mine, then it's mine. The older woman's tone was incredibly arrogant. She completely ignored Jiang Ning, who was blocking her way, and tried to leave with the melon in her arms. Jiang Ning felt that if others were unreasonable, then he shouldn't expect them to be reasonable. There's really no need to reason with unreasonable people. Jiang Ning walked up to the old lady in an instant and snatched the melon from her hands. At first, the older woman didn't react, but when she did, she immediately chased after Jiang Ning and shouted after him. Help! There's been indecent assault. Someone is harassing us. Upon hearing the old man's words, a large crowd immediately gathered around Jiang Ning, looking at him with strange expressions. Jiang Ning wasn't flustered or afraid at all, even though he was being watched by such a large group of people. This young man looks so young, he wouldn't be the kind of person to do something like this. Are you just overthinking it? A woman standing next to Aunt Zhang spoke up to her. It wasn't that she looked down on the woman in front of her, it was just that the woman was really ugly. She couldn't quite believe that the young man selling watermelons in front of her would be so desperate as to prey on such an old woman. That's why she wondered if the old woman in front of her was mistaken. How could that be? I said he assaulted me, and that's who he is. I called you here to seek justice for me, not for you to point fingers at me. If you're not willing to testify for me, then leave. You don't need to stay here. The older woman looked at the large group of people in front of her and spoke up in exasperation. Seeing her like this, everyone else took a step back, fearing that if she suddenly went berserk, no one would be able to stop her. We didn't see it, how can we prove it for you? You're not trying to give us a fake certificate, are you? When the older woman heard them ask that question, she immediately yelled. What's wrong? Is it not allowed? If any of you manage to make it for me, I can give you half of the money I earn later. The woman thought she was being generous enough. In fact, she would have been reluctant to spend so much money all at once. But she had no choice but to pay for the service given the circumstances. What the woman didn't expect was that even after she said all that, no one was willing to help. Chapter 50. Let the children sell watermelons themselves. Hearing the woman say that, Jiang Ning almost couldn't help but hit her. If it weren't for the fact that she was a woman, he definitely wouldn't have held back. But even though the old lady said all that, no one was willing to listen to her. No matter what she said, no one was willing to listen to her. At this moment, the older woman felt a little embarrassed, looking at the watermelon in Jiang Ning's hand, and was somewhat reluctant to part with it. But there was no way for her to get the melon back by herself. She did want to snatch it, but looking at the large crowd around her, she knew that now was not a good time to grab something, If she tried to snatch it later and someone saw her, it wouldn't be good. So, having no other option, the woman had to slink away in embarrassment. If she stayed any longer, Jiang Ning might have to take matters into his own hands. She was really interfering with his business. Seeing that the woman had left, Jiang Ning felt relieved. He walked up to De Bao and spoke to him. De Bao, call out and tell someone to come and buy our watermelons. De Bao was a little confused by Jiang Ning's words. He didn't know how to address him, so he could only look at Jiang Ning in front of him, hoping that he could tell him how to address him. De Bao, why don't you just ask them directly and see if anyone wants to buy our melons? Hearing Jiang Ning say that, De Bao nodded as if he understood, and then spoke to a group of people standing not far away. Brothers and sisters, would you like some watermelon? Our watermelons are big and sweet. Jiang Ning taught him this phrase, otherwise, De Bao, being so young, wouldn't have been able to come up with it. Hearing De Bao's soft and cute voice, people who hadn't planned to come over immediately walked over. Upon seeing that the person who had just spoken was a little boy, he immediately asked Jiang Ning a question. This child is yours. He looks quite cute. Jiang Ning nodded. Even without anyone telling him, Jiang Ning also thought his child was exceptionally cute. The woman immediately squatted down in front of De Bao and then asked him a question. Baby, is your watermelon really that sweet? Have you ever tried it yourself? When De Bao was asked this question by the woman, he immediately nodded, and then, just like Jiang Ning had said, he spoke to the woman in front of him. Sister, if you don't believe me, I'll ask my dad to get you a piece to try. When it comes to doing business, De Bao is quite reasonable and well-founded. Jiang Ning, watching from the side, felt that De Bao was better at doing business than him. Just as De Bao finished speaking, Jiang Ning immediately handed over the sliced melons. He had specially packed these melons in a box so that anyone who wanted to try them could just give them to him. The woman didn't stand on ceremony with Jiang Ning. After all, it was such an expensive item, so it was more important to try it and see if it tasted good. After the woman ate it, her eyes lit up. It was the first time she had ever eaten such a delicious watermelon. After finishing one slice, she couldn't help but want to eat another. However, since the food in front of her was just for tasting, she couldn't eat any more, so she could only buy one to take home and eat her fill. Then give me one. It doesn't need to be too big, a small one is fine. Another deal was completed. This time, Jiang Ning wasn't as excited as he was. But this time, De Bao was especially excited because he was the one who sold the watermelon. That's why De Bao was a little excited. He looked at Jiang Ning in front of him and spoke with some excitement. Daddy, did you sell that watermelon just now? Although the melons had already been taken away, De Bao still couldn't believe that he had actually sold one. Seeing De Bao's somewhat incredulous expression, Jiang Ning immediately nodded to him. Yes, De Bao, that melon you just sold was the one you sold. Our De Bao is really amazing. Daddy bought a lot of fun toys for you to play with. Jiang Ning suddenly took out a large rug and spread it on an empty space next to him. He then took out all the toys he had bought from the space mall so that De Bao could play with them. The two children in the car were tempted when they saw the toys that the older child could play with. In the end, it was Xiao Bao who spoke first. Daddy, Xiao Bao wants to go down and help. Upon hearing Xiao Bao's voice, Jiang Ning immediately addressed the person in front of him who was about to buy melons. Excuse me, my daughter has woken up. I'll go and bring her over. Don't worry, I'll be right back. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, she turned around and walked to the car behind, carrying Bao and Xiao Bao out of the car together. Babies, you can't run around. You have to play here, okay? Xiao Bao immediately followed Jiang Ning to the watermelon stand, and his mouth watered as he looked at the watermelons in front of him. Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated by her appearance, and could only give her a piece to eat. I don't know if it was because of what Jiang Ning wrote in front of him, but suddenly a lot more people came to inquire about the watermelons, and in no time, he sold out of good watermelons again. Xiao Bao worked even harder, shouting at people on the street. Brother, would you like some watermelon? It's really sweet. If you like, you can buy one and try it at home. Jiang Ning assured that he hadn't taught Xiao Bao any of these words. Xiao Bao had said them all on his own. In fact, Jiang Ning was quite surprised to see Xiao Bao like this. With Xiao Bao's enthusiastic promotion, several more watermelons were sold in no time. Seeing the watermelons dwindling, Jiang Ning felt much more at ease. Although Bao didn't join in the shouting, he was still very busy carrying bags and serving water to Jiang Ning and the others. He was incredibly busy. Kids, go play over there for a bit. There aren't many people around right now, Daddy can manage by himself. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, they hesitated. Although they really wanted to play, they were afraid that there would be too many people and their father would get tired. Although the children didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately understood what they meant. Kids, go play now. Come back when it gets crowded. Since Jiang Ning had said that, the children immediately nodded. In fact, they really wanted to go and play with all those toys over there. Seeing that no one was coming over and there weren't many watermelons left, Jiang Ning walked over to the children, intending to play with them for a while. Babies, are these toys fun? If you like them, Daddy will buy you more later. Chapter 51. I will do my best to satisfy you. Upon hearing that there were more, the three children's eyes lit up, as toys were their favorite thing. However, after thinking about it, they realized that their mother had told them not to spend money recklessly. Seeing that they already had so many toys, they decided that they shouldn't be too greedy. Although they were a little reluctant to part with their new toys, after hesitating for a while, the three little ones huddled together and discussed something for quite some time. Jiang Ning watched them the whole time, and after they finished their discussion, he didn't ask any questions, because he knew that the children would tell him once they had finished. Sure enough, before Jiang Ning could speak, the eldest of the three children spoke up to him. De Bao looked at Jiang Ning with a serious expression in his eyes, his little brows furrowed, as if he were planning something very important. Jiang Ning looked at De Bao like this and couldn't help but find it a little funny. De Bao was quite chubby, and the flesh on his cheeks trembled slightly as he frowned, making him look very cute. Jiang Ning was really looking forward to what De Bao was going to say next. She just didn't know what he would say. Daddy, we don't need any more toys. These are enough for the babies. Daddy, we can't waste money. Hearing De Bao say that, Jiang Ning was stunned and didn't quite understand. He hadn't expected that the children had been discussing this for so long. This was something Jiang Ning hadn't expected. Looking at De Bao in front of him, Jiang Ning immediately pulled De Bao and the others into his arms, and then spoke with a serious expression. Babies, listen to Daddy. As you just saw, our watermelons are selling really well, so we have money. You don't need to worry about us not having money to buy toys. Whatever you like, Daddy can afford it. So remember to tell Daddy what you want, okay? After Jiang Ning said that, the children thought about it and realized that quite a few people had indeed bought the watermelons. The three children looked at each other, their eyes filled with surprise. Daddy, really? But isn't that just wasting money? The children's biggest worry is that the children will spend money recklessly. They remember that when they went to the supermarket with their mother before, she would not allow them to buy toys, saying that buying those things was a waste of money. How could buying these things be considered wasting money? As long as you like them, that's fine. If you like them, Dad will buy them for you. After we finish selling the watermelons, Dad will take you to eat something delicious. Is there anything you want to eat? Hearing that there would be food to eat later, the children couldn't describe their excitement. They just looked at Jiang Ning with excited eyes. They really wanted to ask their dad if they could eat whatever they wanted, but because they were too excited, no one spoke first. Although they didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately understood what they were trying to say, perhaps because the children were his own flesh and blood. Yes, if you want to eat anything, Dad will take you there. Anything is fine. The children jumped up immediately, and Jiang Ning could tell from their reaction that they were very happy. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a children's fund worth 100,000 yuan. Children's fund? What is that? Jiang Ning had never heard of it before, so he couldn't help but ask the system. The children's fund is a childcare fund provided by this system. You have nothing now, and if this fund weren't prepared for you, you might not even be able to afford to raise your children later. Moreover, you don't just have one child, you have three. Upon hearing the system say this, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to it. If you're going to prepare any money for me, you should prepare more. You said yourself that I'm a father of three, and you're only preparing 100,000 yuan. If it's for the children to spend, that's not much at all. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the system immediately spoke to him. Host, this parenting gene will gradually increase, you can rest assured. The more tasks you complete, the faster this fund will grow. Hearing that the childcare fund could increase in value, Jiang Ning felt much more at ease. If it couldn't increase, 100,000 yuan wouldn't be enough to do anything. Host, don't worry, this childcare fund will definitely play a significant role in the children's future growth. Jiang Ning knew, of course, that the childcare fund had many uses, so he no longer complained about how small the fund was. Jiang Ning nodded, then asked the three children in front of him. Babies, you can eat whatever you want. Now tell Daddy what you want to eat, and Daddy will think about it and take you there to eat later. Jiang Ning waited a while, but no one spoke up first about having a child. Jiang Ning knew they didn't want to spend money, which was why they didn't say anything. Looking at such sensible children, Jiang Ning felt a pang of heartache for some reason. Babies, tell me what you want to eat. Daddy promises to take you to eat whatever you like, okay? Jiang Ning spoke with such certainty that the three children thought for a moment before finally speaking to him. Daddy, Xiaobao wants to eat hamburgers, fries, and fried chicken, is that okay? The two children beside him didn't say anything, but they kept staring at Jiang Ning expectantly. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Ning immediately understood that they all wanted to eat, but they just didn't dare to tell him. After Xiaobao finished speaking, he noticed that Jiang Ning was staring at them without saying a word. They waited for a while, but when Jiang Ning still didn't speak, they assumed that Jiang Ning disagreed and became anxious. Daddy, don't be angry. If it's not okay, the babies won't eat. We'll just buy some groceries and cook something simple at home. As soon as De Bao finished speaking, Bao and Xiao Bao beside him nodded eagerly in agreement. It was as if Jiang Ning was afraid that if they were a step too slow in nodding, Jiang Ning would get angry. Babies, you don't need to be like this. What do you want? What do you want to eat? You must tell Daddy. Daddy will take you to eat what you want and to play. As long as Daddy can do it, Daddy will do his best to satisfy you. Jiang Ning's words would make anyone's eyes light up. He would agree to anything, which was truly wonderful. Chapter 52 Babies Selling Watermelons. When Jiang Ning heard that the children had only this small request, he was completely stunned. At first, he almost didn't react, but once he did, he immediately nodded without hesitation. I just want to eat these things, is there anything else? The children nodded in unison. They were already very happy that their father could take them to eat what they liked. Let's wait until Dad sells all the watermelons, then we'll go eat some, okay? How could the children possibly refuse such a thing? They immediately nodded without hesitation. Xiaobao immediately ran to the car and looked inside. The way she looked clearly indicated that she wanted to see how many watermelons were left in the truck and how long it would take to sell them all. Xiao Luoyi was eagerly anticipating the opportunity to go out and eat. Daddy, Xiaobao is helping Daddy sell watermelons. After we sell them all, can we go out to eat? The other two children immediately stood beside the car, seemingly intending to help sell melons. Jiang Ning hadn't expected that something as simple as food could excite the children so much. He truly hadn't anticipated this. Yes, so our goal now is to sell all the watermelons and then go eat something delicious. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, the children were immediately motivated and started buying and shouting. Her sweet, childlike voice was very attractive, and a lot of people gathered around her in no time. Dad, there are so many people. Hurry up and cut the watermelons so everyone can try ours. When Jiang Ning heard Bao say that, he was stunned for a moment. He didn't even realize that these words really came from his Bao's mouth. Daddy, hurry up. Hearing the children urging him, Jiang Ning finally snapped out of his daze, picked up the knife, and started cutting the watermelon again. The one we just cut has already been sampled, so we have to open another one. Once Jiang Ning had cut the melon, Xiaobao couldn't wait to take it to the people gathered around to try it. Sister, you should try our melons, they're really delicious. If you like them, you don't have to buy them. Looking at the little dumpling standing in front of them, the women surrounding them felt embarrassed to refuse the things that Xiaobao offered them. Xiaobao kept distributing his gifts, one after another, and everyone who received them from him praised him highly. When they came to buy watermelons, they couldn't help but squeeze them. They were so cute. It was the first time they had ever seen such a sensible child, and they couldn't help but take a few more glances at him. With the children's help, the watermelons were chopped off much faster, and now there aren't many left. The guests kept coming in waves, and Jiang Ning was a little overwhelmed, but luckily the children were there to help. Just as Jiang Ning was extremely busy, Xiaobao suddenly spotted a person walking over from not far away, and the person looked somewhat familiar. However, because of the distance, Xiaobao couldn't see it very clearly. As the person slowly approached, Xiaobao's eyes lit up immediately. It turned out to be her mother. When Xiaobao saw who it was, she couldn't sit still anymore. She immediately slid down and ran towards Yan Mashi. Mom, what brings you here? Jiang Ning was also happy to see Yan Mashi arrive. So much time had passed and the watermelons had been almost bought, so Jiang Ning thought Yan Mashi wouldn't come. He didn't expect her to arrive at the last minute. As soon as she arrived, Yan Mashi immediately spoke to Jiang Ning. Sorry, Jiang Ning. I thought I didn't have any classes today and could finish early to help out, but I was unexpectedly reassigned a task at the last minute, so by the time I finished, a long time had passed. Jiang Ning laughed when he saw Yan Mashi's self-reproachful expression and said to her, Yan, these are all minor things. You don't need to apologize to me or feel embarrassed. You're still studying, so what you should be doing is studying hard. I can take care of things around the house. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed. She just felt that Jiang Ning would be too tired, so she was anxious to come and help. Jiang Ning, how are your watermelon sales? If business isn't good, we can try somewhere else. I have a day off tomorrow, so I'll come and set up a stall with you then. Upon hearing Yan Mashi mention this, Jiang Ning immediately spoke up to her. Yan, go and see for yourself. Compare the watermelon you saw this morning with the one you see now. Is there any difference? Jiang Ning said this, and Yan Mashi looked puzzled, but she still ran towards the car immediately. When she saw that there were only a few watermelons left in the car, her eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ning, you sold out all those watermelons. You're really amazing. Jiang Ning shook his head, then looked at Yan Mashi, who was somewhat excited. Yan, actually, the most impressive people are the babies. They're the ones who sold almost all of these watermelons. Jiang Ning's words made Yan Mashi even more confused. Her eyes were full of disbelief, and she didn't know why Jiang Ning would say such a thing. You'll understand once you see for yourself. Look at the babies. The three children were standing next to the car. When they saw someone coming, they immediately shouted a few times at the person. The content is basically about getting people to buy watermelons. Some people will subconsciously stop when they hear a child's cute, innocent voice. When people see children selling watermelons, they usually come over to take a look out of curiosity. As soon as they approached, Deba would offer them sliced samples, and how could they possibly refuse? The samples were delicious, so almost everyone who tried them ended up buying one or two. Yan Mashi looked at the children and could hardly believe it. She never expected that her children would be so sensible and would even help sell things. Jiang Ning, did you teach them this? Otherwise, how could they be like this? Jiang Ning shook his head. He had only said a little at first, but he hadn't expected that such a young child would have such a strong comprehension ability. The child immediately understood what he meant and was even able to do it better. Chapter 53. You don't show anything. Just as Jiang Ning was wondering, the system suddenly spoke. Host, this is all thanks to the spiritual spring. Otherwise, how could a 3-year-old child be so smart? Children who drink the spiritual spring water can have their brains developed to some extent. Hearing the system say this, Jiang Ning was stunned. This was something he hadn't expected. If that was the case, should he feed the children more spiritual spring water? Although Jiang Ning didn't speak, the system immediately understood what he meant and spoke to him. Host, that's not allowed. You can feed them a little bit every day, but not too much. They are all children, and they can't drink too much of the spiritual spring water at once. If you use too much force, it may cause them to become mentally disabled children. The system's words stunned Jiang Ning. He couldn't help but feel relieved that he hadn't done that. Otherwise, he might have thought he was doing it for the children's good, but he was actually harming them. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Mashi, who was full of surprise, shook his head at her, and then spoke with a bit of a laugh. Yan, I only taught them 2 phrases, and the rest they came up with on their own. Aren't our children amazing? Yan Mashi nodded immediately without hesitation. It was the first time she had ever realized how amazing her child was. Jiang Ning, I'll go help too. You rest for a bit. What's the point of resting? The child's mother is going to help, so how could he possibly fall behind? When Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi walking towards the children, he immediately followed her. The 3 children's eyes lit up when they saw their parents coming over. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Mashi, who was sweating profusely, and immediately said to her, Yan, you watch over here for now, I'm going to find a place to use the restroom. Seeing that Jiang Ning was even telling her this kind of thing, Yan Mashi blushed immediately. She was a little embarrassed and didn't say anything, but just nodded to Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning saw her nod, he immediately turned and left. However, his destination after leaving was not the toilet, but a deserted place where he entered the space mall. Seeing how hot Yan Mashi was, and the children too, even though they didn't say anything, Jiang Ning could tell. So his purpose in coming in was to find out if there was a fan that could be used without being plugged in. However, Jiang Ning searched for a long time but still couldn't find what he wanted. I really can't find it, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask the system. You guys keep putting your fans in that spot, but I can't find them anywhere. When the system heard Jiang Ning ask this question, it immediately spoke to him. Host, have you seen the Space Mall system page? Jiang Ning nodded. The system page was right in front of him, how could he not have seen it? Look at the top right corner, there's a search option there. Try searching for it. Upon hearing the system say this, Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment. When he came to his senses, he immediately yelled at the system. Why didn't you tell me sooner? I've been searching for so long. The system was also somewhat wronged. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, so it had no idea that Jiang Ning was looking for something and thought he was just wandering around here out of boredom. Host, you didn't tell me you were looking for something. I thought you were just bored and wanted to wander around. When Jiang Ning heard the system say this, he realized that he really hadn't asked beforehand. But now that he knows he can search, he's relieved. He no longer has to worry about not being able to find things every time. Jiang Ning quickly typed small fan into the search interface, and a variety of small fans immediately appeared on the big screen. Jiang Ning was very satisfied with the fans and immediately ordered 3 neck fans that could be hung around the neck. As soon as he placed the order, the item appeared in his hands. Holding the fan, Jiang Ning couldn't help but wonder if Yan Mashi would be very happy when she received it. After Jiang Ning finished buying his things, he left the space immediately. Seeing that no one was around, he felt relieved. He straightened his clothes a little and then walked back to his stall. The first thing Jiang Ning did upon returning was to take out the fan. The first person he gave it to was Yan Mashi, and he even helped Yan Mashi hang the fan around her neck. At first, Yan Mashi didn't know that Jiang Ning had returned. When she felt something hanging around her neck, she immediately looked behind her. When Yan Mashi turned around and saw Jiang Ning, her eyes were full of surprise, and she couldn't help but ask him. Jiang Ning, weren't you going to the restroom? Why did you suddenly buy a fan? When Jiang Ning heard her ask that question, he immediately burst out laughing. Yan, I saw that you were all too hot, so I went to buy a fan. Come on, babies, let daddy put it on for you. The 3 children next to her were initially curious about the fan hanging around their mother's neck, but when they heard that they also had one, their eyes lit up, and they looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. Do we have poop too? Jiang Ning nodded immediately without hesitation. The children should have everything that the mother has. Of course, everyone has one. Come on, look and see what color you like. Xiaobao is a girl, so she definitely likes pink, right, Xiaobao? Jiang Ning's thinking was correct. Little girls usually like pink, so when Jiang Ning said that, Xiaobao immediately nodded. Daddy, my baby likes pink. Thank you, Daddy. Xiaobao thanked Jiang Ning very politely, and the other 2 children also thanked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled and glanced at Yan Mashi next to her. Although Jiang Ning did not say anything, for some reason, Yan Mashi felt that she seemed to understand what Jiang Ning meant. Thank you, Jiang Ning. I really like the fan you sent me. Seeing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning raised an eyebrow, looked at Yan Mashi, and slowly opened his mouth. Yan, just like that, you won't even say anything? Yan Mashi was a little confused. Isn't this how you say thank you? What else is there to do? Jiang Ning immediately noticed Yan Mo's confusion and knew he couldn't say too much, lest his wife run away and he have nowhere to cry. Chapter 54 I'll get my revenge on you later, slowly. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't speak, Yan Mashi couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ning, what more do you want? How do you want me to thank you? Don't worry, I'll do whatever I can. When Yan Mashi said this, Jiang Ning smiled somewhat ambiguously, but he spoke directly to Yan Mashi. Yan, you'll understand later. I'll get my revenge on you later. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say this, she was filled with confusion, not knowing what Jiang Ning meant by saying this. Seeing that Jiang Ning didn't seem inclined to say anything more, Yan Mashi didn't ask any further questions. Dad, the watermelon is gone. Upon hearing De Bao's voice, Jiang Ning immediately walked to the car. He had been so engrossed in talking to Yan Mashi that he had forgotten about the watermelon. However, to Jiang Ning's surprise, the watermelons were all sold out in the blink of an eye. Jiang Ning was sure to shower the children with praise, given how talented they were. Babies, you guys are amazing. Daddy wasn't even looking and you've all sold out of watermelons. Daddy's going to tidy up a bit and then take you out for something delicious. Hearing that they could go eat something delicious, the three children were very happy, but they also glanced at Yen Moshi with some concern. After reading it, I looked at it again, one glance after another. Looking at them, Yen Moshi knew what they wanted to say, but they probably didn't know how to bring it up. As their mother, she can usually spot some of the children's little tricks. Yen Moshi looked at them like this, but didn't say much, she just kept watching them. She was curious to see how long the babies would hesitate before speaking to her. So Yen Moshi didn't plan to speak first, she just waited for the babies to speak first. Seeing Jiang Ning tidying up, Yen Moshi simply went over to Jiang Ning's side and helped him tidy up. As for the children, based on Yen Moshi's understanding of them, they would definitely be unable to hold back and tell her soon enough. So Yen Moshi wasn't in a hurry, she figured the children would definitely come looking for her soon. Jiang Ning, will you still be selling watermelons tomorrow? Yen Moshi looked at the huge truckload of watermelons that had been sold out that morning, and for a moment she thought that selling watermelons might not be such a bad idea. Yes, I'll definitely come. I'm also planning to make some refreshing water tomorrow, which should attract more customers. When Yen Moshi heard Jiang Ning say that, she was a little confused, so she couldn't help but ask him. What is this refreshing water for cooling off? Is it difficult to make? I don't have class tomorrow, so I'll help you tomorrow. Hearing Yen Moshi say this, Jiang Ning was a little surprised, his eyes widened slightly, and he looked at Yen Moshi and asked curiously. Yen, don't you have class tomorrow? Why? Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Moshi looked at him with amusement and said to him with a smile. Jiang Ning, are you forgetting about school because you don't have to go to class anymore? Tomorrow is Saturday, did you forget? When Jiang Ning heard Yen Moshi say this, he suddenly realized that he had really forgotten. When he was in school, he knew what day of the week it was, but now that he was no longer in school, he hadn't made a conscious effort to remember it. Unexpectedly, it was already Sunday. Jiang Ning couldn't help but touch his head, feeling a little embarrassed. I hadn't paid attention to these things since I wasn't studying, though I used to. Seeing Jiang Ning's somewhat embarrassed expression, Yen Moshi couldn't help but secretly cover her mouth and laugh. Yen Moshi laughed for a while before calming down. She thought Jiang Ning didn't know she was laughing, but he had actually seen it a long time ago. Yen, are you making fun of me? Hearing Jiang Ning ask that question, Yen Moshi immediately looked up at Jiang Ning, who had been staring at her, and felt a little embarrassed. I never expected that I would be caught red-handed laughing at someone. When Yen Moshi heard Jiang Ning ask that question, she immediately shook her head without hesitation. Jiang Ning, how could I possibly laugh at you? I just suddenly thought of something funny, I wasn't laughing at you. Seeing Jiang Ning's suspicious expression, Yen Moshi was momentarily at a loss for words. After thinking for a while, Yen Moshi still didn't know how to start the conversation, so she could only look at Jiang Ning and change the subject, feeling that this topic couldn't be continued. Jiang Ning, you still haven't told me what kind of refreshing herbal tea you want to make. Can I help you? If so, we should prepare the ingredients when we get back. Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation, but he needed some other things. He thought he would have to go and see if anyone was selling them. If not, he would have to go to the Space Mall to see if they were for sale. When we get back, we can prepare the ingredients first. Yen, have you seen any watermelon shaved ice recipes on your phone? Let's make that, and then prepare some delicious snacks on top. I think it should taste good, but we still need to prepare the ingredients now. When Yen Moshi heard Jiang Ning say this, she immediately nodded. She instantly understood what Jiang Ning wanted to do. Seeing Yen Moshi standing there lost in thought, Jiang Ning couldn't help but speak to her. Yen, let's go eat something now. We can talk about the rest after we eat, the children must be hungry. Yen Moshi nodded. It was indeed time to eat, the children were still young and couldn't go hungry. Yen, wait for me here for a moment. I'll drive the truck back and then bring another car to pick you up for dinner, okay? Since Jiang Ning had said that, how could Yen Moshi not think it was a good idea? She immediately nodded to Jiang Ning, and when she saw Jiang Ning drive away, Yen Moshi immediately asked the three little devils beside her. Speak up. Didn't you just have something to tell Mom? Why aren't you saying anything now? As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the children started chattering away. Mom, Daddy said he's taking us out for hamburgers and fried chicken. Do you agree? The one who spoke was Dabao. He looked at Yen Moshi with some trepidation, wondering if she would agree. They had asked their mother for this before, but she always refused. Chapter 55 Yen Mashi disciplining the child. Did your dad really say he would take you to eat these things? Yen Mashi was a little curious, mainly because she felt that Jiang Ning paid great attention to a balanced diet when cooking for the children, so how could he possibly agree to take the children to these things now? However, Yen Mashi had some doubts. If the children wanted to eat it, they shouldn't eat it too often. Since your dad has agreed to take you out to eat, Mom has no objections. Hearing that even their mother had no objections, the children's eyes lit up immediately. Now they're just waiting for their dads to come home, and the kids are excited at the thought of eating delicious fried chicken. Jiang Ning returned shortly afterward, and the children couldn't wait to run to the car when they saw him. Seeing the hurried manner, Yen Mashi couldn't help but shake her head. It wasn't that she didn't want to feed the children these things, but she felt that these things had very little nutritional value, and that eating too much would be even worse for the children. The children had asked her to take them to eat before, but Yen Mashi always refused, because she didn't want the children to eat those things. If it weren't for Jiang Ning wanting to take them this time, Yen Mashi might have disagreed again. Mom can agree to let you go, but you have to promise Mom that you won't eat too much. Eating too much of these things is bad for your health. When we get home, Mom will make you some milk. Hearing that they could go, the children were overjoyed. They were okay with not being able to eat too much, but they were fine with that. They didn't really want to eat much, they just wanted to try the taste. Yen Mashi sat in the passenger seat, and the three children sat in the back. Jiang Ning looked at the three children who were having a heated discussion in the back and couldn't help but ask. Babies, what are you talking about? Why are you so happy? Hearing Jiang Ning ask this question, the children hesitated for a moment before speaking to him. Daddy, we're discussing what to eat later. Have you decided yet? Seeing how anxious the children were, Jiang Ning shook his head, finding it somewhat amusing. Babies, we'll order from the menu when we get there. You won't be able to figure it out if you try to think about it now. We'll order from the menu. Are you all seated? Daddy's driving now, we're going to eat right now. When they arrived at the KFC, the children were all impatient and twisting and turning in the back. After Jiang Ning got out of the car, he saw them like this and immediately planned to go over and help them untie their clothes. However, before he could get over, Yen Mashi pulled him back. What are you doing? What kind of behavior is this? If you're going to sit, sit properly. Why are you twisting around like this? I've brought you out here, and you're still acting like this. Do you believe me? I'll have your dad take you back in a little while. Hearing Yen Mashi say this, the children immediately quieted down. Mainly because they saw that their mother's expression was not good, they thought it was better not to make her angry. If I make Mom angry, there won't be anything to eat later, and they'll be heartbroken. Seeing the children sit up and behave quietly all of a sudden, Jiang Ning was a little surprised. He hadn't expected the children to be so obedient all of a sudden. Jiang Ning looked at Yen Mashi with surprise in his eyes. He really didn't expect the children to act like this when facing Yen Mashi. Mom, we'll be good, please don't be angry. This time, Yen Mashi was really angry. She had raised them for so long and had never seen them make her so angry. Yen Mashi's complexion was still somewhat unpleasant. The children didn't know why their mother was suddenly so angry, but they could tell that she was genuinely upset. Do you even know what you ate? When asked what they had done wrong, the children shook their heads. They had no idea what they had done wrong. Even Jiang Ning, who was standing next to him, looked puzzled. He didn't know what the children had done wrong. Yen, don't be angry. If the children do something wrong, you can talk to them nicely. Don't be angry. Seeing Yen Mashi so angry, Jiang Ning couldn't help but comfort her, even though he didn't know what was wrong with the children. He had been here the whole time and hadn't noticed anything wrong the children had done. Do you even realize how dangerous it was for you to be twisting and turning in the car like that? If you weren't careful, the driver in front might have lost control of the steering wheel. I really don't know what to say to you. Seeing Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning immediately went to the children's side and took them off their car seats. Yen, the children are still young. Let it go this time. You've already told them, so they definitely won't dare to do it again next time. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Yen Mashi glared at him. No, Jiang Ning, you don't understand. We need to teach the children more while they are still young, so that they can understand principles from an early age. As soon as Yen Mashi finished speaking, Jiang Ning nodded as if he understood. He had never raised a child and didn't know how to handle it, so he still had a lot to learn from Jiang Ning in this matter. Babies, quickly apologize to mommy and say you won't do it again next time. Without hesitation, the children immediately spoke to Yen Moshi. Mom, I'm sorry, we were wrong, we promise we'll never do that again. Yen Moshi knew that she couldn't force the children on this matter, since they were still children. She could only talk to them and see if they could understand the reasoning. Fortunately, the children were all very sensible, and they understood immediately when Jiang Ning said that. Since you all know you were wrong, then mom won't say anything more to you. This time it's because dad is here and he pleaded for you. Otherwise, mom would definitely have taught you a lesson. As soon as Yen Moshi finished speaking, Xiaobao made a heart shape with his hands towards Jiang Ning in a direction that Yen Moshi couldn't see, and even opened his mouth. Jiang Ning happened to turn around and saw it. He could tell what Xiaobao's mouth was making. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Ning shook his head at Xiaobao. He did these things not for their thanks at all. Chapter 56 First Time Eating. Seeing that Yen Moshi was finally less angry after the children apologized, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to her. Yen, let's go inside. It's already late, past 12 o'clock. The children must be hungry. They must have used up all the food they ate this morning while they were working. As soon as Jiang Ning said this, the three children immediately nodded and looked at Yen Moshi pitifully. Seeing their expressions, Yen Moshi couldn't bear to refuse them and could only nod. Let's go inside. Let's see how delicious the food you want to eat really is. Yen Moshi lived in a relatively wealthy family. From childhood to adulthood, she had never done these kinds of things before, mainly because her mother said that these things were very unhealthy and bad for her health. Therefore, Yen Moshi had the same requirements for her children after giving birth. Seeing how expectant the children were, Yen Moshi couldn't help but wonder, were these things really that delicious? Seeing Yen Moshi like this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask her a question. Yen, have you never eaten these things before? Yen Moshi shook her head. She had indeed never eaten it. No, my mom didn't allow me to eat it when I was little, and I didn't like it when I grew up, so I've never had it. Is it really that delicious? Jiang Ning nodded. She had to admit, she also really enjoyed eating those things. When he was in school, he ate there almost every week, even though he knew that some fried foods were bad for his health if he ate too much of them. But there was no way to control himself. At first, he would eat 2 or 3 times a week, but later, seeing his body getting fatter and fatter, Jiang Ning felt that he couldn't continue like this. In order to lose weight, Jiang Ning worked hard to control himself. He reduced his diet from 3 times a week to once a week, and with the addition of appropriate exercise, he lost weight in no time. Yen, you can give it a try. I promise you, after you finish eating it, you'll want to come back and eat here again. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yen Moshi thought it was impossible. She had never eaten these things before, so how could she become addicted after just one bite? Okay, let's not say any more. Let's go inside and see what we want to eat. Once inside, Jiang Ning handed the menu to Yen Moshi, wanting her to order. Yen Moshi looked at the menu in her hand, somewhat puzzled. Mainly, she had never eaten these dishes before, so she didn't know where to start or what to order. Yen Moshi held the menu and looked at it for a long time, but still didn't say anything. In the end, the menu returned to Jiang Ning's hands, mainly because Yen Moshi didn't know what to order, so she gave the dishes to Jiang Ning to order. Jiang Ning, you order. I don't know what to order. Seeing Yen Moshi's somewhat puzzled expression, Jiang Ning nodded and took the menu. Although he hadn't eaten it in a long time, he still knew how to make it. Jiang Ning ordered all the things the children liked, and then ordered some other things that Jiang Ning thought would be enough to fill them up. It took Jiang Ning quite a while to finish ordering. Seeing that Jiang Ning took so long to finish ordering, Yen Moshi couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ning, you didn't order too much. We won't be able to finish it. Jiang Ning scratched his head somewhat awkwardly. He seemed to have gotten a little too excited and ordered a bit too much. Yen, it's okay. If we can't finish it later, we'll pack it up and take it home. We'll just eat it all at once this time, since we only get to eat it once in a while anyway. Yen Moshi wanted to say something, but seeing how happy the children were, she ultimately remained silent. She was happy to see the children happy. As Yen Moshi looked at the dishes being served, she couldn't help but widen her eyes, mainly because there were just too many. Yen Moshi hadn't expected Jiang Ning to order so much food, filling the entire table. Jiang Ning, why did you buy so much all at once? Are we really going to finish it all? Yen Mo was genuinely puzzled. If there were only a few more, she might still be able to finish them, but there were so many at once. It's okay, Yen, you try it first. I'll help you remove the chicken meat so you can eat it. Because the chicken was too hot, Jiang Ning was worried that the children might accidentally burn themselves while eating it, so she put on gloves and carefully cut the chicken pieces off little by little so that the children could eat it slowly. Babies, please eat slowly and don't rush, okay? The three children's eyes lit up when they saw the large table full of their favorite foods, and they couldn't wait to start eating. They glanced at Jiang Ning, then at Yan Mashi, but didn't hear them say it was okay to eat, so they didn't dare to order much and could only wait. Jiang Ning tore at the food for a while, and seeing that no one had started eating yet, she couldn't help but look up. When Jiang Ning saw that they were all watching expectantly but no one made a move, he couldn't help but speak up to them. Hurry up and eat. It's still a little hot, but if you're careful, it's still edible. Take your time, or it'll get cold and won't taste as good. When the children heard Jiang Ning say that, they immediately looked at Yan Mashi. Since Yan Mashi didn't say anything, they didn't dare to eat. Looking at the child who was staring at her, Yan Mashi couldn't help but burst into laughter. If you want to eat, then eat first. You know what to do, right? They were raised by Yan Mashi after all, so they understood some of her intentions. So when Jiang Ning said that, the three children all spoke up to him at the same time. Thank you, Dad. Hearing the children thank him, Jiang Ning felt very gratified. Although he did these things willingly, the feeling was different when he heard the children thank him. You're welcome. This is all what Dad should do. Hurry up and eat. Isn't this what you've been wanting to eat? After speaking with the children, Jiang Ning noticed that Yan Mashi still hadn't made a move, so he tore off a large piece of chicken and put it into Yan Mashi's bowl. Yan, don't just stand there, eat quickly and see how it tastes. You'll definitely like it. Seeing Jiang Ning looking at her expectantly, Yan Mashi was too embarrassed to say she didn't want to eat, so she picked it up and took a bite. Chapter 57 Strange Design. But to her surprise, this thing was so delicious she had never eaten such delicious chicken before. Seeing Yan Mashi's eyes light up immediately, Jiang Ning knew that Yan Mashi liked him, otherwise, she wouldn't have acted this way. Yan, after you finish this, try the others. I'm sure you'll like them too. After eating one, Yan Mashi immediately fell in love with the taste. She ate one, then another, and couldn't stop. When they finished eating, Yan Mashi was surprised to find that the entire table of food they had just ordered had been completely devoured. Yan Mashi could hardly believe it. She hadn't expected that just the 2 adults and 3 children could actually finish all that food. Babies, is it delicious? Daddy will bring you to eat it again in a while. Although we can't eat these things too often, it's okay if we eat them once every now and then. This time, surprisingly, Yan Mashi didn't stop him, as if she tacitly approved of what Jiang Ning said. Seeing Yan Mashi like this, Jiang Ning burst out laughing and couldn't help but ask her a question. Yan, how is it? Do you think it's delicious? Since Yan Mashi had already eaten quite a lot, he felt embarrassed to say it wasn't good, so he could only nod. Since Yan also thinks it's delicious, let's come and eat together again next time. Now, we should go home. Just as Jiang Ning was about to take the children home, the system suddenly spoke, almost scaring him to death. Congratulations, host, for triggering a new mission. You will receive the corresponding reward upon completion. Upon hearing that there was a new mission, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. He loved doing missions the most, mainly because he could get rewards, and the rewards were exactly what he liked. So when Jiang Ning heard that the system had Jiang Ning, his eyes lit up immediately, and he couldn't help but ask the system a question. Tell me what the task is. I'm ready. Host, your task is to give the children a makeover and make them look better. Haven't you noticed, host? Your children look rather sloppy. If the spatial artifact spirit hadn't said that, Jiang Ning himself wouldn't have noticed. Upon hearing it say that, Jiang Ning immediately looked at the children. Indeed, the children do look a bit disheveled now, and their hair seems to have been unkempt for some time. Perhaps it was because Jiang Ning saw the children and was particularly fond of them that he himself did not notice. Looking at it now, it's clear we really need to get the kids organized. Yan, let's take the kids to get their hair cut. Look how long their hair has gotten, it's almost touching their eyes. Yan Mashi glanced at the children and felt a pang of guilt seeing their long hair. She had been so busy teaching that she had completely forgotten about the children needing haircuts. Fortunately, Jiang Ning reminded her just now, otherwise she would have forgotten again. Jiang Ning, I had completely forgotten about this until you mentioned it. I've really been a terrible mother. Let's take the kids to get ready. And then dress them up nicely. Babies, do you like it? Children will definitely like it if they can dress up nicely, especially Xiaobao, who is a girl and loves to look pretty even more than boys. When the staff arrived at the hair salon, they were almost melted by the sight of these tiny, almost identical looking babies. Handsome guy, are these all your children? When the shop assistant saw Jiang Ning nod, he immediately began to flatter him. Your eldest daughter is very beautiful, and your younger daughters are also very pretty. When Jiang Ning heard the shop assistant say that, she was completely confused. When did he have a daughter? How come he didn't know? Thinking of this, Jiang Ning immediately asked the shop assistant with some curiosity. Eldest daughter? I only have 3 children, where did this eldest daughter come from? As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the shop assistant in front of him immediately covered his mouth, hesitated for a moment, and then put his hand down, looking at Yan Mashi next to Jiang Ning. Isn't this your eldest daughter? She's so beautiful. Jiang Ning. This is the mother of my child. Do you have any taste? Do I look that old? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the barbershop employee's eyes widened in disbelief. This is your wife? Jiang Ning didn't refute it. The shop assistant smiled timidly, he really hadn't noticed it just now. This situation made him feel somewhat embarrassed, but there was nothing he could do. The shop assistant immediately apologized to Jiang Ning. Excuse me, handsome, we were a little careless just now. Your child is so cute, are you getting a haircut? The shop assistant felt that the most important thing now was to quickly change the subject, otherwise, if they continued to dodge the question, he would be the one who felt embarrassed later. Seeing the shop assistant's sincere apology, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more. Yes, help them get their haircut, give them the exact same hairstyle, something cute. When the topic turned to cuteness, Yan Mashi, who was standing next to Jiang Ning, tugged at Jiang Ning's clothes and noticed that Jiang Ning was looking in her direction. Yan Mashi immediately showed the photo in her hand to Jiang Ning, and then pointed to the child. Jiang Ning looked at the photo and immediately understood Yan Mashi's meaning. He nodded without hesitation, promising to leave the matter to him. Jiang Ning, holding Yan Mashi's photo, came to the children and asked Bao and Bao a question. Babies, it's quite hot now, so Daddy asked the hairdresser to give you this kind of haircut. What do you think? You're both so cute, this haircut will definitely look great on you. When the 2 children saw the photo in Jiang Ning's hand, their eyes widened immediately, and there was a hint of rejection in their eyes. The main issue is the hairstyle in this photo, it's really not flattering. Well, not that it's inherently bad, but both children felt the hairstyle didn't suit them. Baby, how about we give it a try? Daddy and Mommy both want to see. Seeing the expectant look in Jiang Ning's eyes, the 2 children finally nodded. Since their parents wanted to see it, they would shave their heads. Anyway, it would grow back eventually. Chapter 58 Small Ice Shaver. The photo that Jiang Ning and Yan Mashi prepared was actually a photo that children love to have their hair shaved. Make an apple shape in the front and shave all the hair off in the back. If a child gets this hairstyle, they will look especially cute. When Yan Mashi was looking for pictures on her phone, she immediately fell in love with this photo. She thought to herself that it would look really good if both of her children had this hairstyle. However, Yan Mashi was a little worried that the children would not agree. After showing the haircut to Jiang Ning and seeing that he liked it, Yan Mashi decided to let the children have this hairstyle. However, before shaving the children's hair, Yan Mashi felt she should ask for their opinions. Otherwise, if they didn't like it after it was done, she would have to redo it, which would be very troublesome. Fortunately, when Yan Mashi showed the photos to the children, although they hesitated for a moment, they eventually agreed. Mom and Dad, will it really look good if we shave this off? The baby doesn't think it looks that good. Looking at the photo in front of him, Bao was really conflicted, unsure whether he should let the barber shave him. Seeing the expectant faces of his parents, Bao finally didn't refuse. It will definitely look good. You can trust your dad's judgment. If he thinks it will look good after shaving, then it definitely will. You don't need to worry. Bao nodded, looking somewhat worried. He was genuinely afraid that he would cry after getting his hair cut. In Bao's eyes, these hairstyles are just for kids. In fact, Bao himself may have forgotten that he is a kid himself. With the photo, the barber sped up considerably and finished shaving in no time. Looking at this hairstyle, combined with Bao and Bao's faces, Yan Mashi just wanted to laugh for some reason. Xiaobao didn't need to have her head shaved, so she just watched her brothers get their heads shaved. Bao noticed that she was staring at him and couldn't help but ask Xiaobao a question. Sister, is your brother handsome? When Xiaobao heard him ask that, she nodded without hesitation. In her memory, her brothers must be very good looking. Debao, who was initially very worried that his hair wouldn't look good after being shaved, felt much more at ease when he saw Xiaobao nod. Because he knew that Xiaobao would never lie to him. If Xiaobao said it looked good, then it must look good. Okay, see if you're satisfied. The two barbers immediately stopped what they were doing and looked up from their phones. When Yan Mashi saw what Debao and Bao looked like now, her eyes lit up. It looks great. I told you, this hairstyle would definitely look amazing. You babies are so beautiful and cute right now. Debao, who was initially very conflicted, immediately stopped being conflicted after hearing Jiang Ning's words. Seeing that Jiang Ning hadn't spoken, Bao immediately asked him a question. Daddy, do you think it looks good? If you don't, we're still here, we can fix it again. Jiang Ning nodded without hesitation. Since the child's mother said it looked good, he had to say it looked good no matter what. Ding! Congratulations on completing the task. You have received a small ice shaver. Upon hearing about the reward, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up immediately. It was just like being given a pillow when you're about to doze off. He was making herbal tea with Yan Mashi today. Making this definitely requires ice, but now that we have this ice shaver, all the problems are solved. This reward was something Jiang Ning hadn't expected, but he was very happy, since it was exactly what he needed right now. Yen, let's go home. When we get home, we'll prepare the ingredients for our herbal tea so we can set up our stall tomorrow. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Mashi and immediately picked up the child standing next to her. Yan Mashi nodded immediately without hesitation, since she would listen to Jiang Ning on these matters anyway. She did whatever Jiang Ning told her to do. When Jiang Ning got home, he couldn't wait to try out the ice shaver. So as soon as he got out of the car, Jiang Ning ran to the trunk in front of Yan Mashi and, taking advantage of the fact that no one was watching, quickly took out the shaved ice machine from the space mall. When Yan Mashi saw what Jiang Ning was carrying, she was immediately stunned. She was still a little confused about where the thing in Jiang Ning's hand came from, but after thinking about it, she seemed to have seen Jiang Ning go into the trunk, so it must have been taken from there. Jiang Ning, what is this? Seeing Yan Mashi's curious expression, Jiang Ning laughed and forcefully lifted the object in his hand, bringing it right in front of Yan Mashi. Yan, this is my new shaved ice machine. When we get back, I'll make you some shaved ice. Try it and see if you like it. If you do, we'll sell it tomorrow. Yan Mashi looked at what Jiang Ning was holding. Although she wasn't sure if it would work, she nodded nonetheless. When they got home, Yan Mashi hadn't said anything yet, but the three children started to get anxious. When Jiang Ning said he was going to make shaved ice for Yan Mashi, the children's eyes lit up immediately, mainly because they had never eaten it before and wanted to try it. Daddy, when are we going to make shaved ice? Do you need help, baby? Xiaobao is even more obsessed with food than her two older brothers. So when she got home, she immediately ran to Jiang Ning's side, thinking that she had to get to her father's side as soon as possible so that she could have something delicious to eat. Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing when he saw the child at his feet staring at him expectantly. Xiaobao, you can't help with this. Why don't you let mom take you to take a bath first? After you've all cleaned up, you can eat it when you come out. In fact, Yan Mashi was also looking forward to it. After eating the food Jiang Ning cooked, Yan Mashi was now particularly interested in anything Jiang Ning made. She believed that anything made by Jiang Ning must be delicious. Babies, let's go. Mommy will take you to take a bath. When we come out, Daddy will be ready. Chapter 59 New Ways to Make Money. Although the children were reluctant to leave, they could only follow Yan Mashi away with reluctance, since their mother had said so. Yan Mashi saw that although they followed her, their eyes were always fixed on Jiang Ning's direction, which made her feel both amused and exasperated. Babies, let's go. Mommy will wash you quickly so we can get out of here sooner. Seeing that Yan Mashi had already taken the children away, Jiang Ning immediately took action. He needed to quickly go into the space and bring out what he needed while no one was around. Jiang Ning felt that what he needed most right now was a juicer, so as soon as he entered, he went to the space mall, opened the search interface, and started looking for one. Looking at so many types of juicers, Jiang Ning was unsure which one to choose. However, there was no time for him to hesitate, so he chose the first option, took a basin from outside into his space, and scooped some water from the spiritual spring within. With this water, even if what he makes later is not very tasty, it will become delicious. Now all that's needed is the last thing, and that's the main ingredient, the watermelon. Jiang Ning was about to carry out 2 watermelons, but after thinking about it, she carried out 4 more. He had just thought about it and realized that if he were to make it tomorrow, he would definitely need materials. These few watermelons might not be enough to make many, but he figured he'd give it a try on the first day. After Jiang Ning bought everything he needed, he left the space, cut up the watermelons, juiced some of them, and cut the rest into small pieces. Jiang Ning packed all the freshly squeezed watermelon juice into the refrigerator, planning to use it to make shaved ice tomorrow. Today, since I didn't freeze the watermelon juice in advance, I could only use the ice from the freezer. Although it didn't have much flavor, adding the toppings made it look much more sophisticated. Jiang Ning also cooked taro balls, taro paste, crispy popsicles, sago, and jelly. He cooked a large bag of each, planning to cook them in advance so he wouldn't have to rush tomorrow. If we're taking it out tomorrow, we'll definitely need an insulated box, since there are no refrigerators outside. Therefore, Jiang Ning thought that he should find an excuse to go out and buy a larger insulated box to store the materials he needed to take out tomorrow. When Yan Mashi and the others came out, Jiang Ning had already cooked all the necessary ingredients. When they saw so many delicious dishes laid out in front of Jiang Ning, their eyes lit up immediately. Not to mention the children, Yan Mashi was also quite impatient. Mainly, she had never eaten this before and didn't know what it tasted like. Moreover, looking at the things Jiang Ning had prepared, they looked especially delicious. "Daddy, can the babies eat this?" As soon as Xiaobao arrived at Jiang Ning's side, she couldn't wait to speak. When she saw Jiang Ning nod, she was overjoyed and skipped around as she walked. You could tell how happy she was from her behavior. "Wait a minute, Daddy will make it for you." You weren't ready yet, so Daddy didn't dare to make it beforehand, or it would melt. The weather is quite hot now, and ice melts easily, so Jiang Ning was worried that it would melt quickly after it was made, which is why she didn't make it yet. She was thinking of making it when the children came out, so that it would be just right. Jiang Ning got to work immediately. He had already arranged everything so that he wouldn't be flustered when he started. Jiang Ning scooped a little from here and a little from there, and soon a bowl was ready. After the first bowl was ready, Jiang Ning immediately served it to Yan Mashi, looking at the 3 children beside him who were eagerly watching him. Jiang Ning was both amused and exasperated, and he burst out laughing. "Babies, don't worry, Daddy will make it for you right now." Jiang Ning worked quickly and made 3 bowls in one go. However, the bowls made for the children were relatively small, since the children were still young and could not eat too much ice. "Okay, Dad will take it to the table for you to eat." Although Yan Mashi was the first to receive it, she didn't eat it right away. After Jiang Ning finished preparing the food for the child, she saw that Jiang Ning didn't seem to be planning to continue, so she immediately asked Jiang Ning. "Jiang Ning, won't you make one for yourself? If you make one, we can eat together." Jiang Ning hadn't originally planned to make one himself, since he often ate these things before, but seeing Yan Mashi staring at him. Although Yan Mashi didn't say anything, Jiang Ning understood what she meant. "I'll make it now. You guys wait for me over there. We'll eat together after I'm done." The children were very well behaved. Although they wanted to eat the food on the table, Yan Mashi told them they had to wait for their father, so they all waited obediently and none of them took a bite first. It's really rare to see such a young child being so sensible. When Jiang Ning finished cooking and brought it over, she was surprised to see that the children hadn't started eating yet. "Babies, hurry up and eat. Nobody's eating." The children's eyes lit up when they saw Jiang Ning coming. "Babies, wait for Daddy to eat together." "Daddy, are you ready?" Hearing the children say that, Jiang Ning's eyes were filled with relief his children were so sensible. "Okay, we can eat now. Try it and see if it's good. If it is, Dad will make it for you again tomorrow." The children perked up immediately when they heard there would be more tomorrow. Yen, eat quickly, and tell me if there's anything wrong with it after you finish. I'm planning to make this and sell it tomorrow." When she heard Jiang Ning ask that question, Yan Mashi immediately nodded, scooped up a mouthful and put it in her mouth, her eyes immediately becoming squinty. When she opened her eyes, she saw Jiang Ning looking at her expectantly. Although Jiang Ning didn't speak, Yan Mashi knew what he wanted to ask. "Jiang Ning, this stuff tastes pretty good. With the weather so hot now, I think many people would be willing to buy a bowl of this. However, towards the end, I found it a bit bland, and I don't know if it's because I finished all the fruit." After listening to Yan Mashi's suggestion, Jiang Ning decided to make some more sugar syrup so he could pour it over the top later. Yen, take the children to bed first, I'll look into it some more." Chapter 60 Fruit That Never Goes Bad. Yan Mashi nodded. She planned to take the children to bed first, and then come out to help Jiang Ning after the children were asleep. After watching the children being taken away by Yen Mashi, Jiang Ning immediately went into the space and bought another box of milk from the space mall. Yen Mashi's words reminded Jiang Ning that although he had already prepared watermelon juice to freeze, it's generally better to have multiple options when selling things. So Jiang Ning plans to make another milk ice, so that there will be 3 flavors for people to choose from. After Yen Mashi finished putting the child to sleep, she saw Jiang Ning still trying. When Jiang Ning saw Yen Mashi come out, his eyes lit up immediately, and he waved to her. When Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning waving at her, she immediately walked over to him. Jiang Ning, what's wrong? Is something the matter? Jiang Ning nodded. He did indeed need Yen Mashi's help with something. He just made 2 kinds of sauces himself, following the instructions on the system, but he doesn't know which one tastes better. It's probably because he's tried too many and can't tell which one is better anymore. Yen, can you help me try these 2 sauces and tell me which one you prefer? Jiang Ning immediately brought the 2 sauces to Yen Mashi, intending to have her try them on for him. These 2 jams from Jiang Ning are a sweet strawberry jam and a slightly sour lemon jam. Yen Mashi immediately tried it out. Perhaps because she's a girl, she prefers sweet things. After trying it, she felt that the strawberry jam was tastier. With Yen Mashi's advice, Jiang Ning knew how to recommend the products when it came time to sell them. For girls, he would recommend something sweeter, and for boys, something sourer. As for which one they wanted, he would let them choose for themselves. Jiang Ning, I'll come help you tomorrow. I don't have class tomorrow, so you can sell watermelons and I can help you sell these. That way, I can take care of both. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi say that, he thought about it seriously and felt that it might be a good idea. Originally, he was not planning to sell watermelons tomorrow, but wanted to try out this cooling wonder. However, after hearing what Yen Mashi said, he can still continue selling watermelons tomorrow, and Yen Mashi can watch over the stall. Okay, then I'll go get the watermelons again tomorrow morning. Your stall will be right next to mine, and I'll teach you how to scoop them up tomorrow. It's too late now, you should go to sleep. Yen Mashi was indeed sleepy, so she didn't refuse when Jiang Ning said that. As she was leaving, Yen Mashi glanced at Jiang Ning, thought for a moment, and then spoke to him. Jiang Ning, don't stay up too late. You have to get up early tomorrow. The most important thing now is to get some rest. Jiang Ning glanced at the sky. It was indeed getting late, and he should probably rest. Although the watermelons were in his spatial storage, and he could pick them and move them to the car whenever he wanted, he felt he still needed to get up and prepare. Yen, I understand. I'll go to sleep in a bit. You don't need to worry about me. I'll tidy up my things here and then go to sleep. Seeing Jiang Ning's reaction, Yen Mashi felt relieved. She was worried that Jiang Ning would stay up too late and then get up early the next day, which would be bad for his health. Just before going to sleep, Jiang Ning made a special trip into his spatial dimension to check on the watermelon and see how it was doing. Jiang Ning was a little worried that the watermelons were already ripe and might spoil if they continued to grow in the space. However, after entering the space and looking around, Jiang Ning realized that she had overthought things. The watermelons inside were the same as when I came in yesterday. Every single one was growing exceptionally well, and none of them showed any signs of spoilage. Although Jiang Ning didn't ask, the system could sense his confusion and immediately explained it to him. Host, it's like this: the fruit in this space will never spoil if you put it inside. You can rest assured about that. The space has a preservation function. When the things grown inside reach their maturity period, they will stop growing. After it stops growing, it remains the same as before, so as long as you don't take out the space, there won't be any problem keeping the things inside for as long as you like. Hearing the system's explanation, Jiang Ning felt like he had made a profit. He thought he should think about what to plant in the space, especially things with low yields and high prices. Given the environment of his space and the spiritual spring, anything can be grown, which means he can make another fortune. Jiang Ning hasn't thought of what to choose yet, but there's no rush. He'll observe and see after some time. The next morning, Jiang Ning woke up. He wanted to move all the watermelons in his space to the car before Yen Mashi woke up. Without hesitation, Jiang Ning got up immediately, washed up, and went straight outside to his car. Jiang Ning knew he couldn't just move the watermelon out here. No matter what, the car had to be driven out first, otherwise it would definitely arouse suspicion. Jiang Ning quickly arrived at the car, intending to drive it out first, then find a secluded spot to move the watermelon out. Jiang Ning drove for quite a while before finding a secluded spot. After stopping, he looked around for a while to make sure no one would come before he started moving the watermelons. After moving all the watermelons, Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief. He decided that after finishing these tasks today, he would go to the warehouse he had bought last time to prepare. Next time, he would drive the car directly into the warehouse so that no one would see him. He'll buy a lock the gate, and no one will be able to get in. After Jiang Ning finished loading the watermelons, he drove back, knowing that Yan Mashi would definitely be waiting for him by now. Sure enough, when he got back, he saw that Yan Mashi was already making breakfast. He had gotten up a little later than usual today. So when he went out, he didn't make breakfast, thinking he would make it when he came back. But when he returned, Yan Mashi had already started cooking. Looking at the woman in front of him, Jiang Ning felt a surge of indescribable emotion welling up inside him, a kind of itchy feeling. Chapter 61 Watermelon Ice. Seeing Yan Mashi looking flustered, Jiang Ning walked up to her and asked her a question. Yan, how is it? Is it done yet? Do you need me to do it? Yan Mashi's eyes lit up immediately when she heard Jiang Ning's voice. She didn't see Jiang Ning just now, which is why she took action. When she saw Jiang Ning return, her eyes lit up immediately. There's nothing she can do, cooking might just not be her thing. She felt the food she made just now was no good again. Jiang Ning, I think I messed up again. As soon as Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning burst out laughing, feeling both amused and exasperated. Yan, let me do it. You go and help the children get ready. We'll leave after we finish eating. That's all we can do now, so Yan Mashi nodded, put down what she was holding, and went into the room. Jiang Ning couldn't help but shake his head when he looked at the messy kitchen. Maybe Yan Mashi is really not suited to cooking. Every time she cooks, she makes a complete mess of things. As soon as the meal was ready, Yan Mashi brought the children out. Dad, are we going to sell things again today? The children were still very interested in what they had done yesterday, so when they saw Jiang Ning, they immediately asked him questions. Looking at the expectant children in front of him, Jiang Ning couldn't help but reach out to straighten their clothes, and then nodded to them. Okay, let's go after we finish eating. We're going to sell watermelons again today. Babies, do you want to come and help? The children nodded without hesitation. They also enjoyed selling things and seemed to find it fun. After dinner, Jiang Ning tidied up, while Yan Mashi prepared things for the children. The main problem is that there are 3 children, which is too many to take care of all at once, so there are also a lot of things to bring. When Yan Mashi was ready, she brought a whole big bag full of stuff. Jiang Ning became interested in the large bag and wondered what was in it that Yan Mashi had brought. Jiang Ning was just curious in his heart, but he didn't ask. Yan, are you ready? If you are, let's go. Yan Mashi carefully reviewed the things she had prepared to bring, and after confirming that she had brought everything she needed, she nodded. Jiang Ning brought Yan Mashi and the others to the same spot he had set up yesterday. As soon as they arrived, Jiang Ning saw several people gathered around the same spot, and he was a little confused about what was going on. After parking the car, he didn't immediately ask Yan Mashi to get out. Instead, he looked at Yan Mashi with a serious expression. Yan, I don't know what's going on with the people down there. I'll go down and check. If there's nothing else going on, then I'll let you all go down, okay? Yan Mashi knew, of course, that Jiang Ning was afraid the people below might be up to something, which was why he had told them not to go down yet. So Yan Mashi didn't say anything more, just nodded to Jiang Ning to show that he understood. Jiang Ning jumped out of the car immediately, and the group of people standing outside lit up when they saw him. She ran to Jiang Ning's side in an instant, her eyes filled with anticipation as she looked at him. You finally arrived. We've been waiting here for a long time. Hearing them say that, Jiang Ning was filled with doubt. I wonder what they're waiting for him for here. So Jiang Ning couldn't help but ask them. What are you waiting for me here for? Is there something wrong with the watermelon? If there is, just tell me. I'll definitely be able to help you solve it. Jiang Ning looked at these people. He had a good memory, so he remembered them all. These people had all sold him watermelons, so when Jiang Ning saw so many people looking for him, his first suspicion was that there was something wrong with the watermelons. Logically speaking, those watermelons all came from inside the space, so there shouldn't be any problems. This is the reason for Jiang Ning's doubts. The person in front of him immediately noticed Jiang Ning's confusion. Seeing Jiang Ning's somewhat anxious expression, I almost couldn't help but laugh. Boss, don't worry, we're not here to cause trouble. The watermelons from yesterday were really delicious, so we lined up here early this morning so we could be among the first to get some fresh watermelons. Hearing them say that, Jiang Ning immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was just wondering what had happened, but now he's finally much more relieved. Boss, do you still have watermelons for sale today? We've been waiting for so long. Don't wait until you say you don't have any watermelons for sale today. Seeing how anxious they were, Jiang Ning nodded. Don't worry, I still brought some melons today. I'll park the car and then you can sell them. After Jiang Ning finished speaking to them, he immediately climbed onto the car. Upon seeing Jiang Ning return, Yan Mashi couldn't help but ask about the situation outside. The main problem is that there are too many people outside, and Yan Mashi is really worried that those people are here to cause trouble. Jiang Ning, what are those people doing here? Why are there so many of them all of a sudden? They're staring at our car like that. Are they planning something on us? Yan Mashi looked at the people outside and was genuinely worried. Seeing Yan Mashi's somewhat frightened expression, Jiang Ning shook his head. Yan, don't worry, they're just buying melons. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's explanation, Yan Mashi immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Let's get ready quickly and then go down. After going downstairs, Jiang Ning took out the ice he had prepared, intending to sell it first and see how things went. As for watermelons, there's no rush. The large group of people surrounding the area were all curious when they saw what Jiang Ning had taken out. They couldn't help but gather around immediately. What is this? It looks like something edible, but it's the first time I've seen it and I've never eaten it before. Listening to their discussion, Jiang Ning nodded and then looked at them and said, This is called watermelon shaved ice. We also have other types of shaved ice. See what flavor you like, we can have them all. You can also try them. See if you want them. When they heard that they could try the food, the people gathered around immediately became interested. It's always better to try something you haven't eaten before. Then help us make some to try. If it's good, we'll buy more. Jiang Ning nodded and immediately began to work. Chapter 62 New Products. In no time, he had made 2 bowls, and he also prepared some small bowls, making several more bowls in total. Yan Mashi was helping out nearby. When she saw that Jiang Ning had finished making it, Yan Mashi immediately handed it to the people next to her so that they could try it. The people next to them took it and were filled with anticipation, wondering what it would taste like. But looking at its presentation, it was quite appealing and looked very appetizing. You guys try it first, and if you don't like it, then forget about it. The people in front of them who were about to try the food immediately nodded, picked up their small spoons, and began to eat. Jiang Ning didn't know if it tasted good or not, but he watched as they all finished eating. Jiang Ning did not disturb them while they were eating, but after they finished, he couldn't help but ask them a question. How does this taste? Do you like it? This is the first time I've tried something like this. If it's good, I'll try many more new products next time. The person next to him nodded without hesitation and gave Jiang Ning a thumbs up. Boss, this stuff you made is really delicious. How much is a bowl? I'll have one. Jiang Ning didn't react, but Yan Mashi next to her got excited and immediately started cooking. This bowl costs 10 yuan, sir. 10 yuan is indeed a bit expensive, but Jiang Ning has considered this. Considering all the ingredients, the price is actually about the same. Give me a bowl too. It's so delicious, this is the first time I've ever eaten something like this. I never expected it to be so good. When so many people wanted it last time, Yan Mashi burst into laughter. Jiang Ning, who was standing next to her, was almost blinded by her smile. Yan Mashi was genuinely happy if so many people liked it, it meant they could make a lot of money. Jiang Ning, go set up your watermelons. I can manage here. Jiang Ning didn't go because Yan Mashi was too busy. After all, it was her first time selling things, so Jiang Ning was a little worried. However, seeing that she always did things in an orderly manner, Jiang Ning was immediately relieved. Yan, I'll go park the car next to you. If you're too busy later, remember to let me know, and I'll come over after I've parked. Yan Mashi is quite busy right now, probably because their booth is located in a high traffic area, so people keep coming in waves. The more people there were, the happier Yan Mashi became. Mom, let Debao help you. Debao saw how busy Mian was and wanted to help, but Yan Mashi shook her head and told Debao to go play first. The main problem is that they simply can't help her in her current situation. Otherwise, Debao, you can go help Dad sell watermelons, Dad probably needs you. Dabao genuinely thought selling things was fun, so when he heard that Jiangning needed him, he rushed over immediately. Upon arriving in Jiangning, Dabao immediately asked Jiangning a question. Dad, do you need the baby's help? Jiangning nodded as he looked at Dabao, who was gazing at him expectantly. Although he didn't need Dabao's help with anything, Jiangning stepped aside and let Dabao watch over things since Dabao wanted to help. Dabao, you keep an eye on things for Daddy while I go check on Mommy. Jiangning immediately stood up and walked over to Yan Mashi's side. When she saw how busy Yan Mashi was, she immediately went to Yan Mashi's side and started to help. Yan Mashi was somewhat surprised when she saw Jiangning. She had always thought Jiangning hadn't come over there, but she didn't expect him to come so suddenly. Jiangning, what brings you here? Aren't you busy over there? Jiangning shook his head. Perhaps because he was preparing for a good business, it seemed like not many people were buying from his side. Yan, there are more people on your side, let me help you first, otherwise, how could you possibly manage with so many people? Since Jiangning had said so, Yan Mashi didn't refuse and immediately nodded. Perhaps because of the tasting event, as soon as one group left, another group arrived. There were just too many people. Although the work was tiring, Yan Mashi was really happy. She was quite surprised that so many people would buy these things. After seeing off this group of guests, Yan Mashi was finally able to rest for a while and immediately looked at Jiangning with excitement on her face. Jiangning, this stuff is selling so well. If we come back tomorrow, we need to prepare more, because there's not much left. Jiangning nodded without hesitation. He also felt that he hadn't prepared enough for today, but that was all he could do. There wasn't enough time to prepare the tiger back home. And he really didn't expect this thing to be so popular. On the first day of displaying this item, Jiangning still didn't dare to make too many at once. He was worried that if he made too many, they wouldn't sell. However, looking at the scene before him now, Jiangning felt that his worries were somewhat unnecessary. Yan, if there's not much left, just eat it yourself. There's no need to wait for anyone else. After thinking for a moment, Yan Mashi finally spoke to Jiangning with a serious expression. Jiangning, these things are all for sale, how can you just eat them casually? Don't worry, this is all that's left. I'll pack them up and come over to your place after I sell them all. Seeing that Yan Mashi had said that, Jiangning nodded and then walked over to his own stall next to him. As soon as he arrived, he saw a large crowd gathered around the stall, but Dabao was not intimidated at all when he saw so many people. Dabao kept trying to sell watermelons to the people in front of him, telling them which watermelon was the best. Perhaps it was because they saw how well behaved Dabao was that passers-by all gathered around, probably just to see him. The main thing is that Dabao's appearance is really attractive to many people. His little face was flushed, and he was extremely busy, even though Jiangning hadn't told him what to do. However, Dabao had already watched all day yesterday and had learned almost everything about how Jiangning did it. So if I asked him to do it now, it wouldn't be difficult at all. Baby, you're so cute. Can I touch you? Seeing the expression on his older sister's face, Dabao immediately shook his head. Chapter 63. Don't blame me for being impolite to you. Dabao doesn't like other people touching him. He can accept his parents touching him, but he can't accept other people touching him. Jiangning emerged at this time. As soon as they came out, Jiangning immediately went to Dabao's side, looking at Dabao with eyes full of relief. Dabao, you are really amazing. Dad didn't expect you to be so capable. You've been busy for so long, you must be tired. Go and rest for a bit and have some water. Dabao didn't hesitate. His father had just been helping his mother over there, and now, for some reason, so many people had suddenly arrived, keeping him extremely busy. Seeing that Dabao had left, Jiangning then began to guard the place seriously. It's really strange without Dabao here, business seems to have suddenly gotten a little worse. However, Jiangning didn't care. That's how business is. Sometimes things are good, sometimes they're bad. Ups and downs are normal. Meanwhile, Yan Mashi had finished buying the last item and was heading towards Jiangning. The combination of handsome men and beautiful women is pleasing to the eye. Jiangning, how's it going on your end? Have you sold almost everything? Although there weren't many people later on, there were quite a lot of people at the beginning, so most of the watermelons in Jiangning were sold out. Yan, that's enough. Let's sell for a little longer. If there's no one left, we'll pack up and go home. Jiangning nodded, then went to the back car to check on Xiaobao and Erbao, who had just fallen asleep. When Yan Mashi arrived, she found that Dabao was also lying there asleep. Seeing Dabao sleeping so disorderly, Yen Mashi couldn't help but shake her head. However, Yen Mashi didn't say much, because she knew that Dabao was like this because he was tired. Yen Mashi went up and tidied them up a bit, then let them continue sleeping. Looking at the blankets and sheets in the car, Yen Mashi really had to admit that Jiang Ning had considered many more things than she had. When Yen Mashi returned to Jiang Ning's side, before she could even sit down, she noticed two people walking towards them hand in hand. Yen Mashi knew those two people. One was a good friend of hers from her school days, but she later fell in love with a boy who didn't like her back because he said the woman he liked was Yen Mashi. Yen Mashi finally had a friend, but he lost her because of a man. Actually, Yen Mashi was also very sad. She didn't like that man, but no matter how she explained, no one believed her. Seeing how things had developed, Yen Mashi simply stopped caring. Whatever, do whatever you want, there's nothing she can do about it. Finally, there was her friend, who gradually distanced himself from her and spoke ill of her everywhere. This incident had a significant impact on Yen Mashi. She really couldn't accept that her best friend had ended up like this because of a man. However, Yen Mashi also knew that these were things she couldn't change. The woman, arm in arm with a man, walked towards Yen Mashi. Originally, she just wanted to buy some watermelon to eat, because many people in her school had bought some and said it was delicious. So, taking advantage of the weekend and not having to work, Jiang Li brought her boyfriend over to try it out and see just how delicious it was. But to her surprise, the person selling watermelons was someone she knew, and someone she had always hated the most. How could she possibly buy watermelons now? She'd be too busy scolding her. Yen Mashi, I never expected you to be this poor. Is it because I stole your senior brother and you're heartbroken that you ended up finding someone so ugly and penniless, making money by selling watermelons at a stall here? The woman's tone was somewhat irritating, and although Jiang Ning didn't say anything, he couldn't help but frown. Why aren't you answering? Did I say something that really bothered you, so you're too embarrassed to reply? Since that's the case, considering how hard you're working, why don't you give us a watermelon to lighten your burden? After the woman finished speaking, she was about to make a move, but before her hand could even touch the watermelon, Yen Mashi slapped her away. Don't touch our watermelons, they're our stuff. You can't afford to touch them. People like you only like what other people like. Since you like them so much, why don't you just go to the trash can and pick up watermelon rinds to eat? The watermelon rinds in the trash can are things that other people have liked, and you'll definitely like them. Jiang Li was so angry at Yen Mashi's words that her face turned red and then pale, which looked quite funny. What did you say? What do you mean by that? Yen Mashi usually doesn't repeat what she says, so when she asked this question, Yen Mashi had no intention of paying attention to her at all. But there was no way to get rid of the woman in front of the stall. There must be some way to make her leave. The main problem was that she was always standing in front of the stall, which greatly affected their sales. Figure out what that means yourself. Now, leave this area immediately and don't interfere with our business. Yen Mashi has said all that, but why don't the two people in front of her have any intention of leaving? They moved even closer together, and this time it was the man who spoke. Xiaoxi, I know I was wrong about what happened before, but you can't stoop to this level, following a poor guy to set up a stall here, and how much money can you possibly make? If you're willing to come back, I can forgive and forget what happened. I can make you my girlfriend, if you're willing. When Jiang Li heard her boyfriend say that, her eyes widened in disbelief. She never expected her boyfriend to say such a thing. How could she possibly accept it? Yen Mashi, you vixen. Why do you always seduce other people's boyfriends? My boyfriend is about to break up with me and be with you. Jiang Ning stood up abruptly at her illogical statement and looked at them, saying, I don't care who you are, but you're causing trouble in front of my stall. If you continue like this, I won't be polite to you. Jiang Ning was tall and burly when he stood up. He was 2 heads taller than the man in front of him, and his imposing presence made the man feel breathless. Chapter 64 Assault is illegal. The man in front of him, being stared at like that by Jiang Ning, instinctively took a step back and almost lost his balance. Seeing Jiang Ning's expression, he thought Jiang Ning was about to hit him, and he became a little nervous. What are you doing? Let me tell you, hitting someone is illegal. If you dare to hit me, I can call the police. Seeing him keep backing away, Jiang Ning suddenly burst out laughing. Ha, you coward. Let me tell you, Yen Mashi is mine. If you dare to harass her again, don't blame me for being rude to you. Jiang Ning's words made the man in front of him somewhat unwilling, and he couldn't help but ask Yen Mashi again. Xiaoxi, do you really want to live a hard life with this man? If you're with me, you won't have to do any of this. Think about it carefully. The man looked at Yen Mashi with eyes full of uncontrollable love. Jiang Li really couldn't take it anymore and immediately grabbed the man. Jiang Dong, what do you mean? Are you trying to have your cake and eat it too? I'm your girlfriend right here, and you're flirting with someone else right in front of me. Is that really okay? Jiang Li was on the verge of a breakdown. In the past, she would never have dared to speak to Jiang Dong like that. But this time, she really couldn't take it anymore, so she couldn't help but speak up to Jiang Dong. She was afraid that if she didn't speak up soon, she might lose her boyfriend. She had been trying to win this boyfriend over a long period of time, and no matter what, she couldn't let him get away. After Jiang Li finished speaking, she burst into tears. When she wasn't crying, Jiang Li could be considered a beauty, but now that she was crying like this, it was simply unbearable to look at. Jiang Dong frowned as he watched her cry her heart out. Mainly, Jiang Li looks really ugly, making people who see her feel nauseous. But she herself was completely unaware of this, and thought that when she cried, she looked pitiful and evoked sympathy. Jiang Dong, I love you so much, you can't leave me. If you leave me, I'll die. I can't live without you. Jiang Li regretted it. She should have known better than to come over when she saw Yen Mashi. If that had happened, Jiang Dong might not have acted this way. Jiang Dong was never a man who would show tenderness to women. His favorite thing to do was with beautiful women. Jiang Li is quite good looking. But that's without comparing him to Yen Mashi. If he were compared to Yen Mashi, Jiang Ning would really be nothing. Let's end it here. Don't come looking for me again. After Jiang Dong finished speaking, before Jiang Li could reply, he immediately turned to look at Yen Mashi. Yen Mashi didn't understand what he meant by looking into his eyes, nor did she want to. So she couldn't understand what he was trying to express at all. Jiang Dong became anxious when he saw that Yen Mashi didn't react at all when she heard that he had broken up with her boyfriend. He thought a woman like Yen Mashi would be overjoyed and jump into his arms, but looking at the scene before him, it seemed that wasn't the case at all. Xiaoxi, didn't you hear what I just said? I broke up with Jiang Li, now you have a chance. Yen Mashi rolled her eyes when she heard what he said. She was almost losing control of herself. And actually, she didn't want to control it. Yen Mashi looked at the man who had brought his head close to hers, and he happened to have some jam that had just been ruined in his hand. Without any hesitation, Yen Mashi picked up the glass and splashed it at Jiang Dong. Yen Mashi's actions caught Jiang Dong off guard, so when he realized what was happening and tried to dodge, he couldn't. A pale yellow liquid slid down his cheek, looking somewhat disgusting. Jiang Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. He couldn't believe Yen Mashi would treat him like this, but the truth was, that's how it was presented to him, leaving him no choice but to believe it. Yen Mashi, you'll regret treating me like this. You'll find out soon enough how tough life is. If you come back to me after you regret it, I won't give you another chance like this. Okay, I'll give you another chance. 3 days. 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for you at the school library. If you've thought it through by then, just wait for me there. I'll have a nice bag ready for you, I guarantee you'll like it. After saying this, Jiang Dong looked at Jiang Ning, who was walking towards him step by step, thought for a moment, and then rushed towards Jiang Ning's location. Don't think that just because you're big, people will be afraid of you. I've studied Taekwondo. If you want to fight, I'm not someone you can't beat. I'm telling you, think it over carefully. Jiang Ningdong wouldn't want to do anything himself to deal with such a small fry as this, unless there was someone else who could help him. Are you sure you want to fight me? You won't regret it. Jiang Dong is a man who cares a lot about his reputation, so when Jiang Ning provoked him one by one, he couldn't hold back any longer. Let's fight then, what's there to be afraid of? I'm sure I can beat you. When Yen Mashi heard that they were about to fight again, she immediately grabbed Jiang Ning. Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with eyes full of worry. Jiang Ning, don't fight him. He's a Taekwondo practitioner, and he's famous in school. I've even heard he's fought outside and won trophies. What if you can't beat him and get hurt? Jiang Ning knew that Yen Mashi was worried about him, otherwise, he wouldn't have said that. Yen, don't worry, have you forgotten what happened last time? Jiang Ning's reminder made Yen Mashi suddenly remember. Compared to the large group of people Jiang Ning fought last time, Jiang Dong in front of him was practically asking for a beating. When Jiang Dong saw how gentle Yen Mashi was when she spoke to Jiang Ning, he couldn't stand it. He immediately rushed towards Jiang Ning, his fist ready to smash into Jiang Ning without hesitation. System, hurry up and give me the power pill, or we're all doomed. When the system heard Jiang Ning's words, it didn't react at first. In the end, it was Jiang Ning himself who realized that Jiang Ning was in danger and that Jiang Ning was fighting with someone. Host, I can give you the power pill, but you'll have to pay for it. Otherwise, I can't give it to you. It's just money, right? Jiang Ning has plenty of that, so when he heard the system say that, he nodded without hesitation. Chapter 65 Independent Sales. Just as Jiang Ning nodded, something suddenly appeared in his hand. Jiang Ning didn't look at it because he knew what it was. He immediately put the thing in his mouth. He, who had been weak, suddenly felt full of energy. He approached the man in front of me step by step, his eyes blazing with fury. Jiang Dong didn't know why, but looking at Jiang Ning like this, he didn't feel a trace of fear. But he can't back down now, because if he does, he'll really be a coward. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Jiang Li immediately ran to Jiang Dong's side and spoke to him. Jiang Dong, let's hurry up and leave. Don't argue with him. Let's go now, or we'll definitely get hurt later. At a point like this, it's simply impossible to let Jiang Dong leave. He pushed away Jiang Li, who was holding him, and immediately rushed towards Jiang Ning. Bump! Jiang Ning gave him a light push, and Jiang Dong fell heavily to the ground, looking like he was in a lot of pain. Judging from his appearance, it seemed like he wanted to get up from the ground, but he simply couldn't. Jiang Li rushed to his side and carefully helped him up. How are you? Are you all right? Are you hurt? I'll take you to the hospital right now. The main problem was that Jiang Li talked to Jiang Dong for a long time, but Jiang Dong didn't react or reply to her. Jiang Li was a little worried, afraid that Jiang Dong might fall and hurt his head. Watching Jiang Li help Jiang Dong run away, Yan Mo couldn't help but laugh. Jiang Ning, you are really amazing. Jiang Dong always thought he was incredibly skilled, and that he had no rivals in Taekwondo at school. He never expected that you would push him so gently and he would end up like this. Seeing Yan Mashi looking at him with bright, sparkling eyes, Jiang Ning felt very happy. Yan, let's not talk about that unhappy man anymore, we have guests. After Zhang Dong left, more and more people came to buy things. They were somewhat surprised when they saw what Yan Mashi was selling. What did you buy here? Can I try it on? Knowing that you can try out things when you buy them in Jiangning, I couldn't help but ask. Upon hearing this question, Jiang Ning immediately nodded. Of course. Which flavor do you like? I'll make you a bowl to try. Yan Mashi went to the car to check on the child, so she wasn't here. Yan Mashi was mainly worried that the noise she had just made would wake the children up. Just as Yan Mashi had expected, all three children were already awake, sitting in the car, drowsy and seemingly lost in thought. Babies, are you awake? Do you want something to eat? Seeing the three babies shaking their heads, Yan Mashi thought it was impossible. After all, it was already afternoon, and the children had only drunk a little milk in the morning and hadn't eaten anything else. They must be hungry now. Mommy, I'm not hungry. I can hold on. Let's go out to eat together after the watermelons are sold out, okay? It was De Bao who spoke these words, and as soon as he finished speaking, Xiao Bao's stomach started rumbling loudly. Seeing Xiao Bao's somewhat embarrassed expression, Yan Mashi burst out laughing. Breakfast has been over for so long, you must be hungry. Let's go see if Dad is ready yet. If he is, we'll ask him to take us to eat, okay? Since Yan Mashi had said that, the children certainly had no objections and immediately nodded, as they were also hungry at the moment. When Jiang Ning came outside, he was still in front of Yan Mashi's stall. His watermelons were almost all sold out, with only a few left. Jiang Ning decided to leave the stall for a while longer. If no one sold it in the end, he could take it home later without wasting it. The most important thing is Yan Mashi's food. Jiang Ning saw that there were about 10 bowls left. If they were left out for a while and no one came to sell them, they would have to throw them away when they got back. Jiang Ning, are you done yet? The kids are hungry. I'm taking them to eat. Do you want to come with us, or we can go over and get takeout to eat with you? Yan Mashi's voice brought Jiang Ning, who was still lost in thought, back to reality. He looked at Yan Mashi in front of him, and then at the remaining items. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, and decided that since this was all that was left, he might as well just let things take their course. Yan, wait for me a moment. I'll write something down and then we'll go together. If we're going to eat, it's better to eat at a restaurant. If we take it away, it won't taste the same. Although she didn't know what Jiang Ning was planning, Yan Mashi nodded nonetheless. Jiang Ning took out paper and pen, wrote the word self-sale on it, then wrote the price and how to make it below, and then looked at Yan Mashi. Yan, let's go. Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning's actions with some confusion, wondering what he was doing. Although Yan Mashi didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately noticed her confusion. Yan, I just did a quick calculation, and we should have about 10 portions left in our area. I just prepared that sign to tell the people behind me that if anyone wants to buy, they can help themselves and scoop out more of what they want. After Jiang Ning explained it this way, Yan Mashi understood. However, she wondered if this way she wouldn't have to worry about some people with bad manners scooping it all up at once. Yan Mashi is the kind of person who wants to get to the bottom of things, so she immediately spoke to Jiang Ning. But if Jiang Ning does this, what if someone else scoops it all up and then doesn't pay? Jiang Ning had also thought about this problem, but after thinking about it more carefully, he realized that there weren't many left anyway. If he was really unlucky and encountered someone like that, he would just have to suffer the loss and learn from the experience. However, Jiang Ning felt that under normal circumstances, the people here were all quite civilized and wouldn't do such a thing. Yan, it's okay. If something like that really happens, we won't do it again next time. After hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yan Mashi hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. In that case, let's go eat quickly. We'll come back and check on things afterwards. Chapter 66 Eating Hot Pot. Yan Mashi had never seen anything like this before, so she was quite curious and wondered what it would be like. So now she suddenly felt that eating wasn't that important. She seemed to be telling Jiang Ning to take the children out to eat while she stayed here to see how things went. However, before Yan Mashi could speak, Jiang Ning immediately understood her intention and shook his head at her. Yan, let's not rush. We'll check our phones later to see if anyone has paid. We don't need to stay here. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say this, she felt that what he said made sense, but she was just a little curious. However, since Jiang Ning had already said that, she could only pack up and go eat first. This is, after all, a large shopping mall with a wide variety of food options. Jiang Ning gave Yan Mashi the choice to decide what she wanted to eat. Yan Mashi was a little conflicted, and finally asked the children, but the children only had one request, that it taste good. Jiang Ning, how about we go eat hot pot? It's a bit hot today, but the hot pot restaurant has air conditioning, so it won't be too hot. I haven't had hot pot in a long time. Since Yan Mashi wanted to eat it, Jiang Ning wouldn't refuse and immediately nodded. Okay, let's go to one of these nearby. It was my favorite place when I was in school. Let's order a half and half hot pot so the kids can have the milder side and we can have the spicy side. Hot pot tastes better when it's a bit spicy. What Jiang Ning said was exactly what Yan Mashi wanted to say. She also likes spicy food when she eats hot pot, so it seems they have the same taste. When they entered the hot pot restaurant, the three children were extremely excited, probably because they had never been to such a place before. As soon as Xiao Bao sat on the sofa, he started jumping around on it. When Bao saw this, he started jumping around too, laughing and giggling all the while. What Yan Mashi couldn't stand the most was the way the children behaved, because in her eyes, as someone with higher education, their behavior was simply ill-mannered. Yan Mashi glanced at them and, seeing that they didn't seem ready to come down, immediately shouted at them. Babies, get down. Who told you you could do this? Xiao Bao and Bao hadn't yet realized why their mother was suddenly acting this way. However, seeing their mother's angry expression, they realized that they had probably done something wrong. Jiang Ning watched from the side without saying anything. He wanted to see how Yan Mashi planned to teach the children. Jiang Ning felt somewhat gratified as he looked at the two children who sat down obediently. Babies, is this your home? Do you realize how much of an impact your jumping and running around has on others? The two children were still somewhat confused about what they had done wrong, so when Yan Mashi said that, their eyes were full of bewilderment. Babies, do you still not realize what you did wrong? The two children nodded. They genuinely didn't know. Look at your older brother. Does he jump around like you as soon as he comes in? Even if this is our own home, you can't act like that. That's bad behavior, you know? As soon as Yan Mashi finished speaking, the two children immediately lowered their heads. They realized that their behavior just now was indeed a bit inappropriate. The two lowered their heads, hesitated for a while, and then looked up at Yan Mashi and spoke. Mom, I'm sorry, we were wrong, we shouldn't have done that, we won't do it again next time. Xiao Bao, who was standing next to him, also spoke up. Yes, Mom, we know we were wrong, and we won't do it again. Seeing that her child was able to admit his mistakes and correct them, Yen Mashi felt a surge of relief. It's enough that you know you are wrong. Good children know to admit their mistakes and correct them. You can't do that again next time, okay? Jiang Ning then spoke up, admitting that he wasn't actually that good at educating children. Babies, your mother is only doing this for your own good. It's good that you understand. No matter what happens, we can't get too agitated. You're still young, and there are some things you'll understand when you grow up. Although the children didn't quite understand what Jiang Ning was saying, they still nodded. Okay, see what you want to eat, and I'll have your dad order for you later. Yen Mashi's words broke the somewhat silent atmosphere, and the children immediately cheered up again. They told Jiang Ning all the foods the children liked to eat, and Jiang Ning didn't hesitate and immediately ordered all the foods the children liked. Yen Mashi watched as the children ordered one thing after another, wanting this and that. She wanted to say something, but for a moment she didn't know how to eat. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had been observing Yen Mashi closely. Judging from the expression on her face, he could immediately tell what was wrong with her. So Jiang Ning spoke to the children. Babies, if you want to order something, you need to consider whether you can finish it all. You can't order so much at once. You don't have to order everything you like. We can order things we haven't tried before next time we come. You need to know that all these foods are grown by farmers with great effort. Ding! A new task has been triggered. Take the children to experience the hardships of working in the fields and appreciate the value of food. Let them learn to cherish what they have. After completing the task, you will receive a reward. Hearing the system say this, Jiang Ning was stunned for a moment, but he quickly came to his senses and calmly nodded. This kind of thing is a piece of cake for him. When the children heard Jiang Ning say that, they could only nod and stop nodding, even though there were still many they hadn't nominated. Okay, that's all. This is already plenty. When the other dishes are served, you have to finish them all, okay? The three children probably didn't realize that things weren't so simple, so they immediately nodded without hesitation and assured Jiang Ning. Dad, don't worry. We'll definitely finish it. Can we order more after we're done? Jiang Ning nodded, looking at the three children staring at him expectantly, and nodded without hesitation. Chapter 67, Let the children experience it firsthand. Yes, as long as you can finish your meal, you can order more if you want later. Just as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the dishes were served one by one. After all the dishes were served, the three children's eyes widened in disbelief, and they couldn't help but speak to Jiang Ning. Dad, did we order this much? They were still a little incredulous. They thought they had only ordered a little bit, so they were thinking of ordering more. But to their surprise, there was so much food when it was served. Eat up. Finish these, and Dad will give you some more. Seeing so much food, the children realized they couldn't possibly finish it all, but they had no choice but to start eating. A child's stomach is definitely not as big as an adult's. Jiang Ning cooked meat for them and let them eat. Before long, the three children were full. Looking at how much food was left in front of them, the children were a little embarrassed. Baby, what's wrong? Don't you want to eat any more? There's still a lot left. Didn't you want to order something else later? Let's finish what's on this first, and then we can order other things. The three children immediately shook their heads, looking at Jiang Ning somewhat embarrassed. Dad, we're full. Seeing the child like this, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more and nodded. Jiang Ning knew that the children wouldn't understand anything he said now. He could only take them to experience it for themselves before they would understand. Yen, now that the kids have finished eating, let's eat quickly too. Didn't you want to go back and check on the stalls after you finished eating? When Jiang Ning finished speaking, he looked at Yen Mashi, who was staring at her phone, and was somewhat puzzled. Yen. Jiang Ning called Yen Mashi several times, but Yen Mashi still didn't come to her senses. Finally, Dabao, who was sitting next to Yen Mashi, nudged her, and Yen Mashi finally came to her senses. Mom, Dad is calling you. After Dabao finished speaking, he reached out and patted Yen Mashi, who immediately looked up at Jiang Ning. Yen, what are you looking at so intently? I've called you several times, but you haven't heard me. When Jiang Ning asked her that question, Yen Mashi immediately came to her senses and looked at Jiang Ning with some excitement, holding up her phone for him to see. Jiang Ning, look, someone has paid. It turned out that Yen Mashi was looking at the income information on her phone. Someone must have bought their watermelon ice and paid back the money, which was why Yen Mashi was so happy. I would get so engrossed in looking at the payment notification on my phone that I would become completely absorbed. Yen, I told you, under normal circumstances, no one would try to take advantage of this. Let's wait and see. If we can get 10 shares, that's about right. From the moment Yen Mashi received her first payment, she couldn't concentrate on eating and kept staring at her phone. Jiang Ning told her off once, and although Yen Mashi didn't look at her phone for a moment, she started looking at it again a while later. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ning shook his head helplessly and didn't urge Yen Mashi any further. After he boiled and peeled the shrimp, he put them into Yen Mashi's bowl. Yen Mashi ate whatever was in her bowl and didn't notice that something else had appeared there. By the time she realized what was happening, there were already many things in the bowl that she hadn't picked up herself. When she looked up at Jiang Ning, he was still peeling shrimp for her, which made Yen Mashi feel a little embarrassed. She was so focused on her phone that she didn't notice Jiang Ning had been holding things for her the whole time. Jiang Ning, you don't need to peel shrimp for me anymore. You can eat more yourself, I can do it myself. Even though Yen Mashi said that, Jiang Ning didn't stop peeling the shrimp. He peeled all the shrimp before he started to eat them. Yen, this shrimp is delicious, you should eat more. Yen Mashi really liked eating shrimp. Seeing that Jiang Ning had already peeled all the shrimp and placed them in front of her, Yen Mashi felt embarrassed to refuse. Thank you, Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning shook his head. It was just a small matter, there was no need for thanks. Yen, you've been looking at your phone the whole time. How much have you collected? When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask that question, she subconsciously glanced at her phone again. He counted them briefly before looking at Jiang Ning and speaking. Jiang Ning, I just checked, we already have 8 now, if there's one more, we'll be almost there. Just as Yen Mashi finished speaking, she saw another sum of money deposited into her phone. Jiang Ning, here comes another one, but the money doesn't match. He gave 14 yuan, did he accidentally press the wrong button? Yen Mashi looked at the sudden influx of a few yuan into her account and felt a little confused. Upon hearing Yen Mashi ask that question, Jiang Ning immediately glanced at the phone in her hand. I took a look, then clicked on it, and sure enough, I saw a note in that record. Yen, take a look at this. She wrote in the notes that there was one more than 2 left, but not enough for 2, so she took them all and that's why she gave 14 yuan. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yen Mashi immediately looked at her phone and, sure enough, saw the contact name in the phone. Jiang Ning, does that mean that all the things we had left have already been bought up? Jiang Ning nodded. Judging from the note, that was indeed the meaning. Yen, that should be what it means. We'll go check it out after we finish eating. Yen Mashi was a little excited and wished she could go and see right now, but they hadn't finished eating yet, so they couldn't go. Jiang Ning, let's finish eating quickly. After we finish, we'll go take a look. After saying that, Yen Mashi started eating, and soon she finished everything in her bowl. As soon as she finished eating, Yen Mashi looked up at Jiang Ning and said, Jiang Ning, I've finished eating. Jiang Ning was somewhat surprised by how fast Yen Mashi was doing it, and couldn't help but pick up some more food for her. Yen, you're too thin, eat a little more. Yen Mashi has always had a small appetite, and this is already her limit. If she were to eat any more, she simply wouldn't be able to. Jiang Ning, I really can't eat anymore, my stomach is already very full. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi say this, he finally understood why Yen Mashi was so thin. Chapter 68 Ice cream brought out of the toilet. The main problem is that Yen Mashi eats so little, it's no wonder she's so thin. Seeing that Yen Mashi had only eaten a little bit, Jiang Ning immediately picked up some other things for her. Then he looked at Yen Mashi. Although he didn't say much, for some reason, Yen Mashi understood what Jiang Ning meant. Jiang Ning, I know you're full, you eat it yourself. After Yen Mashi finished speaking, she touched her stomach to prove to Jiang Ning that she was really too full. Seeing Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning could only stop trying to persuade her. He ate a little more of the rest himself and then left with Yen Mashi and the others. Yen Mo was impatient. When she returned to the large shopping mall, she immediately rushed to the place where they had set up their stall. Jiang Ning, standing behind, couldn't help but shake his head at Yen Mashi's impatient manner. Yen, slow down, don't rush. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yen Mashi immediately nodded to him to show that she understood, but she still didn't slow down. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ning simply stopped talking. If Yen Mashi wanted to go and see quickly, then let her go and see quickly. When they arrived at their stall, Yen Mashi immediately ran to where they had just set up their stall and looked at the contents of the insulated box. When I saw that there was nothing left, I breathed a sigh of relief. In Jiangning, all of these things are really sold out, there's nothing left. This was exactly what Jiang Ning had expected, so he nodded and smiled. Yan, weren't you worried that the rest of the food would be scooped up? Now look, see if that's the case. Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed after Jiang Ning said that to her. She had indeed been too narrow-minded. Jiang Ning, if this is okay, can you do this when I go to school? But it is a bit dirty, look how many things have fallen. Indeed, the table was covered with small condiments, probably because they had scooped it too full and some spilled out. Otherwise, the table wouldn't be so dirty. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, then shook his head. This kind of thing can't be done often. Most people like new things. The reason it sold so quickly today is probably because people were curious and bought it. Moreover, Jiang Ning also noticed that there was a risk in doing unmanned vending here. The main problem is that there aren't any security cameras here, which makes me a little uneasy. Yan, it's okay to put something like this once or twice in this place, but it's definitely not good to put it too many times. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Yan Mashi was puzzled, wondering why Jiang Ning would say such a thing. What she likes is that, no matter what it is, if she can ask to clarify it, she will definitely want to ask to clarify it. She doesn't want to look confused. Jiang Ning, why not? Didn't we do well this time? If you do it the same way you did today, people will definitely like it. Jiang Ning thought for a moment, but he didn't know how to explain it in a way that Yan Mashi could understand. He considered it for a moment before speaking to Yan Mashi again. Yan, there are no security cameras or anything here. If we want to keep it like this for a long time, we definitely can't set it up like that. Yan Mashi was still a little confused by Jiang Ning's words, but she didn't ask any more questions. Seeing that the stall was completely sold out, Yan Mashi began to tidy up. The main problem was that the stall was so dirty that it took Yan Mashi quite a while to clean it up. As for the watermelons in Jiangning, the situation seems to be so-so today. There are only about 10 left. However, watermelons don't spoil quickly, so you can take the rest home. Jiangning, I've finished packing up here. Have you sold all your watermelons yet? After Yan Mashi finished packing, she came to Jiang Ning's side. Seeing that there were still so many watermelons in the car, Yan Mashi immediately looked at Jiang Ning. In Jiangning, there are still so many watermelons left. Now that it's so hot, I guess no one will come out to buy them anymore. The main problem is that the weather is just too hot. It's so hot that she can hardly stand it. Seeing Yan Mashi's state, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to her. Yan, can you watch this place for me? I'm going to the restroom, I'll be right back. Seeing Jiang Ning's expression, Yan Mashi didn't hesitate and immediately nodded. If she had been asked to mind the stall by herself before, she probably wouldn't have, and wouldn't have dared to. But I don't know if it's because I have some experience now. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she didn't think there was anything wrong with it. On the contrary, she thought, it's just minding the stall, right? There's nothing that can stump me. Actually, Jiang Ning noticed that Yan Mashi's pregnancy was too hot, so he came up with a way to relieve the heat toxicity. Jiang Ning found a public restroom, locked the door, and immediately went inside the space. He went to the space mall immediately to see if they had ice cream or anything like that. However, after searching for a long time, he didn't see anything. Perhaps because he was too excited, Jiang Ning forgot that the space could be searched. Once he realized what was happening, he immediately entered the required information. Sure enough, he knew it. How could the space mall not even have a small ice cream? However, looking at so many ice creams, Jiang Ning didn't know which one to choose for a moment. After hesitating for a moment, I just grabbed 5 ice creams at random. As long as they're edible, there's no need to overthink it. After making his purchase, Jiang Ning immediately left the space mall. Yan Mashi and the others were still waiting for him, and he couldn't stay inside for too long. After he came out, he realized that the place he had just come from was the toilet. Jiang Ning found it rather strange that someone would come out of the restroom with ice cream in their hand. However, given the current situation, and since he was already here, Jiang Ning figured that it was so hot that he might not run into anyone else when he went out, so he took his things and went out. To his surprise, as soon as he went outside, he saw that there were people there. That person kept looking at him with a strange expression. Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel relieved that he didn't know the man in front of him, otherwise he might have been laughed at later. Chapter 69. As long as you like it, that's fine. Jiang Ning, carrying what he needed, returned to Yan Mashi and the others in no time. Yan, come and have some ice cream. It's delicious and refreshing. Yan Mashi was stunned when she saw what Jiang Ning brought back. She hadn't expected that Jiang Ning would have time to buy ice cream while he was in the bathroom. The children had never had the chance to eat this before, so their eyes lit up when they saw what Jiang Ning took out. They had wanted to eat it before, but their mother disagreed, saying that it was cold and children shouldn't eat it. When the three children saw what Jiang Ning had taken out, they instinctively glanced at Yan Mashi. If Yan Mashi doesn't let them eat, they definitely won't. Seeing that Yan Mashi didn't say anything, Xiao Bao, who was rather greedy, spoke up first. Mom, can the baby eat this? Yan Mashi looked at her expectant eyes and nodded. If you want to eat, then go ahead. But don't eat too much, one per person is enough. The children were excited when they heard they could eat, and immediately nodded. Jiang Ning shared all the ice cream in his hand with them, letting them try it. Babies, you hold these first, Daddy will sort them and then open them for you. Eating ice cream really made me feel much better. Jiang Ning, didn't you just go to the restroom? Why did you go and buy all these things? Isn't that a hassle? Jiang Ning shook his head, looking at Yan Mashi with a serious expression. As long as Yan Yan is happy, I'm not tired. Yan Yan, hurry up and eat, or it will melt. Yan Mashi nodded. She was also worried about it melting. Seeing that they were all eating, Jiang Ning decided to clean up the remaining watermelon first, and then it would be time to go back. When Jiang Ning arrived at the place where the watermelons were being distributed, he saw that there were only 3 watermelons left. He was a little puzzled. When he looked just now, there were about 10 watermelons left. How come there were so few left so quickly? Yan Yan, I was only out for a short while, and you sold so many watermelons all at once? You're amazing. Feeling a little embarrassed by Jiang Ning's praise, Yan Mashi smiled slightly. Just now, someone said they liked our watermelons. They bought one, ate it at home, and thought it was delicious, so they came over and bought several. Otherwise, how could I have sold so many at once? Upon hearing Yan Mashi say that, Jiang Ning burst out laughing. Anyway, it was all Yan Yan who sold them. Yan Yan is really amazing. Seeing Jiang Ning praising her, Yan Mashi almost couldn't help but retort, but in the end she just smiled at Jiang Ning. That smile was so sweet that Jiang Ning was almost dazzled. After they finished tidying up, Jiang Ning drove them back, leaving the ice-making stall there for the time being. Anyway, no one cares where you put it, you can put it wherever you like. Jiang Ning decided to go home first, get some rest, and then not sell watermelons tomorrow. Instead, he would take the children to the countryside. It's a good opportunity for the children to experience the hard work of farmers, so that they won't waste food so easily in the future. After returning home, Yan Mashi went to the bathroom immediately. She felt that she was covered in sweat and smelled bad, so she wanted to take a shower first, otherwise she couldn't stand the smell. However, to her surprise, when she took off her clothes and prepared to take a shower, a rat suddenly scurried out of the bathroom. Ah! Ah! The sudden shout startled Jiang Ning, who was helping the children bathe. She immediately stood up and ran towards the source of the sound. When he saw that the sound was coming from the bathroom, Jiang Ning hesitated. But hearing the sounds coming from inside, Jiang Ning still couldn't just let it go. After thinking for a moment, Jiang Ning forced the door open. He was worried that Yan Mashi might encounter some danger inside, so he didn't hesitate at all when he rammed the door. As soon as the door opened, Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi standing there, soaking wet, with water still spraying from the shower head above her head. Yan Mashi stood there, trembling, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Jiang Ning immediately went up to Yan Mashi and hugged her. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning come in, for some reason, she didn't feel embarrassed. Instead, she felt particularly at ease. Yan Mashi, who was nestled in Jiang Nan's arms, immediately spoke to Jiang Ning with some fear. Jiang Ning, there's a rat down there, could you please get rid of it? I'm really afraid of this thing, please. Yan Mashi was probably genuinely scared. She kept shrinking into Jiang Ning's arms without stopping. Upon hearing that it was a rat, Jiang Ning immediately prepared to catch it himself. However, when Jiang Ning was about to catch the mouse, Yan Mashi refused to leave his embrace. Although he particularly liked the soft, fragrant body in his arms, Yan Mashi couldn't take a bath in peace unless the mouse was removed. Yan Yan, how about I take you outside and you wait for me there? I'll chase the mouse away for you now, and then you can continue taking a bath. Yan Mashi suddenly felt that Jiang Ning's embrace was so warm and cozy, and for a moment she was reluctant to leave. However, since Jiang Ning had said so, Yan Mashi, though reluctant, still had to leave Jiang Ning's embrace. Yan Yan, tell me where it ran off to. If you have a specific location, it will be easier for me to catch it. Yan Mashi pointed to the spot where she had just seen the mouse. Jiang Ning looked in the direction Yan Mashi pointed and saw a small cabinet, which was usually placed in the bathroom to store things. Yan, are you sure the mouse is down there? Yan Mashi nodded without hesitation. What she had just seen was the rat crawling into this place. If you don't see it come out, then it's still inside. Okay, I'll take you out first. You wait outside until I catch the mouse, then you can come in. Is that all right? Yan Mashi saw that Jiang Ning was looking at her with a worried expression. She knew that he was worried about her and that she was too scared. Jiang Ning, thank you. I'll wait for you outside now. Let me know when you catch the mouse. Are you sure you don't need my help? Jiang Ning shook his head. It was just a little mouse, there was nothing he needed to help with. Chapter 70. If you're obedient, can you take us out to play tomorrow? No need, Yan, aren't you scared? You can wait for me outside. I'll chase the mouse away first, then you can come in. Yan Mashi was indeed scared, so when she heard that Jiang Ning didn't need her help, she immediately went outside. She really didn't want to stay and see that mouse. Jiang Ning searched for a long time but still couldn't find the rat Yan Mashi mentioned. He even began to doubt whether Yan Mashi had made a mistake. He had searched all the places he was supposed to look, but he hadn't found even a trace of a mouse. Jiang Ning was just about to go out, since he couldn't find it anyway, when a sound suddenly came from the side just as he was about to reach the door. Jiang Ning thought that the rat Yan Mashi mentioned must be in this room. Sure enough, when Yan Mashi went over, after he moved all the things on top, he immediately saw a large rat squatting in a small corner. It is indeed quite large, no wonder Yan Mashi was afraid. Jiang Ning acted quickly, knocking the mouse unconscious before it could even react. After knocking the mouse unconscious, they found a cardboard box, put it in, sealed it, and made sure it wouldn't scare Yan Imo before walking outside. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning come out, she looked at him excitedly. She had only taken a shower halfway through when she started feeling uncomfortable all over, and was thinking of going back in to continue showering. However, she only goes in to wash if there are no rats inside. If there are rats, she'd rather not wash at all, mainly because she's genuinely scared. That's why she was so excited when Jiang Ning came out. She hoped that Jiang Ning could chase the rat away so that she wouldn't be afraid. Jiang Ning, where's the rat? Have you seen it? Have you chased it away? Hearing Yan Mashi ask this question, Jiang Ning raised the box in his hand. Yan, you can go in and take a shower now. I've already caught the mouse, so it won't scare you anymore. Looking at the box in Jiang Ning's hand, Yan Mashi finally felt relieved. If there were rats inside, she would rather die than go in again. Judging from Jiang Ning's current state, he has already caught the rat. Are there no rats in Jiang Ning? Jiang Ning nodded. After catching the rat, he checked it again and found that there was nothing left inside. Yan, you're not done washing yet, go in and wash now. Don't worry, I've already searched every corner inside, there's nothing you're afraid of. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yan Mashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. It's good that it's not true, it's good that it's not true. Thank you, Jiang Ning. Yan Mashi felt that without Jiang Ning, she would definitely not have been able to deal with this rat on her own. Fortunately, she now had Jiang Ning. Well, I'll go take a shower now. Perhaps feeling a little embarrassed, Yan Mashi rushed into the bathroom after saying those words. She didn't know if it was because she was running too fast, but she almost slipped and fell as soon as she entered the bathroom. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had been keeping an eye on Yan Mashi. When he saw that Yan Mashi was about to fall, he immediately ran to her side. He caught Yan Mashi in time, preventing her from falling to the ground. Yan Mashi was terrified when she was about to fall. If it weren't for Jiang Ning, the consequences of her fall would have been unimaginable. Jiang Ning was also a little anxious. Holding Yan Mashi, he spoke up in a somewhat anxious manner. Yan, how are you? Are you hurt anywhere? Do you need to go see a doctor? Seeing how much Jiang Ning cared for her and was worried about her, Yan Mashi felt a sweet feeling in her heart for some reason. However, she didn't think much of it and simply shook her head at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I'm fine. Thank you for helping me. The ground was probably slippery, otherwise I wouldn't have fallen. Looking at Yan Mashi like this, Jiang Ning really felt that she was being a bit reckless, so he couldn't help but say something to her. Yan, you need to be more careful when you do things, and not be reckless, okay? What if you get hurt if you do that? I'll be heartbroken if you get hurt. John's words made Yan Mashi even more embarrassed. She immediately pushed Yan Mashi away, went into the bathroom herself, and closed the door without hesitation. Jiang Ning wanted to say something to Yen Mashi, but before she could even speak, Yen Mashi had already closed the door. Looking at Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but shake his head, finding it somewhat amusing. The main problem was Yen Mashi's flustered appearance, which made it seem like Jiang Ning was about to do something to him. Jiang Ning smiled and walked outside. Since Yen Mashi wasn't taking a bath, he would go and bathe the children himself. He knew how anyway. Yen Mashi had taught him how to properly bathe children. Jiang Ning originally thought it was a very simple thing, mainly because he had seen Yen Mashi bathe the children, and it seemed very simple and not that difficult. The children were also very well behaved, so Jiang Ning thought that bathing the children was a simple thing. But when Jiang Ning bathed the children himself, he suddenly realized that this was not a simple matter. The main problem was that all 3 children were being bathed at once, and Jiang Ning probably didn't even realize it. Yen Mashi always bathed the children one by one, never all at once. If we wash them all at once, the children will start fighting, and if they fight, we won't be able to wash them at all. To save time, Jiang Ning had all 3 children bathe together. Now, the 3 children are making a fuss, and Jiang Ning is at a loss for what to do. Babies, sit down and stop making a fuss. If you keep doing this, I won't take you out to play tomorrow. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the children immediately quieted down. What they loved most was being able to go out and play. After Dad came back, they had many opportunities to play, so they didn't want to miss a single one. When the 3 children heard Jiang Ning say that, they immediately looked at Jiang Ning expectantly. Dad, we'll be good. Will you take us out to play again tomorrow? Xiaobao anxiously looked at Jiang Ning for confirmation, fearing that Jiang Ning really wouldn't take them out to play tomorrow. Chapter 71. Everything is ready. Jiang Ning didn't know if he was deliberately teasing the children, but when he heard them ask him that question, he hesitated for a long time. Seeing that the children were a little nervous, he slowly began to speak. If you behave, I'll take you out to play again tomorrow. If you don't, then forget it. Next, when Jiang Ning helped the children take a bath, the children were all quiet and well behaved. Jiang Ning was very happy to see the child like this. At the same time, he felt somewhat fortunate that his children were all obedient and not the kind that were difficult to discipline. Jiang Ning was certain that he wouldn't be able to teach those kinds of children. Okay, you're all done washing now, get up. Dad taught you how to dress yourselves. You're all grown up now, and you have to learn a lot of things on your own, you know? No matter what Jiang Ning said, the children nodded, because they knew their father wouldn't harm them, and that whatever he asked them to do was for their own good. Dad, we understand, we will study hard. The children were all very smart. Jiang Ning taught them once and then let them try it on themselves. Although at first they didn't quite understand how to do it. However, Jiang Ning was guiding them the whole time, and even those who didn't know how before learned how after being guided by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning felt a great sense of accomplishment when he saw the children all able to dress themselves. Babies, you are all amazing. Yen Mashi had told Jiang Ning that children love to be praised, so praising a child at appropriate times would definitely make the child more obedient. Sure enough, the children visibly cheered up immediately after Jiang Ning praised them like that. Daddy, where should we go to play tomorrow? Don't be fooled by Dabao's seemingly more composed demeanor compared to other children. He's actually more excited than any other kid about going out to play. The other children didn't ask, but Dabao asked first, which shows that he's really looking forward to going out to play tomorrow. It's not decided yet. Dad will discuss it with your mom first, and we'll let you know tomorrow once we've discussed it and made a decision. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, the children nodded. Seeing that Yen Mashi hadn't finished washing up yet, Jiang Ning prepared to take the children to bed first. As soon as the children lay down, they started asking Jiang Ning to tell them a story. For Jiang Ning, telling stories is incredibly easy now, mainly because he has a system that can help him with whatever story he wants to tell. The moment Jiang Ning heard the children say they wanted to hear him tell a story, he had already asked the system to prepare one for them. So storytelling is no challenge for him at all. When Yen Mashi came out after taking a shower, she was surprised to see that the children had already been coaxed to sleep by Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, are the children all asleep? Jiang Ning nodded, signaling Yen Mashi to speak softly so as not to wake the children. If the children wake up, I'll have to soothe them again later. Yen Mashi understood Jiang Ning's meaning, nodded immediately, and stepped back. Jiang Ning covered the children with blankets, and then followed Yen Mo out. He needed to go out and discuss with Yen Mashi where to take the children tomorrow. The main problem is that there are no farmlands nearby, and Jiang Ning was really at a loss as to where to take the children. He felt that in this situation, the only option was to take the children to the countryside, where they might find such things. Jiang Ning told Yen Mashi what he was going to do. Yen Mashi was a little surprised, but in the end she nodded to Jiang Ning. However, in Jiangning, it seems we don't have rice paddies or anything like that here. Where should we take the children? Yen Mashi was also a little confused. If it wasn't here, she really couldn't think of where it could be. Yen, there should be some in the countryside. Otherwise, we can take the children to the countryside to take a look tomorrow. Yen Mashi nodded when Jiang Ning said that, because she felt that what Jiang Ning said made a lot of sense. Okay, then let's do as you said. Tomorrow we'll take the kids to the countryside. If there aren't any, we'll go to the place I used to live. That place has rice paddies and lots of farmers working there. We can have the kids go down and help out. What do you think? Jiang Ning thought Yen Mashi's words were very good, so he looked at Yen Mashi and asked. Yen, where is the place you're talking about? Otherwise, let's just go to that place you mentioned, that way we'll save time searching. Yen Mashi hesitated for a moment, but finally told Jiang Ning where she was from. Jiangning is a bit far, so I thought I'd have you look around here first to see if there's a suitable place. If there is, we won't have to travel too far. Jiang Ning took a closer look at the place and realized it was indeed quite far. If he were to drive, it would probably take about 5 hours. Jiang Ning thought about it for a while and finally decided to go to this place, which would be a good opportunity to enjoy the scenery along the way. Yen, isn't the scenery here beautiful? Let's go there. We can enjoy the scenery along the way, what do you think? Since Jiang Ning had said that, Yen Mashi certainly wouldn't refuse, so she nodded. However, if we're going to Jiangning, it'll be such a long trip, we should prepare some food and supplies, right? Should we set off tomorrow afternoon? That way, I can go and buy everything we need tomorrow morning. As soon as Yen Mashi finished speaking, Jiang Ning immediately shook his head and looked at Yen Mashi. Yen, let's set off tomorrow morning. Once we arrive, we'll find a place to stay so we have enough time. If we go in the afternoon, we might have to drive until evening. Although Jiang Ning was right, Yen Mashi immediately became anxious. But Jiangning, if we go there tomorrow morning, we haven't prepared anything. What will we eat on the way? We won't eat at the service area, will we? The food at the service area is not filling and is especially expensive. Hearing that Yen Mashi was worried about this kind of thing, Jiang Ning almost didn't react. After she came to her senses, she immediately said to Yen Mashi. Yen, don't worry. I've prepared everything. Chapter 72, The Babies Woke Me Up. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that everything was ready, she could hardly believe it. The main problem is that Jiang Ning has always been with her. It's as if he hasn't left. How could he possibly have time to go shopping? Although Yen Mashi didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately noticed the confusion in her eyes. Yen, I bought this while I was in the bathroom. It's still in the car. If you don't believe me, you can come with me to see. Upon hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi subconsciously put on her shoes. Judging from her appearance, it seems like she really wants to go outside and see the world. Jiang Ning couldn't help but secretly rejoice, glad that he had actually bought it and hadn't lied to Yen Mashi. Yen, do you want to go take a look? Then I'll take you to see it. We can also bring everything in and see if there's anything else we need to buy. When she went outside, Yen Mashi was shocked by the sheer number of things she saw. She was genuinely surprised that Jiang Ning had bought so many things. Jiangning, why did you buy so much all at once? You've already bought so much, you don't need to buy any more. Looking at all these things, Yen Mashi felt that she didn't need to buy anything else. Yen, these are just some of the items. There are some more in the car. Go and take a look. When Yen Mashi saw that there were still many inside, she didn't know how to describe her good mood. Jiangning, you're absolutely crazy. How did you manage to buy so much all at once? Jiang Ning felt that with 3 children and 2 adults, this amount of food was not enough. That's enough. You don't need to buy any more. Since Yen Mashi said there was no need to buy any more, Jiang Ning nodded and then looked at Yen Mashi and said, Yen, I'll pack these things. You go back to sleep first, don't worry about not being able to get up tomorrow. With so many things, Jiang Ning wouldn't be able to organize them all by himself in one go. If Yen Mashi were to go back to sleep now, she simply wouldn't be able to bring herself to care. Jiang Ning, I'll help you tidy up. After we're done, I'll go to sleep. Jiang Ning had originally intended to let Yen Mashi go to sleep first, but seeing that Yen Mashi insisted on helping him, Jiang Ning didn't say anything to refuse. By the time the two of them finished getting ready, more than an hour had passed. If I don't go to sleep now, I might not be able to get up early tomorrow. Yen, go to sleep. Seeing that Yen Mashi had gone to sleep, Jiang Ning felt relieved and tidied himself up a bit before going to sleep as well. The next morning, when Jiang Ning woke up, he was surprised to find that the children had woken up even earlier than him. He had just woken up when he saw the children already waiting for him beside him. Jiang Ning himself didn't even realize it. Babies, why did you wake up so quickly today? Usually, you sleep until we wake you up. Actually, the first one to wake up today was Di Bao. As soon as he woke up, he immediately woke up his younger siblings. The main reason was that he remembered what Jiang Ning had said yesterday, and he remembered that his father had said he would take them out to play today. So the first thing he did when he woke up was to wake his younger siblings, afraid that he would miss the appointed time. Dad, we're all ready. Where are we going to play today? Seeing the children's enthusiastic expressions, Jiang Ning immediately smiled. Dad and your mom discussed it last night and are planning to take you to the countryside where your mom used to live. What do you think? The children didn't really know what they were supposed to do in the countryside in their minds. Going anywhere else meant they were going to play. So when Jiang Ning said that, everyone nodded eagerly, looking on with anticipation. Dad, does that mean we can set off today? Jiang Ning got up from the sofa. He had to admit that after sleeping on the sofa for a while, he now felt that sleeping on the sofa was no big deal. However, the bed is still more comfortable. He'll wait and see how much money he can make selling watermelons. Then, he can start renovating the houses nearby. After we finish breakfast, we can set off. Go check if mom is awake yet. If not, wake her up. Dad will go wash up first and then make breakfast for you. The three children nodded without hesitation. Their favorite food was their father's breakfast. Before they had eaten it, they thought their mother's cooking was edible. However, after eating Jiang Ning's cooking, their food became too refined, and they no longer liked Yen Mashi's cooking. However, this is also true. Yen Mashi's cooking can only be considered as cooked through she didn't pay attention to controlling the flavor or other aspects. Daddy, baby wants to eat a bear-shaped steamed bun. As for the little bear-shaped steamed buns, Jiang Ning made them herself, but she was a bit pressed for time today, and it might be too late to make them now. Baby, let's finish making it for you when we come back from playing outside, okay? If we make it now, we won't have enough time later, and then we won't be able to go out and play. Right now, playing is more important than eating, and Xiaobao immediately nodded. Dad, Xiaobao won't eat anymore. He can eat when we get back. Let's go wake mom up. Jiang Ning watched the child skip away, then he got up and went to prepare what they would eat later. Jiang Ning has been living with Yen Mashi for a while now and has gotten to know her a bit. She definitely won't get up so quickly, she'll probably stay in bed a little longer. By the time Yen Mashi woke up, his breakfast was ready. Yen Mashi was called by the children for a long time before she got up. When she got up, she saw that Jiang Ning had already prepared breakfast, and she felt a little embarrassed. Jiang Ning, why are you awake so early? Everyone woke up a little earlier today. When Yen Mashi first woke up, she thought Jiang Ning was unlikely to wake up. I didn't expect him to wake up so early today. I wasn't the first one to wake up this morning, the babies woke me up before me. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi looked at the babies with some surprise, her eyes full of disbelief. Chapter 73. I woke up early because I was going out to play. Normally, the children wake up quite late, but today was an exception. Yen Mashi thought that Jiang Ning had woken the children up specifically so that they could go to the countryside today, but it turned out that wasn't the case. Kids, did you get up so early today because you knew you were going to play? The three children nodded eagerly. That was indeed their reason. Yen, take the child to wash up first. Breakfast is almost ready. There's just one last thing. You can eat it after you've finished washing up. Yen Mashi didn't delay any longer, since today's time was quite tight, so it was better to do things quickly. When Yen Mashi and the children finished washing up and came out, Jiang Ning had already prepared breakfast and was waiting for them. Jiang Ning made a simple breakfast today, mainly because he didn't have time. Otherwise, he usually pays more attention to a balanced diet. This time, the children were exceptionally well behaved during mealtime and didn't make a fuss like they usually do. Normally, I need to be coaxed to eat, but today I ate by myself and very quickly. When it was time to set off, the children's eyes lit up instantly when they saw the truck full of stuff. Dad, why are there so many things? The children were a little confused as to why they had to bring so much stuff when going out to play. Jiang Ning was busy adjusting the children's chairs, so she didn't answer their questions. In the end, Yan Mashi looked at the children and spoke up. Because it's a long drive for us this time, it will take several hours, so your dad prepared a lot of extra things. When Yan Mashi said this, the children immediately understood. Mom, where are we going? The children were quite curious, mainly because they hadn't been to many far places yet. Although Jiang Ning had just told them, the children had probably forgotten about it because they were still young. You'll see when we get there it'll take about 5 hours. Do you want to go to the restroom now? Don't make sure you need to go as soon as you get on the bus. They didn't know if there would be any rest stops along the way, so they had to take care of everything first, lest they find themselves without even a place to use the restroom if there weren't any rest stops available. On the way, Yan Mashi couldn't control her mouth. She got bored as soon as she got in the car, and when she was bored, she wanted to eat. After finishing one type of food, she would switch to another. Of course, she didn't forget Jiang Ning beside her. When she ate, she would feed Jiang Ning a little bit of her own food. Jiang Ning felt a sense of satisfaction for a moment. Yan, don't feed me anymore, you can eat by yourself. We'll go to the rest stop ahead and rest for a bit. I'm a little tired after driving for so long. Hearing Jiang Ning say he was tired, Yan Mashi immediately nodded. Jiang Ning, I'll drive at the next service station. You must be very tired driving all by yourself for so long. Jiang Ning disagreed, mainly because he was worried that Yan Mashi, a woman, would get tired driving. No, I'll drive. Driving is very tiring. You can just play on your phone and eat next to me. Although Yan Mashi thought this was a good idea, she couldn't do it. No, Jiang Ning, please let me drive for a while. Otherwise, I won't feel comfortable. Okay? This was the first time Yan Mashi had ever acted coquettishly towards Jiang Ning, and Jiang Ning simply couldn't bear to refuse her, so in the end he could only nod. Okay, since Yan wants to drive, you can drive at the next service station. But at the next service station, I'll have to take over so you don't get too tired. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yan Mashi immediately nodded. She knew that Jiang Ning was worried that she would get tired later, but how could she get tired from driving for just a short while? When they arrived at the service station, the children immediately ran down to the bottom, probably because they had been on the bus for too long and were getting bored. Now that we can finally get off, we're all getting impatient. Babies, don't run too far. Just play around here. Otherwise, if you get lost, we'll leave and won't wait for you. Yan Mashi's words startled the children, and they immediately stopped running around, afraid that Yan Mashi and the others would leave without waiting for them. Mom, we won't run around anymore, please don't forget about us. They were genuinely scared. They didn't recognize this place, and if their mother forgot about them and didn't take them with her, they might never see their mother and father again. As long as you don't run around, Mom will definitely not forget you. But if you do run around, things might change. The children immediately surrounded Yan Mashi, not daring to go any further. Seeing the children like this, Yan Mashi was instantly satisfied. The main problem is that this place is bustling with people, and you don't know who they are. If you're not careful and don't keep an eye on things, something could happen. Therefore, in Yan Mashi's opinion, the safest thing is to keep the children by her side at all times, so that they won't worry. Jiang Ning watched as the children obediently walked over, and he still admired Yan Mashi. Yan Mashi was indeed good at speaking. Not only did the children find her words reasonable, but he also found them very reasonable. Babies, Daddy wants to tell you that when you go to an unfamiliar place, you should pay attention to your surroundings, because there may be dangers in places you don't know that you can't detect. The children didn't quite understand what Jiang Ning was saying, but they still nodded to him to show that they understood. Yan, take the children to eat first, and we'll set off after they've eaten. There were quite a few people at the service station, and Jiang Ning was still a little worried about letting Yan Mashi walk around with the 3 children. After tidying up the things in the car, Jiang Ning immediately chased after Yan Mashi. When the children saw Jiang Ning arrive, their eyes lit up immediately. Jiang Ning, is everything ready on your end? If so, let's go in and eat together. Jiang Ning nodded. Actually, there wasn't much to tidy up. The most important thing was to check if there were any problems with the car, since there was still a long way to go. Chapter 74. No wonder no man wants her. Jiang Ning led the children inside the service station. On the way in, several people kept stopping him, trying to get Jiang Ning to buy things, but Jiang Ning refused them all. It wasn't that Zhang Chen didn't want to buy anything, it was just that they already had enough and didn't need to buy anything more. Yan, let's rest for a bit, and then we'll set off in a little while. The children were visiting this place for the first time, so they were quite curious and kept looking around. Seeing their condition, Zhang Ning decided to take them for a walk after they finished eating. Babies, you eat first, and after you finish eating, Daddy will take you outside for a walk and we can look around. Does that sound good? The children were very happy to be able to go outside and have a look around, so when Zhang Ning said that, their eyes lit up instantly. After they finished eating, Zhang Ning took the children outside for a stroll. Seeing the children happy made him very happy too. Yan Mashi drove this time, but she insisted on it, and he really couldn't do anything about it. However, when Yan Mashi was about to drive, Zhang Ning kept reminding her to drive slowly and carefully. Zhang Ning didn't say that Yan Mashi would also pay attention to this matter. Zhang Ning had originally agreed with Yan Mashi that Yan Mashi would drive to the next service station. Zhang Ning felt that Yan Mashi was, after all, a woman, and driving would definitely be very tiring for her. What Zhang Ning didn't expect was that Yan Mashi didn't stop when she reached the next service station. Yan, the service station was just past us, why didn't you stop? When Yan Mashi heard Zhang Jin ask that question, she immediately burst out laughing. Zhang Ning, I'm fine, don't worry. I'm not tired yet. When I get tired, I'll drive to a service station to rest. Since Yan Mashi had said that, Zhang Ning had no choice but to nod and agree with her idea. Yan Mashi opened several more service stations before finally stopping. Mommy and Daddy, are we almost there? Xiaobao's pronunciation was still a bit unclear, but Yan Mashi could still hear clearly what he wanted to ask. We're almost there, it's just ahead. Zhang Ning drove the rest of the way, and when they arrived, breathing in the fresh air of the countryside, Zhang Ning felt truly refreshed and invigorated. Yan, is this the place you were talking about? Yan Mashi nodded. This was the place where she grew up, but she rarely came back after she grew up. When she first brought Zhang Ning into the village, the villagers kept looking at her, as if they still recognized her. Are you the little girl from the Yan family? I remember you. Yan Mashi nodded. She hadn't expected that even after so many years away from home, someone would still recognize her. Yes, Auntie, it's me. I brought the children to visit the place where I used to live. Yan Mashi led the children around. She was very happy when she arrived here, after all, this was the place where she grew up, and she still had some nostalgia for it. Look here. We used to love playing hide and seek in this old house. It's only been a short time since I last saw it, but it's still here. I always thought it was long gone, but I never expected it to still be here. Yan Mashi looked at the scene unfolding before her, a hint of nostalgia in her eyes. It had truly been far too long since she had returned. There are no family members here anymore, they don't live here. Yan, let's take the kids around. Then we'll see if there's anywhere the kids can experience. When she heard Zhang Ning say that, Yan Mashi nodded, and then led Zhang Ning to stroll around the village. They met some people along the way, and some of them recognized Yan Mashi, which surprised her. Are you the daughter of the Yan family, the one who moved to live in the county town? Although Yan Mashi didn't know why she asked that question, she still nodded. Yes, ma'am, is there anything I can help you with? The older woman shook her head. She was a little surprised, after all, she hadn't seen her for a long time, so why would she suddenly come back? Why are you back? Didn't you move to the county town just 2 years ago? We always thought your family would never come back. Yan Mashi shook her head and looked at the middle-aged woman in front of her before speaking. Auntie, we were just bored today and thought we'd come to the village to take a look around and breathe in some fresh air. When the older woman heard Yan Mashi say that, she was stunned for a moment and then suddenly started talking to Yan Mashi. Mo Shi, you need to hurry up too. Do you still remember your sister Hai Tang? Seeing Yan Mashi's puzzled expression, the older woman felt quite uneasy. You don't even recognize Hai Tang anymore? You used to hang out together all the time, and you even both fell for the same person. Have you forgotten all of that? The old lady's words startled Yan Mashi for a moment, and she couldn't help but laugh. Auntie, now that you mention it, it reminds me of that. But in the end, didn't that man end up with Sister Hai Tang? The woman's face lit up with a smile as soon as she heard this, and she nodded immediately, looking quite excited. Yes, that's what I wanted to talk to you about. You guys came at just the right time, as Hai Tang is getting married. She doesn't even have anyone to accompany her on her wedding day. Could you please help her out? Although she said that, Yan Mashi shook her head. She didn't like places that were too crowded or too noisy. No, ma'am, please look around some more. I'm not suitable. Yen Mashi was about to leave after she finished speaking, but she was immediately stopped by the person in front of her. Why wouldn't it be suitable? You've known each other since you were little. Even though you haven't seen each other for several years, you could talk about your past all night long. Of course, the older woman kept trying to persuade Yen Mashi, but Yen Mashi eventually shook her head. Seeing that Yen Mashi was completely unmoved by reason, the older woman was at a loss for what to do. She tends to say the wrong thing when she gets excited, so she yelled at Yen Mashi in front of her. I've been so kind to you, asking for your help, and you still won't agree. No wonder no man wants you. Chapter 75. You're still not married. Hearing her say that, Yen Mashi reached out and pushed the child next to her without saying a word. With that push, the 3 children suddenly stood in front of the woman. The sudden appearance of several children startled the middle-aged woman in front of her. Where did these children come from? You're not going to tell me these children are all yours, are you? Yen Mashi was already a little angry at this point. Her good mood had started to turn sour after she met this middle-aged woman. These are my children. Are you too surprised? The older woman was genuinely surprised. She had just been mocking Yen Mashi for not being able to have children, and now? How could that be? You're not married yet. You must have found this man somewhere. The older woman didn't believe Yen Mashi's words at all. She liked to compare herself to others, no matter who they were, she could compare herself to them in small things. Auntie, how can it be impossible? These children are my children. I don't care whether you believe it or not. I have other things to do right now and don't have time to chat with you any longer. Jiangning, let's go. After Yen Mashi finished speaking, she reached out and pulled Jiangning. It was the first time Jiangning had been pulled by Yen Mashi, and he was a little flattered. He was pulled away by Yen Mashi, leaving the middle-aged woman behind him with a look of gritted teeth. She originally wanted to say a few more words to make Yen Mashi uncomfortable, but what she didn't expect was that in the end, she was the one who felt uncomfortable. Yen Mashi didn't care whether the older woman would be uncomfortable or not, she was quite comfortable right now. This woman used to be like this. Her favorite thing was to see others suffer. She was happy when others were unhappy. She probably said that to her because Yen Mashi disliked her. Yen, do you know that person? Yen nodded. She must know her to have said so much to her. If she didn't know her, she definitely wouldn't have said a word. Yes, it's someone I know. I can't believe it's been 2 years since we last met. She's still the same as before, always comparing herself to others. Jiangning, let's not talk about her anymore. I know a place where we can take the kids there and let them experience firsthand how hard it is to produce food. Hearing Yen Mashi say this, Jiangning couldn't wait to see where Yen Mashi was talking about. Yen, really? Then let's go there quickly. Yen Mashi nodded. How could she possibly joke about something like this? It's true, of course. Come with me, it's nearby, let's go take a look. When Jiangning heard Yen Mashi say this, he nodded without hesitation, took the children's hands, and followed behind Yen Mashi. After walking for a while, they still hadn't arrived. Seeing that the children were all panting and exhausted, Jiangning immediately squatted down and hugged all 3 children in her arms. Jiangning has been holding the children like this many times these days, and now he's gotten used to it. Holding 3 children at once is no problem for him now. However, seeing him like this, Yen Mashi was worried that he was too tired, so she immediately said to Jiangning. Jiangning, otherwise, you can give me the child, and I'll hold one. There's still some distance between us. It will be tiring for you to hold 3 children at once. Jiangning looked at Yen Mashi's worried expression and burst into laughter. He looked at Yen Mashi and spoke to her with a smile. Yen, you don't need to worry about that. I'm very strong now. If you asked me to carry 2 big trees back, I could do it. As soon as Jiangning said that, not only the children, but even Yen Mashi couldn't help but laugh. Jiangning, since you think you can handle it, then you can hold the children. Remember to put them down if you get tired later. Jiangning knew this, so when he heard Yen Mashi say this, he immediately nodded. Yen, don't worry about that. If I get tired, I'll definitely put them down. Yen Mashi led Jiangning and the children for a while. When they came to a large rice field, Yen Mashi called out to the man standing in the middle of the rice field. However, the man immediately came to his senses when he heard the voice. When he saw Yan Mashi, he immediately walked over to her. "Hey, isn't this Xiaoxi? What brings you back?" Yan Mashi looked at the man in front of her and smiled at him. "Uncle Fu, we were just bored and wanted to bring the children here to play for a while, and also to let them understand how hard it is to get food." As soon as Yan Mashi finished speaking, the man in front of her nodded and immediately smiled. "That's great, your idea is really good. Nowadays, many parents are not even half as good as you in raising and educating their children. You do everything yourself." When she heard him say that, Yan Mashi smiled and then looked at him and asked, "Uncle Fu, do you have any suitable tasks that the children can do to help, and that will also help them understand how hard it is to bring food?" When Uncle Fu heard Yan Mashi say this, he thought about it carefully, then nodded, pointed to the 3 children in front of him, and spoke to them. "You 3 take off your shoes and come down. I'll take you to catch bugs for the plants in the field." Catching bugs sounds like a lot of fun, and the children are eager to play. The children immediately sat down and started taking off their shoes. De Bao was the fastest. After he took off his shoes, he immediately helped Er Bao take off his. Seeing that they were all done, Uncle Fu immediately called out to them. "Come down, slowly. The main problem is that this is a rice paddy, and it's full of water. If you want to go down into it, you have to be careful, otherwise you might slip and fall if you're not paying attention. With so much mud in there, if you fall in, you won't be able to get up." The children carefully moved down, their eyes filled with excitement. They couldn't wait to see something they had never seen before. "Mom, will you come and play with me?" After the children went inside, they couldn't help but speak to Yan Mashi behind them. The main problem is that without Yan Mashi, they wouldn't know what to do. Chapter 76. Do you still find it fun? When Yan Mashi heard the children questioning her on the phone, she was stunned for a moment, and she hesitated to go downstairs. The main problem is that the rice paddies are all muddy now, and she doesn't know what might be inside, so she's a little scared. But looking at the children's expectant eyes, Yan Mashi couldn't refuse for a moment. Yan, it's a bit dirty down there, you don't need to go down, I'll go down and keep the children company." After saying this, Jiang Ning rolled up his trousers and walked into the rice paddy. Jiang Ning had never actually done anything like catching insects in rice paddies before, and he was quite curious about how it was done. As soon as he went downstairs, Jiang Ning immediately went to Uncle Fu's side to ask him what to do. "That's easy. Just check if there are any bugs in these. If there are, just pick them out." Hearing Uncle Fu say that, it seemed easy, but after doing it, Jiang Ning realized that it was not as easy as he had imagined. "Uncle Fu, is this how it is?" I don't know if it's because Jiang Ning hasn't done this before, but when it comes to doing things, there are some bumps and bruises, and it's not as good as the children. However, he didn't do it after all, and Uncle Fu nodded, letting him continue working. Yan Mashi watched from above and couldn't help but take out her phone to take pictures of them. These things were worth recording. The children were diligently searching for insects in the rice paddies, but Jiang Ning had stopped searching because he was reasoning with the children. Seeing the children panting and exhausted, Jiang Ning asked them a question. "So, what do you guys think? Is this fun or not?" This time, the children all shook their heads in unison. At first, they genuinely found it funny when they heard about it. But after they tried it themselves, they realized that these things weren't as fun as they had imagined. They had only been catching bugs for a while, and now they were exhausted. "Daddy, can we go up now?" Xiao Bao looked up at Jiang Ning with a pitiful expression. Jiang Ning looked at Xiao Bao like this, and although he was a little reluctant, he shook his head in the end. "How can we give up halfway through something? We have to persevere to the end in everything we do, you know? Can you still persevere?" Jiang Ning looked at the children with a serious expression, and when he saw the children nod their little heads in unison, he couldn't help but smile. "Okay, since you can still persevere, then let's continue and show the farmers how hard they work." Although the children didn't know why their father did this, they knew that he must have had his reasons. The group worked for a while longer, but Jiang Ning finally stopped when he saw that the children's faces were all red. "Babies, are you tired? If you are, let's get up." Hearing Jiang Ning say that, the children were stunned for a moment and didn't react. But when they heard Yan Mashi tell them to get up, they were overjoyed. They were indeed a little tired, but since their father hadn't gotten up, they didn't dare to get up either. Yan Mashi had been watching the children from the shore. When she saw Jiang Ning carrying the children aboard one by one, she immediately reached out to pull them up. After Jiang Ning carried the children out, she immediately tried to climb out of the pond herself, perhaps because the pond was too high. Jiang Ning couldn't get up for a moment. Yan Mashi watched from the side, hesitated for a moment, and finally reached out her hand to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I'll pull you up. When Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi's fair little hand reaching out to him, he immediately reached out and grasped it. Yan Mashi used a little force, and with Jiang Ning's own strength, he was able to get up in no time. As soon as he got up, Jiang Ning went to the children's side and looked at them. Baby, how are you? Are you tired? The children had never done work like this before, and although it was all light work, they were still exhausted. Dad, I'm tired. The three children spoke in unison. Jiang Ning looked at them, nodded, and then looked at them and said, Can you now show us how hard farmers work? Although they were still a little confused, the children nodded. Do you think it's right or wrong for you to waste food? The food you waste is what farmers work hard to obtain. At this point, the children realized why Jiang Ning had led them to do such a thing. For a moment, the children all lowered their heads in shame, and their moods soured. Daddy, we're sorry, we were wrong, we won't do it again. The children's eyes were filled with guilt. They didn't know before, but now that they did, they felt incredibly guilty. Jiang Ning felt much more at ease knowing that the children understood. However, this was not enough for the children to truly grasp the meaning. Jiang Ning felt that the children needed to do more farm work, and perhaps then they would understand. Okay, let's go back now. We'll continue tomorrow. When Yan Mashi heard that they would have to continue tomorrow, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and speak up. Jiang Ning, what else do we need to do tomorrow? Uncle Fu, didn't you already finish here? Are there any other places? Seeing Yan Mashi's puzzled look, Jiang Ning nodded. He had already asked Uncle Fu. Although there was no work left for him, Uncle Fu told him that if he wanted to continue taking the children to experience life, he should. Tomorrow at this time, you can go to the pond across the street. There are people in the village who hire others to dig lotus roots. You can go and ask them. Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning's eyes lit up instantly. Digging lotus roots would be a very suitable job. So when he heard Uncle Fu say that, before his brain could even process it, his head had already nodded. I just asked Uncle Fu, and he said that some people in this area are planning to dig lotus roots tomorrow, so we can bring the children over tomorrow. Upon hearing that it was about digging lotus roots, Yan Mashi nodded. She liked this kind of work, she had never done it before, and her heart was filled with anticipation. The three children didn't have many expectations, they had been working for a while and were really tired. Babies, let's go. We'll find a place to stay first so you can rest well, and then we'll take you out to play tomorrow. Chapter 77. After you finish your chores, Dad will take you to play. When the children heard that they would have more fun tomorrow, they got excited and immediately ran to Jiang Ning's side. Dad, didn't you just say you were going to take us to dig for lotus roots tomorrow? Is digging for lotus roots just playing around? If digging lotus roots is just for fun, then Dabao doesn't think it's really about having fun. Jiang Ning reached out and patted his little head, smiling as she spoke to him. Digging lotus roots is work, not play. If we're talking about playing, then Dad will take you there after you've dug up the lotus roots and experienced it. Upon hearing this, the children were excited and became quite agitated. Let's go back now. Look at you, you're all covered in dirt. Yan Mashi pointed to the children, then to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning was a little embarrassed. He had been very careful, but he still got mud on his hands. In the end, he simply gave up and got up casually. Jiang Ning brought the children to the entrance of a nearby guest house. As soon as she parked the car, she immediately went back to hug the children. Yan Mashi wanted to hug him, but Jiang Ning refused. Yan Mashi was completely clean, and if she held the children, she would definitely get them dirty. Therefore, Jiang Ning refused to let Yan Mashi hold the children, fearing that Yan Mashi might accidentally get her own clothes dirty. Yan, you don't need to carry them, I can do it. Don't get your clothes dirty. Actually, Yan Mashi didn't mind, but seeing Jiang Ning's insistence, she didn't say anything more and just nodded. Watching Jiang Ning pick up the three little clay figures in one go, plus himself, Yan Mashi suddenly found it particularly funny for some reason. So she couldn't help but cover her mouth and laugh. Jiang Ning, I'll go inside and book a room first. You can come over slowly. After Yan Mashi booked the room, Jiang Ning slowly carried the children in. Yan Mashi booked the largest one, which had the best facilities and amenities. Of course, this wasn't Yan Mashi's decision, Jiang Ning asked her to order it. Originally, Yan Mashi was planning to book 2 rooms, but Jiang Ning refused when she said that. Jiang Ning felt that having two rooms would be a bit troublesome, as he would have to run back and forth later. After listening to Jiang Ning's explanation, Yan Mashi nodded, suddenly feeling that what Jiang Ning said seemed to make a lot of sense. So in the end she booked a large room with two beds, which would be just right for them to sleep with the children. Okay, let's go in quickly. I already asked, and this room has a bathroom, so we can go in and take a shower in a bit. Some rooms don't have one, but luckily I chose this one. The children really needed a good wash, given their current condition. When they got to the room, Jiang Ning asked Yan Mashi to help the children wash first, as he would have to go back another time. He hadn't brought the clothes from the car up yet, and if he didn't, the children wouldn't have any clothes to wear after their baths. Yan, I'll go downstairs and bring up some clothes and other things we need. You take the children to bathe first. Seeing Jiang Ning rushing downstairs, Yan Mashi immediately nodded. They brought so much stuff that Jiang Ning had to make 3 trips back and forth before finally finishing moving it all. Jiang Ning was exhausted. He had never been this tired before when he was working. He couldn't control himself and fell asleep on the chair. Yan Mashi waited in the bathroom for a while, but Jiang still hadn't brought the clothes over. She couldn't help but get anxious and told the children to wash themselves first while she went out to see if Jiang Ning had returned. After Yan Mashi went out, she looked at Jiang Ning, who was sleeping there, and for some reason, she suddenly felt a pang of heartache. Logically speaking, this shouldn't be the case. Looking at the things around Jiang Ning, Yan Mashi carefully began to take them out. After taking what she needed, she turned around and went back into the bathroom. When she finished bathing the children and came out, she saw that Jiang Ning was still asleep. Yan Mashi hesitated for a moment, but finally woke Jiang Ning up. Jiang Ning was a little confused when he was woken up, as if he didn't know what he should do for a moment. Yan, am I asleep? Jiang Ning felt a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected to fall asleep. He had come upstairs after getting his things and was planning to go in and help Yan Mashi, but he hadn't expected to fall asleep by accident. Jiang Ning, go take a shower first. You need to change your clothes. I'll help you wash them later. Go take a shower quickly. Jiang Ning felt a little embarrassed when Yan Mashi offered to help him wash his clothes. Yan, you don't need to help me wash them, I can do it myself. You wash the babies instead. Jiang Ning mainly felt that it was a bit strange to have Yan Mashi help him wash his clothes, but he didn't know how to describe that strange feeling. Seeing Jiang's expression, Yan Mashi immediately became dissatisfied, and she looked at Jiang Ning with some anger. Jiang Ning, don't you consider me family? We live together, and all I want to do is help you with your laundry. You won't even agree to that? Jiang Ning was at a loss for words after Yan Mashi said that. Seeing that Yan Mashi looked like she was about to cry if he didn't explain himself, Jiang Ning could only nod. However, he still washed his own underwear while showering. He wouldn't feel so embarrassed if Yan Mashi washed the rest of his clothes. Jiang Ning still couldn't get used to having Yan Mashi wash his underwear, such intimate clothing. Yan, I'm going to take a shower now. When Jiang Ning came out after taking a shower, he felt a little embarrassed when he saw Yan Mashi coming over to help him take his clothes to wash. But because of Yan Mashi's appearance just now, he couldn't refuse, so he could only hand over the clothes in his hand and ask Yan Mashi to wash them for him. Yan Mashi was very quick and finished washing Jiang Ning's clothes in no time. Only then did Jiang Ning realize that Yan Mashi seemed to always wash clothes by hand. Jiang Ning felt he needed to find some time to install one at home when he returned, so that Yan Mashi wouldn't have to keep washing her clothes by hand. Yan, let me air it out. Jiang Ning subconsciously took the washed clothes from Yan Mashi's hand, intending to hang them up to dry. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yan Mashi did not refuse. When Jiang Ning took the clothes away, Yan Mashi realized that her clothes were among them. Chapter 78 contains her personal clothing. Thinking of this, Yan Mashi's face immediately turned red. Mainly, she felt embarrassed to ask Jiang Ning to help her hang up her underwear inside. But Jiang Ning had already taken everything away, so she couldn't very well go and snatch it anymore. Yan Mashi felt increasingly embarrassed. Just then, the children came out, and Yan Mashi immediately went to their side, pulling them towards the bed. Babies, let me take you to dry your hair first. Your dad went to hang up the laundry and will be back in a bit. Shall we go dry our hair first, and then we'll go out to eat after your dad finishes hanging up the laundry? Hearing Yan Mashi say this, the children thought for a moment, nodded, and couldn't help but touch their stomachs, as if they were indeed a little hungry. After Yan Mashi finished wiping the children's clothes, Jiang Ning also returned after hanging up the clothes. When Jiang Ning returned, his face was a little red, probably because he had felt a bit embarrassed while helping Yan Mashi hang up the clothes. Actually, Jiang Ning felt a little embarrassed when he saw Yan Mashi's clothes, but it was only for a moment. He quickly recovered, helped Yan Mashi hang up her clothes, and then came in. The moment Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi, he felt a little embarrassed. He immediately went to the children's side and helped them dry their hair. After helping the children dry their hair, Jiang Ning noticed that Yan Mashi's hair was still dripping wet. He immediately went to Yan Mashi's side and started drying her hair. Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed and couldn't help but speak to Jiang Ning behind her. "Jiang Ning, I can handle this myself." Even though Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning didn't stop what he was doing and kept wiping Yan Mashi's hair. Seeing that Yan Mashi was about to move, Jiang Ning immediately pressed her down. Yan, don't move. I'll wipe it for you. If I wipe it for you, it will dry faster. We still need to eat later, and we don't want it to get too late and we'll be hungry." Seeing that Yan Jiangning insisted, Yan Mashi did not refuse again and obediently sat down to let Jiang Ning wipe her. After drying their hair, Jiang Ning took them out to eat. They were tired after a long day and hadn't eaten much. Yan, is there anything you like to eat? I'll take you there to eat." Yan Mashi shook her head. There was nothing she particularly wanted to eat right now. Seeing Yan Mashi shake her head, Jiang Ning turned to the three children beside her and asked, "Babies, what about you? Is there anything you want to eat?" After thinking for a moment, Erbo spoke first. He looked up at Jiang Ning and said to him somewhat shyly, "Daddy, baby wants to eat roast duck, is that okay?" When Erbao said that, the eyes of the two children next to him lit up immediately. Seeing their expressions, Jiang Ning knew that they also wanted to eat. "Of course. Babies, you can tell Daddy anything you want to eat, and if there's anything he wants, Daddy will take you to eat it." Jiang Ning's words made the children very happy, and they couldn't help but grin at him. "Thank you, Dad." Jiang Ning took the children outside and searched for a while before finally finding a roast duck restaurant. The aroma from outside was already incredibly enticing. "Dad, it smells so good." When the children smelled this, they became a little anxious, and their stomachs started rumbling involuntarily. The sound was quite loud, especially from Xiaobao's belly, which was so loud that even people outside could hear it. Xiaobao felt embarrassed when she saw everyone staring at her. She instinctively covered her tummy, probably thinking that if she covered it, no one would hear her. "Xiaobao, are you hungry? Let's go inside quickly so Xiaobao can fill his little tummy, okay?" Although Xiaobao was a little embarrassed, she nodded when she heard Jiang Ning ask her that question. "Dad, let's go inside quickly. It smells so good." Seeing how eager the children were, Jiang Ning nodded and then led them into the roast duck restaurant. As soon as I entered, the owner came to greet me. "Handsome guy, beautiful lady, please come this way. There's a menu on the table. Take a look and write down what you like in the notebook. I'll come and get it in a bit." Jiang Ning nodded, then handed the menu that was in front of him to Yan Mashi. Yan, do you see if there's anything you want to eat?" Yan Mashi took the menu and saw the dishes she liked. After ordering, she also ordered 2 dishes that the children liked. When Jiang Ning took the menu, he saw that Yan Mashi had ordered so little, so he couldn't help but order a few more dishes. When the dishes were served, they were quite a feast. And they were all still steaming hot, looking absolutely delicious. Jiang Ning stood up abruptly, startling Yan Mashi and the children who were momentarily stunned by his sudden appearance. In the end, Jiang Ning spoke first, looking at Yan Mashi and smiling as he spoke. Yan, in this place, you pay first and then eat. I'm going over there to pay back the money first, and then you can eat." When Jiang Ning went to repay the money, Yan Mashi did not let the children do it first. The children were also exceptionally sensible. Even though Yan Mashi didn't offer them any food, they resolutely refused. Although their stomachs were growling with hunger, they understood one thing: they absolutely could not touch their chopsticks until they had started eating. When Jiang Ning returned after paying, he saw that no one had started eating yet, and couldn't help but speak up. Yan, I just told you to eat first, why haven't you eaten yet? Eat quickly." Jiang Ning picked up his chopsticks and first served Yan Mashi a dish, then he and the children each picked up a dish with their chopsticks. The children were very happy. They glanced at Yan Mashi, and only when Yan Mashi nodded did they start eating. "How is it? Is it delicious?" Seeing the children eating with their mouths full of oil, Jiang Ning couldn't help but pick up a tissue and wipe their mouths for them. "Take your time, there's no rush, we have plenty of time." Jiang Ning didn't know if it was because of the heat, but he noticed that the children's faces were all red, bright red. Yan, look at the children, look at Erbao. Why are their faces so red all of a sudden? Is it because the weather is too hot? Chapter 79. Erbao is sick. After Jiang Ning's reminder, Yan Mashi immediately looked at Erbao. When she saw the abnormal redness on Erbao's face, she immediately became worried. Yan Mashi immediately went to Erbao's side and reached out to touch Erbao's forehead. When she touched Erbao's forehead, the abnormal temperature made her feel a little scared. Second baby, is there anything that's bothering you? Why are you suddenly so hot? Erbao thought for a moment about what was wrong, and then immediately shook his head. Without my mother, I feel perfectly fine now, and I have no discomfort whatsoever. Although Erbao looked very energetic, Yan Mashi was still a little worried, since no one would get a fever for no reason. Jiang Ning, Erbao has a fever now, what should we do? Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with a worried expression. She was concerned that something might happen to Erbao. When Jiang Ning heard that Erbao had a fever, he immediately stood up, went to Erbao's side, and touched Erbao's forehead. Jiang Ning hadn't expected it to be so hot, but luckily they had already almost finished eating. Jiang Ning immediately picked up Erbao and looked at Yan Mashi beside him. Yan, Erbao's current behavior isn't normal. We need to take him to the hospital quickly. You should know the way to the hospital, right? You lead the way, and we'll take Erbao there right away. Yan Mashi hesitated for a moment after hearing Jiang Ning's words. She thought for a moment and then said to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning is a small village, and there is no hospital in this small village. Yan Mashi's words shocked Jiang Ning. He really didn't expect that this place didn't even have a hospital. Yan, there isn't even a hospital in this place. So if you have a headache or something, do you have to bear it all by yourself? Jiang Ning found the idea of such a scenario somewhat unacceptable. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask that question, she immediately shook her head. Of course, they weren't the type to rush to the hospital for every minor illness. In Jiangning, people here only go to the hospital when they have a serious illness. Otherwise, they go to nearby clinics. Besides, it's getting late now, and there's no time to go to the hospital. Yan Mashi thought for a moment, then suddenly spoke to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, let's take Erbao to a small clinic first. Let's see what's wrong. Jiang Ning found it hard to accept taking her child to a small clinic, but she knew there was no other way for now, so she had to do it this way for the time being. Led by Yan Mashi, Jiang Ning arrived at the small clinic in the village. There was only one old man inside. As soon as Yan Mashi entered, the old man immediately looked up. When he saw Yan Mashi, he immediately burst out laughing. Isn't this Xiao Yan? What brings you back? Yan Mashi didn't expect that this old man would still remember her after so long. For a moment, she didn't know why, but she suddenly felt a lump in her throat. This emotion came on quite unexpectedly. Grandpa, you still remember me? I thought you'd forgotten me long ago since I last visited. The old man in front of him just smiled, and when he saw Jiang Ning holding a child in his arms behind him, he immediately looked at Jiang Ning and spoke. Young man, is that a child you're holding? Is he sick? Come over here and let me take a look. Jiang Ning had no other choice but to send the child to that old man. The old man worked quickly and immediately began to examine the items carefully. Jiang Ning looked at the scene before him with some worry. Yan Mashi saw how anxious he was and, for some reason, suddenly grabbed Jiang Shan's hand and comforted him. Jiang Ning, don't worry, Grandpa is very capable. Erbao, hurry up, nothing will happen. As soon as she finished speaking, Yan Mashi suddenly realized that she seemed to have just pulled Jiang Ning's hand. Thinking of this, Yan Mimi became a little anxious and was about to open her hand, but Jiang Ning disagreed and held Yan Mashi's hand tightly. Seeing that she couldn't break free, Yan Mashi had no choice but to let Jiang Ning hold her. The main problem was that she wanted to struggle, but she wasn't as strong as Jiang Ning, so she couldn't. The old man looked after Erbao for a while before looking at Jiang Ning and the others and speaking. Did you guys just eat something? Although Jiang Ning didn't know why the old man asked that question, it was indeed during their meal that Erbao's problem occurred. Yes, we were just eating. What's wrong, sir? Is Erbao acting like this because he ate something that upset his stomach? The old man nodded, but Jiang Ning still couldn't quite believe it, mainly because they had all eaten it, but they didn't have any problems at all. But, sir, we ate it all, so why didn't any of us have any problems? Before Jiang Ning could say anything, Yan Mashi spoke up immediately. Seeing their puzzled looks, the old man immediately explained to them. It's not a problem with the food itself, but rather that your child is allergic to a certain food, though the exact food hasn't been identified yet. When Jiang Ning heard Erbo mention food allergies, he immediately looked at the old man in front of him and asked anxiously, "What should we do about this old man's current condition?" The old man didn't reply to Jiang Ning's question. He simply placed Erbo gently on the bed next to him and then went inside. No one knows what he did inside. When the old man came out again, he was holding a needle in his hand, which meant he was going to get a shot. Erbo wasn't asleep to begin with, and when he saw the needle in the old man's hand, he was momentarily frightened and couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning smiled reassuringly at Erbo. "Baby, don't worry, it'll be over soon. After the injection, we can go home." Although she didn't want to get a shot, Erbo knew it was impossible, so she could only obediently endure it. "Baby, don't be afraid, Mommy and Daddy will always be here with you." As soon as Yen Mashi spoke, the old man's hands trembled slightly. "Xiaoyan, you're not going to tell me this is your child, are you? Aren't you still in school? How did you suddenly get a child?" Hearing the old man ask that question, Yen Mashi nodded, looking at him somewhat embarrassed. "Grandpa, this was an accident, but we are living a very happy life now." Chapter 80, Erbo is sick Part 2. Yen Mashi burst into laughter. She looked at Jiang Ning beside her, feeling a little embarrassed. To her surprise, the moment she looked over, Jiang Ning was also looking at her. "Good, that's good. As long as you're happy, that's all that matters. Young man, you're holding my child so I can properly attach the nails." Seeing the child's current state, Jiang Ning became anxious and immediately went to the child's side and picked him up. Perhaps it was because her family was around, but Erbo suddenly felt less uncomfortable. "Baby, it's okay, don't be afraid. You'll feel better after we get the shot." Erbo nodded. He knew he needed a shot, but he was still a little scared. The moment Jiang Ning held him in his arms, he seemed to feel much better. The master told Jiang Ning to remove the baby's penis so it would be easier for him to get the injection. Before Jiang Ning could even react, the old man had already inserted the needle, catching Jiang Ning completely off guard. The child instinctively started to struggle, and Jiang Ning immediately hugged Erbo, afraid that something might happen if he struggled. The old man was probably afraid that if he pushed it all in at once, the child would be in a lot of pain, so he did it slowly, pushing it in little by little. Even so, Erbo kept struggling, and it looked like she was in a lot of pain. Jiang felt heartbroken seeing Erbo like this, but there was nothing he could do. He didn't know how to help Erbo, so he could only hug Erbo tightly to make him feel better. After waiting for a while, the injection was finally completed. Jiang Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief as he watched the old man pull it out. Erbo also cried the moment the needle was pulled out. Jiang Ning immediately hugged Erbo and carefully began to coax him. "Baby, it's okay, you're all better now. Daddy will take you to buy some candy later, okay? Don't cry anymore." When Erbo heard that there was candy to eat, his eyes lit up immediately, and he eagerly asked for it. "Daddy, really? Can baby really eat candy?" Xiaobao remembers that when he was sick, his mother would never let him eat candy because she said that eating candy was bad for his health. Jiang Ning patted Erbao's head and nodded at him. "Of course you can. Daddy will take you to buy it in a little while, okay? Be a good boy girl." When the child heard Jiang Ning say that, he immediately stopped crying and became happy. After the old man prepared the medicine for them, they prepared to take the children back to their lodgings. Jiang Ning originally wanted to take the children sightseeing, but now that Erbo has a fever, it's not feasible for them to go out in the evening. If a person with a fever is exposed to drafts, their condition may worsen, so children should definitely not be exposed to drafts. As they were leaving, the old man specifically reminded them not to let the child be exposed to the wind. At a time like this, it's best not to buy candy. The child shouldn't be exposed to the wind. You should take the child home quickly. Jiang Ning nodded, then picked up Erbo and went outside. Once outside, Erbo looked rather sullen. Jiang Ning had at least lived with the children for a while, so he could now more or less discern their expressions. So when he saw Erbo like this, he immediately realized that Erbo was a little unhappy. Jiang Ning knew why Erbo was unhappy, so he immediately turned Erbo around to face him and then spoke to him earnestly. "Erbo, why are you unhappy? It's not because of what the old man just said." Hearing Jiang Ning ask this question, Erbo felt a little embarrassed for a moment, but looking at his father who was staring at him, Erbo finally nodded. "Daddy, can't I really go buy candy? I want to eat candy." Jiang Ning looked at the child's expectant face and finally nodded in response to the child's hopeful gaze. Baby, you heard what Grandpa said, right? You can't be out in the wind right now. That candy shop is a bit far from here, and you'll definitely get chilled if you go there. So let's not go there. We'll wait until you're better and then Daddy will take you, okay? Since Jiang Ning has said so, Bao has no way to go even if he wants to. So in the end, he could only look at Jiang Ning and nod, seeing the disappointment in his eyes, as if he was about to cry. Jiang Ning almost burst out laughing when he saw Bao like this. However, at this moment, when Bao was still very sad, Jiang Ning knew that he couldn't do that. Baby, even though you can't go, Daddy can. Daddy will take you back to where we live first, and then come out to buy you candy, okay? As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Xiao Bao's eyes lit up, filled with anticipation. Even though Jiang Ning had said that, Bao still couldn't quite believe it and couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning again and ask. Daddy, are you telling the truth? You're not lying to me this time, are you? Jiang Ning would never lie to a child, so he immediately shook his head at Bao. How could Daddy lie to you, baby? Let's go home now. You go home and get a good night's sleep. When you wake up, Daddy will definitely have bought you candy. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Bao's face lit up with a smile, and he was filled with excitement. After Jiang Ning sent Yan Mashi and the others back, he turned and left. He had to fulfill his promise to the children as soon as possible. He didn't want to appear as a person who broke his word in their eyes. However, Jiang Ning didn't actually know where the convenience store was, so he could only ask as he walked. Fortunately, the people here are quite warm and welcoming. Jiang Ning asked around as he went, though some of the older folks were a bit gossipy. When they saw Jiang Ning approaching, they kept asking him about Yan Mashi, but Jiang Ning just gave them vague answers. When Jiang Ning found the shop, he bought several kinds of candy, thinking that the children would be very happy when he got back. The next day, when Bao woke up, the first thing he did was ask Jiang Ning to buy him some candy. Jiang Ning immediately handed him the candy she had bought, and Yan Mashi, who was standing next to her, couldn't help but frown. In her mind, children shouldn't eat just anything when they're sick. Chapter 81, Taking the Baby to the Hospital. So when Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning giving candy to Bao, who was still sick, she instinctively wanted to refuse. Seeing how happy Bao was, Yan Mashi didn't know why, but for a moment she couldn't bear to say anything more. Although Yan Mashi didn't say anything, Jiang Ning knew what she meant just by looking at her expression. Jiang Ning didn't say anything, but when he saw Bao so happy, he was actually very happy too. Kids, you can play by yourselves for a bit. Daddy has something to tell your mom, I'll be right back. The children nodded immediately, and Jiang Ning grabbed Yan Mashi's hand and pulled her outside. Although Yan Mashi was a little confused, she cooperated with Jiang Ning. As soon as Jiang Ning pulled her like that, she followed him outside. She also happened to have something she wanted to talk to Jiang Ning about, and now was the perfect time to ask him. When they came outside, Yan Mashi spoke first, looking at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, my child is sick now. Will eating candy be bad for his health? Jiang Ning already knew what question Yan Mashi wanted to ask, so he wasn't surprised when he heard her ask it that way. He looked at Yan Mashi and said with a smile. Yan, as for candy, just a few pieces won't cause any problems, so don't worry about it. Since Jiang Ning had already said that, Yan Mashi couldn't say anything more. In her childhood memories, being sick meant you definitely couldn't eat candy. Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning in front of her and felt that Jiang Ning seemed to have some questions to ask her, but he seemed hesitant. Jiang Ning, is there something you want to ask me? If you have something to say, just say it. You yourself said that we are family now. If we are family, shouldn't we just say what's on our minds? Jiang Ning thought Yan Mashi's words made sense, so he nodded and looked at Yan Mashi to ask a question. Yan, I was just thinking, with Bao acting like this, should we take him to the hospital to find out what's wrong? Grandpa said it's a food allergy, but we have no idea what kind of food it is. If we take the baby to the hospital for a checkup, they should be able to find out the cause, so we can prevent this from happening again next time. Jiang Ning had barely finished speaking when he kept looking at Yan Mashi, worried that she might not agree. But to his surprise, as soon as he said that, Yan Mashi immediately nodded without hesitation. Jiang Ning, I had the same thought as you. We should take the baby to the hospital for a checkup to be on the safe side. Although the old man prescribed some medicine for the baby, he doesn't have the specialized equipment, so he can't find out exactly what food the baby is allergic to. If you go to the hospital, the doctor should be able to find out. The two of them discussed it and decided that it would be better to take the baby to the hospital for another checkup, but today's activities might have to wait until tomorrow. Yen, let's get ready first. We'll take the baby to see the doctor later. The baby's fever has gone down now, and we can also stroll around the town. Yen Mashi agreed with Jiang Ning's suggestion and immediately nodded to him. I'll go in and tidy up now. You go and tell Uncle Fu that we'll go help out at his lotus pond tomorrow. Jiang Ning nodded. This was indeed something that needed to be discussed. The main reason was that they had already promised Uncle Fu to go and help today, and they couldn't just all suddenly stop going. There had to be a reason, otherwise it would be breaking their promise. When Yen Mashi went inside, she saw that the red bumps that had appeared on Erbao's body the night before had not gone away, and she felt a little sorry for him. Baby, will this make you very itchy? When Erbao heard Yen Mashi ask that question, he immediately nodded. He felt his hands were itching, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to go around, but his mother wouldn't allow it. Yen Mashi did indeed tell Erbao not to wrap the wound, mainly because if the wound reopened after it was wrapped properly, it would definitely leave a scar. Babies, get up, mommy will help you get dressed. After we finish eating, we'll take the second baby to the hospital for a checkup. When Erbao heard that he had to go to the hospital again, he was a little unhappy, but he didn't mind because he knew that his parents were taking him to the hospital for his own good. Mom, why does my second brother still need to go to the hospital? Isn't he better already? Xiao Bao was a little confused. She hated going to the hospital. The hospital was the place that left the deepest impression on her. Although she was only 4 years old, it seemed that she had spent most of her time in the hospital. Since the old man couldn't find out what your second brother ate last night, we'll take him to get checked now. After Yen Mashi finished speaking, she turned to look at Erbao and said to him, Erbao, you can't eat anything right now, okay? We'll go to the hospital for a checkup first, then you can eat. Yen Mashi has read many books, so she has some knowledge of medical matters. She knew that she couldn't eat anything before the checkup, so that the tests could be done properly. Erbao was very sensible. He nodded to indicate that he understood. Mom, then we won't eat anymore. We'll eat after my second brother's checkup is over. Yes. Mom, we're not eating anymore, we're not hungry yet. Just as Yen Mashi was about to say something, Jiang Ning returned. He had heard everything the children had said. Jiang Ning immediately laughed and spoke to the children. Since that's the case, let's not eat for now. We'll go out to eat after your second brother has finished his checkup, okay? After saying this, Jiang Ning subconsciously looked at Yen Mashi, asking for her opinion. Yen Mashi thought about it for a moment. Actually, she felt that things outside were not as hygienic as those at home, but looking at the children's expectant eyes, she couldn't refuse them right away. In the end, Yen Mashi nodded and agreed. When the children saw Yen Mashi agree, they were excited and thrilled. They almost jumped for joy. Chapter 82 The Troublemaker. Alright, let's set off now. If we don't need to eat, we can leave right now. Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning when he returned and couldn't help but ask him a question. Jiang Ning, have you told Uncle Fu? Jiang Ning nodded. He had already spoken with Uncle Fu, and Uncle Fu had agreed. I've already spoken with Uncle Fu. He said that they're busy digging lotus roots there right now, so we don't need to rush. We can go whenever we have time. Yen Mashi was truly relieved and took the children's hands as they walked outside. As soon as Yen Mashi stepped outside, she saw someone standing there. She recognized the person at a glance. She's the same Haitang that the older woman mentioned was getting married when she first came here last time. When Haitang saw Yen Mashi, her eyes were full of surprise. Xiaoxi, you're really back. When my aunt told me, I didn't believe it. Was it because I'm getting married and you couldn't bear to leave me? Dolly came back because of that. Now that you're back, it's no use. Dolly is my husband now. Although we haven't had a wedding yet, it's practically the same. When Haitang said those words, she was very excited. When she heard the older woman say that Yen Mashi was back, she was a little scared, worried that Yen Mashi was back to take Dolly away from her. She understood Dolly well. Dolly always had Yen Mashi in her heart. If Yen Mashi said she wanted to be with Dolly now, Haitang felt that Dolly might agree. So no matter what, she couldn't let Yen Mashi ruin her plans. When Yen Mashi heard her say that, she immediately burst out laughing. Haitang, I don't know what gave you this misconception that I like Dolly. I can tell you with certainty that I have never had any feelings for Dolly that go beyond friendship. Everything else is just your own assumption. Haitang didn't believe Yen Mashi at all. She looked at Yen Mashi and her eyes suddenly turned fierce. Impossible. Dolly said you like him. Dolly wouldn't lie. If it weren't for my money, Dolly would never be with me. Now I just want to tell you, don't think that just because you're back, Dolly will be with you. You're just a poor person and can't give Dolly what he wants. When Yen Mashi heard Haitang say that, for some reason, she felt sorry for her. She knew that the man was only with her because of her money, but looking at her, she seemed quite satisfied. I don't have time to waste with you right now. I have important things to do. If you don't have anything else to do, please leave and don't block my way. After Yen Mashi finished speaking, she called out to Jiang Ning behind her. Jiang Ning, we're here. Let's go to the hospital now. We shouldn't let some irrelevant people delay our trip. When Haitang saw Jiang Ning driving up, her eyes widened in disbelief. She recognized the car Jiang Ning drove, each one cost around 1 million yuan. When Haitang saw Yen Mashi get into the car, she could hardly believe it. She was stunned when the car drove past her. She hadn't expected that such a nice car belonged to Yen Mashi, which she found hard to accept. She had always thought that Yen Mashi was worse off than her, but now the car Yen Mashi drove was 10 times more expensive than hers, which was really hard for her to accept. Watching Yen Mashi and the others walk away, Haitang decided to go home and bring Dolly over to see how Yen Mashi would react when she saw Dolly. As soon as he got into the car, Jiang Ning kept looking at Yen Mashi. Although Jiang Ning didn't say anything, Yen Mashi knew that Jiang Ning was curious about what had just happened. She took a deep breath, composed herself, and then spoke to Jiang Ning. The woman I just saw was someone I knew when I lived here. We went to the same school from elementary to middle school. But when I went to high school, I moved to town with my parents. I don't know if she had her parents find a way or what, but she came with me about 6 months after I enrolled in that school. She was very friendly with me at the time. I didn't know what she was up to, but I didn't say much. A guy from our village named Dolly came with her. Later, because of their invitation, I would go back to the countryside with them every few weeks. I don't know what happened, but rumors started circulating in the village, saying that Dolly and Haitang were a perfect match, and that I was the third party who came between them. My original thought was that since I was good friends with them, as long as they didn't mind, that was fine. But to my surprise, it was Haitang who told the villagers these things, saying that I wanted to steal her boyfriend. When Yen Mashi got to this point, she took a deep breath and paused for a while before speaking again. What the villagers didn't know was that the two of them weren't boyfriend and girlfriend at all. There was nothing between me and Dolly. It was all Haitang who kept spreading rumors. She probably realized that Dolly seemed to like me, so she was afraid, and that's why she kept doing those things. When Yen Mashi said this, Jiang Ning immediately understood. It was because of a woman's jealousy that the woman named Haitang did that. Yen, what happened next? Jiang Ning was curious about what happened next. Seeing Jiang Ning's curious expression, Yen Mashi originally didn't plan to continue, but seeing that Jiang Ning seemed eager to listen, she had no choice but to continue. Later, nothing much happened. Dolly told me he liked me, but I didn't like him at all, so I rejected him. Not long after, I heard that Dolly was with that Haitang. By the way, Haitang is the same person we just met outside. Jiang Ning nodded. He now had a general understanding of the situation. Yen, so she heard you were coming and came over specifically to show off to you, right? Yen Mashi nodded. In her opinion, that was indeed the case. However, when Yen Mashi thought about how Haitang's expression changed when she saw Jiang Ning's car, she couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and ask. Jiang Ning, is your car very expensive? Chapter 83. How is the doctor? Jiang Ning didn't know why Yen Mashi suddenly asked him that, but he still told her the truth. This car is currently priced at over 800,000 yuan on the market. What's wrong, Yen? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Yen Mashi couldn't help but gasp, finding it hard to accept. Does a car like this really cost 800,000 yuan? When Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning nod affirmatively, she understood that Jiang Ning had not lied to her, and that this matter was true. After she learned the price of the car, Yen Mashi understood why Haitang was so shocked when she saw Jiang Ning drive it out. She must have figured out the price of the car, otherwise she wouldn't have had that expression. Yen, is there something wrong? Yen Mashi shook her head. Nothing was more important than her child right now. Jiang Ning, are we almost at the hospital? Did you use navigation? I'm not very familiar with hospitals around here. I only have a general idea of the direction, but it's all a bit vague. Jiang Ning definitely had navigation on. If he hadn't, he wouldn't have known which way to go. Don't worry, Yen Yen. I'm on my way. We'll be there soon. Let's take Airbao to get checked out first and see what's wrong. Yen Mashi was definitely very supportive of this. When they arrived at the hospital, Yen Mashi took the other two children, while Jiang Ning held the second child. He couldn't be exposed to the sun yet, otherwise his body would itch even more. I don't know if there are any appointments at this hospital in Jiangning. If we don't have an appointment, will we be unable to get a number? This is also what Jiang Ning is worried about. He is worried that if they are in an unfamiliar place, people will have to make reservations, and they may not be able to make a reservation. However, when Jiang Ning finally arrived at the hospital, he breathed a sigh of relief. The hospital didn't seem to be crowded, so he probably didn't need an appointment. After Jiang Ning and his group went inside, they quickly formed a queue. Fortunately, there weren't many people, and it was Jiang Ning's turn in no time. After hearing Jiang Ning describe the child's problem, the doctor examined the child briefly and then asked Jiang Ning to take the child inside for an X-ray. We'll just have to wait and see how things go after the filming is done. Jiang Ning nodded, then led Erbao inside. Erbao was a little scared when it was time to film. There was nothing Jiang Ning could do but comfort him and tell him that it wouldn't hurt. When Jiang Ning finally managed to calm Erbao down, she came out and saw Xiaobao crying his eyes out. Seeing Xiaobao crying like this, Jiang Ning suddenly felt a pang of pain in her heart for some reason. He immediately went to Xiaobao's side and picked him up in his arms. He looked at Xiaobao and asked him anxiously, "Baby, what's wrong? Why are you crying like this all of a sudden? Did something happen?" Xiaobao just kept crying, without saying what was wrong with her, but Jiang Ning's heart ached terribly from crying. Having no other choice, Jiang Ning could only turn to Yen Mashi and ask her a question. "Yen Yen, do you know why Xiaobao is like this now?" Jiang Ning felt that Yen Mashi definitely understood the child better than he did. He couldn't figure out what was wrong with the child, but Yen Mashi definitely knew what was wrong with the child. Yen Mashi nodded. She did know what was wrong with the child, but she hesitated, unsure whether she should tell Jiang Ning. Seeing Jiang Ning's hesitant expression, Yen Mashi couldn't help but speak to him again. "Yen Yen, just tell me what's wrong with Xiaobao right now. Why is she crying like this? If I don't know why she's crying like this, I have no idea how to comfort her." When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say this, she hesitated for a moment, but finally looked at Jiang Ning and slowly spoke. When Xiaobao was born, although he was born at full term, he received almost no nutrition because he had two older brothers. He spent his first month in an incubator. She wasn't born until she was 3 months old, but after that, she was constantly sick, both big and small. This year, she had to go to the hospital frequently. Until she met you, I don't know why, but Xiaobao's health seems to have improved a lot all of a sudden. This is also why Xiaobao particularly dislikes hospitals. She wasn't like this when I brought her to the hospital before. This is what Yen Mashi can't understand. When Xiaobao came to the hospital to see the doctor before, he wasn't like this. But today she cried for some inexplicable reason. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi's explanation, for some reason, his heart ached even more intensely. "Baby, don't cry, it's okay. What happened before is in the past. You're fine now, aren't you? Daddy's here, he'll definitely make sure nothing happens to you." Jiang Ning thought to himself that he would definitely have to feed the children some more spiritual spring water from the space later, so that the children's bodies would be healthier. When Xiaobao heard Yen Mashi say that, she couldn't help but hiccup. She was genuinely scared. When it was Xiaobao alone before, she wasn't so scared, but today it was her brother, and she didn't know why, but she suddenly became worried. "Dad, will my brother be alright?" When Jiang Ning heard Xiaobao ask that question, he realized that Xiaobao was worried about Erbao inside. Jiang Ning couldn't help but pat Xiaobao's head and comfort him. "Xiaobao, don't worry, your second brother will be fine. He's just going in to check up, nothing will happen to him." Jiang Ning's words calmed Xiaobao down immediately. She stopped crying, but kept looking at the place where Erbao went, unable to look away for even a moment. Seeing her like this, Jiang Ning wanted to try to persuade her again, but after thinking about it, he decided not to, because he knew that the baby should be coming out soon. This checkup won't take long. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the door to the ward was opened. Xiaobao suddenly became a little anxious and kept looking towards Erbao. Jiang Ning felt a little anxious the moment he saw Erbao being pushed out. "Doctor, how is it? Can you find out anything? Chapter 84. Can I take anything?" The doctor looked at Jiang Ning and nodded, then said to Jiang Ning with certainty. He's probably allergic to onions, because quite a bit of time has passed and the food is almost completely digested, so it's not very clear. In this situation, you can only observe it further. Hearing the doctor say that, Jiang Ning nodded to show that he understood, but he was still a little worried. He looked at the doctor with some concern and asked, "Doctor, is there anything we should be careful about given his current condition? The most important thing for him right now is that he can't eat spicy food, but he can eat anything that isn't spicy." The doctor's words immediately put Jiang Ning at ease, and he looked at the doctor and asked again, "Doctor, if he's like this, when will he wake up? If he does, can we take him home?" The doctor shook his head and looked at Jiang Ning. "Given his current condition, it's best not to rush him home. Let him rest in the hospital for a while until the red bumps on his body clear up before you take him home." Jiang Ning knew that the doctor must have a reason for saying that, so she agreed and went to complete the hospitalization and surgery procedures. Not long after we entered the ward, Bo woke up. Everyone was overjoyed to see that Bo was awake. Jiang Ning immediately spoke to Yan Mashi with some delight. Yan, we haven't eaten anything this morning. I'll go buy some things so you can have something to eat, okay?" When Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi nod, he turned and left. Jiang Ning bought a lot of things, including the most important pork rib soup. The second baby is in this condition and needs to be properly nourished. The doctor just said that the child is too weak. Just after Jiang Ning bought the pork rib soup, he deliberately found a place where no one could see him, slipped into his spatial dimension, took out the spiritual spring water inside, and put some into the pork rib soup. In order to prevent the patient from recovering too quickly, Jiang Ning did not release much spiritual spring water. He only put in a little bit because he was afraid that putting in too much at once would arouse suspicion. "Baby, come here. You can't eat too much right now, just eat a little." Bao stayed in the hospital for 3 days before all the red bumps on his body disappeared. When Bao was first discharged from the hospital, he was like a wild horse, jumping and skipping around, and he was incredibly happy. "Mom, does this mean I'm all better now?" Yan Mashi looked at her second child, who was looking at her expectantly, and could only nod. She was also very happy that her second child was alright and she could come out. "Jiang Ning, shall we go back now? Or do we need to do something else?" When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi ask this question, he thought for a moment and then spoke to Yan Mashi. Yan, there's a big shopping plaza outside. I found it when I went out shopping these past few days. Why don't we go check it out? It seems like we haven't taken the kids there yet." Since Jiang Ning had said so, Yan Mashi couldn't very well refuse to go. She did indeed have some things she needed to buy, but she felt a little embarrassed if Jiang Ning came along, and for a moment she was conflicted, unsure whether or not to buy them. But let's think about these things when we get there. Anyway, we don't know if the shopping mall will have what she wants to buy. The children looked at Yan Mashi with some anticipation, because they knew that they would only have the chance to go shopping if Yan Mashi agreed. If Yan Mashi did not agree, their father would definitely not take them shopping. "Let's go shopping then. I happen to have something I need to buy." Yan Mashi was a little embarrassed when she said this. She didn't know why she hadn't brought such an important thing. But she had calculated the days before she came, so it couldn't be during this time. Yan Mashi didn't know why, but this time she brought it a week early, otherwise, she definitely would have brought it with her. Yan, what do you want to buy?" Zhang's sudden question startled Yan Mashi, who froze, feeling somewhat embarrassed to tell Jiang Ning what she wanted to buy. Seeing that Jiang Ning was staring at her as if waiting for her answer, Yan Mashi felt a little awkward and didn't know what to say. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Mashi, who didn't say anything and seemed a little shy. For some reason, he suddenly seemed to know what Yan Mashi wanted to buy. Yan, I won't ask anymore, let's set off now." When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that he wouldn't ask anymore, she immediately breathed a sigh of relief. He was genuinely worried that if she didn't tell him, and Jiang Ning kept pressing her for answers, it would be incredibly awkward. She had already planned it out. If Jiang Ning kept pressing her for answers, she would tell him to buy it for her, so that Jiang Ning would also feel awkward. Large shopping malls are quite a distance away. It took Jiang Ning a while to drive there. "We've arrived. This is the place. There are so many things inside, all sorts of things." When Yan Mashi saw the shopping plaza, she already knew what it was all about. The main reason was that the shopping plaza was really big, maybe 5 times bigger than a typical shopping plaza, or even more. The children's eyes widened in disbelief. "Wow, it's huge. We've never seen such a big shopping mall before. Don't even mention that the kids didn't see it. Even Yen Mashi, who used to love shopping, hadn't seen it, let alone the little kids like them. Seeing how curious they all looked, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to them. Since we haven't seen it before, let's go in and take a look now, okay? We'll buy lots and lots of things. This time, Dad won't stop you. We'll buy whatever you like, okay? When Jiang Ning said this, the children were so excited they almost jumped up. The main reason was that Jiang Ning's words were such a pleasant surprise to them, so they were all very excited when they heard them. Dad, really? Can we take whatever we like? Even though Jiang Ning said that, the children still couldn't quite believe it, so they couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and ask. When they saw Jiang Ning nod, they immediately looked at Yen Mashi. Chapter 85. Buy what you want. Yen Mashi knew they were asking for her opinion, so she nodded. Since your father has said so, then you can buy whatever you want. Yen Mashi thought that such opportunities only come around once in a while, and it was enough to make the children happy. Anyway, they would probably stay here for a while, and if they bought too much, they could finish it. However, Yen Mashi was very satisfied with the children's performance this time. They would no longer pile everything into the shopping cart indiscriminately as before. Yen Mashi still remembers how they looked when she went shopping with them a while ago. Fortunately, she stopped them in time, otherwise, they might have bought a lot of useless things to take home. This time, the children were very attentive when they went inside. They looked for the things they liked to eat, but they didn't take too much. When they got something that all three of them liked, they didn't say that everyone should take one. Instead, they discussed it and then one person would buy it. When Jiang Ning came in this time, he and Yen Moh pushed a shopping cart because he was worried that if they bought too much, they wouldn't have room to put it. Baby, put the things you bought over there in a bit, and your mom and I will put them here, okay? The children nodded without hesitation. Because Xiao Bao was quite small, Jiang Ning carried her to the shopping cart and let her sit down. Xiao Bao, if you see something you like later, just tell Daddy, or you can tell your brothers, and they can help you get it, okay? When Xiao Bao was first picked up, she was a little unwilling, but when she heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately nodded. Dad, Xiao Bao understands. Thank you, Dad. A group of shoppers gathered around, all looking at Jiang Ning and his family of 5 with some surprise. The main reason was that Jiang Ning's words had surprised them. This was the first time they had ever heard an adult be so generous. Normally, if their child wanted something, they would have to think it over. They were quite surprised to hear a couple next to them letting their children do whatever they wanted. As Yen Mashi strolled around, she saw something she wanted to buy, but it wouldn't be appropriate for her to bring Jiang Ning along to buy it. Therefore, Yen Mashi could only speak to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, keep an eye on the babies, I'm going over there to buy something. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi say that, he instinctively wanted to go with her. However, seeing Yen Mashi's expression, Jiang Ning knew that since she had said that, she definitely didn't want him to go with her. Okay, Yen, you go ahead and buy it. I'll look after the children. We'll go ahead first, and you can just come find us there later. Yen Mashi nodded and immediately headed towards her destination. After buying the items, Yen Mashi was still a little embarrassed, but there was nothing she could do but take them to Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning saw Yen Mashi coming over, she was holding something in her hand. Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, feeling a little embarrassed, but she still put the things inside. Jiang Ning knew Yen Mashi was embarrassed, so he pretended not to see it. Yen, look, should we buy some cooked food to take home? Yen Mashi felt much more at ease when she saw that Jiang Ning didn't seem to notice her putting things into the shopping cart. Just as she came to her senses, Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask her that question, and she immediately shook her head. In Jiangning, where we live now, it seems there's nowhere to cook. Even though it's cooked food, it still needs to be cooked a bit. Jiang Ning had already thought of the problem Yen Mashi raised. He looked at Yen Mashi in front of him and smiled as he spoke to her. Yen, I've already thought about the problem you mentioned. Take a look over there and see what it is. Yen Mashi looked in the direction Jiang Ning pointed, and all she could see were pots and pans. At first, Yen Mashi was a little confused when she saw these pots and pans, wondering what Jiang Ning meant by showing them to her. Jiang Ning, you're not thinking of taking it back to the guest house to cook, are you? That's probably not allowed. Seeing Yen Mashi's surprised expression, Jiang Ning burst out laughing. Yen, let's go buy a pot. Then we can just cook at the kitchen where the guesthouse owner and his family cook. I've already told the owner about this and paid for the gas and other necessities for this period. He agreed. The shop owner said we could use the pots if we wanted, but I think it's better for us to buy our own rather than using other people's. Let's see if they sell bowls later, and we can buy a few too. Yen Mashi found it a bit troublesome. Normally, if Jiang Ning didn't have to cook, he could sleep a little longer, but if he had to get up to cook, he would definitely have to get up earlier. Yen Mashi didn't want Jiang Ning to be so tired, so she spoke to him. But Jiang Ning, if we cook, you'll definitely have to get up very early. Won't you get tired? Let's just buy it directly. Jiang Ning felt that being able to cook for her family was a very happy thing, and she wouldn't feel tired at all. So when he heard Yen Mashi say that, he immediately shook his head. How could that be? Cooking for you is a very happy thing. I'm not tired at all, I really enjoy it. Also, the children can't always eat out, because out-of-town food isn't very nutritious. Homemade food is much more nutritious. Since Jiang Ning had already said so, Yen Mashi didn't argue anymore and could only nod in agreement. Okay, since you've said that, I won't say anything more. Let's hurry up and buy a pot. After buying the pot, Jiang Ning asked Yen Mashi to see if there was anything else she liked that she could buy as well, so that they wouldn't have to come back to buy things next time. The main problem is that they live in a village, and it's quite far to get out. Don't let the fact that Yen Mashi is already a mother of several children fool you. She can be just like a child sometimes, and she also loves to eat snacks. So when she heard Jiang Ning ask her to get something, Yen Mashi immediately grabbed some snacks. She wouldn't have ordered these things before, because she was afraid of wasting money. Chapter 86, A Whole Bunch of Stuff. The reason Yen Mashi bought this was because they made money from selling things, and not just a small amount. So this was the first time Yen Mashi had been so willful since giving birth. Yen, is there anything else you like? We'll buy it all. We'll be staying here for a few more days, so we'll definitely be able to finish it. If we really can't finish it, we can take it back with us. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yen Mashi still shook her head. She felt that she had bought enough. No need, Jiang Ning, this is enough. There's no need to buy any more, it would just be a waste. Seeing her insistence, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more, nodded, and then turned to look at the children beside him. Babies, have you finished shopping? If you have, Daddy will go to pay. When the children heard Jiang ask that question, they immediately nodded. They had already bought everything, there was just too much stuff. When Yen Mashi went to buy things, they brought over another shopping cart. They're all full now. If you add them all up, it's like 3 shopping carts full. Yen, you and the children wait here for me. I'll push one shopping cart over first, and then I'll come back for the others later. Yen Mashi felt she could help push it too. Although the shopping cart was full, it wasn't that heavy because it had wheels, and she could still push it. Jiang Ning, let's push it over together. The other 2 children nodded to Jiang Ning, thinking they could do it too. Dad, the babies can do it too, we'll encourage them to try it. After the 2 children finished speaking, they gave Jiang Ning a nudge to show him. Seeing that they were pushing the cart quite skillfully, Jiang Ning felt much more at ease. Okay, since you babies know how to push the cart, let's go over there to pay together. The 2 children were quite happy to be able to help their father, they were truly overjoyed. You push forward in front, and we watch from behind. The children immediately nodded and then pushed their carts to the front. Jiang Ning and Yen Mashi followed behind, exchanging a glance and both seeing smiles in each other's eyes. Baby, push slowly, don't rush. The moment Jiang Ning looked up, she noticed that the 2 children in front of her were pushing the stroller a little too fast, and she couldn't help but speak up. The main reason is that the kids in front of me are pushing the cart really fast. When they arrived at the cashier, Jiang Ning kept carrying things up there, and the cashier couldn't keep up with the count. Jiang Ning already had a lot of stuff piled up in his cart, and the people behind him had been waiting for a while. What they didn't expect was that after all the stuff in one cart was taken care of, Jiang Ning pulled up another cart, which was also completely full. This really surprised them. Hey handsome, there's too much stuff. Let me break it down for you. That way, you can easily check the accounts when you get back. This was no problem for Jiang Ning at all, so he nodded. Sure, you decide. I have another truckload over there, you decide how to pay for it. When they heard there was still one more car, even the cashier couldn't help but widen their eyes. She had been in this shopping plaza for quite some time and had never encountered a customer buying so many things at once. The cashier immediately called over her 2 colleagues and asked them to help calculate the amount, mainly because there were too many items and she was afraid she might make a mistake. The 3 of them huddled together and quickly finished calculating. There were too many items, so several cashiers helped Jiang Ning and his group carry the items to their car outside. Seeing that Jiang Ning and his group were about to leave, the group watched them go before going inside. As soon as I went in, I could hear the people inside discussing what had just happened. They are very happy now, because this big client will allow them to earn a lot more money today. The children sitting in the car had many things placed in front of their car seats. The main problem is that they really bought too much, and the trunk is already overflowing. There's no other way but to put it at the front. When they got back, Jiang Ning prepared to cook dinner and then asked Yan Mashi to take the children to tidy up first, since they had been playing in the shopping mall for so long and must be covered in sweat. Yan, take them to take a bath first. I'm going to cook. Is there anything you want to eat? When asked what she wanted to eat, Yan Mashi shook her head. She didn't seem to have anything she wanted to eat. Anyway, everything Jiang Ning made was delicious, so she would eat whatever Jiang Ning made. Daddy, baby wants to eat a small cake. Dabao suddenly spoke up, and Jiang Ning nodded. As for the small cakes, he had all the ingredients in his spatial store. Moreover, making small cakes isn't that complicated. Jiang Ning first found a secluded spot and bought all the materials he needed from the spatial marketplace, ensuring he wouldn't be discovered. After everything was prepared, Jiang Ning took the things and went into the backyard of their place. The boss had already told him that they cooked in the backyard. When he wants to cook, just go to the backyard to find him. The boss said that he usually stays in the backyard and doesn't go anywhere else. You can usually find him if you go to the backyard. Sure enough, as soon as Jiang Ning entered, he saw the owner of the guest house sitting there, lying comfortably on a recliner. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Ning thought that once he made money, he would find a tourist attraction, open a guest house, and then make money while lying down. With this thought in mind, Jiang Ning felt his fighting spirit surge. The guest house owner, who was lying down, had already seen Jiang Ning when he came in. He immediately got up from the recliner and rushed to Jiang Ning's side, mainly because Jiang Ning was very generous and he liked it. Hey handsome, are you getting ready to cook? I'll take you there right now. The cooking area was on a side path, with some simple kitchen utensils set up there. Although it was simple, Jiang Ning wouldn't mind as long as he could cook. It's right here. Next time you want to come in to cook, just come in directly. You know where it is now anyway. Chapter 87, Telling Stories to Children. Jiang Ning nodded. This made things much more convenient. Otherwise, Jiang Ning was worried that if he wanted to come and cook next time, the owner wouldn't be there, and he wouldn't know who to ask. With that remark, if no one is home next time he comes, he can go in and cook by himself. Boss, I'll go in and cook now. Have you eaten yet? When the guesthouse owner heard Jiang Ning ask that question, he immediately nodded. He had just finished eating and was out to cool off because it was too stuffy inside. Eat well, you can go do your thing now. Jiang Ning nodded. He really should go cook now, otherwise he was afraid the children would go hungry. Jiang Ning made it according to what the children liked. Baking the cake base would take longer, so he made that first. Once this is done, cooking other dishes won't take much time at all. Just as Jiang Ning was arguing seriously, Yan Mashi came over. When she saw Jiang Ning making a cake, she couldn't help but want to try it too. Jiang Ning, can I try this? Is it just a matter of piping on some cream? Yan Mashi was eager to try, but she didn't know how. Yes, Yan, just squeeze out the look you have in mind, and see what the final result is. Hearing that it was so simple, Yan Mashi immediately nodded and started to get started. It has to be said that Yan Mashi is quite talented in this area. The shapes she squeezes out are much better than those Jiang Ning squeezes out. In the end, Jiang Ning simply stopped squeezing in the cakes and let Yan Mashi do the rest. Yan, my squeezing doesn't look good. How about you squeeze the rest? Yan Mashi was in high spirits at the moment, so how could she disagree? She nodded without hesitation. Jiang Ning, don't worry. Leave this to me, I promise I'll make it look beautiful. Jiang Ning nodded. He really thought that Yan Mashi's styling was much better than his own, and it made him feel much happier. After it was done, Jiang Ning asked Yan Mashi to take a few to the guesthouse owner outside so they could try it out. Anyway, he made quite a lot this time. The guesthouse owner was somewhat surprised when he saw what they brought. You guys can eat it yourselves, it's so embarrassing to give it back to me. Although the boss said that, he immediately reached for the plate in Yan Mashi's hand and took it away. Thank you so much, you are all so kind. Seeing that everything had already been taken away, Yan Mashi followed Jiang Ning back. As soon as they got back, the children's eyes lit up when they saw the cake Jiang Ning was carrying. Although Jiang Ning had agreed to their request when they said those words, they still couldn't be sure whether he had actually done it. They were really excited when they saw what Jiang Ning was holding. Okay, everyone go wash your hands and then get ready to eat. Eat your main course first, and you can eat the cake after you finish eating, understand? Xiaobao's hand was already on the cake, but when she heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately pulled her hand back. She suddenly felt a little embarrassed, looked at Jiang Ning, and couldn't help but ask. Daddy, can Xiaobao try it first? Xiaobao really wants to eat it. Jiang Ning looked at Xiaobao's expectant face, and although she felt that eating cake before dinner might make him lose his appetite later. Looking into the child's expectant eyes, he couldn't bring himself to refuse and could only nod. Okay, then you can each have one. Dad will get them for you. Jiang Ning picked up the cake and gave one to everyone, including Yan Mashi, who was somewhat surprised. He didn't say anything, just nodded to Jiang Ning. Okay, let's eat. After we finish eating, we'll go for a walk outside. After finishing their meal, Yan Mashi took the initiative to wash the dishes. Jiang Ning originally wanted to wash them himself, but Yan Mashi disagreed. You're already tired from cooking, so let me help you with these little things. Seeing that Yan Mashi was so persistent, Jiang Ning didn't try to take it from her anymore. After she finished washing the dishes, Jiang Ning took the children out for a stroll. It's best not to sit or lie down immediately after eating. But this is the countryside, and there doesn't seem to be much to see. After wandering around outside for a while, I suddenly didn't know where to go next. Just as they were about to head home, Yan Mashi suddenly spoke to Jiang Ning, as if she had just thought of something. Jiang Ning, I remember there are many beautiful views on the mountains over there. How about we go and take a look together? What do you think? Since Yan Mashi spoke like that, Jiang Ning certainly wouldn't refuse, and she immediately nodded. Yan, let's find some time tomorrow to take the kids over to see it. I just don't know how high the mountain is. If it's not too high, we can treat it as exercise and see if we can climb to the top. If it's too high, then we'll have to forget about it. The main issue is that we have a child with us, otherwise, it would definitely be possible. Yan Mashi agreed with Jiang Ning's suggestion. They were with their child, otherwise, they could have easily climbed the mountain if it were higher. It's not very high. I remember there was another place where you could catch fish, which was a lot of fun. I used to go there often, but I don't know if it's still there now. It's getting late, so they have to head back home and come back tomorrow. After returning home, Jiang Ning went to put the children to sleep again. Yan Mashi tidied herself up and prepared to go to sleep. She originally wanted to coax the children, but they insisted on having a story told, which she didn't know how to do, so she had to ask Jiang Ning to do it. Jiang Ning is best at telling stories, after all, he has the system to help him. He can tell the babies whatever stories they want to hear through the system. Babies, close your eyes quietly, Daddy's going to tell you a story. In a remote little mountain village, there lived a flock of sheep. Jiang Ning's deep voice rang out, and the children gradually drifted off to sleep. Jiang Ning gently waved her hand beside them to make sure they were really asleep before slowly leaving the children's bedside. Chapter 88 Beautiful Scenery. Jiang Ning originally wanted to say something to Yan Mashi next to him, but to his surprise, when he helped the children cover themselves with the blankets and turned around, Yan Mashi was already asleep. Seeing that she had fallen asleep, Jiang Ning carefully covered Yan Mashi with the blanket. After covering her, he slowly lay down next to Yan Mashi and stared at her face, becoming somewhat mesmerized. Yan Mashi is truly beautiful, so beautiful that once you see her, you can't take your eyes off her. Jiang Ning watched for a long time before she felt a little sleepy and slowly fell asleep. When he woke up again, it was already broad daylight. No wonder he felt he had slept so well that day. Jiang Ning woke Yan Mashi up first, and then they divided the work as usual. Jiang Ning cooked, and Yan Mashi took care of the child. When Yan Mashi got up, she was still a little groggy and didn't know what to do. Yan, I'll leave the child's matter to you for now. I'm going out for a bit. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately nodded. She was just a little curious about what was going on outside Jiangning district at this time. Despite her curiosity, Yan Mashi knew this was Jiang Ning's own business and she didn't need to ask any further questions. Yan Mashi had almost finished taking care of the children, and they had all finished eating when Jiang Ning returned. The first thing Jiang Ning did upon returning was to give the things he was holding to Yan Mashi. Yan Mashi subconsciously reached out and took it, but looking at the thing in front of her, she was a little confused for a moment. Jiang Ning, what is this thing? Is it usable? What should I do now? The main reason Yan Mashi asked Jiang Ning was because she had never seen this before. Yen, this thing is for protecting your legs and elbows. We're going hiking, and we don't want to get injured accidentally. Bringing this up will provide good protection. When Yen Mashi heard him say that, she immediately nodded and squatted down. Using the things I bought in Jiangning, I helped the children tie themselves up, even pulling hard on them, just in case they weren't secure. Yen, stop pulling. This is very secure. Tie your own bandage on too. Yen Mashi was stunned when she saw what Jiang Ning suddenly handed her. Because she always believed that Jiang Ning had bought them for the children, and that she certainly hadn't. But to her surprise, Jiang Ning had considered everything. Do I have one too, Jiang Ning? Yen Mashi's tone was full of surprise, and she could hardly believe it. Her eyes widened in disbelief. Of course you should have it. You should have everything the kids have. Go and tie it on and see if it's too small. Yen Mashi nodded, immediately squatted down, and began to tie it up. It has to be said that Jiang Ning has a very sharp eye. He estimated the dimensions of these things by sight, and surprisingly, he was quite accurate. Seeing that Yen Mashi was already dressed, Jiang Ning immediately came to her side and asked her a question. Yen, what do you think? Does it fit? If it doesn't, I'll take it to get a replacement for you right now. These things were actually bought in the Jiangning Space Mall. They definitely weren't available in this village. Although they were available in the town, it was too far away. Moreover, Jiang Ning wasn't that stupid. The things in town were much more expensive than the things in his spatial storage. Therefore, under normal circumstances, Jiang Ning will not buy anything from outside if it is already in his space. Buying through the online marketplace is not only cheaper, but also very convenient. Jiang Ning, no need to change, this one is perfect, it fits me just right. Since Yen Mo had already said that, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more, he just nodded to Yen Mo. At this moment, Yen Mashi suddenly noticed something. She looked at Jiang Ning and spoke up, somewhat strangely. Jiang Ning, don't you have one yourself? Jiang Ning nodded. He felt that climbing mountains was not difficult for him at all, so he didn't need these things. He bought them for Yen Mashi and the children, but not for himself. No, Yen, I don't need it. Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, about to say something, but was immediately interrupted by Jiang Ning. Yen, let's stop discussing this now and head to the mountain you mentioned. The children were overjoyed to hear that they could leave right away. Alright then, let's set off now. The mountain is nearby, not far from here. Jiang Ning was originally going to drive, but Yen Mashi stopped him. Jiang Ning, if I remember correctly, that place is very close, but if you want to drive there, your car probably won't be able to get in. Since Yen Mashi had said that, Jiang Ning nodded and decided not to drive. There's no way to get there by car. It's useless anyway, as the car can't even fit. Driving it would just be a burden. Just as Yen Mashi had said, the mountain was nearby. They arrived in less than 5 minutes. However, they hadn't reached the entrance to the mountain, so they had to keep going. Yen, is that entrance far from here? Yen Mashi shook her head. She hadn't been here for a long time, not for the things here, or for some of the places here. Although she had some vague recollections in her mind, she didn't know how to express them. I only have some vague memories of Jiangning. We'll probably have to look for the details ourselves. Upon hearing Yen Mashi's words, Jiang Ning immediately nodded and then pulled the children along as they continued walking forward. Hard work pays off. Jiang Ning and his team were just incredibly lucky today. They found the entrance again in no time. Yen, come here and look, isn't this the entrance you were talking about? Jiang Ning pushed aside the grass at the entrance so that Yen Mashi could see clearly. Yen Mashi nodded immediately when she saw the cave entrance. Jiang Ning, yes, this is it. We can go in now. I just wonder if anything has changed over the years. Seeing Yen Mashi's somewhat sad expression, Jiang Ning immediately comforted her. Yen, don't overthink it. We'll find out when we go inside. When they went inside and saw the scene before them, they all widened their eyes in astonishment. So beautiful. Mom and Dad, it looks amazing. The mountain is covered with flowers of all colors, so beautiful that it makes people gasp in amazement. Chapter 89, that's amazing. This place is so beautiful that even Yen Mashi, who had been here with us before, couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. It was quite unexpected. Yen, the place you found is absolutely beautiful. Yen Mashi felt a little embarrassed by Jiang Ning's praise. She hadn't expected the place to be so beautiful. Jiang Ning, this place didn't have so many flowers before. I really didn't expect this scene. Yen Mashi walked to the flower and couldn't resist picking one and smelling it. Trigger a new task. Teach children to make flower wreaths to give to their mothers, teaching them gratitude. Success will earn you a reward. Upon hearing the system's words, Jiang Ning was momentarily stunned. If he remembered correctly, he hadn't completed his previous task yet. The space can sense what Jiang Ning is thinking. Host, don't worry about that. The two characters are different individuals, so there won't be any impact. Jiang Ning was immediately relieved to hear that there would be no impact. He was worried that if he didn't complete one task and started doing another, he wouldn't be able to handle any resulting consequences. Children, come here. Daddy will teach you how to make flower wreaths, okay? When you make pretty flower wreaths, you can give them to Mommy. Mommy will definitely love them. Hearing that their mother would like it, the children nodded without hesitation. Dad, let's do it now. Dad, please teach us quickly, okay? Jiang Ning nodded and glanced at Yen Mashi, who was having a great time in the sea of flowers not far away. He could tell that she was very happy. As expected, girls all like these flowers and plants. Seeing that Yen Mashi was still playing, Jiang Ning lowered his head and began to teach the children how to make flower wreaths. Jiang Ning himself didn't know how to make flower wreaths, but luckily he had a system. If he didn't know something, he could just ask the system. As soon as Jiang Ning finished asking the system, a video of making flower wreaths appeared in his mind. Jiang Ning watched it once and then memorized it. The first step in making a wreath is to find a relatively sturdy vine to serve as the support. This step is crucial. Without a support frame, it would be impossible to succeed. Babies, wait for Daddy a moment. Daddy will look around here to see if there are any vines. Jiang Ning searched for a while before finally finding what he needed. He tore off several pieces at once because he planned to make one for each of the 3 children, which meant he would need more. Dad, you're back. Hurry up and teach us. When the children saw Jiang Ning return, they were all quite excited and couldn't help but look at him and say. Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile at their excited expressions. Okay, Dad will teach you now. Don't get excited. The part of this wreath, the support at the bottom, is a bit tricky. Dad will show you how to make it now, and you can see if you can learn it. Jiang Ning deliberately slowed down his movements, hoping the children could learn it. However, perhaps because the children were too young, they still couldn't do it even after he taught them 3 times. Finally, having no other choice, Jiang Ning made the support frame for the children first. All that was left was for them to pick the flowers and then stick them in. The 3 children skipped and jumped around, picking the flowers they liked whenever they saw them. They couldn't stop at all. Jiang Ning looked at them so happy and couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. He shook his head with a smile. Babies, slow down, don't run too fast. Your mom is picking flowers over there too. The 3 children kept picking flowers, and when they came back, Jiang Ning had already made 2 flower wreaths. The children couldn't help but exclaim in admiration when they saw the flower wreaths Jiang Ning had made. Wow, Daddy, what you made is so beautiful. It's even prettier than what the other kids made. The children kept staring at the wreath Jiang Ning had finished, just as Jiang Ning finished the wreath in her hand. Jiang Ning immediately placed the flower wreath in his hand on the head of Xiaobao, who was closest to him. Xiaobao's eyes widened in disbelief. Dad, is this for Xiaobao? When Xiaobao saw Jiang Ning nod, his eyes lit up immediately. Thank you, Dad. Jiang Ning gave the remaining 2 wreaths to the other children, and everyone was very happy. It was clear that they really liked the wreaths. Babies, show Daddy what you made. Daddy will adjust it for you, and then we'll take it to Mommy so she can wear it, okay? Without hesitation, the children handed their flower wreaths to Jiang Ning. Because Jiang Ning had noticed that they weren't doing a very good job, he suggested that the 3 of them make one each, which would be faster. Dad, isn't it ugly? I don't know if Mom will like it. Dad, could you make another one for us? Dabao was the first to speak up. He thought the flower wreath they made was a bit ugly, and they wanted their dad to make a new one for them. Otherwise, they were too embarrassed to give it to their mom because it was so ugly. When Jiang Ning heard Dabao say that, he immediately burst out laughing. Babies, what you made is actually very pretty. I'll help you tidy it up, and it will definitely look even better. Wait a moment and see, Daddy will adjust it, and it will definitely look the same. The flowers the children picked were all very beautiful. If these flowers were mixed together, they would actually look very nice. However, the children didn't know how to arrange them and just randomly put them in, which is why the wreath didn't look very pretty. When Jiang Ning said this, the children's eyes lit up immediately, and they looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. Dad, really? If it's adjusted, will it really look good? Jiang Ning nodded affirmatively, and then began to make the adjustments. After Jiang Ning made these adjustments, the wreath looked much better. Babies, look at this, isn't it much better? The children's eyes lit up when they saw the flower wreaths, which looked so much prettier than before. Dad, you're amazing. This looks so much better. Let's go give it to Mom now. Mom will definitely love it. The children pulled Jiang Ning along and ran towards where Yan Mashi was. Yan Mashi also picked a large bouquet of flowers, which she planned to take back later. Chapter 90 Made by Hand. Mom, what are you doing? Xiaobao immediately ran to Yan Mashi's side and hugged her leg. Yan Mashi was somewhat surprised when she saw the children running towards her, because she had just clearly seen Jiang Ning doing something with the children, but she didn't expect that the children would run over so soon. Xiaobao, what brings you here? Weren't you playing with Dad over there? That flower wreath on your head is so pretty. It looks especially good on you. When Yan Mashi praised him like that, Xiaobao's face immediately turned red. Mom, really? Do you really think it looks good? Yan Mashi nodded affirmatively. This wreath was really beautiful, and you could tell that the person who made it put a lot of care into it. Yan. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's voice, Yan Mashi immediately looked in the direction from which the sound came and saw Jiang Ning leading two other children toward her. Yan, look at this, do you like it? Yan Mashi was surprised and delighted that Jiang Ning had even made her a flower wreath. I like it, thank you, Jiang Ning. Upon hearing Yan Mashi say that she liked it, Jiang Ning immediately helped Yan Mashi put the flower wreath on her head. Yan, this flower wreath was made for you by the babies themselves. When Yan Mashi heard that it was the babies who made it, she was even more surprised and couldn't help but squat down and kiss each of the children. Babies, thank you so much. Mommy loves you all. You've worked so hard. Xiaobao suddenly said something surprising. Mom, you should also kiss Dad, because it was Dad who taught us how to do it, and it was Dad who helped us fix it in the end. You should thank Dad too. As soon as Xiaobao finished speaking, the other two children next to him nodded in agreement. Yes. Mom, Dad works the hardest. You should thank him. Yan Mashi watched as the children stared at her expectantly, as if they would be very sad if she didn't do this. Even so, for some reason, Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed. When asked to kiss Jiang Ning, she found that Jiang Ning didn't seem to resist, rather, she was a little excited. Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, hoping he could help her persuade the children, but to her surprise, Jiang Ning pretended not to see it. There was nothing she could do. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yan Mashi couldn't help but smile and walked over to Jiang Ning's side. When Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi walk up to him, he didn't react, because he knew that Yan Mashi definitely wouldn't kiss him. However, Jiang Ning was wrong this time. Yan Mashi took a deep breath and kissed his cheek. Yan Mashi's action really startled Jiang Ning. He truly didn't expect that Yan Mashi would actually kiss him. But for some reason, his heart suddenly burned, and he felt his skin on his face become hot. Yan. Jiang Ning was so excited that he could hardly speak. Yan Mashi found it somewhat amusing to look at him like this. Jiang Ning, what's wrong with you? Why are you like this? It was just a kiss. If you feel like you're at a disadvantage, then I'll let you kiss me back. Jiang Ning was stunned by Yan Mashi's words. She really didn't expect Yan Mashi to say such a thing. Ah. They kissed. Mom kissed Dad. We really are a loving family. The children were delighted by what they saw, and several of them were all beaming with joy. Upon hearing the children's voices, Yan Mashi, who had been standing next to Jiang Ning, jumped away immediately. Okay, stop fooling around, let's hurry up and climb the mountain. There used to be lots of wild fruits growing on this mountain, and they were all edible. If we climb up quickly, we can see them sooner. Hearing that there were wild fruits on the mountain, the children became even more excited and ran up the mountain immediately. Babies, slow down, don't go too fast. As soon as Yan Mashi finished shouting those words, she immediately chased after the children. The main problem is that she doesn't know how to face Jiang Ning right now, so she has no choice but to run away. Jiang Ning watched Yan Mashi run faster than a rabbit, and for a moment he was both amused and exasperated. He shook his head and then chased after her. Baby, Yan, wait for me. Yan Mashi ran ahead with the children and, upon hearing Jiang Ning's voice, immediately addressed them. Baby, let's hurry up and not wait for Daddy. Daddy is a bad guy. Although the children didn't understand why their father had suddenly become a bad guy, they were sure they would listen to their mother since she had said so. Mom, let's hurry up and make sure Dad can't catch up with us. However, Yen Mashi might have been thinking about Jiang Ning, who was a man. They were several children and a woman, how could they possibly outrun him? They ran for a while, and then Jiang Ning caught up with them in no time. When they saw Jiang Ning arrive at their side, Yen Mashi and the child could hardly believe it, mainly because they hadn't expected Jiang Ning to be so fast. Dad, how did you get here? We just saw you so far away from us. How did you suddenly appear in front of us? Jiang Ning certainly wouldn't tell them the reason, he just smiled and looked at Yen Mashi. Yen, how are you? Still running away? Yen Mashi shook her head. She couldn't outrun him anyway, so why bother running? Okay, stop playing around. Let's focus on climbing the mountain now. Don't run around too much later, it'll be too tiring. If you don't climb properly, I won't carry you later, and then you won't be able to pick any wild fruits. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the children who were about to run stopped abruptly. Dad, we're not running anymore. We're going to pick wild berries instead. Jiang Ning was worried that the children would get too tired from running around, which is why she said that. Yen, come here. Yen Mashi was a little embarrassed because of what she had just done, so she stood a little further away from Jiang Ning. Hearing Yen Mashi call her, she was still a little embarrassed, but she still came over. Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, her face flushed, feeling a little embarrassed. Jiang Ning, is there something you need from me? Chapter 91. Why are you still making a fuss with the child? Jiang Ning looked at Yen Mashi's flushed face and found her rather cute. Yen, you're a mother now, yet you still act like a child. Anyone who didn't know better would think you were my child too. Yen Mashi felt even more embarrassed after Jiang Ning said that to her. Not only did her face turn red, but even her ears turned red. Yen Mashi was genuinely embarrassed. It was the first time she had ever felt so awkward. Jiang Ning, if you say that again, I'm not going to talk to you anymore. Seeing Yen Mashi's expression, Jiang Ning didn't say anything more for a moment, because he was worried that if he said too much, Yen Mashi would really ignore him. Okay, Yen, I'm not going to say anything more. Come here and have some water. Look how excited you are, your face is all red. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi couldn't help but roll her eyes, thinking to herself that her current state was all Jiang Ning's fault. If Jiang Ning hadn't said those things, she wouldn't be in this state now. However, Yen Mashi only grumbled in her heart. She dared not say it out loud. When Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning take out the water, her eyes widened immediately. Jiang Ning, when did you bring the water? I didn't know. Jiang Ning figured he took it from his spatial storage, and Yen Mashi definitely didn't know. If she found out, things would get really bad. I brought water when I was about to leave, you just didn't see it. How can you go hiking without water? If I don't bring water, I'll be tired and thirsty and won't be able to climb at all. Yen Mashi thought Jiang Ning's words made a lot of sense, but why hadn't she thought of this when she came out? Jiang Ning, did you only bring one bottle of water? We're so thirsty right after we came in. One bottle isn't enough. Maybe we should go out and buy some first, then come back later. Jiang Ning shook his head, looked at Yen Mashi, who was somewhat worried, and smiled as he spoke to her. Yen, you don't need to worry about this. I brought a lot. Have the children come over and each of them take a bottle. If they get thirsty while crawling around, they can drink some. Hearing that Jiang Ning had brought a lot of water, Yen Mashi was immediately relieved. Babies, come here, Daddy will get you some water. As soon as Yen Mashi shouted, the children who were walking ahead immediately ran towards them. Dad, you brought water too. Baby's thirsty. The children are still young and they've been running around for quite a while, so they're bound to be thirsty. Jiang Ning took that into consideration, which is why he had the children carry water so they could drink when they're thirsty. After giving the children water, Jiang Ning led them to continue climbing the mountain. Babies, slow down. If you get tired, just tell Daddy and we'll rest for a bit before climbing again, okay? The children nodded in unison. Dad, don't worry. The babies will tell you if they get tired. The scenery along the way was exceptionally beautiful. They enjoyed the view as they climbed, and before long they had reached the summit. However, she didn't see any wild fruits. When the children looked at her expectantly and asked where the wild fruits were, Yen Mashi felt a little embarrassed. She clearly remembered that it was on this mountain. Ding! Mission complete. You have obtained a century-old Ganoderma lucidum, which can be used for medicinal purposes. Upon hearing about the system's reward, Jiang Ning was completely stunned. He hadn't expected to be rewarded with something so amazing. Where is the century-old Ganoderma lucidum? Normally, the rewards from the system would definitely appear in his hands, but this time, he waited for a long time, and still nothing appeared in his hands. Host, you'll have to pick these yourself. They're on the other side of the mountain. It's up to you, go if you want them, otherwise you won't get the reward. Besides, there are wild fruits on that mountain that you want to pick. When Jiang Ning heard the system say this, he hesitated for a moment. If it were just him, there would definitely be no problem. But now there were children. He didn't know if the children could still climb or if they were tired. Let me ask. Jiang Ning walked up to Yan Mashi and asked her a question. Yan, this mountain isn't the one you've been to before, which is why we haven't seen any wild fruits. Think about it carefully and see if that's the case. Yan Mashi was initially quite certain, but now, after Jiang Ning asked her this question, she suddenly hesitated. Could it be that she really misremembered? Yan, come here and look. See if there are wild fruits on the mountain over there? See if you can see them clearly. Yan Mashi looked in the direction Jiang Ning pointed. She originally thought she definitely couldn't see it, but for some reason, she could see the things on the other side of the mountain very clearly. Jiang Ning, really? There seem to be lots of wild fruits over there, shall we go take a look? Jiang Ning had been waiting for this very question, so when he heard Yan Mashi ask it, he nodded immediately, but he still looked at the children and asked. Babies, do you want to go over there and pick some wild fruit, or are you tired and want to go home? When Jiang Ning asked the children this question, they hesitated for a moment, but finally decided to go there to pick wild fruits. Dad, we want to go pick fruit. Since the children all wanted to go, Jiang Ning nodded. If you all want to go, then let's rest for a while longer and then set off, okay? After the 5 of them rested for a while and made sure that everyone was no longer tired, Jiang Ning led them to climb another mountain. Fortunately, this mountain isn't that high, it's shorter than the previous one, so climbing it isn't too strenuous. Daddy, are we here? Baby can see the fruit. Jiang Ning looked at the vast orchard in front of him, his eyes filled with surprise. Yan, is this the place? When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask her that question, she immediately nodded. This place seems to be the place she remembers. Yes, this is the place I came from when I was a child. It's this place, not the place I just visited. I must have gotten the way wrong. Seeing so many fruits, the children were eager to try them and couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and ask. Dad, can we pick them and eat them? Chapter 92, Finding Lingji. Looking at the children's expectant eyes, Jiang Ning hesitated. Mainly, he didn't recognize many of these wild fruits and didn't know if they were poisonous. Jiang Ning thought for a moment and immediately came up with a solution. Just because he doesn't know doesn't mean the system doesn't know. So Jiang Ning immediately asked the system. System, could you please check if these fruit trees in front of me are poisonous and if they are safe to eat? When the system heard Jiang Ning ask this question, it didn't speak, but it subconsciously started to detect. Jiang Ning waited a while, but still didn't hear the system's voice. He thought the X system hadn't heard him and was about to ask again. To his surprise, just as he was about to ask a question, the system's voice rang out. Host, I've already tested it for you. Except for the one on the far right with the green fruit, the others are not poisonous. Green fruit. The system's words immediately piqued Jiang Ning's interest. He really wanted to see what a green fruit looked like. Jiang Ning immediately followed the direction the system indicated and saw the tree it had mentioned. Yan, come and see, this tree is growing really strangely. The main problem is this tree, even its trunk is green. Compared to it, it's really a bit scary to look at. Jiang Ning, you can't eat this, you absolutely mustn't eat it, really? This tree is highly poisonous. Seeing this tree immediately reminded me of when I was little. I came here with my grandfather to pick wild fruits. My grandfather's friends also came with us, all with their grandchildren. But one of the grandfather's grandsons ate one of these fruits and died on the spot. After that, my grandfather never brought us to this place again. Hearing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning nodded. Fortunately, he had asked the system to check it first, otherwise he would not have known that it was poisonous. Moreover, given his immense curiosity, he's likely more inclined to try things out, especially the strangest ones. Babies, tell Daddy which fruit you want to eat, and Daddy will pick it for you, okay? The children nodded and eagerly pointed to the fruits they wanted to eat. The main thing is that there are indeed many varieties of fruit here. Just by looking around, you can see several kinds at once. Babies, don't rush. There are so many fruits here, everyone will definitely get some. So let's take our time. Anyway, it's still early. We can pick some more to take back later and Daddy will make jam for you. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, the children immediately cheered and nodded, lining up one by one to let Jiang Ning carry them to pick fruit. Babies, there's water here. If you want to eat, wash your food with water first. Wild fruits picked in the wild definitely need to be washed first, just to be safe. Yen, which one do you want to eat? I'll pick it for you. Perhaps because they grow in the wild, these trees are quite tall, and even though Yen Mashi is over 1.6 meters tall, she still can't reach them. Yen Mashi pointed to what Jiang Ning wanted to eat, and Jiang Ning immediately picked several for her. Yen, you guys eat here first. I'll look around and see if there are any other fruits. I promise I'll make some delicious jam for you later. Jiang Ning actually wanted to find the century-old Ganoderma lucidum that the system mentioned. After all, the system said it was in this vicinity, so it must be in this vicinity. Jiang Ning searched for quite a while but still couldn't find the Ganoderma lucidum. He was just about to ask the system for help. Unexpectedly, Yen Mashi's loud shouts came from the other side. Jiang Ning immediately became anxious. He stopped looking for Ganoderma lucidum and ran towards where Yen Mashi and the others were. He shouted at Yen Mashi as he ran. Yen, what's wrong? What happened? Although he hadn't arrived yet, his voice came first, instantly giving Yen Mashi immense courage. Yen Mashi looked at the snake in front of her. Although she was scared, she knew that protecting her child was the most important thing. Yen Mashi held the children tightly, making sure they wouldn't get hurt. Babies, don't be afraid, Daddy will be here soon, we'll be fine. In fact, Yen Mashi didn't know how long Jiang Ning had said he was going to check out the surrounding area. She was worried that it would be very dangerous if the children were bitten by snakes. So Yen Mashi prayed that Jiang Ning hadn't run too far and could hear her shouts. When Jiang Ning arrived, he hadn't quite reacted yet when he saw Yen Mashi staring in one direction. So, Jiang Ning immediately headed towards the spot Yen Mashi was looking in. When Jiang Ning saw clearly what was in front of Yen Mashi, he immediately stood up. Yen, don't get agitated. I'm sure I can get rid of it, so don't worry. Although Jiang Ning said that, Yen Mashi was still a little uneasy. She was afraid. Jiang Ning quickly came to Yen Mashi's side and carefully moved closer to her. Yen, take the child to the back, you can deal with the snake there. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately led the children back a few steps. Upon noticing the movement on their side, the snake immediately sped up and shrank back towards them. Jiang Ning wasn't afraid at all. When he first arrived and saw the snake, he had already bought medicine specifically for dealing with snakes. If the snake dared to come any closer, it would surely die. Jiang Ning overestimated the snakes. He originally thought that with so many of them, animals wouldn't dare to come near them under normal circumstances. But to his surprise, the snake still slowly crawled towards him. Since it wanted to come to its death, Jiang Ning wasn't going to ignore it. He immediately threw the medicine he had just bought in his spatial storage at the snake. When the snake smelled that scent, it immediately stopped crawling and struggled in place. After a while, it stopped struggling altogether. Yen Mashi walked over from behind and was somewhat surprised when she saw the dead snake. Jiang Ning, you killed it. Jiang Ning nodded, feeling that they couldn't stay in this place for too long. After all, this place was in the mountains, with unknown dangers, so it was better to be more careful. System, we couldn't find the Ganoderma lucidum you mentioned. We need to go down the mountain, it's not very safe up there. Chapter 93, the children help take photos. Host, when you go down the mountain, keep heading south, and you will see it. The system's words immediately angered Jiang Ning. It had just told him that he was on the mountain, but now it had changed its story. System, I feel like you're playing me. You just told me it was on the mountain, and now you want me to go down the mountain to look for it. When the system heard Jiang Ning say that, it felt a little embarrassed. In fact, it had misjudged the situation. Host, I'm sorry, I misjudged just now. I admit my mistake. Don't worry this time, I guarantee you will find your reward. Hearing him say that, Jiang Ning nodded, and then spoke to the system again. System, I hope you're telling the truth this time, otherwise I'll never help you with tasks again. When the system heard Jiang Ning say this, it was stunned. It hadn't expected the matter to be so serious. Host, don't be angry. This time I promise it's for real. Jiang Ning didn't say anything more to the system. He told Yin Mashi to take the children back. But some of the children didn't want to go back. Dad, didn't you say you were going to pick fruit to make jam? We haven't even picked any fruit yet, and we're already going back? Can we pick some to take home? Xiao Bao looked at Jiang Ning anxiously. She hadn't had enough fun yet, and she had finally climbed up. She didn't want to go back like this. When the other two children heard Xiao Bao say that, they immediately nodded in agreement. They felt the same way. Dad, let's play a little longer, pick some fruit, and then go home, okay? Since the children had all said that, Jiang Ning nodded and didn't refuse anymore, because he really couldn't stand the children's pitiful eyes. Alright, since you've all said that, let's play a little longer. Our goal now is to pick fruit. You can put them in this bag after you're done picking them. Dad will take them in a bit. As Jiang Ning spoke, he took out a bag. When Yen Mashi saw it, she was truly impressed by Jiang Ning. He had thought of everything, even such a small thing as a bag. This really surprised Yen Mashi. Jiang Ning, why do you bring everything? It's like you don't have anything that we have. You only carried a small bag, how can you fit so much stuff in it? Jiang Ning would never tell Yen Mashi that his backpack was just for show, and that the things he took out were all from his spatial storage. This bag holds a lot of things. When I came out, I had prepared everything I needed and put it in. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she didn't ask any more questions. She just nodded to Jiang Ning and began to pick fruit seriously. Jiang Ning picked up his phone to take a picture of Yen Mashi. Suddenly, the flash went off on Yen Mashi. Yen Mashi turned her head and saw Jiang Ning taking pictures of her. She felt a little embarrassed. The main reason was that she really didn't expect Jiang Ning to suddenly take out his phone and take a picture of her. Jiang Ning, what are you doing? Why did you suddenly pat me? Seeing Yen Mashi's embarrassed expression, Jiang Ning didn't say anything, just smiled, and then walked over to the children to take pictures of them. The children were very cooperative. They posed for the camera while he took pictures. They were really very cooperative. Babies, come over here and take a picture with mommy, okay? The children usually wouldn't refuse what Jiang Ning said, so when they heard Jiang Ning ask them to go over and take pictures with Yen Mashi, they were all quite eager. Mom, let's take a picture together. Yen Mashi couldn't bear to refuse the children, so she could only nod. With fruit trees as a backdrop, the photos turned out exceptionally beautiful. Okay, that's all for the photo. Just as Jiang Ning was about to put away his phone and stop taking pictures, Yen Mashi suddenly spoke up. Jiang Ning, come here, I'll help you take a picture with the kids, do you want to? When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi say that, he nodded without hesitation. He would definitely not refuse such an opportunity. Stand a little closer, that way the photo will look better. Yen Mashi kept directing Jiang Ning and the others, mainly because they were acting really stiffly, which wouldn't look good on camera. Jiang Ning, otherwise, you can pick up Xiao Bao. She's a bit short, and if you don't pick her up, you won't be able to get a good shot of her. De Bao and Xiao Bao, you two stand on either side of Daddy. With Jiang Ning's guidance, this photo looks much better. Jiang Ning had them pose in several positions and took many photos. If it weren't for time constraints, she probably would have liked to continue taking pictures. Okay, that's enough for now. In the future, when we go to a place, we'll take more photos and make them into an album so you can look back on them when you're older. Yen Mashi handed the time to Jiang Ning, and then prepared to continue picking fruit. To her surprise, De Bao suddenly came to Jiang Ning's side and asked her a question. Dad, can I borrow your dad for a moment? Jiang Ning was puzzled by De Bao's question, mainly because he didn't know why De Bao wanted his phone. But seeing De Bao like this, Jiang Ning was only stunned for a moment before handing the phone to De Bao. De Bao, what do you need your phone for? Be careful, don't drop it. Although he didn't know what Jiang Ning wanted to do, he still gave it to him. De Bao was overjoyed the moment he got the phone. Mom and Dad, I just want to take a picture of you, a picture of just the two of you, is that okay? Yen Mashi and Jiang Ning exchanged a glance. Neither of them refused, which meant they both agreed. Baby, wait a moment while mommy gets ready. Yen Mashi turned around immediately and straightened her clothes, which had become a little wrinkled from climbing the tree. After everything was ready, Yen Mashi stood next to Jiang Ning and asked De Bao to take pictures of them. Once the photos were ready, they all thought they looked really good. Baby, I never knew you had such a talent for taking photos. These photos look so good, much better than the ones mommy just took for you. Chapter 94. Don't touch things outside carelessly. I don't know where Debao learned that from, but when we were taking pictures just now, he even squatted down to take pictures like everyone else. It looks very professional, and the photos it took were pretty good too. Baby, you are really amazing. Even Jiang Ning couldn't help but praise Bao after seeing the photos, mainly because the composition of the photos taken by Debao was just right. Mom, this is very simple. I learned it by watching TV. If you want to learn, I can teach you. Debao looked at Yan Mashi with a serious expression, but Yan Mashi shook her head at Debao in the end. Yan Mashi felt that this was something she couldn't simply learn just because she wanted to. No need, Debao. Anyway, mommy always takes Debao with her when she goes out to play. If we want to take pictures, Debao can take them for mommy. Debao won't refuse, right? Debao shook his head. He really enjoyed taking pictures of his mother. Mommy, of course I won't refuse. I really enjoy taking pictures for you. If you want to take pictures in the future, just tell me, and I'll take them for you. After taking the photos, Yan Mashi and the others started picking fruit. With several people picking together, they quickly filled a large bag. Yan Mashi looked at the huge bag of fruit and felt a bit overwhelmed. Jiangning, how are we going to carry this huge bag of fruit back with us? This bag of fruit was a bit too big for Yan Mashi, but it wasn't a problem at all for Jiangning. Yan, don't worry. I can get the fruit, you take care of the child. Jiangning easily bent down and hoisted the bag of fruit onto his shoulder. Seeing Jiangning like this, Yan Mashi wasn't so worried. The main concern was that when she saw such a large bag of fruit, she was genuinely worried that they wouldn't be able to carry it all. She really didn't expect Jiangning to be so strong. Alright, let's go down the mountain. Seeing Jiangning like this, Yan Mashi couldn't help but ask him a question. Jiangning, are you okay? Do you need my help? When Jiangning heard Yan Mashi ask that question, he immediately shook his head and smiled at Yan Mashi. Yan, don't worry, I can still carry another bag. Upon hearing Jiangning's words, Yan Mashi immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and Jiangning seemed quite relaxed. Daddy, you're so amazing. When I grow up, I want to be just as amazing as you. Yan Mashi led the children ahead, while Jiangning followed behind carrying fruit. Looking at the bouncy children in front of him, Jiangning's eyes were full of affection. Dad, there's a really big mushroom here. Suddenly Erbao shouted loudly, and everyone immediately looked in his direction. When Jiangning looked over, he was immediately filled with surprise, because what Erbao had discovered was the century-old Ganoderma lucidum that he had been talking about with the system. Baby, don't touch it. We don't know if it's poisonous. We can't just leave things out there. When Yan Mashi saw Erbao reach out to touch the big mushroom, she was startled and lost control of herself, yelling at the child. The main reason is that Yan Mashi herself doesn't know her, otherwise, she wouldn't act this way. Erbao was startled by Yan Mashi's yelling and almost burst into tears, his eyes wide with shock. Jiangning walked over immediately, put the fruit off his back, and then hugged Erbao. Baby, don't cry, don't be afraid. Mommy didn't mean to. Mommy was just worried that you might touch something you shouldn't and get sick. Hearing Jiangning's explanation, Erbao was still sobbing, but she stopped crying. Jiangning, we must explain this to the children. Otherwise, what if they see something interesting outside and start attacking it? Seeing how excited Yan Mashi was, Jiangning could only nod. Yan, don't worry. Don't get agitated. I'll talk to the children. They're still young, and they'll understand if we explain it to them. After being told this by Jiangning, Yan Mashi could only nod and calm herself down. The main thing was that she was really frightened to see the children so curious about unfamiliar things outside, and that they even started doing it. Babies, come here, I have something to say to you. The three children were probably a little frightened, mainly because they had never seen their mother like this before, so they were genuinely scared for a moment. Daddy, we were wrong. Please tell mommy not to cry, okay? Yan Mashi was probably too excited, because she actually cried. Babies, you must listen carefully to what Daddy is telling you. No matter where we take you, you must not touch anything outside. Because some things, although they look beautiful and seem harmless, can actually cost a person their life if they're not careful. Do you understand what Dad means? When the children heard Jiangning say this, they nodded. They knew what their father meant. Dad, we know. We shouldn't have done that. We won't touch things outside anymore. Don't worry, Dad. Jiang Ning glanced at the children and saw that although they were still a little confused, they had at least taken some of the information to heart. Jiang Ning knew that these things couldn't be rushed, they could only be taught slowly, and as the child grew up, he would naturally learn more. Yan Yan, look, the children understand now, so please stop crying. Babies, let's go pick that big mushroom. When the children heard Jiang Ning say this, they were a little confused. Didn't Dad just say that we can't touch things outside? They were genuinely puzzled as to why they were now saying they wanted to pick them back. Not only were the children confused, but even Yan Mashi, who had been crying, suddenly stopped and stared blankly at Jiang Ning. Although Yan Mashi didn't say anything, Jiang Ning immediately understood the meaning in her eyes. There was nothing Jiang Ning could do but smile and explain to them. Yan Yan, and the children, what I meant was that we shouldn't touch things outside casually. But I recognize this thing and know what it is, which is why I did it this way. Chapter 95 The Ganoderma lucidum has been found. With Jiang Ning's explanation, they finally understood. Jiang Ning, what is this? This is the first time I've ever seen such a big mushroom. What kind of mushroom is it? It looks familiar, I feel like I've seen it somewhere before. Hearing Yan Mashi ask that question, Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh. Yan Yan, this isn't a mushroom. You've definitely seen it before, but you might have forgotten, or the ones you saw weren't this big. Take a closer look and see if you recognize it. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he walked to the big mushroom, pulled it out of the ground, and held it in front of Yan Mashi. Since Jiang Ning had said so, Yan Mashi took a closer look. She looked at it for a long time, and the surprise in her eyes became more and more obvious. Jiang Ning, this is just a Ganoderma lucidum, right? Such a big Ganoderma lucidum. Yan Mashi was genuinely surprised and somewhat uncertain, so she couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning to confirm. When she saw Jiang Ning nod, she was quite shocked. This is the first time I've ever seen such a large Ganoderma lucidum. I have seen some before at home, but none of them were this big. How much is such a large Ganoderma lucidum worth? The main problem is that this Ganoderma lucidum is really huge. If it were sold, it would definitely be worth a lot of money. Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning shook his head. Yan Yan, this Ganoderma lucidum should be worth around 3 million, but I don't plan to buy it. I'm going to keep it for you and the children to improve their health. Jiang Ning's words surprised Yan Mashi. Most people who find such a large Ganoderma lucidum would immediately think about how much it is worth and then sell it. To her surprise, Jiang Ning actually wanted to stay and help her and the baby recover. Yan Mashi was extremely astonished. Jiang Ning, we're in good health, we don't need to eat these things. Otherwise, why don't you take them and sell them? You'll get a lot of money that way. Yan Mashi wanted to persuade Jiang Ning again, but she shook her head when she saw him. Having spent so much time with Jiang Ning, Yan Mashi knew his personality well. Once Jiang Ning made up his mind, no amount of persuasion would work, because Jiang Ning would never change his mind. Okay, let's go to the countryside. After we get there, Dad will make you some Ganoderma lucidum soup, okay? The children loved Jiang Ning's cooking, so when Jiang Ning said that, the children immediately nodded. Only Yan Mashi frowned. She didn't like drinking Lingji soup, mainly because she used to drink it often. That Lingji soup was very bitter and really didn't taste good. Although it was very nourishing and good for the body, she really didn't like it. Yan Mashi thought to herself that she would only drink a little bit, just enough to make a gesture. Jiang Ning carried the bag of fruit and continued down the mountain. Along the way, Yan Mashi was worried that Jiang Ning would get tired, so she would feed him water from time to time and let him stop and rest from time to time. Although Jiang Ning kept saying he wasn't tired, Yan Mashi still told him to rest. Jiang Ning couldn't argue with Yan Mashi, so when Yan Mashi told him to stop and rest, he did. So this time, it took half an hour longer to go down the mountain than to go up. Yan Yan, I'm going to make soup. Can you wash the fruit for me? Yan Mashi would never refuse what Jiang Ning said, so she immediately nodded. Of course you can, whether you need to cut it or not. Jiang Ning nodded, but then looked at Yan Mashi and spoke earnestly. Yan Yan, you can wash the fruit for me. I can cut it myself. The knife is too sharp for you to handle. Don't hurt yourself. Yan Mashi knew that Jiang Ning was worried that she had never used a knife before and might accidentally cut herself, so he didn't want her to touch it. However, Yan Mashi felt that she still needed to learn more about this kind of thing, otherwise, she would never know anything. She is no longer the princess who was pampered by her family. She is now a mother, and what she should do is pamper her child like a princess. Jiang Ning, it's okay, I can help you. Just teach me how to cut it in a moment, I can do it. Jiang Ning originally wanted to say again that he didn't need Yen Mo's help to cut it, but seeing Yen Mo's firm eyes, Jiang Ning ultimately didn't say anything more about refusing. Okay, then I'll teach Yen Yen how to cut it in a bit. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he went to make soup. This Ganoderma lucidum soup needs to be simmered for a long time so that all the nutrients in the Ganoderma lucidum can be extracted. When Jiang Ning finished and came out, Yen Mashi was still washing the fruit, and the 3 children beside her were helping. Although it takes them a long time to wash one, you can tell from the way they do it that they are genuinely trying to help. When the children saw Jiang Ning coming, their eyes lit up immediately, and they eagerly presented him with the fruit they had washed. Dad, these are the fruits I washed. Do you think they're okay? Xiaobao, who was standing next to Jiang Ning, bounced around, showing him the fruit she had washed. Although there weren't many, they were all very clean. The baby is really helpful, it cleans everything exceptionally well, it's excellent. With Jiang Ning's praise, the children worked even harder. Dad, let's wash quickly. After we're done washing, can Dad make jam? Jiang Ning nodded, but this jam was quite troublesome to make, and he didn't know how long it would take with so many fruits. Sure, we can start making it in a little while, and the babies can help us then, okay? The children immediately nodded, they were happy to help their father. After the fruit is washed, Jiang Ning can teach Yen Mashi how to cut it. Actually, there's no need to tell her how to cut it, just cut it into smaller pieces. Most importantly, remove the core and then sort it. Because the fruits they picked on the mountain were all packed together and not separated, if they were mixed together to make jam, it definitely wouldn't taste good. Yen Yen, remember to sort out the fruits we pick so that the jam will taste better when we make it. As Jiang Ning spoke, he began to demonstrate. With Jiang Ning's demonstration, it became a little easier to do. Yen Yen, pay attention, I'm going to prepare the materials, and we can start making it in a bit. Chapter 96 I accidentally cut myself. Yen Mashi nodded. She knew that making this kind of thing did require some materials, but she didn't know what those materials were. After Jiang Ning finished speaking with Yen Mashi, he walked towards the door. He didn't plan to go to town to buy it, he intended to buy it from his spatial storage, where the price would be cheaper. After Jiang Ning went outside, he found a secluded spot and slipped into the space. As soon as she went in, she bought everything she needed. Actually, she didn't need much, just some sugar and lemons would have been enough. The lemons are used for flavoring, this way, the jam will taste better after cooking. Jiang Ning realized that there would be a lot of jam made later, and it would be impossible to finish it all right away, so he needed to find something to put it in so that he could seal up any leftover jam later. Jiang Ning searched the space mall but still couldn't find it. In the end, he had no choice but to try searching for it. Fortunately, he found it after searching, and there were many different kinds. Jiang Ning chose a jar that looked very sealed, which seemed to be a better way to preserve things. Jiang Ning did a quick calculation and then bought 10. The main reason was that the jars were a bit small, and there weren't any larger sizes available, so he had to buy more. Jiang Ning bought some more bread. Jam and bread are a perfect match, it's sure to taste delicious. After buying everything, Jiang Ning finally came out of the space. When Jiang Ning returned with the things, Yen Mashi had already processed most of the fruit, with only some finishing touches left to be done. She was happy to see Jiang Ning return and immediately spoke to the children. Babies, your dad is home. Look how much stuff he's carrying. Hurry up and go help him carry it. The children hadn't reacted at first, but when they heard Yen Mashi say that, they immediately rushed to Jiang Ning's side to help him carry his things. Dad, let us help you carry it. Seeing how enthusiastic the children were, Jiang Ning could only nod and give them the things he was carrying, leaving only the jar for himself. He was worried that since the jar was made of glass, the children might accidentally drop it and get hurt. Therefore, he felt it was better for him to keep these dangerous items himself. Yen Yen, you're so fast. I've only been out for a short time, and you've already cut all the fruit. That's amazing. Yen Mashi didn't know why, but she suddenly felt that Jiang Ning was treating her like a child, as if he were really coaxing a child. She felt a little embarrassed being coaxed by Jiang Ning like this. So Yen Mashi immediately looked at Jiang Ning and changed the subject. Jiang Ning, take a look at this fruit. Do you think I cut it well? Are there any other problems? If so, I'll make some changes. Jiang Ning looked at the already cut fruits, all cut to roughly the same size, and they looked very good. Of course you can. Yen Yen cut the fruit very well, it was perfect. If I were to cut it, I definitely wouldn't do as well as Yen Yen. Seeing Jiang Ning praise her again, Yan Mashi felt extremely embarrassed. Jiang Ning, please stop praising me. If you keep doing this, I'll really feel embarrassed. Seeing that Yan Mashi's face was indeed red, Jiang Ning decided not to continue, because he was worried that if he continued, the girl in front of him might get angry and run away. Yan, I'm not going to say anything more. I'm going to start making jam now. Didn't you just say you wanted to learn? Do you want to watch me make it? Yan Mashi had originally planned it this way. Although she didn't know how, she felt that as long as you observed more, you could always learn something. Okay, I'll go check it out now. If there's anything you need to do, just tell me and I'll take care of it. Yan Mashi stood up abruptly, just about to help Jiang Ning carry the fruit, but for some reason, she suddenly hissed. Upon hearing this voice, Jiang immediately ran to Yan Mashi's side and asked her. Yan, what's wrong? Did you hurt yourself somewhere? Are you feeling unwell? Yan Mashi's voice sounded a bit off, which is why Jiang Ning was so anxious. Yan Mashi immediately hid her hands behind her back and shook her head at Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, I'm fine, don't worry. It's just a minor injury, I'll be better tomorrow. Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning didn't believe her at all. If it were just a minor injury, Yan Mashi wouldn't need to hide it from him. Yan, let me take a look. If it's just a minor injury, we don't need to worry about it. But if the wound is larger, it needs to be treated. Let me take a look. Yan Mashi originally didn't plan to let Jiang Ning see it, but seeing Jiang Ning's expression, it seemed that if she didn't let him see it, Jiang Ning wouldn't agree at all. Jiang Ning, there's really no problem. Didn't you still need to make jam? Let's hurry up and make it now. Otherwise, we'll run out of time. After Yan Mashi finished speaking, she reached out and pushed Jiang Ning. Before she could react, Jiang Ning grabbed her hand. When Jiang Ning saw the wound on Yan Mashi's hand, his eyes widened immediately. Yan, this wound is so big, and you still call it a small wound? As for the jam, let's wait a bit before making it. Let me disinfect it for you first, and then we'll talk about it. Yan Mashi actually felt that these were nothing serious. It was just a relatively large wound that would heal on its own in a few days, and there was no need for disinfection or anything like that. It was already painful enough. If she were to disinfect it, it would definitely hurt even more, and she didn't want that. She was most afraid of pain. Jiang Ning could tell what Yan Mashi was thinking just by looking at her like that. No, Yan, your wound is a bit deep and needs to be disinfected. I brought some disinfectant with me. Wait here while I go get it. I'll feel more at ease after it's disinfected. Seeing Jiang Ning's insistence, Yan Mashi felt it was inappropriate to continue refusing. What she was thinking was that if it really hurt later, she would just bear it and it would pass. Despite thinking this way, Yan Mashi was still a little scared when she saw Jiang Ning bring the medicine over. Jiang Ning, is it really impossible to not disinfect? Chapter 97, Making Jam. Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with a pitiful expression and asked, as this was the first time Jiang Ning had ever seen Yan Mashi like this. He knew Yan Mashi was afraid of pain, but there was no other way. In this situation, the only option was to disinfect the wound. If they didn't disinfect it, the condition might get worse. Yan, we can't skip disinfection. Don't worry, I'll be gentle, that way it won't hurt so much. Yan Mashi knew that no matter what she said now, Jiang Ning would not agree to stop disinfecting. So Yan Mashi closed her eyes and, with a look of grim determination, reached out her hand to Jiang Ning. Okay. Then disinfect it for me, be gentle. I'm afraid of pain. Jiang Ning nodded and gently disinfected Yan Mashi's hands, even blowing on them to cool them down. Yan Mashi was stunned by Jiang Ning's appearance. Even though Jiang Ning had already disinfected her hands, she hadn't even realized it yet. Yan, okay, what are you thinking about so intently? Jiang Ning called Yan Mashi several times, but Yan Mashi didn't respond, so he couldn't help but call out to Yan Mashi loudly again. Yan Mashi was brought back to her senses when Jiang Ning called out to her. Just now, she had been watching Jiang Ning being so cautious, and for a moment, she had a feeling that she couldn't quite describe. She didn't know how to describe the feeling, it was just very strange. Jiang Ning, I didn't react for a moment. Have you disinfected it for me? I didn't even feel any pain. You're really amazing. Actually, it wasn't that Jiang Ning was particularly skilled, rather, Yan Mashi was so engrossed in watching that she didn't pay much attention to her own hand, which is why she didn't feel any pain. Okay, let's make jam now. I don't know if it will turn out well. The main problem was that Jiang Ning had never made jam before. Although jam didn't seem that difficult, Jiang Ning still wasn't very confident. Of course you can. Look at you, you can do everything. You'll definitely succeed at this too. Let's do it quickly, I can't wait to see. Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, seeing how excited Yen Mashi was. Okay, let's make this purple one first. It tastes sweet and sour. If we can make it successfully, it will definitely taste great later. Otherwise, let's just try it first. Yen Mashi nodded in agreement. She didn't know how to do the work, but Jiang Ning could do it if he wanted to. She really didn't know how all she could do was watch. Jiang Ning first poured the fruit into a pot to boil, but the boiling process also takes some time. After watching Jiang Ning pour the food into the pot and then stop, Yen Mashi couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning with some confusion and ask, "Is Jiang Ning really okay as it is?" Yen Mashi genuinely didn't understand, so when she saw Jiang Ning preparing to do something else, she couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ning shook his head and looked at Yen Mashi with a smile. Yen, it's not ready yet? Let her cook it first, and we can proceed to the next step after it's done. When Jiang Ning said that, Yen Mashi immediately understood. Jiang Ning, what are you planning to do next? Jiang Ning looked at Yen Mashi and pointed to the other wild fruits next to her. Yen, I'm going to make another batch. That way, we can finish making the jam faster later. Although making jam may seem easy, it's not so easy in practice. Seeing that it was almost done, Jiang Ning immediately said to Yen Mashi, Yen, squeeze some lemon juice into the jam. That way, the jam will taste better later. Jiang Ning's sudden words caught Yen Mashi off guard, and she almost didn't react in time. How crowded will it be in Jiangning? Yen Mashi had no idea how much to squeeze out, mainly because this was her first time helping out. Yen, just a little bit is enough, no need for more. After Yen Mashi finished squeezing the sugar, Jiang Ning immediately put the prepared sugar in. At this point, we are almost finished. Yen, you're all better now. You should try it. Yen Mashi picked up the spoon, scooped up a spoonful, and brought it to her lips. Yen Mashi felt a little embarrassed, but seeing that Jiang Ning had already brought the spoon to her lips, she felt too embarrassed to refuse. So Yen Mashi opened her mouth and took the spoon that Jiang Ning had scooped up to her lips. When Jiang Ning saw Yen Mashi eat it, he looked at her expectantly. Yen, how is it? Is it delicious? Yen Mashi swallowed it all at once, without tasting anything wrong. So when Jiang Ning asked that question, Yen Mashi was at a loss for words. Finally, having no other choice, Yen Mashi could only smile and then look at Jiang Ning before speaking. Jiang Ning, I don't think I can taste anything. Otherwise, could you let me try again? Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yen Mashi was both amused and exasperated. Yen, you swallowed it too fast, so you haven't tasted it yet? Yen Mashi felt a little embarrassed after being teased by Jiang Ning, and in the end she just glared at him. After Jiang Ning finished preparing them, Yen Mashi was the first to taste each one, and she praised them highly. Yen, you said every single one of them was delicious, which made me feel like I was some kind of genius. Jiang Ning said to Yen Mashi in a joking manner. To Jiang Ning's surprise, Yen Mashi nodded affirmatively when he said that. Jiang Ning, you're right, you're really amazing. And your cooking is delicious too. Jiang Ning was so flattered by Yen Mashi that he didn't know what to say. Yen, wait a moment. I'll make some bread for you to take out and share with the children. You can teach me how to cook this now. The soup still needs to simmer for a while. It's quite smoky, you should go back and rest. Since Yen Mashi had said that, Jiang Ning nodded. Anyway, there was nothing she could do to help if she stayed here, so she might as well go back and pack up. Jiang Ning, you go and do it. I can handle the bread, it looks simple. It's really simple. Just open the bread you bought in Jiangning and spread the jam you just made on it. Yen, otherwise, don't apply it. You can take it back and see what flavor the children like, then apply it to them. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi felt that it made a lot of sense. I'll take Jiangning with me first, we'll wait for you to come back before we eat. Chapter 98 Lingji Soup. Hearing Yen Mashi say that, Jiang Ning shook his head. No need, Yen, you guys eat first. I still have a lot to do here, so I can't get back so quickly. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she nodded. However, when she went back, she put the food on the table but didn't let the children eat first. If Yen Mashi doesn't offer the children food, they definitely won't start eating first. Babies, are you hungry? Let's wait a little longer, until Daddy comes back, then we can eat, okay? When the children heard Yen Mashi say this, they nodded very sensibly, even though they were hungry. But Dad hasn't come back yet, so they definitely can't eat by themselves first. Because my mother said that such a thing is very impolite. Okay. We'll eat together when Dad gets back, Mom, don't worry. Seeing the children so well behaved and quiet, Yen Mashi felt truly gratified. Babies, you're so great. We'll be done in a minute. Daddy only needs to finish the last soup. He'll come over when he's done. Mommy will go check on things again. After Yen Mashi finished speaking, she walked outside. They had been waiting for a while. Seeing that Jiang Ninghai hadn't come over, Yen Mashi couldn't resist going to check on him, as she was quite interested in the Ganoderma lucidum soup that Jiang Ninghai had made. Yen Mashi didn't know why, but she just felt that if Jiang Ning made the Ganoderma lucidum soup, it would definitely be different from the soup she used to drink at home. Yen Mashi had just gone out and hadn't even reached the cooking area when she saw Jiang Ning carrying soup over. Yen, what brings you here? Did you finish eating so quickly? In Jiang Ning's memory, it seems like Yen Mashi left not long ago. Given Yen Mashi's usual eating speed, it's unlikely she finished eating so quickly, which is why Jiang Ning was somewhat puzzled. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask that question, she shook her head. We haven't eaten yet. The children said they would wait for you to come back so we could eat together, but you haven't come back yet, so we haven't eaten. Yen Mashi's words warmed Jiang Ning's heart and made him feel especially comfortable. Let's hurry back now. We don't want the children to go hungry, they must be getting impatient. Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning carrying soup and walking so fast, and couldn't help but speak to him. Jiang Ning, slow down, don't run too fast, you're still carrying something in your hands. The things he was carrying had no impact on Jiang Ning at all, but seeing how worried Yen Mashi looked, he could only slow down and follow her. Jiang Ning, are you heavy? Do you need my help? When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi ask this question, he was both amused and exasperated. If a grown man like him found carrying even a small amount of food heavy, then that would be terrible. It's not heavy, Yen, I can manage by myself, you don't need to help me, don't worry. We're almost there. Once inside, Jiang Ning immediately lifted the lid of the pot, and a wonderful aroma immediately wafted out. The smell alone is enough to make my mouth water, even though I haven't tasted it yet. It smells so good. Dad, this is our stuff. Why does it smell so good? This smells amazing. Even Yen Mashi finds it incredibly fragrant. It smells good, doesn't it? Bring your bowls over, and Dad will serve you a bowl. Try it. Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, the children immediately and eagerly handed over their bowls to him. Jiang Ning ladled a bowl for them all at once. When it came to Yen Mashi, she hesitated. Although it smelled good, she didn't know how it would taste. If it was still bitter, she couldn't eat it. In order not to waste food, Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning and said, Jiang Ning, I'll just have a little bit, not too much. If it's too much, I won't be able to finish it, and I don't want it to go to waste. Although Yen Mashi said that, Jiang Ning still scooped a lot of food for her when he took the bowl from her. When Yen Mashi took the bowl, she was shocked to see such a large bowl of meat and soup. She felt that she couldn't possibly finish it all. Jiang Ning, this is too much, I can't finish it all. Otherwise, since I haven't eaten yet, could you scoop some into your bowl? Even though Yen Mashi said that, Jiang Ning still didn't make a move. Yen, you eat first. If you can't finish it later, we'll talk about it. If you like it, you'll definitely eat it all. Yen Mashi thought it was impossible. Although these things smelled delicious, they must be bitter. She usually couldn't eat bitter things. Yen, stop talking and try it yourself. Look how much the children are eating it. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately looked over at the children. Sure enough, the three children seemed to be eating very happily. Baby, is it good? Is it bitter? When the children heard Yen Mashi ask that question, they immediately shook their heads. Mom, it's not bitter, it's delicious. Mom, eat quickly, it won't taste good if it gets cold. Seeing that the children had all said this, Yen Mashi gritted her teeth, scooped up a spoonful, and put it in her mouth. Yen Mashi felt that since the children all said it was delicious, then there must be no problem. When Yen Mashi took the first sip, her eyes lit up immediately, filled with disbelief. She hadn't expected the soup to be so delicious. She had never tasted such a good soup before. She stopped talking and buried her head in her soup. Jiang Ning couldn't help but laugh when he saw Yen Mashi like this. He knew perfectly well that Yen Mashi would love to drink the soup he made. He had added a lot of spiritual spring water to it, and most normal people would enjoy it. Yen Mashi finished the bowl of soup in one go, and still seemed a little unsatisfied. Seeing Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning immediately served her another bowl. Yen, drink another bowl. This is especially good for your health. Yen Mashi was a little embarrassed at first because when Jiang Ning kept urging her to drink, she kept saying that she couldn't drink much, but now she had finished a bowl in no time, which was really a bit awkward. However, seeing that Jiang Ning didn't seem to care about the matter at all, she felt relieved. Chapter 99, Preparing to buy a diamond ring. There's also bread. I'll give it to you to eat with the soup. It'll definitely taste delicious. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he gave everyone a loaf of bread. The children were reluctant to eat the dry bread. Dad, we'll just have the soup, we don't want the bread. The main problem is that the children looked at the bread and thought it didn't taste good, so they didn't want to try it at all and rejected it immediately. Babies, believe Daddy, this bread is really delicious. There's also jam in it, and it tastes even better with jam on it. Upon hearing that there was jam, the children, who hadn't shown much interest in bread before, suddenly became interested. Has Dad finished making the jam? Where is it? Yen Mashi just brought back 2 jars and put them on the table. The children didn't notice them, so they had no idea that they were jam. This is the one on the table. There are many more in the kitchen over there. Dad, go get them. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he stood up and walked outside, and Yen Mashi followed him out. He spoke to the children as he walked. Babies, wait here for a moment. Mommy will go help Daddy get it and we'll be right back. Jiang Ning originally wanted to tell Yen Mashi that she could do it herself, but when she thought about all those bottles and jars, she decided it would be better to have someone else help her get them. Otherwise, if Jiang Ning took too much at once, he was afraid that he might accidentally drop and break it. When Yen Mashi followed Jiang Ning to the cooking area, she was quite surprised to see so many bottles and jars. She had originally thought there were only about 10 jars, because when she was there earlier, there seemed to be only about 10 jars. But looking at all these bottles and jars in front of her, Yen Mashi estimated that there were at least 20. Jiang Ning, why are there so many? Jiang Ning also felt that there were a few too many. He hadn't counted them carefully before, but now it seemed that there were probably close to 30 in front of him. There was no other way. If it was just one kind of fruit, it would make a huge pot of stew. As she kept filling the containers, she ran out of bottles, so she had to go to the space mall to buy more. Yen, too many of these fruits were picked outside, so this is all that can be cooked. Jiang Ning took a large basin and filled it with all the bottles and jars, intending to carry them all back in one basin. Seeing Jiang Ning like this, Yen Mashi followed suit, but seeing that there wasn't much left, she finally chose to use a pot to hold it. Jiang Ning, with so much of this, it's enough for us to eat for a long time. I just don't know how long it can be stored. It would be a shame if it spoiled. Seeing Yen Mashi's worried expression, Jiang Ning shook his head. Yen, don't worry. It won't spoil. Under normal circumstances, it can be stored for about 3 months. If you put it in the refrigerator, it might last even longer. When we get back, we'll put it in the refrigerator and eat it slowly. Seeing that Jiang Ning had spoken like this, Yen Mashi immediately nodded. When they entered the room, they saw the children staring at them expectantly, which made them feel embarrassed. Mom, is this jam? Can we eat it? The children stared at Yen Mashi expectantly, and when they saw her nod, they became excited. Of course. Whatever flavor you want, we have so many here. Or whatever color you like, we have a wide variety of colors for these jams. Yen Mashi took out the jam and let the children choose their favorite flavor. After the children had all chosen, she helped them spread their favorite jam on the bread. Okay, babies, try it and see if you like it. If you like it, there are plenty more, and you can have one more. After Yen Mo finished helping the children, she planned to help Jiang Ning, but Jiang Ning shook his head. No need, Yen, I can do it myself. What kind of jam do you like, or what flavor? I'll spread it for you. Yen Mashi gave Jiang Ning the dishes she liked, and this time, she ate her dinner to her heart's content. The children usually eat very little, but this time they not only drank soup, but each of them also ate 2 slices of bread. When the children woke up early the next morning, they still wanted to eat bread. Jiang Ning didn't refuse them and nodded, letting them get it themselves. Yen Mashi was going to help them, but Jiang Ning stopped her. Jiang Ning felt that he had already helped them once yesterday, and they already knew how to do it, so there was no need to help them again, he could let them do it themselves. Yen, we need to cultivate children's hands-on skills from a young age, otherwise they will not know anything when they grow up. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she thought it made sense, so she nodded. Jiang Ning, shall we help Uncle Fu dig lotus roots today? Hearing Yen Mashi ask this question, Jiang Ning nodded. Yen, once we're done with this activity, we'll head back. Yesterday, I overheard some people in the village discussing why our child isn't registered. I think we should get our marriage certificate. Jiang Ning's words stunned Yen Mashi, leaving her momentarily speechless. After she came to her senses, she looked at Jiang Ning in disbelief. Jiang Ning, do you mean you want to marry me? When Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning nod, she still couldn't quite believe it. Yen, it's been so long, it's time to give me a proper status. Don't worry, everything that's meant to be will be. I'm just telling you now so you can be mentally prepared. Yen Mashi felt she was completely unprepared. Her heart was pounding so hard she couldn't stop. Jiang Ning, let me think about it. Let's take the child to Uncle Fu's place first, and we'll talk about this matter when we get back. Seeing that Yen Mashi had already said that, Jiang Ning nodded and didn't press her any further. He planned to go to the Space Mall tonight to see if there were any diamond rings for sale, so he could buy one to propose to Yen Mashi. Jiang Ning thought that the Space Mall should have all these things, but it would be safer to ask first. System, is there a place to buy diamond rings in this space? And what about gold and other things? When the system heard Jiang Ning ask this question, it immediately replied. Yes, we have everything that's sold outside. Chapter 100, Taking the Kids to Dig Lotus Roots. With the system's words of reassurance, Jiang Ning felt relieved. Now he could buy it whenever he wanted. Jiang Ning doesn't want to buy it yet, he wants to wait and see what Yen Mashi thinks. Alright, now that we've all finished eating, let's set off. Let's go help Uncle Fu dig lotus roots. The child has never done anything like this before, so he is really looking forward to it. So when Jiang Ning said that, their eyes lit up instantly. Dad, let's hurry up and go. Seeing how expectant the children were, Jiang Ning wondered if they would still have the same enthusiasm when they actually started working. Jiang Ning used to do this job often when he was a child. At first, he was very excited and full of enthusiasm, but he was already exhausted after a short time. Jiang Ning wondered how long the children could keep going. He remembered that he had started working when he was about the same age. When they arrived at Uncle Fu's lotus pond, a large group of children were already there helping to dig lotus roots. Uncle Fu usually hires children from the village to dig, because these children don't cost much and are much cheaper than hiring several adult laborers. Moreover, children are actually not much worse than adults at doing chores. As soon as they arrived, Uncle Fu saw them and immediately spoke to Jiang Ning and the others. You guys actually made time to come today. Great, would you like to come down and help? When other children came to help, Uncle Fu would give them some money, but Jiang Ning and his family actually wanted to help him dig lotus roots without asking for money. In Uncle Fu's eyes, this was just being taken advantage of. He liked this kind of person the most, so when he saw Yen Mashi and the others coming over, Uncle Fu was overjoyed. Uncle Fu, where do we go down from? The main problem was that the pond looked like there was nowhere to put your feet, which puzzled Jiang Ning. You can come over from this side, I'll guide you. Jiang Ning set an example by going down first, followed by the three children. Yen Mashi stayed upstairs to watch over them and occasionally give them some water. Babies, look at Daddy. He just reaches his hand in all the way to the inside, and then gently pulls it out. Do you understand? Jiang Ning taught the children little by little, and when they seemed not to understand, he would teach them again until they nodded. Only then was Jiang Ning relieved. Okay, now that you know how to do it, let's get started. Let's have a competition to see who can dig up the most lotus roots, shall we? Without competition, there's no passion. The children become instantly lively as soon as they hear about a competition. Dad is an adult, so if I compare myself to you kids like this, even if I win, it would be a bit unfair. It would be fair if the three of you team up and Dad is alone. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, the children hesitated. They felt that there were too many of them, and that this was unfair to their father. Dad, how about Xiaobao stays with you? That way, we'll each have two people on each side, which is very fair. Hearing Debao say that, Jiang Ning shook his head. Don't worry. Even if there are three of you, Dad is confident he can beat you. You guys have to keep it up. Jiang Ning's words spurred the children to victory, igniting their competitive spirit. Dad, you can't possibly beat us. There are 3 of us and you're all alone. Mom, you agree, right? Yen Mashi had been following them upstairs the whole time, so she heard everything they were saying clearly. When Bao asked this question, Yen Mashi didn't answer, she just smiled. The main reason was that she noticed Jiang Ning was also watching her, so it seemed like she couldn't say anything that would work. You guys compare and see, Mom is right here cheering you on, okay? Since Yen Mashi was already like this, the children didn't dare to keep bothering her with questions. They could only nod and then start digging for lotus roots. They are very confident that they can outmaneuver their father. Dad, if we dig up more than you later, will we get any reward? Bao is a clever and quirky person. While others didn't think of asking for a reward for winning, Bao did. If you dig more than Daddy, you can ask for any reward you want, and Daddy will definitely grant it if he can. Jiang Ning's words made the children even more excited. In order to receive Jiang Ning's reward, the children worked even harder. Before long, each of them had dug out a lotus root and excitedly ran to the pond to show Yen Mashi what they had dug up. Babies, you guys are amazing. You dug it up so quickly, that's really incredible. The children were overjoyed and excited by Yen Mashi's praise. The group dug for about an hour and a half before stopping, mainly because they were too tired. Not to mention the children, even Jiang Ning, an adult, was exhausted. Since they had already decided not to dig anymore, Jiang climbed up first, and then pulled the children up one by one. Although they were covered in mud, the children had a lot of fun. As soon as I arrived, covered in grime, I knew I'd have to take a shower immediately. Yen Mashi was just about to take the children to take a bath when they all shook their heads. Mom, let's take a bath later. Baby wants to see first if we dig up more lotus roots than Dad. The thought that if they dug up more lotus roots than Jiang Ning, they could get the reward they wanted made them extremely happy. Seeing how enthusiastic the children were, Yen Mashi nodded and smiled as she asked Jiang Ning, who was standing next to her. Jiang Ning, where are the lotus roots you dug up? You can't have only this many. The main issue is that in the area where lotus roots are stored in Jiangning, there were only 2, which was somewhat unexpected. Yes. Just these 2. I've been digging seriously, but I just can't find them. I'm willing to accept whatever the kids are like. The children were incredibly excited when they saw that Jiangning had dug up 2 stalks. Dad, we have so many roots, more than you. Jiangning was also very happy to see the children's excited expressions. Really? You wouldn't be lying to Dad, would you? Where did you put what you dug up? Let Dad see it. If I don't see it, Dad won't believe you. Jiang Ning smiled as she looked at the children. Chapter 101 The New House. The children couldn't wait to bring the lotus roots they had just dug up to Jiang Ning so he could see them. Jiang Ning looked at the large quantity of lotus roots and nodded in satisfaction. Babies, you're amazing. You dug up so much, much more than Daddy did. You're really incredible. Okay, what reward do you want? Tell Daddy, and I'll prepare it for you right now. The children had already thought of a reward, and when they heard Jiang Ning ask that question, they immediately replied to him. Dad, we want to eat ice cream, delicious ice cream, is that okay? The children looked at Jiang Ning expectantly, hoping he would agree. Seeing their pleading eyes, Jiang Ning couldn't very well refuse after all, it was something he had promised, and how could he go back on his word? Of course you can, but you're still young, so you can only eat one of these icy things, not too many, really? As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, the children nodded immediately. As long as they had something to eat, that was enough for them, even though there was only one. Dad, one is enough. Let's go eat now. Okay? Seeing how eager the children were, Jiang Ning could only nod. Okay, tell your dad how it felt when you were digging lotus roots, were you tired? The children nodded immediately. It was their first time doing this kind of work, and they were really exhausted. Dad, I'm tired. Bao's hands are sore and he can't lift them up. Bao raised his hand for Jiang Ning to see. Jiang Ning felt sorry for Bao and immediately started rubbing his hand. Dad, we feel sore too, we can't lift our heads, and it hurts. Seeing the children like this, Jiang Ning smiled and asked them a question. Now you can feel how hard it is to produce food, and will you still dare to waste food so easily in the future? Jiang Ning made the children do this so that they would understand how hard it is to obtain food. The children now understand why their father had them come here to work. Dad, we're sorry, we understand, and we'll never do that again. We now understand how hard it is to produce food, and we'll never waste food again. Seeing that the children seemed to really understand, Jiang Ning was satisfied. He was worried that the children did not understand the hardship of labor, so they did not cherish what they had now. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the task and received a washing machine. Jiang Ning was very satisfied when he heard the system's voice and the reward it gave him. He had been thinking about buying a washing machine a few days ago so that Yin Mashi wouldn't have to work so hard to wash the children's clothes every day. The system has rewarded me with a washing machine, which is truly something to celebrate. Host, would you like to issue it now? Jiang Ning shook his head. He was outside right now, and if he got the washing machine out, it would be a huge problem. It would be better to send it to the space mall first. Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning only came to his senses when he heard Yin Mashi's voice. He had really been talking to the system and hadn't come to his senses for a moment. Yen, I'm sorry, I got lost in thought. Let's go. Kids, let's go pack our things at the guest house now, we should be leaving. There's no ice cream here, but we'll get some near our house when we get home, okay? As long as they can eat, the children don't care where they eat. The guest house owner was a little reluctant to see them leave, mainly because the food Jiang Ning made was just too delicious. Whenever Jiang Ning cooks, he can always get a little bit of food. Why don't you stay a few more days? The scenery here is beautiful, why not spend more time here? Despite what the guest house owner said, Jiang Ning shook his head in the end. No, the children's mother has to go back to school. She didn't have much time off this time, so she has to go back now. Since Jiang Ning had already said that, the boss couldn't say anything more. At this moment, Yen Mashi also came over, carrying 4 cans of something in her hands. Boss, thank you for your patronage these past few days. This is homemade jam from Jiang Ning. I just picked out 3 flavors for you. Take it home and try them. Upon seeing what Yen Mashi brought, the boss immediately declined. No, you've given me so much during this time, how can I accept your things when you're all leaving? Seeing that the boss absolutely refused to take it, Jiang Ning couldn't help but speak up to him. Boss, this was just something I made for fun. We have plenty more in the house. Take these and try them out. If you like them, we'll make more next time we come. Upon hearing Jiang Ning and his group say they would come again next time, the boss immediately became interested. Will you come again next time? When will you come? It's probably because the boss likes them so much. He got quite excited when he heard they were coming. Wait until winter break, then come back here to play again? Boss, don't worry, we'll definitely come back to see you when we come back. Since Jiang Ning had said so, the boss nodded and took the things in his hands. Then I wish you a safe journey. This time, after returning, Jiang Ning did not take Yen Mashi and the others to the house that Yen Mashi rented. Instead, he went to the house that the system had rewarded him with last time. Jiang Ning, what are we doing here? Don't you think we've come to the wrong place? Hearing Yen Mashi ask that question, Jiang Ning shook his head. Yen, this is our new house. It's been renovated for a while now, and we'll be living here from now on. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Yen Mashi's eyes widened in disbelief. Jiang Ning, is what you're saying true? Did you really buy this house? It's so big, when did you buy it? Why didn't I know? When Yen Mashi asked him this question, Jiang Ning remained calm and smiled as he answered her. Yen, I wanted to give you a surprise. That's why I didn't tell you. So, do you like this surprise? How could Yen Mashi not like such a big house? So he nodded and smiled. Jiang Ning, of course I like this house, but such a big house must cost a lot of money. Do you have enough money? If not, I have some in my card, I can give it to you. Chapter 102 A huge pile of jewelry. Hearing Yen Mashi say that, Jiang Ning shook his head. No need, Yen, I have enough money. Your money is yours to keep and spend as you see fit. As soon as Jiang Ning said those words, for some reason, he suddenly felt that Yen Mashi didn't seem so happy. Yen, what's wrong? Did I say something wrong? I really have enough money to buy this house, you don't need to help me. The main point is that this house is actually free. Hearing Jiang Ning say that, Yen Mashi felt a little sad and couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and speak. Jiang Ning, are you saying this because you think I didn't give you enough money? Aren't we supposed to be family? I'm really hurt by what you're saying. Yen Mashi's words made Jiang Ning's eyes light up immediately. Yen, are you saying yes? Really? Am I dreaming? Jiang Ning was truly incredulous. He had thought it would take some time before Yan Mashi agreed to his request, but to his surprise, she had already agreed today. When Jiang Ning saw Yan Mashi nod, he was quite excited. Yan Yan, wait for me, wait for me. Jiang Ning said, then walked into one of the houses and slammed the door shut. Yan Mashi was somewhat surprised. Mom, why is Dad running so fast? What is he going to do? The children looked at Yan Mashi and asked, somewhat puzzled. In fact, Yan Mashi didn't know either, so she could only shake her head at the children. Mom doesn't know either. Dad said this will be our home from now on. Let's tidy up now and then go over there to get everything we need, okay? Yan Mashi plans to train the children's hands-on skills, making them do everything themselves. The children didn't hesitate and immediately nodded when they heard Yan Mashi say that. Mom, let's hurry up and pack. I don't know where we'll sleep. Can we sleep with Mom and Dad? When Yan Mashi heard the children ask such a question, she felt a little embarrassed, but she didn't answer. Instead, she started tidying up. Once Jiang Ning entered the room, he immediately began searching the space mall. After searching for a while, he finally found the diamond ring he wanted. Jiang Ning bought a relatively large one, as well as some gold. These things would definitely cost a lot of money if bought outside, but in the space mall, they only cost about 2,000 yuan, mainly because Jiang Ning bought a lot of things. They bought gold necklaces, gold rings, gold bracelets, gold earrings, and some even bought more than one item. After Jiang Ning finished buying the jewelry, it was all packaged in exquisite boxes, and it looked extremely high-end. Jiang Ning was very happy to see so much jewelry. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning come out, she immediately looked at him. When Yan Mashi saw that Jiang Ning was carrying a lot of boxes, she was a little surprised and couldn't help but ask him. Jiang Ning, what are these things? How did you get so many? When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi ask this question, he felt a little embarrassed, but he still handed the things in his hand to Yan Mashi and looked at her and said, Yan Yan, these are the things I prepared for you. See if you like them. There are 2 more items for the children. Please help the children put them on. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she was really curious about what he handed her, but she was too embarrassed to open it in front of Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning kept staring at Yan Mashi, making Yan Mashi feel embarrassed. Jiang Ning, why are you staring at me? Is there something on my face? When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi ask that question, he shook his head. Yan Yan, aren't you going to take a look and see if you like it? If you don't like it, I can help you change it to something you like. Take a look quickly. Seeing that Jiang Ning kept showing her, Yan Mashi couldn't refuse, so she nodded, found a table to sit down, and then began to prepare to unpack the things. When Yan Mashi opened the first box and saw what was inside, her eyes whitened immediately. Because it contains a complete set of gold jewelry, it looks exceptionally beautiful. Jiang Ning, why did you buy such expensive things? This set must have cost a lot of money. Seeing the surprise in Yan Mashi's eyes, Jiang Ning knew that she liked it. Yan Yan, don't worry about how much it cost. The most important thing is whether you like it or not. Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning, who was looking at her with a serious expression, and slowly nodded. I love it, Jiang Ning. I really like this piece of jewelry, it's so beautiful. Hearing Yan Mashi say that, Jiang Ning was immediately delighted. Then take a look at the others, I'm sure you'll like them too. Yan Mashi continued to disassemble, and when she finished, she was beyond shocked. Jiang Ning, why did you buy so much? Is gold free? Seeing Yan Mashi's shocked expression, Jiang Ning burst out laughing. Yan Yan, you can have whatever you like. These things are all things I've chosen because I think they're suitable for you. The main problem is that Jiang Ning bought just too many. There are 5 bracelets alone. If you put them on the table one by one every day, they could fill an entire table. Jiang Ning, don't you think you've bought too much? There's so much, you can't possibly wear it all. Hearing Yan Mashi say that, Jiang Ning shook his head. He didn't think so at all. He felt he hadn't bought enough. He had originally planned to buy some more, but he was worried that if he stayed in the room too long, Yan Mashi and the others would come looking for him, so he came out. Yan Yan, these aren't many. I'll buy you more later. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, Yan Mashi didn't know what else to say. In front of Yan Mashi, Jiang Ning slowly took out the diamond ring and knelt down on one knee in front of her. Yan Yan, marry me. Jiang Ning's actions left Yan Mashi completely bewildered. Jiang Ning, you. Yan Mashi covered her mouth, so moved she almost shed tears, her eyes reddening slightly. Yan Yan, are you willing? Yan Mashi nodded. After spending time with Jiang Ning, she felt that Jiang Ning was truly a trustworthy person. She'll definitely be very happy with Jiang Ning in the future. Jiang Ning, I'm willing, but we still need to go back to my home and tell my parents about this. Chapter 103, Going out to play again. That's only right, so when Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi say that, he immediately nodded. Yan, do you have time? Don't you still have to go to school? Or should you continue to ask for leave? Yan Mashi nodded. If she wanted to go home, she would have to take another month off. The main reason was that her home wasn't here, and the round trip would take a lot of time. I'll ask for a little more leave. We'll go back together. My parents don't know about the children yet, and I don't know how they'll react if they find out. Yan Mashi was actually a little worried, mainly because she hadn't told her parents about taking a leave of absence to have a baby. She was afraid they would be furious if they found out. Yan, don't worry. Just push all the blame onto me, and I'll talk to your parents. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she shook her head. How could she say that? This was something she herself had done wrong, and she should bear the consequences herself. Jiangning is quite far from my home, so we'll have to take a bus there, which might take 2 days and 2 nights. When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi say this, he was conflicted. The main problem was that the high-speed train was uncomfortable, and they were traveling with a child, which made it even more difficult. Yan, let's take a plane. If we take a plane, it'll be faster. We can leave in the morning and arrive in the evening. Yan Mashi had also considered this method, but taking a plane would cost 3 times more than a regular high-speed train, and Yan Mashi just wanted to save some money. Yan, I know you want to save money, but that's not how you save money. Besides, we don't need to save money at all. I can earn a lot of money so you can buy whatever you like without any worries. Jiang Ning's words were like a reassuring pill, instantly calming Yan Mashi down. Jiang Ning, I'll listen to you. You can arrange these things. By the way, Jiang Ning, if we're going to get married, shouldn't we also visit your family? Jiang Ning had wanted to say this for a long time. He wanted to bring his older brother to live with him here, but he didn't know if Yan Mashi would mind. And his little niece, she can receive a better education here. Yan, in my hometown, only my older brother and my little niece are left. My older brother raised me and supported my education when I was little. A few years ago, he injured his leg while working, and life in the countryside was not easy for him. Upon hearing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning quickly spoke up to her. Jiang Ning, then we can go and pick up my older brother and the others. Anyway, the house you bought is so big, there will be enough room for them when they come over. Jiang Ning was somewhat shocked when he heard Yan Mashi say this. He hadn't expected that Yan Mashi would understand what he was thinking. Yan, don't you mind? How could Yan Mashi possibly mind? Jiang Ning was so good to her, and to the children too, so Jiang Ning's family was her family as well. Jiang Ning, now that we've decided to get married, your family is my family too. How could I possibly mind? When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi say that, he breathed a sigh of relief. He was afraid that Yan Mashi would mind him bringing his older brother to live with them. Jiang Ning had already thought it through. If Yan Mashi really minded, he would find a new house nearby for his older brother to live in. However, Jiang Ning was genuinely happy to hear Yan Mashi say that she didn't mind. Yan, how about we go see my older brother and his family first? They live closer to your parents' place. It only takes a day by high-speed train. After we finish looking at this, we'll go see your parents, okay? Yan Mashi nodded when she heard Jiang Ning say that he had no objection. Of course we can. We'll go see your older brother first, and then bring them over. With them there, we won't have to worry about things at home. Jiang Ning felt that having a woman like Yan Mashi was truly a blessing from his past life, allowing him to meet such a wonderful woman in this life. Yan, thank you. Yan Mashi shook her head. These were all things she should do, and Jiang Ning didn't need to thank her at all. Jiang Ning, these are all things I should do. So when shall we set off? When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi ask this question, he thought for a moment and then asked Yan Mashi in return. Yan, how long are you taking leave? Let's arrange the time in advance so we don't run out of time. Since she had to go to 2 places, Yan Mashi felt she should ask for more leave, otherwise she might not have enough time. Anyway, she's always the top student in her major, so her advisors usually approve her leave of absence as long as it doesn't affect her studies. I'll take a month off. That should be enough time. Jiang Ning nodded. A month is indeed enough time, and there might even be more. If it's a month, We'll go to my older brother's place and bring them over, then we can sell watermelons for a while longer before going to your parents' place. We have plenty of time. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he seemed to have thought of something and suddenly looked at Yan Mashi and spoke. No, Yan, let's not sell watermelons anymore. I'll think of some easier jobs for my older brother, and then we can go directly to your parents' place. That way, you can stay there longer and spend more time with your parents. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she was very happy. In fact, she hadn't been home for a long time and really missed her parents. Every time her parents said they wanted to come and see her, she would make all sorts of excuses to decline. Jiang Ning, can we pack up and leave tomorrow? I think my brother must miss you too. Jiang Ning nodded when he heard Yan Mashi say that, and he would go and make the preparations now. Yan, help the children get ready and pack. I'll go buy the tickets. The children are too young to need tickets, but we do. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he reached out and pinched Yan Mashi's cheek. Just as he had thought, it was really soft. Yan Mashi felt a little embarrassed when Jiang Ning pinched her cheek like that, and her face turned red instantly. Fortunately, Jiang Ning had already turned away at this time, otherwise he might not have been able to control himself and pinched Yan Mashi's face again. Mom, are we going out to play again? The children looked at Yan Mashi with some anticipation. Chapter 104 Chapter 103 Moving into the new house. The children cheered when they saw Yan Mashi nod. Kids are always very happy to go out and play. First, check if you have anything you need to bring, and Mom will help you pack. When the children heard Jiang Ning say this, they nodded, looked around, and suddenly spoke to Yan Mashi. Mom, our things are in another house. Hearing the children say this, Yan Mashi then remembered that their things were indeed still in the house over there, and had not been moved. We'll wait for Dad to come back, and then we'll go over there and bring all the things over. In Jiangning, you can buy tickets on your phone. Nowadays, many things can be done on your phone, which is very convenient. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning return, she immediately spoke to him. Jiang Ning, our things are still over there. Let's go there and pack them up now. Hearing Yan Mashi say that, Jiang Ning nodded. Those things were indeed still there, and they had to go over there and clean them up before they could eat. Yan, since that's the case, let's not rush. I've already hired a moving company. We can just have them move all our things over here, so we don't have to carry so much stuff and get exhausted. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, Yan Mashi nodded. When will the moving company arrive? The main reason was that she still needed to pack her things later, and if it was too late, Yan Mashi was worried that she wouldn't be able to finish packing. It shouldn't be too long, they should be arriving by now. Otherwise, I'll give them a call and ask. As soon as Jiang Ning finished speaking, he immediately picked up the phone and dialed. Jiang Ning nodded, indicating that he understood, though he didn't know what the people on the other end were saying. After hanging up the phone, Jiang Ning spoke to Yan Mashi. Yan, the moving company people have already arrived. Let's go over and show them the way. Hearing that the moving company had arrived, Yan Mashi nodded. Then they followed Jiang Ning to the place they used to rent. As soon as Yan Mashi stepped outside, she saw several people standing there. Judging from their appearance, they must be people from the moving company. Are these the people from Jiangning? If we ask them to help us move things now, I don't know if they'll agree. When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi ask that question, he was both amused and exasperated. Yan, how could they possibly disagree? We paid these people to come. We didn't just hire them for no reason. With his explanation, Yan Mo immediately understood. Jiang Ning, let's get started now. I'll go in and keep an eye on them. When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi say that, he immediately nodded. If you hire a moving company, generally someone has to supervise them while they are packing and moving. Yan, I'll leave things here to you. I'll go over there and make the arrangements. First, I put some necessary items on the train. I just don't know if the high-speed train can bring all of these things in. Jiang Ning's concerns were valid, mainly because if they wanted to stay there for a few more days, they would definitely need to bring more things. Jiang Ning, don't worry about that. As long as it's not something you can carry, you can bring as much of anything else as you want. Hearing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning was relieved. She was worried that if Yan Mashi brought too much stuff, they wouldn't be allowed to bring it on the bullet train. Yan, I'll go prepare now. You can watch them move things over and tell them where to put them. They can help you with everything. When Yan Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately nodded. Jiang Ning, don't worry. I'll take care of all these things. Jiang Ning also planned to go to the outside market to see what was selling well so he could get some more items for his space. However, after wandering around for quite a while, he still couldn't find anything suitable. He had no choice but to wait and see what happened later. When Jiang Ning returned, Yan Mashi had already moved out most of her belongings from the apartment she rented. Upon seeing Jiang Ning return, Yan Mashi immediately looked at him and asked, "Jiang Ning, have you seen our new home? Do you like the decor?" Jiang Ning could tell that Yan Mashi was very happy, probably because of the new house, and the fact that she didn't have to pay rent for it anymore. "Yan, decorate it however you like. I like you, and what you like is what I like." As soon as Jiang Ning said that, Yan Mashi blushed and felt a little embarrassed. She turned and walked away immediately, and when she saw Jiang Ning, she felt even more embarrassed. Jiang Ning watched Yan Mashi walk away, feeling both amused and exasperated. He knew Yan Mashi had said she was sorry, so Jiang Ning didn't follow her. Instead, he went to the children's side and asked them questions. "Baby, do you like this new house so much? There are many rooms in this house, and there are also second and third floors. Do you want the three of you to share a room or each of you to have your own room?" Jiang Ning looked at the children and asked with a serious expression. When the children heard Jiang Ning ask this question, they hesitated. They wanted to sleep alone, but they were worried that they would be scared by themselves. After thinking about it, the children decided that each child would have their own room. "Don't worry. There's nothing to be afraid of. This is your own home, nothing strange will happen here. You're all grown up now, you should definitely sleep on your own." The children finally nodded, but Yan Mashi hesitated when she heard Jiang Ning say that to the children. Yan Mashi mainly felt that the children were still young, and it would be a bit too much for them to sleep alone now. "Jiang Ning, the children are still so young. Otherwise, let them sleep on their own in a couple of years. For now, let them sleep with me." When Jiang Ning heard Yan Mashi say that the children should sleep with Yan Mashi, he immediately shook his head. If the children sleep with Yan Mashi, then he won't have a chance, which won't do. "No need, Yan. We need to help the children get used to it. That way, they can learn to be more independent, and it will be better for them." Chapter 105 from Chapter 104 back to the countryside. Since Jiang Ning had said that, Yan Mashi didn't say anything more. Anyway, Yan Mashi knew that Jiang Ning would never do anything bad to the children. Jiang Ning was overjoyed when he saw Yan Mashi nod. He felt his good days were about to begin. "Yan, how's your packing going? Are you almost done?" "It won't take long for us to get to my older brother's place, about 3 days. Once we get there, we'll stay for a day while my older brother and the others unpack. Then we'll take them with us. The place my older brother is staying isn't very nice, so we shouldn't stay there too long." Generally, Yan Mashi doesn't have any objections to Jiang Ning's decisions, so when she heard Jiang Ning say this, she nodded without hesitation. "Jiang Ning, you can arrange these things. I'll listen to you." The next morning, Jiang Ning woke up and immediately went to wake the children. After they were all awake, he helped them get ready one by one. After spending this time together, Jiang Ning became quite adept at doing these things. Jiang Ning is now handling almost everything for the children, and he always disagrees with Yan Mashi's attempts to get involved. He didn't want Yan Mashi to be too tired, so he did everything himself. So when Yan Mashi woke up, Jiang Ning had already arranged for the children to eat. Yan Mashi looked at the scene before her and felt a little embarrassed. "Jiang Ning, I'm sorry, I overslept again. If I do this again next time, please remember to wake me up." Hearing Yan Mashi say this, Jiang Ning nodded. He had just wanted Yan Mashi to sleep a little longer, which was why he hadn't woken her up. Yan, I just wanted you to sleep a little longer, that's why I didn't wake you up." "You can sleep a little longer, anyway, there's nothing much going on right now, the bullet train doesn't leave for another hour or so, we can take our time." Even so, Yan Mashi was still a little embarrassed. Seeing that Jiang Ning was still feeding the children, she immediately took over. "Jiang Ning, let me feed them. You eat first." Seeing that Yan Mashi wanted to feed her other 2 sons, Jiang Ning immediately spoke to her. Yan, let them do it themselves. They are boys, they can do these things by themselves, right?" De Bao, Air Bao. When De Bao and Air Bao heard Jiang Ning ask that question, they immediately nodded. "Yes. Mom, we can do it ourselves. Dad feeds our little sister because she's still small. We're all grown up now, we don't need to be fed." Jiang Ning looked at the children with some helplessness, but in the end, he nodded to them. Okay, then you guys eat by yourselves, take your time, don't rush. After the children had finished eating, Jiang Ning and the others prepared to set off with them. The children were excited to ride the high-speed train for the first time, but they weren't jumping around like they used to. Yen, our seats are inside, let's go in. But I only bought one child seat, so we each have to hold one child. This way, we can feel more at ease with the children by our side. Yen Mashi nodded, thinking that Jiang Ning's arrangement was very good. Time flies when you're on a high-speed train. You eat and sleep, and before you know it, it's time to go. Jiang Ning, have we arrived yet? Jiang Ning nodded. They had indeed arrived, but there were many of them, including 3 children. So Jiang Ning told Yen Mashi not to rush down and to wait for the others to go down first. Yen, let's wait a bit before going down. Let's wait until most of them have left before we go down, so we don't crowd the children. Yen Mashi nodded. She also felt that if there were too many people now, it would be bad for the children to get crowded. After most of the people had left, Jiang Ning led the children off the train before it started moving. Is this Jiang Ning? Yen Mashi was somewhat surprised by the scene before her, mainly because the place looked like a desolate wilderness. This place clearly didn't look like it had ever been inhabited, which is why Yen Mashi was so surprised. Jiang Ning nodded. This place was where his older brother lived. It's just that this place is quite desolate, which is why he thought of taking his older brother and his niece to live there. This place really isn't suitable for living. Moreover, there aren't many people left in this village. Generally, people in this village try to leave whenever possible, as there's really no need for them to stay here any longer. Yen, be careful, it's a bit difficult to walk here. Bao, be careful too. Before Jiang Ning even arrived at his elder brother's house, a woman suddenly blocked his way. Are you Jiang Ning from the Jiang family? Jiang Ning nodded, looking at the woman in front of him. He recognized her, so he slowly began to speak. Third aunt, it's me, Jiang Ning. I've come back to see my eldest brother. The woman in front of her felt somewhat uncomfortable looking at the glamorous Jiang Ning. Oh my, you look like you've made a fortune outside, dressed so beautifully. Is that your wife next to you? Upon hearing this, Jiang Ning immediately nodded. He was about to marry Yen Mashi, and Yen Mashi would be his wife. Third aunt, I don't earn much money outside. Now I have to support my wife and children, so I can't earn much at all. Is my eldest brother home? Let's go to his house and check on him. The woman in front of her rolled her eyes dismissively. She felt that since Jiang Ning had no money, there was no need for her to stay here. Go home and check for yourself. I don't know either, I have to go now. Jiang Ning breathed a sigh of relief as soon as the woman left. Yen, this woman is my third uncle's wife. However, she is a bit sharp-tongued and values money the most, so we can't let her know that we are rich, otherwise, who knows what she might do. Yen Mashi nodded, seemingly understanding, but looking at the scene before her, she was genuinely surprised to have gone to her brother Jiang Ning's house. Are we almost in Jiang Ning? The main problem is that the roads here are all mountainous, and they've already walked quite a distance, so their legs are starting to ache. Chapter 106, Chapter 105, The Little Girl in My Eldest Brother's House. Jiang Ning nodded. Although he hadn't been back for 3 years, he still remembered the place where he had lived for so long. Yen, slow down, don't rush, we're almost there, it's nearby. Hearing that they were almost there, Yen Mashi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, mainly because she was really tired. Yen, we're here. This is the place. Looking at the small, dilapidated house in front of her, Yen Mashi was shocked. She had prepared herself mentally, but she really didn't expect the place to be so run down and so small. Seeing this scene before her, Yen Mashi really couldn't accept it. Jiang Ning, did you used to live in this place? When Yen Mashi saw Jiang Ning nod, she suddenly felt a pang of pain in her heart. She didn't know what was wrong with her, but she just felt very uncomfortable. Yen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Jiang Ning looked at Yen Mashi clutching her chest and asked with some concern. Yen Mashi shook her head and took a deep breath. Jiang Ning, I'm fine. Are the older brother and the others staying here now? When she saw Jiang Ning nod, Yen Mashi took a deep breath and couldn't help but ask Jiang Ning again. But is Jiang Ning a habitable place? Won't it leak when it rains? This is what Yen Mashi is worried about, because she saw that the roof of the house is thatched, and if it rains, it will definitely get wet. Yen, rain will get into the house, so this time, I thought of bringing my older brother and the others with us. At least we can stay safe from the wind and rain over there. Jiang Ning, let's go in. Are my brothers at home? Jiang Ning didn't know either, so he could only go inside the house to take a look. As soon as they entered, they saw a little girl cooking something. When she saw Jiang Ning and the others enter, she immediately became alert. What are you doing here? What are you doing in our house? I don't know you. Seeing how excited she was, Jiang Ning slowly squatted down in front of the little girl. Little ones, it's your uncle. Do you remember your uncle? It's your uncle has come to pick you up. The little girl was puzzled when she heard Jiang Ning's voice. It sounded familiar, but she was still unsure. Because the people in their village said that their uncle no longer wanted them and would never come back. She was still young and didn't understand some things, but she understood what the phrase never to come back meant. At first, she went to the village entrance to wait every day, but she never saw anyone and eventually became disappointed. Uncle, you're my uncle, you're back. Won't you abandon us? Jiang Ning almost burst into tears when he saw the little girl like this. It's all his fault, he should have come back sooner. Yes. Uncle is back. Where's your dad? Let's find him quickly. When the little girl heard Jiang Ning ask that question, her eyes lit up immediately. Yes, let's go find Dad. Dad will be very happy to see Uncle. Dad is working outside, let's go find Uncle. The little girl pulled Jiang Ning and ran outside. Jiang Ning didn't refuse, he was also eager to see his older brother. When Jiang Ning followed the little girl outside, he saw his older brother limping and working there. Looking at the scene before him, Jiang Ning felt a pang of unease. Dad, Uncle is back. The little girl was excitedly shouting, and the man who was working there suddenly stiffened, too afraid to turn around. Big brother. Upon hearing this voice, the person in front of him slowly turned around, and his eyes lit up when he saw Jiang Ning. Xiao Jiang, are you really back? I thought Xiao Yu was joking with me. Seeing his older brother so excited, Jiang Ning was also very excited. He hadn't seen his older brother for a long time. Big brother, it's me. I'm really back. I've come back to take you all with me. Jiang Ning's words stunned brother Jiang, who thought Jiang Ning was joking. Old Jiang, you're so lucky. Little Jiang looks like he's struck it rich, that's why he's thinking of coming to pick you up. If you go with little Jiang now, you'll be enjoying a life of luxury. Brother Jiang didn't speak, but nodded to the person next to him, then stood up and walked towards Jiang Ning. When they saw Jiang Ning and the others leave, the people who had just been in front of brother Jiang immediately started talking amongst themselves. Do you think Jiang Ning really came back to take his older brother away? I just can't believe it. Don't say you don't believe it, I don't believe it either. For a mere kid like him to be able to lead him out of this mountain is simply a joke. Jiang Ning heard the conversation behind him. This was mainly because his ears were exceptionally sharp due to the system he had. Under normal circumstances, he could hear conversations within 100 miles, but he was currently blocking out most of the sounds. Jiang Ning didn't take what these people said to heart. He was determined to do everything he could to prove them wrong. When brother Jiang saw Jiang Ning, he couldn't help but reach out and grab Jiang Ning's arm. Jiang, how have you been these past few years? It's all because I'm incompetent, I thought you wouldn't come back. Jiang Ning shook his head at his older brother, seeing him like this. Brother, why would you think that way? In the past few years, I was focused on my studies. This year, I've graduated and am ready to come and pick you up. Pick them up. Although Jiang Ning had been saying he wanted to take them to live outside, brother Jiang didn't take it to heart at all, because he thought Jiang Ning was just joking. But looking at Jiang Ning now, it seemed like he wasn't joking. Jiang Ning, are you really going to take us out? We don't need to go out. We're fine here. We can't go outside and cause you trouble. Jiang Ning knew that no matter what he said now, his older brother would not agree, so he can only go back first and then see how to persuade his older brother. When brother Jiang followed Jiang Ning home, he saw a woman working inside, which made brother Jiang somewhat suspicious of what he had seen. Jiang Ning, did you see a girl working at home? Or was I the only one who saw her, or am I seeing things? Chapter 107, Chapter 106, I'm back. Seeing his older brother's somewhat incredulous expression, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile and say something to him. Brother, you're not seeing things, this is my girlfriend. Besides taking you guys out, there's another reason I came here. Yan Yan and I are getting married, and I wanted to ask for your opinion. When brother Jiang heard that Jiang Ning was getting married, his eyes were filled with relief. In fact, Jiang Ning was the person he was most worried about in these mountains, but he had no way to leave. Not having money was one thing, but more importantly, there were children to take care of. So he hoped every day that Jiang Ning could come back and visit. He looked forward to it every day, and today his wish finally came true. The eldest brother definitely has no objections. As long as you are happy, the eldest brother is satisfied. These are not your children, are they? Brother Jiang looked at the children standing behind Yan Mashi, craning their necks to look at him, his eyes filled with surprise. Yes, brother, this is a long story. I'll tell you about it when I have time. Kids, come here. This is your uncle. When the three children heard Jiang Ning call them, they immediately ran to Jiang Ning's side. Dad! Jiang Ning looked at the three chubby-cheeked children and couldn't help but reach out and pat their little heads. This is your uncle. You should quickly say hello to him. Upon hearing Jiang Ning say this, the children immediately spoke to Jiang Ning's older brother in their childish voices. Hello uncle, I am Debao, and I am 3 years old this year. After Debao started speaking, the other two children followed suit, introducing themselves to Brother Jiang one after another. Brother Jiang nodded in satisfaction as he looked at them. Good, very good. You are all very sensible. Your parents have raised you very well. Looking at the child in front of him, Brother Jiang felt a strange, indescribable feeling. Uncle, do you want to come back with us? We've come to pick you up from your parents' house. Seeing that even the children were saying this, Brother Jiang figured they must have planned it all out, but he still shook his head. No, Uncle is doing very well here. You can go back and live your lives well. Uncle is doing very well here. No sooner had Brother Jiang finished speaking than Yan Mashi, who was standing next to him, spoke up. Brother, that's not how it works. We came here to offer you accommodations at our place. Even if you don't consider yourself, you have to think about the children. Hearing Yan Mashi say that, Brother Jiang was stunned for a moment and subconsciously looked at the child next to him. If anyone should apologize to, it's this child. He's powerless and can only let the child suffer here with him. When Brother Jiang saw the child, he was actually a little shaken. But looking at the three children behind Jiang Ning, he felt that it wouldn't be so easy for Jiang Ning to raise so many children all at once. So in the end, he shook his head and spoke to Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, you must be having a hard time raising so many children on your own. I can't go and be a burden to you anymore. As long as you're all doing well, that's enough. Jiang Ning hadn't expected that even after saying all that, his older brother still wouldn't want to go back with them. Big brother, if you come with us, you won't be a burden. On the contrary, you can help us. Big brother, Yan and I came up with a way to sell small desserts. Now that the weather is hot, many people like them, and we can make a lot of money every day. If you come back with us, you can help us. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, Brother Jiang couldn't help but ask. Jiang Ning, how much money can you make in a day? Do you really need my help? Even though Jiang Ning said that, Brother Jiang still couldn't quite believe it. Big brother, we really need your help. We're going to Yan's parents' house in a while, and we'll have to rely on you then. Trust us. Seeing that his older brother still wouldn't budge, Jiang Ning couldn't help but speak up to him. Brother, we can sell about 1,000 yuan a day, sometimes more. If things are stable, we can still sell 1,000. Also, I've already bought a house there, in full. Brother Jiang was completely shocked. He looked at Jiang Ning, so excited that he couldn't even speak clearly. Jiang Ning, are you telling the truth? Did you really buy a house? Jiang Ning looked at his older brother and nodded earnestly. Brother, please think about it. We really want you to come back with us, and you should also consider Xiaoyu. After Jiang Ning finished speaking, he kept looking at his elder brother, hoping that his elder brother would agree to his request. Brother Jiang hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. Then I'll go with you to see how you're doing. As for Xiaoyu, it's time for her to start studying. Don't worry, I won't trouble you when we get there. Jiang frowned when the taxi driver said that. Brother, we're family, don't worry about the trouble. We'd be happy if you came back with us. When Jiang Ning saw that Brother Jiang had agreed to go back with them, he was overjoyed. Brother, it's settled then. I'll book the tickets now and we'll go back tomorrow. This place isn't comfortable. As for the other side, Yan has already made preparations. Brother Jiang nodded. You can make the arrangements, I'll go with you to take a look. The place where Brother Jiang is staying is really too dilapidated. With so many people like Yan Mashi arriving all at once, there isn't even a place for them to stay. Yen Yen, you guys can come with me to my old place. It's a small place, but I'll sleep on the floor and you guys can sleep on the bed, it should be fine. Thank you for your help, it'll be tonight. Yen Mashi didn't think it was a big deal, it was just one night, she could make do with it. This was the first time Yen Mashi had slept in the same room as Jiang Ning, and she couldn't sleep. Actually, not to mention Yen Mashi, Jiang Ning also had trouble sleeping. He was lying on the floor, tossing and turning, his eyes closed, but his mind was unusually clear. Unable to sleep, Jiang Ning couldn't help but call out to Yen Mashi. Yen Yen, are you asleep? Yen Mashi subconsciously shook her head, only realizing afterward that it was nighttime and Jiang Ning couldn't see her shaking her head at all. Jiang Ning, I'm not asleep, I can't sleep. Chapter 107 Fireflies at Night. Hearing that Yen Mashi couldn't sleep either, Jiang Ning couldn't help but sit up and look at Yen Mashi. Yen Yen, I can't sleep either. How about we go for a walk outside? Yen Mashi was taken aback when she heard Jiang Ning say that. She glanced at the child beside her and hesitated. Yen Yen, it's okay. The children sleep very soundly at night and won't wake up. After Jiang Ning's words, Yen Mashi finally nodded and agreed to go out with Jiang Ning. After Yen Mashi had quietly finished getting ready, Jiang Ning was already waiting for her outside. Jiang Ning was a man, so he didn't need to get ready, but Yen Mashi was different, she still had to be a little more careful. As soon as she arrived outside and saw Jiang there, Yen Mashi immediately asked Jiang Ning. Jiang Ning, where are you taking me? Jiang Ning didn't tell Yen Mashi where they were going, but he slowly extended his hand to her. Yen Mashi immediately understood Jiang Ning's meaning and reached out her hand into Jiang Ning's hand. The moment their hands met, Jiang Ning couldn't help but twitch his hand. Yen Yen, come with me. I'll take you to a place where the old scene still exists. You'll definitely love it when you see it. But it's been so long since I've been back, I don't know if that scene still exists. Yen Mashi didn't know what Jiang Ning meant, but if Jiang Ning wanted to take her, she was willing to go with him. Jiang Ning, is the place you're taking me far from here? Yen Mashi was still a little worried. Jiang Ning had taken her to a place that was too far away, and the children were still sleeping. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi ask that question, he shook his head. Yen Yen, don't worry. That place is nearby, we'll get there in no time. We'll just go take a look, and then come back and go to sleep. Since Jiang Ning has said so, Yen Mashi nodded. If it's not far, she'll go and take a look. Let's go check out Jiang Ning now. What is it? Can you tell me about it first? Yen Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with some anticipation, but in the end Jiang Ning shook his head. Yen Yen, I'll take you to see it later, then you'll know. If I tell you now, there won't be any surprises. Seeing that Jiang Ning was so certain, Yen Mashi didn't ask any more questions. She simply let Jiang Ning hold her hand and walk towards their destination. Yen Yen, slow down, it's dark outside, watch your step. Since Jiang Ning had said that, Yen Mashi subconsciously tightened her grip on Jiang Ning's hand. Because it was pitch black outside, she was still somewhat. I'm scared. Jiang Ning felt Yen Mashi tighten her grip on his hand, knowing she was scared, so he pulled her into his arms. Yen Yen, don't be afraid. Although it's a bit dark outside, there won't be any danger. We'll walk a little further and we'll get there. The moment Jiang Ning pulled her into his arms, Yen Mashi was stunned. But when she came to her senses, she didn't struggle for some reason and just let Jiang Ning hold her. Jiang Ning walked with Yen Mashi in his arms, and after a while they arrived at the place he wanted to bring Yen Mashi to. Yen Mashi kept her head down, looking at her toes. She was a little embarrassed, so she didn't see the scene in front of her at all. Yen Yen, look up and look at the scenery in front of you. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately looked up. When she saw the sparkling thing in front of her, her eyes lit up. Yen Yen, how do I look? When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning ask this question, she nodded without hesitation and couldn't help but ask Jiang Ning in return. What are these things in Jiang Ning? They're so beautiful. This is the first time I've ever seen anything like them. This was indeed the first time Yen Mashi had ever seen something like this before. She had never had the chance to see such a thing before. Yen Yen, these are fireflies. Haven't you ever seen them before? There used to be lots of fireflies here when I was little. I was a little worried when I brought you here that there wouldn't be any left. But thankfully, these fireflies are still here. Jiang Ning was also very surprised when he saw that the fireflies were still here. Yen Yen, wait a minute, let me catch one for you and show it to you. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she was about to pull Jiang Ning back and tell her not to catch it, because she didn't like insects. But before she could even speak, Jiang Ning had already jumped. Yan Yan, wait for me. Seeing that Jiang Ning had already jumped down, Yan Mashi couldn't even pull him back in time. With no other option, Yan Mashi could only stand there, watching Jiang Ning and hoping he would come up soon. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning come up, his hand was still tightly clenched, and she knew that Jiang Ning must have caught him. When Yan Mashi saw Jiang Ning reach out to her, she instinctively took a step back. She was somewhat afraid of these things. Seeing Yan Mashi's reaction, Jiang Ning immediately understood and released the fireflies in his hand. Yan Yan, so you're afraid of bugs? Don't worry, I've already released the bugs, so don't be afraid. Seeing that Jiang Ning really had nothing left in his hand, Yan Mashi finally breathed a sigh of relief. The main reason is that she is genuinely afraid of these things. Seeing them makes her feel uncomfortable. She wasn't afraid of the fireflies because she could see them from a distance and they glowed. But if they were to grab her and show her, Yan Mashi wouldn't even need to look. She knew she would be terrified. Jiang Ning, aren't you scared holding on to me? Don't you feel uncomfortable? Yan Mashi looked at Jiang Ning with surprise in her eyes. When she saw Jiang Ning shake his head, she was even more surprised, her surprise mixed with admiration. In Yan Mashi's mind, people who were not afraid of insects were truly amazing. Jiang Ning, you are really amazing. I feel uncomfortable when I see these bugs, but these bugs are prettier, so I don't feel anything. But you can't bring them to me and make me look at them. I can't stand it if you bring them to me and make me look at them. Upon hearing Yan Mashi's explanation, Jiang Ning immediately nodded. He knew from Yan Mashi's reaction that she was afraid of insects, otherwise, she wouldn't have reacted that way. Chapter 109, Chapter 108, Taking You Home. Thinking of this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but feel a little guilty. He knew that Yan Mashi had tried to pull him back when he was about to jump. However, in the end he still jumped down, ignoring Yan Mashi. Jiang Ning felt incredibly guilty at the thought of this. Yan Yan, I'm sorry. I didn't know at first. If I had known, I wouldn't have caught the bugs for you to see. Seeing Jiang Ning's guilty expression, Yan Mashi shook her head at him. Jiang Ning, you don't need to feel guilty. Actually, it's nothing. I don't care. Besides, you don't even know that I'm afraid of bugs. When you found out I was afraid of bugs, didn't you throw the bug away immediately? Although Yan Mashi said that, Jiang Ning still felt it was his fault. Seeing him like this, Yan Mashi had no choice but to reach out and pat Jiang Ning's head to comfort him. Jiang Ning, don't be like this. Don't worry about things like this, okay? It's getting late, let's go back. Yan Mashi likes to pat the children's heads to comfort them when they are unhappy, so she did this when she saw Jiang Ning like this. She breathed a sigh of relief when she saw Jiang Ning nod. What Yan Mashi didn't know was that Jiang Ning did feel guilty at first, but seeing how he acted, he couldn't help but want to continue pretending and see what Yan Mashi would do. Although there hasn't been any particularly significant progress, Jiang Ning is quite satisfied with the current situation. Okay, let's go back. We have to get up early tomorrow. We've only been out for a short while, so we should be able to sleep when we get back. Sure enough, Jiang Ning was right. Perhaps because she was tired from walking for a while, Yan Mashi fell asleep shortly after returning home. Moreover, he slept soundly until dawn, but Jiang Ning couldn't fall asleep. By the time he finally drifted off, it was almost daylight. So when Jiang Ning woke up today, there was no one by her bedside. Yan Mashi and the others had already gotten up. When Jiang Ning went out, he saw Yan Mashi talking to her older brother. Jiang Ning immediately went up to him. The two people who were talking stopped abruptly when they saw Jiang Ning. Xiao Ning, you're awake. How are you? Did you sleep uncomfortable? Hearing his brother ask this, Jiang Ning shook his head. Although he had indeed slept uncomfortably and his neck was sore, he certainly wouldn't tell his brother that he hadn't slept well. Because Jiang Ning knew that if he said that, his older brother must be feeling very upset, so he immediately spoke to him. Brother, I used to sleep here, how could I not be used to it? By the way, brother, have you packed your things yet? Our flight is this afternoon. When Brother Jiang heard Jiang Ning say that, his eyes widened in disbelief. Won't the airfare to Jiangning be too expensive for so many of us? Seeing how surprised Jiang Ning was to his older brother, he immediately shook his head. Brother, don't worry about that. It won't be too expensive. If we fly back, it'll be even faster. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, Brother Jiang didn't say anything more. He knew that Jiang Ning had already arranged everything, and there was no point in him saying anything more. Xiao Jiang, I'll go and settle things with the land outside. We might not be coming back in the future, so we need to take care of the land and the house inside. I'll go ask the old lady next door if she wants to buy our house. She has 2 sons, and she's a nice person. I'm thinking of selling the house to her for 500 yuan. What do you think? It just so happens that she's lent me 500 yuan on several occasions over the years, and I haven't been able to pay her back. Her family are also good people, and they haven't said anything about her lending him the money. Upon hearing Brother Jiang say this, Jiang Ning immediately nodded, confirming that they would indeed not come to this place again. Brother, would you like me to go with you? When Brother Jiang heard Jiang Ning say that, he shook his head. No need, Ning, I can go by myself and I'll be right back. When Brother Jiang arrived at the neighbor's house, the whole family was there. They were a little puzzled when they saw Brother Jiang coming. Old Jiang, what brings you here at this hour? When I just got back, I heard that your son Xiao Jiang was back. Why weren't you at home with him? When Brother Jiang heard them ask that, he smiled and said, Brother you, aunt you, I came here because there's something I want to tell you. Xiao Jiang said he wants to take me to live with him, so I was thinking that we won't need this house anymore. Could you see if you need it? As soon as Brother Jiang finished speaking, the Yu family members stood up immediately, their eyes filled with surprise, but also with joy. Old Jiang, are you serious? You really want to buy this house? You know how much it costs. Given our current situation, we definitely need another house, but we have limited funds right now. Could you see if we can pay it off in installments? When the Yu family saw Brother Jiang shake his head, they were somewhat disappointed, but there was nothing they could do, since they were currently penniless. Old Jiang, if it doesn't work, then forget it. We really have no other way right now. Brother Jiang couldn't help but laugh when he saw them like this. What are you talking about? I've already discussed it with Xiao Jiang. We'll sell this house to you for 500 yuan. I still owe you 500 yuan, so you don't need to give me any more money. You can move in right away after we leave. Brother Jiang's words truly shocked Aunt Yu's family. Are you sure about 500 yuan? That's so cheap, and your house has 2 rooms. You're really willing to spend that much? Brother Jiang nodded affirmatively. Of course, you have helped me all these years, so I can feel at ease giving this house to you. I have also given you everything inside. Just take good care of the house. I have even brought the property certificate. We will go and complete the transfer now, and then this house will be yours. I will leave this afternoon. As soon as Brother Jiang finished speaking, the Yu family immediately realized that Brother Jiang was not joking. Chapter 110 and Chapter 109, No need to be nervous. Brother Jiang, please sell it to us at the market price. 500 yuan for a house is simply impossible. Your family will have objections too. When Brother Jiang heard the Yu family say that, he immediately shook his head. Don't worry. No one will have any objections if I do it this way. Trust me, we'll go get the certificate right now. If you don't believe me, we can go ask Xiao Jiang together, he's at home right now. The Yu family felt it was better to find out the truth about this matter, as it was a big deal for them. Okay, I'll go with you to ask Xiao Jiang now. We can only agree after Xiao Jiang confirms, since you have 2 rooms, one for you and one for Xiao Jiang. Seeing their reaction, Brother Jiang could only nod and let the Yu family members accompany him to ask Jiang Ning. When Jiang Ning heard their purpose, he smiled and nodded. Uncle Yu, Aunt Yu, thank you for taking care of my older brother and Xiao Yu during this time. As for this house, we won't be coming back to it in the future. Giving this house to you will allow it to still have its value, so money is not important at all. After confirming that what his family said was true, the Yu family was overjoyed. They really need this house. Thank you so much. With this house, Xiao Yu can definitely marry the woman he likes now. The woman's parents demanded that each of them have their own house, otherwise they wouldn't marry her. But in the past, they wouldn't have had any, they only had 1 house in total. Now, they suddenly have 2 more, which has really solved their urgent problem. No need to be so polite. We're leaving this afternoon, so we'll leave it to you. Let's pack up now, and see who can come with me to get the necessary documents. Upon hearing Brother Jiang say this, the Yu family members finally realized what was happening, but they shook their heads. No need to go through the formalities. Consider this house a loan from you. If you ever come back to visit in the future, the house will still be yours. Although the Yu family said that, Brother Jiang hesitated, but in the end, Jiang Ning shook his head. No, we still need to get the proof. What if someone comes to cause trouble if we don't? Upon hearing Jiang Ning's words, Brother Jiang exchanged a glance with him and immediately realized who would cause trouble. Yes, we need to get this certificate. We'll go get it now. This house will be yours from now on, don't worry. Seeing the Jiang family's insistence, the Yu family didn't say anything more, only expressing their gratitude profusely. Thank you so much, thank you so much. Seeing how agitated the Yu family was, Jiang Ning shook his head. Brother Yu, you don't need to do this. We've known each other for so many years. We're in Haichang now. If anything happens, you can find me there. This is our address. The Yu family cherished the address Jiang Ning gave them, folded it up neatly, and put it away. Don't worry. If anything happens, I'll come to you. You guys stay here and see if your brother Jiang's family needs any help. Help them out while we go get the necessary documents. The Yu family was full of enthusiasm, and even Aunt Yu stayed behind. They busied themselves helping Jiang Ning and the others pack their things. Actually, Jiang Ning and the others didn't have much stuff, it was just that brother Jiang and Xiaoyu had a bit more. It has to be said that having someone to help made things much faster, otherwise, it would have taken a lot of time to pack up all that stuff. Jiang Ning went outside and secretly took out 2 watermelons from his spatial storage. In a small place like theirs, buying a watermelon isn't easy, so they were quite surprised when they saw the watermelon Jiang Ning brought in. Xiao Jiang, where did you get this watermelon? Isn't it very far from town? When Jiang Ning heard her ask that question, he just smiled. Auntie, this is what I brought over. Try it and see if it's good. When Aunt Yu heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately shook her head. How could she let them eat such good food? No need, you can take it back and eat it yourselves. We're not thirsty. When Aunt Yu said this, her 2 sons immediately nodded in agreement. Yes, we're not thirsty, so we don't need to eat watermelon. Although they all said that, Jiang Ning still opened the watermelon and shared a piece with everyone. Watermelons are meant to be eaten, not taken home. You guys should try it and see if it's good. If it is, eat more. There's another one here. We'll open more if you need more. How could Aunt Yu and the others possibly let Jiang Ning open another one? Everyone ate 1 piece and then said they were full. Getting the certificate doesn't take much time at all. Once brother Jiang gets it done, they'll be ready to leave by the time he gets back. The Yu family came to see them off. Jiang Ning led them to the station, where they would have to take a longer bus ride before reaching the airport. The Yu family saw them off outside until they could no longer see Jiang Ning and the others, then they went back to tidy up the house. When they arrived at the house, they were shocked to see 2 large watermelons and a large stack of money inside. When they saw there was another letter below, they immediately took it out and read it. When they saw the contents of the letter, they were so moved that they burst into tears. Brother Jiang and the others are so kind, I don't know how I can ever repay them. Jiang Ning led his family to the airport. When they arrived, Xiaoyu's eyes lit up when she saw the huge plane. She had never seen an airplane before in her entire life, which is why she was so shocked. Brother, our seats are all nearby, and you didn't call me if anything happened, so you don't need to worry. It was Brother Jiang's first time flying, so he was a little nervous. He only relaxed a bit when he heard Jiang Ning say that. Brother, relax a bit. Even Xiaoyu isn't as nervous as you. Okay, I'll relax a bit. However, when he got off the plane, Brother Jiang's legs were weak, probably because he was really not used to it. Chapter 111 and Chapter 110, no need to spend any more money. Alright, bro, we've arrived. You don't need to be nervous anymore. The moment he touched the ground, Brother Jiang finally came to his senses. Xiao Jiang, this plane is really scary. I felt uncomfortable all over while sitting on it, and my head was constantly in a mess. I almost couldn't take it anymore. Hearing Brother Jiang say that, the children couldn't help but cover their mouths and laugh, mainly because Brother Jiang's words were really quite funny. Dad, why are you so scared? Look at me, I'm not scared at all. Seeing her father like this, Xiaoyu couldn't help but laugh and speak. Brother Jiang was also a little embarrassed. He hadn't expected that he would be even less capable than the children. Okay, Xiaoyu, stop laughing at your dad. Uncle will take you home first, and your aunt will take you to buy what you need later. When Xiaoyu heard Jiang Ning say that, she immediately shook her head. No need, uncle. Xiaoyu has brought plenty of things, there's no need to buy anything else. As soon as Xiaoyu finished speaking, Brother Jiang immediately chimed in. Yes, Xiaojiang, we brought a lot of things, we have everything we need, so there's no need to spend any more money. Even though brother Jiang was like this, Jiang Ning still shook his head. Big brother, we still need to buy the things we need. We can't save money and not buy them. We'll have Yen Yen buy them for you. Yen Yen knows what we should buy. When brother Jiang heard Jiang Ning say that, he knew that there was no point in refusing, so he could only nod in the end. What he was thinking was that he definitely couldn't buy too much when he went to buy it later. Thinking of this, brother Jiang gestured to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was raised by her father since she was a child. With just one look from her father, Xiaoyu immediately understood what he meant and nodded. When he got back, he couldn't believe how big the room was. Jiangning, buying such a big house in this place must cost a lot of money. I have some money here, take it. Brother Jiang immediately pulled out some money from his pocket. It didn't seem like much, but it was a token of his goodwill. Seeing his older brother like this, Jiang Ning smiled and nodded, then immediately took the money. The moment he received the money, Jiangning district could feel that his older brother immediately became happy. Brother, let's put our things down now and go out to eat. We don't have time to cook for ourselves now, otherwise I would definitely let you try my cooking skills. Jiang Ning's words surprised brother Jiang, who couldn't help but look at Jiang Ning and ask. Jiang Ning, you can cook too. It seems you've learned a lot while you were away. I'm really relieved. After eating out, Yen Mashi followed Jiang Ning and his family to buy clothes, toiletries, and other items. Everyone got something. Although brother Jiang kept refusing, Yen Mashi eventually bought them all. Brother, throw away all your old stuff. We'll use new stuff, no need to worry about money. Jiang Ning said that once you're here, you can run our stall. When brother Jiang heard Yen Mashi say that, he was stunned for a moment. After realizing what she meant, he immediately spoke up. No, this is your business, how can I steal it from you? There's no way brother Jiang would agree to let Jiang Ning and the others give him the job they were doing. Wouldn't that be him stealing someone else's job? Even though this person is his younger brother, it still won't work. Xiao Jiang, when it comes to work, I can't possibly take away your business, so this won't work. Seeing that his older brother kept refusing, Jiang Ning could only try to persuade him. Brother, this business doesn't need to be closed now that you're here. Otherwise, if we can't patronize it, it will definitely have to be shut down. Yen Yen and I are planning to go to her parents' place to discuss our wedding, and when we come back, we're going to do other business. This business is perfect for you to run. Brother, please don't refuse. If you refuse again, I'll get angry. Hearing Jiang Ning say this, brother Jiang was still a little hesitant. At this moment, Yen Mashi immediately spoke up. Brother, this business is really perfect for you. Otherwise, no one will be able to do it. When he heard them say that, brother Jiang hesitated for a moment, but finally nodded. I'll give it a try. Once you're back, you can handle this business yourselves. Jiang Ning didn't reply to brother Jiang's words. He said they would talk about it when they returned. Brother, since you've agreed, I'll start teaching you over the next few days. After teaching brother Jiang everything over the past few days, Jiang Ning and Yen Mashi prepared to go to her parents' house. Yen Mashi's parents' home is quite far from here, so Jiang Ning and the others set off early in the morning. Yen Yen, is this the place? Haven't you been home in a long time either? Jiang Ningfu nodded. She hadn't come since she went to university. Her parents probably thought she was a junior now, but what they didn't know was that Yen Mashi was only a sophomore. She had taken a year off from school because of her child. Jiangning, this is it. If my dad scolds you when we go in, don't talk back. That way he won't get angry and there'll be a better chance he'll agree to our request. When Jiangning heard Yen Mashi say that, he immediately nodded. Yen Yen, don't worry. I definitely won't talk back. Whatever dad says goes. When Yen Mashi heard Jiang Ning say that, she couldn't help but glare at him. Jiang Ning, how can you be so shameless? You've already called him dad, and we haven't even gotten to know each other yet. When Jiang Ning heard Yen Mashi ask that question, he immediately burst out laughing. Yen Yen, look what's behind you. Yen Mashi was a little confused. She looked behind her, but there was nothing there, so she was still puzzled. Jiang Ning, you showed me the back, but there's nothing there. Seeing Yen Mashi like this, Jiang Ning couldn't help but smile and say something to her. Yen Yen, look at the 3 children behind us. We already have 3 children, and you're telling me we don't have any yet. Yen Mashi smiled shyly. She hadn't realized that Jiang Ning was referring to the two children. Chapter 112, The Wedding, the Finale. When she arrived at the door, Yan Mashi hesitated and didn't dare to knock. Seeing Yan Mashi like this, Jiang Ning reached out and knocked on the door for her. After waiting for a while, the door was finally opened, and a middle-aged woman came out. Her eyes lit up the moment she saw Yan Mashi. Yan, you're back. You haven't been back for so long, I thought you'd forgotten about coming home. When Yan Mashi heard her mother say that, tears immediately streamed down her face. He suddenly lunged at the woman and burst into tears. Mom, I miss you so much. The woman was also moved and couldn't help but hug Yan Mashi back. Her daughter hadn't been back for so long, and she had been so worried. Fortunately, her daughter was finally back. Yan, let's come in quickly. Is this person your friend? The woman didn't see the children because they were behind her, otherwise, she definitely would have asked. Mom, this is my boyfriend. We came back today to discuss our wedding plans. When the woman heard Yan Mashi say this, she was shocked. Her eyes widened immediately. She had always thought her daughter was a well-behaved girl who wouldn't do such a thing, but now her daughter was back and telling her that she was getting married. Babies, come here, this is your grandma. When the woman saw the three children, she couldn't bear it any longer. Yan, don't tell Mom that you gave birth to all these children. Are you trying to make me angry? Women really can't accept it. How could such a thing happen? Come in first. Your dad is home right now. Come in and tell him that I can't accept this right now, so I can't talk to you about it. Yan Mashi was a little worried and couldn't help but hold Jiang Ning's hand. Jiang Ning patted her and told her not to worry. Yan, don't worry, I'll take care of everything. Once inside, for some reason, when Yan's father saw Jiang Ning, he didn't say anything harsh. He just nodded, asked about the arrangements, and then agreed. It's really hard to accept that Yan's father agreed so quickly. Yan Mashi went with Jiang Ning to get their marriage certificate and then returned to the Yan family home, where she overheard her mother asking her father a question. Why did you agree? What if that man isn't a good person? What if someone like that isn't worth entrusting your life to? Yan's mother was genuinely worried, so when she heard Yan's father agree, she was somewhat exasperated. You don't need to worry. I've observed this young man, and he's a really good person. I only found out about Xiao Yan giving birth a month ago. I was quite surprised at the time, but seeing that they're doing well and the children are sensible, I feel relieved. Indeed, what people nowadays have always asked for is happiness and good health. Thinking of this, Mother Yan didn't say anything more. If we find a time, we can have our relatives from Jiangning come over and hold the wedding here. I just don't know if Jiangning will agree. Yan Mashi and Jiang Ning exchanged a glance, both seeing the same meaning in each other's eyes. They then joined hands and walked inside. Mom and Dad, Jiang Ning agreed. He'll call now. He only has his older brother and niece left on his end. Otherwise, can we send someone to pick them up? Mr. Yan nodded. Anyway, they had plenty of people in their family who could go and pick them up. When Brother Jiang heard the news, he immediately agreed. Although his business was booming and he could earn thousands of yuan a day, nothing was more important than his brother's wedding. Xiao Jiang, don't worry. Your brother will pack up and head over. After Brother Jiang arrived, the wedding preparations were almost complete, and they were just waiting for him. On the day of the official wedding, Jiang Ning was smiling all day long and couldn't stop. He never imagined that one day he would have the chance to marry the school beauty. He was really lucky. At this moment, he was so lucky that he wanted to cry. With the pastor as their witness, the two completed their wedding ceremony, and the night was peaceful and serene. The three children, acting as flower girls, walked step by step up to the wedding hall and handed over the flowers they were carrying. Mom, I hope you're happy. The children were also very happy. Their grandparents told them that today was a special day for their parents and that they should be happy. So they were especially happy all day. Thank you, babies. Yan Mashi felt that today was truly the happiest day of her life. She looked at Jiang Ning, and at this moment, everything was peaceful and serene. Jiang Ning looked at Yan Mashi and silently opened his mouth towards her. Although she was quite far away, Yan Mashi still managed to see clearly what Jiang Ning was saying. Yan, it's so good to have you. The end.